Author's POV. In the middle of her living room, Meredith Cruz is watching the news on TV, and the poster head is her own husband, no one other than Maximilian Cruz, the alpha of New Moon Pack. She's looking at him kissing a young woman, almost naked and dancing on the tables in the middle of a bar. She doesn't even know when was the last time when they spoke. She didn't wanted this marriage, but every day, since she became Maximilian's Cruz wife and Luna, she's been doing everything she can to be a good wife. She has taken care of the house where she lives, prepared meals every day for the last 6 months, and has been waiting for her husband to eat together, although he has never set his foot in the house since she has been here. Maximilian remembers that she exists only when Meredith calls him on an urgent matter, and that only happened once since they married. So, Meredith doesn't draw the wrong conclusion at all when she realizes that her husband has completely forgotten about her. "Luna, please," Auntie Jen said. "Please don't look anymore." "Don't worry, Auntie, I am fine," Meredith said, and looking one more time on TV, she takes her phone and calls her husband. "Good morning, my dear," she said, making Auntie Jen smile. "Ah, it's you," she heard Maximilian puffing nervously. "What else do you want this time?" "I wanted to tell you that I decided. I want to divorce," she tells him straight away, without looking around, and looking up she sees Auntie Jen with tears in her eyes. "When do you want to go to finish this thing?" Alpha Max Cruz asks her, and his voice changes completely. Meredith can feel his joy. "There is no need to meet. I already signed the papers. Auntie Jen will give it to you, and I'm sure you know exactly what to do with it. If this is a prank, I will..." But Max can't tell her anything anymore, so Meredith immediately shuts the phone in his nose. "It's over, Auntie," she said. "Luna, but why?" And bursting in tears, Auntie Jen asks Meredith, "Is there really nothing that can be done about it? You are so kind, and our former Luna and Alpha love you so much. And what about Grandpa Cruz? You will break his heart." Of course that Auntie Jen knows all that, because she was an Omega in Alpha's house for more than 40 years. She loves this family and raised Maximilian, but right now she loves this pure and simple girl that is her Luna more than anything else. "Auntie, I can't do it anymore." And her dark blue eyes are so clear right now that Auntie's Jen heart is softening. "He will regret losing you," she said. "He won't. We've been married for 6 months and he's never come home since the day of our wedding. But I am all right. I never wanted to be his Luna, just as he never wanted me. I am just a human, a weak human being in his strong pack. It's normal for him to be disgusted of me." "Still, you are our Luna. You can't leave us," begs Auntie Jen. "He will find his real Luna. Maybe he will find his mate. Who knows? Everything is possible." And embracing her, she looks lovingly at the old woman who took care of her all this time. "I need to pack my things. I don't want your Alpha to find me here," Meredith said and walked to her bedroom. She looks in the mirror and smiles. "We did it, girl. We are finally free from him. I've tried for Mom and Dad, but I can just stay here and feel lost." And she immediately takes off her suitcase and starts packing her clothes. She takes her favorite light blue lace dress and puts a light makeup on her angelic face. She takes her nude stiletto shoes and, looking one more time in the mirror, she is happy to be the old Meredith Quinn again, the one that is elegant and refined. "Luna?" Auntie Jen exclaims in shock when she sees her coming down. All these months she saw Meredith in simple clothes, living humble. She always worked in the house and never let Auntie Jen to work by herself. "You look so beautiful. If Alpha would see you right now, I'm sure he would like to stay at home just to be with you." But just the thought of Maximilian finding out how the real Meredith Quinn looks makes her tremble. "No, Auntie. If you really care about me, please don't tell him about this. Leaving this place, I have the chance to live for the first time in my life. I want this. It's my choice," Meredith told her and took her in her arms, making the little old woman cry. "My Alpha could not have a better Luna than you. I will miss you, my Luna." And looking at Meredith one more time, she asks, "Do you want me to call you a taxi?" "No, Auntie. My brother is waiting for me," and kissing her aged and wrinkled cheeks, Meredith walks out of the house without looking back and runs straight into the car waiting for her at the gate. The thing is that she never wanted to marry Maximilian Cruz, but this was her parents' strongest wish. to see her in a good family. Her parents knew that Aluna's life would be smooth, and she loves them so much that she couldn't stand to oppose them. She is the adopted daughter of Alpha Landon Quinn. She was found in the forest by her brother when James was only 7 years old. He loved her with all his heart and took her home. Olivia and Landon Quinn adopted her even if she was human, but they loved her so much, and all her life she was protected by them. This is why they looked for a man that would offer safety to their daughter. Because Landon Quinn and Carter Cruz, Maximilian's dad, were old friends, they asked their children to marry each other. Maximilian vowed never to love Meredith. He wanted to mate later, but mating with a weak human was out of discussion. Meredith felt the same way. No one knows exactly her age. All assume that she is already 18, but in fact she was just a few months younger. She just wanted to live, to stand by herself. She accepted Maximilian Cruz, but Maximilian refused to look at her and meet her until their wedding. Seeing that he doesn't want her, she knew that she needs a plan to escape. I can't be all my life a burden for Maximilian Cruz and live like a weak human. Maybe that I am a human in a werewolf world, but I can do it. I can stand for myself. I am tired of relying on my family. So on the day of the wedding, she caught a bee and let it bite her on her face, so that Maximilian would be disgusted by her face, which in reality is beautiful. She knows too well what a man-whore Maximilian Cruz is. The whole world knows. Her clothes were simple, clean, but in a way that hides her thin body and made Maximilian think that she is not voluptuous enough for his taste. And all those decisions brought her here today. She was more than sure that Maximilian would never accept someone like her as his Luna, but she still tried. If only once Maximilian would have come home, he would have seen the real Meredith, but he chose to live like a man-whore, ignoring his wife. So Max never came home. He put her in one of his houses and asked Auntie Jen to take care of her. Only his parents visit her and his old grandpa, but Max is not interested in her. She is just a pathetic human who thought that marrying him would grab God by the foot. That is what he thinks. And that's the way it all started. An underage girl married the bachelor of the century and divorced in 6 months without seeing each other for more than 5 minutes all this time. "Are you all right?" James asks, opening his car door so that Meredith can walk in. "Yeah, I am." "I can't believe I'm free, James," said Meredith, almost crying. "Mom and Dad shouldn't have insisted on this marriage," said James, hugging her. "Please don't tell them what's happening. They will be upset. Tell them that there were irreconcilable differences between us." James smiles at her and starts the car. "Where are you going now? Tell me and I will send you wherever you want in this world," and takes her hand in his hand. "Paris," said Meredith, closing her eyes and dreaming of Parisian music and chocolate. "I want to study design. I've always wanted, but I got stuck in New Moon Pack. Then let's put you in a plane and give you some wings. It's time to learn to fly, sis." And her flight in life just started. But next day on New Moon Packhouse, Grandpa Cruz come in Maximilian's office, and entering angrily, he asks him, "What did you do to my granddaughter?" "What granddaughter, Grandpa?" Maximilian asks, looking at the old man amused. "You have only one grandchild, and that's me." "Where is Meredith?" Grandpa asks, and immediately Carter Cruz comes in. "Dad, why are you yelling? You will get sick again," he says, and take the old man by his hand. But Grandpa is so furious as soon as he pushes Carter Cruz and says angrily, "This brat divorced Meredith and he didn't tell us." "I didn't," Max said, and looking at them he says, "She divorced me and I have nothing to do with her decision." "Nothing?" Suddenly Lisa Cruz asks. "Nothing. When was the last time you were home? When did you talk to her last time? When did you eat together? Or when did you ever sleep in the same bed?" But horror appeared on Maximilian's face just thinking about it. How could he sleep next to that woman with such a swollen and deformed face? It was her decision. She signed the papers and left. What would I have to do? Should I go look for her? And looking at his parents, he says firmly, "That woman was not right to be my Luna. She is not the right material." And who is the right material? Carter Cruz asks his son, "Any of your whores?" "Is my life, and I want to live it as I dreamed." Maximilian shouted at his parents, "That was the most ugliest woman I've ever seen in my life. You can't force me to live with her." he says, and gets nervous out of the office. Did they really divorce? Lisa asks with tears in her eyes. Yes, Grandpa said, snorting angrily, but he immediately looks at Carter and, thinking of something, begins to smile. Let this brat think it's all over, but mark my words, Carter, I won't lower my white hair into the grave until Meredith is not coming back. She is the perfect girl for him. Dad, calm down, please. I will run Plan B to make her his Luna. Just stay calm, Carter said, and take the old man out of Maximilian's office. Bring her home, Carter. Author's POV. 5 years later. Bonjour, madame, James said, laughing and taking Meredith in his arms. Oh my goddess, she yells and puts her head on his chest, crying. I missed you so much. Let me see you, and frowning, he says, you're even thinner than before. What did these French people give you to eat? He says, squeezing his eyes. Isn't that logical? Chocolate and strawberries, Meredith tells him, and he immediately starts laughing. I can't believe you're back. I mean, almost back, but now you will live just 1 hour away from our pack, he says, and takes her in his arms again. Alpha James Quinn, Meredith said. You're a little emotional. Will you shut up? James tells her, frowning at her. You missed my Alpha ceremony and my wedding. I shouldn't even talk to you. I am sorry, she said, and looking into his eyes, she realized how much she missed her brother. I want you to meet someone, James said, and taking her luggage, walks her out of the airport to his car where a very beautiful blonde woman is waiting. But just before Meredith could say something, the woman takes her in her arms and yells in happiness. I am so happy to finally meet you. James talk all day long about you. James said. She is Lori, my mate and my Luna. But he doesn't have time to say that. Lori immediately takes Meredith and drags her in the car on the back seat. What's the plan now? He asks her as soon as she gets in the car. I will start my new job tomorrow and I will buy a lot of furniture, says Meredith. Are you sure you don't want to stay with us? Lori asks her. Mom and Dad will be glad to know that you are back. Please don't tell them for now. I will talk to them by myself. Let me keep it a secret for the moment. You didn't tell me, Where will you work? You keep it a secret. James tells her, looking at her, says that you will live in New Moon Pack territory. Isn't it a bit risky considering your past here? No one will recognize me. I am more than sure about that. And besides, I couldn't refuse such an offer, James. The territory of this pack is the largest in the U.S., and excepting my former in-law, which are rarely going out, and Auntie Jen, none knows my real face. So, where will you work? James asks her again, a little bit worried. MaxLines Design offered me the opportunity to work for them. They even gave me a scholarship during my studies at the University of Paris, and the condition was that when I finished my internship, I would work for them. What? James asks and brakes the car involuntarily and then looks at Lori. James, are you trying to kill me? Meredith asks in panic. Sorry, it was a cat, he said, and looking again at Lori, he closed his eyes for a second and started to drive again. Do you know anything about MaxLines Design? She asks, trying to get acquainted with the concept. Not much. James lied. You know, James, I'm really happy to be back home. I miss these places. And Meredith puts her forehead on the car window and looks outside at the endless forest through her childhood. Will you really be alone in the New Moon Pack? James asks suddenly. Don't worry. I am not anymore the girl that I was 5 years ago. Now I know what I want, and all I want is this fantastic job. I will be the chief of the design department. It is a dream come true. If something happens tomorrow, will you call me? James insists. I will, but please stop. You are scaring me. It's just a job. I like your dress, Lori said, trying to relax the situation and change the subject. She always had a good taste in clothes, but I never thought she would become a famous young designer, said James in a soft voice. I'm just worried about you. You just came back, and I can't protect you if you stay here, James whispers. In the evening, in her almost empty apartment, situated in the public area of New Moon Pack, where people live without knowing that they share the air with a pack of werewolves, she looks around and squeaks of happiness. My own house. I have my own house, and I paid for it with my own money. I did it. I finally did it. A lot of boxes are all around her apartment. It's not big, only 2 bedrooms and a very large living room, but everything will be cozy. and everything will be gained by the work of her hands. Is not that she is ungrateful, but being a helpless and weak human in the midst of werewolves, she has always felt unworthy of the money her parents gave her. It was her deepest wish to succeed alone in life. She loves the werewolves culture, and after she lived almost all her life with them, she can't stand humans anymore. In her heart, she is a werewolf. It's just about self-confidence and respect. No one said anything in front of her, being Alpha Quinn's daughter, but she saw their ugly looks and heard their discussions. She always was that human. And just thinking about this, she remembers her staying in New Moon Pack during her marriage with Maximillian. She tried, even if it wasn't what she wanted. She did her part, but that scoundrel who had been her husband for 6 months didn't give her a chance, because she was human. On their wedding day, Maximillian told her, "I will never look at you. You are disgusting. I feel sick just looking at you. I can't refuse my parents," Meredith said. "They gave me everything. If this marriage makes them happy, I'm willing to give up my happiness for them." "Don't lie to me," said Maximillian, almost spitting her on her face. "Who would look at someone as ugly and useless as you? I'm just a good deal for you. You can't fool me. But mark my word, in this life you will never catch me." And he turned his back and never came in front of her again. All because she was a human. But now she will be the human who managed to break into the world of werewolves. From now on, she will never accept being bullied into silence. She will never allow herself to be a victim. She will design her own life. Tomorrow is the new empty sheet of her life, and she can't wait to start drawing it. Meredith's Quinn POV. One more look, and this time I am really going, or I will be late on my first day at work. I take my coffee, my laptop, my designs and portfolio, and run out of the house because the taxi is already starting as a clan of me. "To the MaxLines Design, please." "Are you working there?" the driver asks me, looking at me in the rearview mirror. "It's my first day there," I say, a little bit stressed. "You will like the place," the drive continues. "My daughter worked there, and she always said that is a great company." "Did she say something about the boss of the company?" I tried to find who runs the place, but it is almost impossible to find anything. "He is a very rich businessman. He is a local," said the driver, and now I noticed that he is as human as I am. He has a long name that I forgot, but he is very arrogant. My daughter was afraid of him. "Is that so?" I ask. "Then I will avoid him." And in just 15 minutes, I entered the MaxLines Design building, which is modern and imposing. In the lobby, a young woman gives me a visitor's card, and I am set directly to Human Resources Department. I like all I've seen since now. "Miss Quinn," the chief of employees says, and receives me in her office. "We are finally honored to have you among us." "Madam, the pleasure is mine. I owe this company a large part of my successes. MaxLine supported me abroad and invested in me. Because we saw how valuable you are, Miss Quinn. Now let me show you the design department, and then I will ask you to take the elevator to the top floor. The boss wants to meet you." And I must say, this place is awesome. I have my own office and my own design desk, and the team is young, and seeing their work, I can say that everything here will be perfect for me. "Did you really live in Paris?" One of the girls from my department asks me. "Yes, for almost 5 years," I say, smiling at her. "I've always dreamed of staying there. It's so romantic." "I am Meredith," I say, holding out my hand. "And I am Kara," she says. "I am a junior designer here. I started last week. I am really glad that you came. I feel like an outsider not knowing anyone," she says, laughing. I know the feeling, and I started to laugh softly. "You know what, Kara? Wait for me at noon. If you want, we will eat together at the company's canteen." "I would like to," she said, and I saw the happiness in her eyes. "Now I need to meet the boss," I tell her jokingly, emphasizing the last words. "I heard he is a bit serious and authoritarian. Do you think that I will survive this meeting?" "You will, and he is very handsome too. If he weren't a jerk, I'd ask him to marry me," says Kara, and we both start laughing. "In this case, excuse me please. I will go to meet your never-to-be husband." And laughing, I go to the elevator. But as soon as I got to the office door, I was shocked. What the fuck is going on in this office? I ask myself, hearing moans and a woman's voice that makes some farm-worthy sounds. Is he doing what I think he is doing? In his office? And I didn't even get to meet the bastard because he already managed to piss me off. I sit on an armchair in the lobby and I wait for him to finish. 1 fucking hour I stayed and listened that woman cackle. But when the door opens, a woman that seems to be his secretary comes out, and seeing me, she starts to yell, "What are you doing here? Did you spy on us?" She asks and comes to me to slap me. What the fuck is wrong with her head? Staying in Paris, I did a lot of things, but one of the most important is that I learned self-defense. I practiced martial arts every day for the last 5 years, and now I have a black belt. So seeing how that woman tries to slap me, I catch her hand and turn her around immediately, making her scream in pain. What happens here? I suddenly hear my supposed boss talking nervously. "Maxi, she almost broke my arm," yells the woman, "because she tried to slap me for no reason." I say without looking at him, still watching the stupid woman. "Because she stayed and spied on us, Maxi," she yelled. "That's it. I think I'll give her 1 punch in her face and leave her to faint." "I did not," I say bluntly, and I look at the man who is already next to me and looks at me in shock. "Who are you?" he asks, looking at me perplexed. Is he kidding me? No. This must be a joke. "I am the new chief designer," I say, looking him in the eye and waiting for him to tell me I have nothing to look for in his company. "And do you like to listen to people's doors?" he asks me, looking straight to my eyes. "No," I answer without fear of him because I know he'll kick me out anyway. I don't like to stay at people's doors and wait an hour when I'm called to talk. And more than that, I totally dislike having to listen to the noise pollution that your esteemed girlfriend produces next to you. And I see him almost smiling. "Maxi, I hope you don't keep this jerk here," the nervous woman shouted. "You can go, Veronica," he tells her, and looking at me, he signs me to come in. Ha, he wishes. And I just stay and don't move, and he turns to me and asks, "Are you deaf? Is it safe to enter this office?" I ask him, "Surely I don't get any sexually transmitted diseases?" And immediately he frowned and heard him growl, "Get in the office now. Fuck. The big Alpha is in town. Yes, guys, my boss is my ex-husband, Alpha Maximillian Cruz. And he stays in front of me in all his fucking glory. Maximilian's Cruz POV. I need to find a way to make Veronica stop coming when I'm at the office. She is my personal assistant, so personal that I know her perfectly both outside and inside her body. I pay her well and she keeps her mouth shut and her legs open, and that's it. Love without obligations. She is one of my pack members, not too smart but good looking. For the goddess' sake, I am almost in my 30s, mateless, rich and good looking. What should I do? To become a monk? She just left after she took more than an hour from my time, and now I hear her screaming from the lobby. "Stark, I will fire her. I can't stand her voice anymore." I say to my wolf, "I can't stand her at all, and you know it. She is too low for my taste," said Stark with a growl. "Don't be a princess, Stark. You were moaning a few moments ago, and I opened the door only to find a commotion right in front of me. A woman who is with her back on me almost beats Veronica. But I really don't care. What I care is that Stark yells something in my head and I am too shocked to contradict him. "Mate," I hear him saying. "Mate, she is my mate." I look at her carefully and it doesn't take me even 2 seconds to realize she's human. "She's not our mate, Stark. She's human," I tell him without moving and looking at her as she almost breaks Veronica's hand. "She is ours. She is our mate. And if you will not accept the fact, I will force you to accept her, and I will imprint myself on her," yells Stark. "Smell her. She is our mate," he kept saying, "and she really smells divine, like strawberries and vanilla." Smelling her, I look at her once more and try to make my presence felt. "What is going on?" I ask, but she looks at Veronica, who is still blabbering about spying us. "Maxi, she almost broke my arm," yells Veronica and looks at me with pleading eyes to save her. "What the fuck, man? She is a werewolf and she is beaten by our human mate." Stark asks, furious, "How can Veronica be so weak?" But I don't have time to think about anything else because I hear her the voice that anoints my soul. "Because she tried to slap me for no reason," says the woman, still without looking at me. "Because she stayed and spied on us, Maxi," Veronica yelled. "Max, make her shut the fuck up or I will beat her," Stark said, completely annoyed. But suddenly, the woman who seems to be my mate takes the lead and turning to me says, I did not, she says bluntly, and she looks at me in shock as if she saw a ghost. Who are you? I ask her, looking at her perplexed. She is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. She must be somewhere at 5'9" feet. And she is dressed decent in a beautiful light mint green midi dress that highlights her perfect figure. She is not voluptuous, but her shapes are perfect. She is gorgeous. I didn't know that women wearing Louboutin shoes are so sexy. Her brown hair is slightly wavy and falls from her shoulders to the waist, but at the moment I can't take my eyes off her. Her blue eyes are so clear that I lose focus looking at her, and her mouth is so plumy that I feel the need to kiss her. On her little nose I can see a few pickles. She is like a living doll, and looking at her and at my reaction I realize that she is really my mate. We found her, Max. You found our mate. Stark is howling in my head, and I just can't concentrate anymore. I immediately send Veronica and signal her to enter the office, but I take only a few steps and surprise, she's not moving. Are you deaf? I ask her, completely annoyed. I'm an alpha and I'm used to it happening when I say something. This is like messing with people. They are temperamental. They don't have that respect for an alpha. But just when I thought I made her follow me, the lightning struck me. Is it safe to enter this office? She asks me, surely I don't get any sexually transmitted diseases? And immediately I felt my blood boiling in my veins and heard Stark growl, "Get in the office now." I signal her to come in only to see her very skeptical, as if intentionally trying to annoy me, and she just looks around in disgust. "Where can I stay?" she asks me. "Are you sure that I will not get some?" "Sit on the chair now," I say to her, and she is not even blinking while I yell at her. "Calm down, Maximilian." I say to myself, she is your mate, but she doesn't know about it. She is human and she is not feeling your struggle. Calm down. I look at her as she looks into my eyes and she doesn't sketch anything. I open her CV and immediately tell her, "Meredith Quinn. This name sounds familiar. Did we meet before?" "No, Mr. Cruz, but you pay for my studies in Paris. MaxLines offered me a scholarship. That's probably why my name is known to you," she tells me immediately. I had nothing to do with those scholarships that my father offered as facilities for students. The strange thing is that I really feel that I met her before. "You would have known if you had met such a beautiful girl, Max." Stark said, "You know what? Just shut up and woo her. What do you do besides listening to people's door?" I ask her arrogantly, just to annoy her as she annoyed me earlier. "Today, for example, I intend to quit from MaxLines Design," she says, and immediately gets to her feet and walks to the door without looking at me. "What is she talking about?" "Catch her!" Stark yells and almost transforms, but I manage to control him and catch her before she comes out from my office, and I hold her in my arms. "What are you doing, Mr. Cruz?" she asks in a harsh tone while I pin her to the door. "You can't quit," I say, growling. "I don't want to be here anymore," she said, pursing her lips. "Fuck! I want to kiss her!" "If you choose to leave MaxLines, you must pay the scholarship back, and also some compensation. In 2 days," I say desperately, inventing an excuse to force her to stay. I can't work with a perv that is having sex in his office while his employee are working. "I really need to get out from here," said the woman. I mean Meredith, my mate. But right now I think that I suddenly become stupid because I ask her, "Are you jealous?" "Do you say that I must pay all the money in 2 days?" she asks me, changing the subject and making my heart stop. Does she intend to give me my money back and just leave? "Yes. $5 million in 2 days," I tell her, grinning. She looks at me while I cling to her body and continue to hold her in my arms, but hearing what I said, she yells in shock, lifting her knee and hitting me directly in my groin, making me bruise in pain. $5 million! Are you nuts, Mr. Cruz? But I can't say anything. She broke my balls. Max's POV. I stay like a dumbass, holding my balls in my hand and swearing at all the saints while she is looking at me with her arms on her chest. "Why did you do that?" I ask her, and I almost feel like strangling her. "Hit you in the balls? It just happened," she says, as it would be nothing. "I can't do it, Stark. I'm sorry. Let me reject her. She is out of her mind if she just hit her new boss in his balls, and she laughs in my face." "No," Stark said, growling at me. "I want her. I didn't wait 30 years just to reject my mate." But she is crazy, and just look at her. I can say that she wants to kill me for some reason I don't even know. I call him annoyed. You know what, Max? You have no choice in this. Accepting her is only my decision, and you have nothing to do about it. Don't make me imprint on her. Don't try anything, or I'll make your life an ordeal. I do not agree with this. My Luna will not be a weak human. Mark my words, Maximilian Cruz. Stark said, just like I have no say in who you choose to sleep with, you can't do anything when I tell you she's the one I want. And he is right. As a werewolf, only your wolf can choose or accept his mate. And when your mate is human, he can choose to imprint on her, making her feel the need to approach him. As people say, he can cast spells on her to love him. I still stand in front of her with one hand resting on the door, fixed next to her head and one hand massaging my broken balls. I close my eyes, trying to breathe normally and calm down, and when I finally feel calm, I look at her and say, Meredith. Miss Quinn, for you, Mr. Cruz, she said, looking defiantly at me. What did I do wrong to this human being? Miss Quinn, I think we started in the wrong way. And moving away from her just a little bit, I stretch out my hand to her and say, I am Maximillian Cruz, CEO of MaxLines Design and your boss. I'm glad to have you here. But this woman completely ignores me and lets me sit with my hand outstretched. I'm not happy anymore to be here. I hear her whispering to herself, thinking no one hears her, but immediately she seems to feel something and looks at me in panic. Does she know I heard her? Impossible. She is human. She has no idea that werewolves exist. And seeing that I don't get anywhere with her, I try to approach her differently. I can accept your resignation if you pay the $5 million in 2 days. Otherwise, we have nothing to discuss. MaxLine paid for your studies with some conditions to work for us. And she is just looking at me without saying anything, but I am convinced that at this moment all the curses in the world are running in her mind. Mr. Cruz, I know how much my studies cost. Are you kidding me? Where did you get those millions of dollars from? She tells me, squeezing her eyes and shooting arrows at me. Miss Quinn, I say to her, no matter what happened today and made you not want to work with MaxLine, I'm sure it can be corrected. You can't deny that MaxLine is one of the top design companies in the world. I will think about, she says simply and looks into my eyes, making me shiver. But just when I want to say something else, the door opens and Meredith ends up in my arms, almost kissing me, and I feel those tingles about, I heard that exist. Fuck. The bond is already more active than I thought. What are you doing with my Maxie? Veronica yells, trying to get into the office, and she's out of bounds right now. Maxie, why were you kissing her? She says. Don't you want me anymore? Holy fucking shit, this can't happen. Meredith is looking at Veronica and says nothing. Then looking at me, she tells me, do you want a serious reason? Look at it, and points her finger to Veronica. I told you it was a bad idea to go around with this mad woman. Stark says, full of rage. But immediately Veronica rushes back to Meredith and tries to slap her on the face. But this time, I am the one that stops her. Veronica, I say in a commanding voice, making her fear. Maybe I fucked her, but she is nobody in my life. Get the fuck out of here. I look at Meredith, and she is squeezing her eyes again, and coming out of the office, I hear her laughing at me. For a CEO, you are not a picky eater. Who would have thought that someone like you could walk with someone like her? And she starts laughing, leaving me speechless. Did he just suggest that I have bad tastes in women? Yes, and she is right. Go after her. Stark yells at me. I tried to get out and catch her until the elevator doors closed, but Veronica immediately grabbed my hand and stopped me. Maxie, that woman is too much. She's so naughty. Does she really have to work here? She asks me. Why did I start to fuck this woman? I always knew that she had no brain in her head, and I am a guy who adores smart and beautiful women. Veronica, for the last time, please get out. I am busy. And I go back to the office trying to figure out what happened, but I remember something. And one more thing. Never enter my office if I didn't call you. Maxie, she yells. I am Mr. Cruz for you. I say, and I immediately remember that this is the same thing Meredith told me earlier, and I just smile remembering her. I see how Veronica finally leaves the office, and I breathe a sigh of relief. She is human, Stark. I don't know how to deal with humans. She doesn't even know that there are werewolves in the world where she lives. What am I going to do with her? This is a bad idea. She will accept us. If the moon goddess made her for us, she will accept us. She is crazy. Don't you see that she is sassy and too annoying? I ask him angrily. I like her, but I don't know how to deal with humans. All my life I've run away from them like hell. But as soon as I made up my mind to stay away from Meredith Quinn, even provoking Stark, my good friend called me. James Quinn, what an honor, I tell him laughing. The honor is on my side as usual, James said. We have been friends since high school, and even if I was married to his ugly human sister, he never blamed me for the divorce, as if that woman, whose name I don't even remember, would have told her anything I did. I saw her only once, and her face was so deformed and swollen that I felt sick. She was the only human in my life, and I swore it would be the last one. Is everything fine? He asks, and I don't know where he wants to go with the discussion, but I feel the need to talk to someone, so I tell him, No man, I've just met one of my new employees and she fucked up my day. What? And I feel that he is very agitated. Tell me about it. What did I start with, James? Meredith Quinn, human, 23 years old, my new chief designer, sassy and brave, damn beautiful. I never saw anyone as beautiful as her. I say, and James starts laughing. Keep going. Not interesting. She is beautiful, James, but at the same time she is the most dickhead woman I have ever seen. In 15 minutes she almost broke Veronica's hand, hit me in my balls and filled my head with jitters. And James starts laughing out loud as if I were telling him the best joke in the world. I don't know who this woman is and where she came from, but she hates me, I swear to you. I call him nervous. Don't you really know her? He asks me as if amazed. I swear I don't know who she is. It seems familiar to me, but I'm sure I've never seen her. And after a few seconds I asked him, Do you want to know what the icing on the cake is? Shock me, even though I don't know what else you can tell me. And James can't help but laugh. She's my mate. And I hear a simply fuck and the phone tone is gone. Author's POV. What are you doing? Lori asks, looking at James. You look like you've just seen the big bad wolf. You could say that too, James says, looking at the phone in his hand. Stallion, did he say that Mer was his mate or did I go crazy? He asks his wolf in horror. Call him and ask him one more time, Stallion says agitatedly. If he is, we are doomed. My love, you are acting strange. What is happening with you? Lori asks again, but this time James takes her and puts her in his lap and signals to her to calm down. He takes his phone and calls Max again, putting him on the speaker so that Lori can hear it too. Max, sorry, I accidentally dropped the phone on the floor. James tells him and then looks at Lori. I didn't understand what the icing on the cake was. My new employee, Meredith Quinn, is my fated mate, Max says again, snorting at the other end of the phone. Lori is shocked and immediately puts her hand to her heart and mimics a shocked, "What?" as big as Empire State's buildings. But she is human, you said, James says and tries to recover from the shock. Humans and werewolves are not usually combinations as mates, but an alpha and a human is even more rare. Only 2 or 3 cases are known in recent history. I know, man, and she is driving me crazy. How can I explain to a human that I am a werewolf and that she must sleep with me because some goddess in the sky that she has never heard wants so? Mate, not sleep, Max. It's not the same thing, James says, a little disturbed by the way Max sees the idea of a bond mate. Is more than sleeping with her. It's about making her your everything, he says as he looks in Lori's eyes and kisses her lightly. Stark wants her, but I'm not sure about this. What should I do with a helpless human? What are you going to do? James asks, becoming more and more alarmed. I will ignore her to the point where Stark will put his paws on me, and I will have nothing else to do than accept her. But I still hope he changes his mind. That jerk threatened me that he would imprint himself on her. Lori caresses James's face and whispers in his ear, I like Stark. He's not a big bad boy as his bad half, Max. And James starts to laugh. Max, James said after a while, take care about what you are doing. Even if she is human and sassy and annoying, always provoking you and getting the worst out of you, she is still your mate. You talk like you know her, Max tells her with a laugh. But James has a little more and goes crazy, just wondering what will happen when Meredith finds out that Max is her mate, and most of it when Max will find out that his mate is no one other than his ex-wife. You described her to me well enough to understand what's going on, and trying to help his friend, but at the same time driven by his deep love for Meredith, he tells Max one more time, "The mate bond is beyond our comprehension, but believe me, Max, it is the most perfect thing in the world." But after he ends the call, Lori is looking at him with her mouth open. She will break his balls if she finds out that Max is her mate. "She already did it. Do you think we should guard him?" James asks, laughing. "Will you tell her?" Suddenly Lori asks him, looking into his eyes and trying to understand what is in his mind. "No." "No?" Lori asks in astonishment. "It's their business, and I will never interfere in someone else's mate bond, even if she is my little sis. In addition, Stark wants Mer, and he is a fantastic wolf, even if Max is a man-whore and did not give Mer any chance when they were married. But I will just watch so that things do not degenerate." "Mer is different now," Lori said. "She is beautiful, and at this moment she is no longer the weak human girl. She is chief in a big company, talented and strong. She's going to stretch Max's skin on the wire." "That's what he needs, Lori. He doesn't even know that his ex-wife's name is Meredith Quinn. Let him pay for his stupidity." "My goddess, karma will hit him directly in the face," said Lori, and she is looking at James. "Watch them. They are so alike even if they don't know." But meanwhile, in New Moon Pack House Pack, Grandpa Cruz asks his son, "Carter, did my girl come back?" "Of course she did. She is working at the company already," and laughing continued, "She'll have the shock of her life when she sees who's her boss." "Do you think it will work?" Grandpa Cruz asks, looking worried at Carter Cruz. "It is mandatory, or I will invent Plan C if Plan B doesn't work either. That girl is the Luna of this pack, no matter what Max wants. They secretly divorced so we wouldn't find out, but I took care of everything and now she's back." "Max will be mad hearing that she is back," Grandpa said. "He won't. That stupid son of mine didn't even recognize her when I put the scholarship file in front of him. He signed without acknowledging it. I told him her name dozens of times and he didn't react in any way." And Grandpa nods disapprovingly. "Maybe she is his ex-wife, but I don't want another daughter-in-law. She is the only choice for him, and he will learn to love her, or I will beat his ass." "That girl is a jewel," Carter says. "You did it well, son. Now let's watch them. This will be the best live movie I've ever seen," says Grandpa Cruz and pats Carter on the shoulder. "You did it well. Let's bring the girl back home." Author's POV. "So tell me," Kara asks Meredith as they sit in the canteen of the company, "how did you get from Paris to the New Moon Pack?" And immediately, Kara's face becomes red. "I mean, in here, near Vancouver," she is trying to change the topic because Kara has just realized that Meredith is a human. Her alpha will take her head if he finds out that she talked about werewolves so freely to a human. "Kara," Meredith said, looking straight in her eyes and feeling that she is worthy of her trust. "I know." "You know what?" Kara asks her in a panic. "About you being a werewolf, about what this place is and how Maximilian Cruz is. Don't worry, I won't talk about it, but you can talk about everything you want. And you're not running in fear being in the wolf den?" Kara asks in shock. "No, and don't ask me why, because this is something I don't want to talk about," Meredith tells her. "Then let me ask you something else." And Kara looks at her, finding that Meredith is not just gorgeous, but also gives her a good vibe with her presence. "How do you know about werewolves? You want to know, don't you?" Meredith laughs. "I'll tell you, but then I'll have to kill you," and they both start laughing. "All my life I stayed with them," and Kara is looking at her with her mouth open. "Like living with them? In a pack?" she asks. "Yep, it's just as you said," Meredith said, looking at the menu. "Where?" Kara asked, but Meredith answered with a laugh. "I can't tell you more at this moment. Will you mind?" But seeing Kara's face, she just tells her, "It's a sad story and I will tell you another day. Tell me about you. How is that an Omega works as a designer in a company? This is unusual." "You really know everything, isn't it?" Kara asks her and lets her head down. "My mate rejected me because I was just a poor Omega, but my Luna found out and she helped me to move from our pack house and find something to work on. I live here in the town, in this public area of Vancouver. My Luna asked Alpha Max to let me work here. He was opposed at the beginning because my mate is one of his men, but he couldn't refuse his mom. Luna Lisa has her ways and always gets what she wants. She is very sweet. Of course she is. Meredith knows it very well. Lisa and Carter Cruz, along with Grandpa Cruz, were the one who visited her every weekend when she was married to their son. She is a very good Luna. I've heard a lot of things about her, Meredith said, but looking at how sad Kara is, she smiles at her and tells her, "You know what, Kara? You have me now. I know that I am your chief, but at the same time I can be your friend if you need one." "Are you for real, Meredith Quinn?" Kara asks, feeling very happy after so much time. "Yes, I mean it," Meredith said. "And if you want, after work we can go out and shop and do all the things that women usually do. I only have my sister-in-law nearby, and I am as lonely as you." "Yes, let's do it," and Kara jumps up with happiness. "I want all these things that you're talking about." And she jumps out of her chair and takes Meredith in her arms, making her laugh, but she doesn't even get to say anything that immediately next to them, no one but Max Cruz can be heard. "What are you doing?" he asks, looking at the two women like some circus. Immediately, Kara's face turns white. Max allowed her to work here only if she didn't cause him any problems, and she can't help but wonder if her friendship with a human will bring her more problems. "What does it look like we are doing?" Meredith asks without looking at him and starts flipping through the menu, ignoring Max. "Did you bring me here just to be ignored by this woman, Stark?" he asks his wolf, but receives only a growl in return. He looks around, and all his employees are looking at him. This is the first time he has put his foot down in the canteen. "So what is going on?" people ask themselves. "Have you changed your mind?" he asks Meredith, ignoring the looks. "About what?" she asks, looking up at him. "Fuck Stark," he whispers. Just a look from her and his heart is startling, skipping a beat, and he almost forgot what he meant. "Will you stay in MaxLines Design or do you still insist on leaving?" "What?" Kara asks, almost crying, but Meredith smiles at her and then she said, stabbing Max with her words, "I will stay. I found something very valuable after the garbage from this morning. You know, maybe you want to thank Kara for convincing me to stay. Maybe a pay raise. It's your choice." But Max just looks at her and sees how she ignores him, and this is annoying him at most. So full of nerves, he takes the menu from her hand and hits the floor with it, shocking those around him. "Mr. Cruz, you look a little stressed. Something happened?" Meredith asks him, smiling sweetly while he feels like squeezing her neck. And even when he wants to say something, he hears a voice behind him that is already giving him nightmares. "Maxie, what are you doing here?" Veronica asks in horror. This place is for poors. But when she sees who is sitting at the table with Max, her face becomes so ugly that Max can't help but wonder what he saw in this woman. "You again!" she yells at Meredith. "Oh my God!" Meredith said, and looking at Kara, she is waving to her to leave the place. But as soon as she tries to get up from her chair, Max grabs her hand and shakes her. "We are not done yet," he says. "I need to talk with you about something." "Maxie!" Veronica yells in his ears. Kara's heart is as little as a flea when she sees Meredith defying Max, but she is even more panicked by the presence of Veronica, who made her life a nightmare both in the pack and in company. "Yes, I mind. I need to work," Meredith said and tries to release her hand from Max's grip. "Miss Quinn," Max said, dragging her towards him so hard that Meredith unintentionally becomes unbalanced and falls into his lap. But seeing this, Veronica sees red just as a bull. "Ah!" she yelled. "You whore! You put your hand on a taken man!" And in just a second, she rushed to Meredith trying to slap her, but she slaps Kara, who is putting herself in her way as soon as she sees her intentions. "What the fuck are you doing, woman?" Max asks, putting Meredith on her feet and running to help Kara. "Are you nuts? Why did you hit her?" "I was trying to hit that whore, not this stupid Omega." Veronica yells without caring that Meredith is a human and normally has no idea what an Omega is. Max takes Veronica by her arms, pulling her hard and making her scream, and looking at Kara, he easily panics. "Are you all right?" "How can she be all right?" Meredith asks. "Her face is swollen because of that mad dog that is hanging on you." "You!" Veronica yells again, trying to hit Meredith again, but Max just looks at her and dragged her out of the canteen. Kneeling near Kara, she takes her face in her hand. Why did you do that? That woman is a beta. Why did you put in front of me? Meredith asks her, almost crying. She would have hurt you worse than me. I will heal eventually, Kara said, crying. Come. And Meredith took her in her arms and went to her office under the watchful eyes of her colleagues. Good, she said to herself. Now everyone knows the new girl. Author's POV. Veronica, stop! Max said on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Why, Maxie? Why are you always with that woman? She asked, humming and pretending to be hurt. Because she is my fucking mate! That's why! Max would like to say in front of her, but to tell her that would mean putting the posse after Meredith's trace, and he doesn't even know if she'll ever be his mate in the true sense of the word. Why risk that woman's safety? Looking at Veronica carefully, he realizes that no matter what he does, Veronica has no right to behave like that. What's the point of this whole circus, Veronica? He asks her. But, like a sly fox, Veronica starts to walk past Max, trying to seduce him as usual. Maxie, she said, placing her hands on his chest and beginning to kiss him on the cheek. That employee of yours is too disrespectful, and she is always with you. It's the second time I see you with her on the same day, she said, pursing her lips and letting some light love bites on his neck. And why do you care? Suddenly Max asks and pushes her away from him, shocking her. Because you are mine. We've been together for 3 years and this never happened. When the hell did 3 years go by with this madwoman? He asks himself. Moving away from her, Max walks over and sits down at his desk, leaving Veronica speechless. Did he really not want to be with her anymore? A single touch and he was always at her feet. I believe that 3 years is a lot of time, Max said, looking into her eyes without mimicking any trace of emotion. You think so? Veronica asks, and smiling at the thought that maybe he has finally decided to make her as his Luna. Yes, maybe too much considering there's nothing serious between us, Max says suddenly, making her almost fall off her feet. What? She asks, yelling with all her lungs, are you breaking up with me? It seems so, but this time he is not even looking at her. But I love you, she tells him in a very carrying voice. Veronica, that's enough, Max said, but immediately Veronica lunges at him and actually jumps on him. No, you are mine, she yells and cries at the same time. We are meant to be together. Sam, he yells through MindLink, come in my office or I will kill your sister. What the fuck, man? Sam Jackson says and starts to run to Max's office, opening the door in a panic. What are you doing here, Veronica? Sam asks his sister. Sam, Max is breaking up with me. Veronica starts to cry. But we have never been together. What don't you understand? Max says, already completely irritated. Do you want to stop this whole circus? No, I do not want to. It is all because of that human, isn't it? She is new and being human is like something exotic for you. Just fuck her and come back to me, she said as if this would be something normal. Veronica? Sam yells at her. Leave the office or you will never be able to put your feet here. But Veronica frowns at him and then, turning to Max, begins to beg him. I am suitable to be your Luna. Think about it, please. She's still trying to convince him. Sam, get her out. Suddenly, Max orders him angrily, and his beta immediately grabs his sister's hand and drags her after him. One more thing, Veronica. If you just try to touch her or anyone else in this company, I will take you not only out of my life, but out of this pack too, he said, pointing to her with his finger. You wouldn't dare do that, Veronica says, laughing. You love me, but now you're confused. Sam, kick her out. I don't want to see her again, said Max, and rising from his chair, he angrily slammed everything on the desk. She is here only for 1 day, and look what happens. I had peace in my mind until Meredith Quinn appeared here. That wasn't peace, Stark said. It was a fornication thing that you've been doing for years. I don't want this woman, Stark. She only brings trouble. Max says, confused, but Stark doesn't even notice him. What was that, man? Sam asks back in the office. Your fucking sister tried to beat my new chief designer, and not once but twice. This time she hurt Kara Lewis in her attempt to reach her target. What? Sam asks, and his hands are trembling. How is she? And immediately he feels that his heart is going mad, but when he catches his breath, he calms down. I have no reason to care what happens to Kara, Sam said in his mind, and his wolf approves. Why would he care about her? He just rejected her. How does he, a beta, have as his mate a bitter omega? People will laugh of him. She is fine, just some bruises and a swollen cheek, and turning with his back at Sam, he puts his hands on his temples, massaging them a little. I am doomed, Sam, and without preparing it, he drops the bomb on Sam. That designer is also human, and she is my mate. Are you kidding me? Sam asks and comes near Max, watching him carefully because he's sure this is a prank. I wish it was a joke, but the least funny part is that Stark wants her as his mate. Of course I want her, you idiot, Stark said. I want my fated mate. Reject her. It's not hard to do. I rejected Kara because she is not worthy to be my mate. I am a beta. How can I have an omega next to me? He asks. Compared to me, Kara was in the luxury category. I have a weak human on my head. This is because you divorced that wife of yours. Now your mate is a human. Sam said, laughing. Yeah, it's true, but this one is really beautiful. Max says, contemplating her face in his mind. You must find a way to reject her. She is not suitable for our pack. It will take her a lifetime to accept the idea that we are werewolves. How, Sam? Tell me how, because Stark wants her. Max almost yells. We will watch this human every day, and we will find reasons to make Stark hate her. I'm sure we'll find something about her that will make Stark change his mind. And holding out his hand, Max grabs it and slaps it. I knew I could count on you, he tells Sam. Of course you can, Sam tells him. Let's start the mission, how to reject your mate. And they both laugh hard. But on the other hand, Veronica listens in shock, peeking out the door. That human is his fated mate? She asks herself. I must get rid of her. And immediately her fists clenched and her eyes reddened with rage. I will kill her. Nobody will deprive myself of the title of the Luna. This title will be mine. Author's POV. In the evening just before to leave at home, Meredith looks at Kara's face and asks her, Why don't you take a day off? This wound will look even worse tomorrow. I can't, Mer. Alpha Max will be mad if I don't come to work. And she lowered her head. She knows very well that tomorrow everyone will look at her face and no makeup will be able to hide the marks left by Veronica, but all she has right now is this job. She can't lose it. I will take care of this, don't worry. I am your superior, and if Maximilian Cruz will try anything against you, he will talk to me. Please stay home tomorrow and take care of you. Meredith said and smiled at her. Are you really sure? I don't want to make things difficult for you. Kara asks, completely overwhelmed that someone wants to help her. Except for Lisa Cruz, nobody cared about her, even her parents neglect her. You know what? Meredith asks her. I will take you home. Meredith, I don't want to bother you. Kara says, shocked. Meredith looks like a very refined woman, and somehow she looks noble. Even if she is just a human, she inspires confidence, while Kara knows that she is just a poor omega that struggles every day to survive away from her packhouse. It is impossible for her to stay in the same place where her ex-mate lives like a man-whore. Kara, I know that you are alone, and believe me, even if it doesn't look so, I am just as you are. My luck is that I have a family that loves me. Meredith tells her and smiles. Wait for me. I will take my purse and we will go together. And tomorrow after work, if you want, I will visit you. I want to, Kara said with tears in her eyes. I really need a friend. And in 5 minutes, both women were in the company lobby waiting for the driver that James sent after Meredith, because he can't appear here to expose his sister. But just as the car arrives and the driver opens the door for Kara to enter the car, Sam appears out of nowhere and seeing the scene in front of him freezes. Where are you going? He asks without realizing it, speaking before his brain realizes what he's doing. Hearing him in her back, Kara whitens her face and immediately panics. She is afraid of him. This is why she couldn't even accept the rejection, because she was so scared when Sam found out that they were mates that she fainted. But turning her face to him and seeing her face, Sam felt that his heart was pierced with pain. She is beautiful even if she is an omega, and she looks just perfect. And she is all he wants in a woman, but he can't accept someone as weak as his mate. Her eyes are red from crying, and one of her eyes is already bruised. Fuck, he said to himself. Veronica must be insane if she tried to hit the human with such a force, but looking at Kara's face, he can't stand but asks her, Are you all right? Kara just blocks in track and can't even breathe. The smell of Sam, His mere presence makes her suffer. Why does he come to the company? Ever since she started working here, Sam has been coming every day. Why doesn't he leave her alone? Kara always wonders. I asked you something, said Sam, starting to get nervous when he saw her looking at him scared, but he immediately realized something. Where the hell are you going with this car? It's an expensive car. She will never have money for such a luxury. But listening to the whole scene, Meredith gets out of the car and looking at Sam swears at him in her heart. This fucking scoundrel, she said. Why are you yelling at my colleague? She asks him, knowing exactly who she's talking to. It is not your business, Sam answers angrily. Oh, but it is. My friend, it seems to me that she doesn't want to talk to you, so I don't understand what's with this attitude. Are you her boss? Meredith asks him. Sam clenches his fist and sees black in front of his eyes. He just wants to know where Kara is going. Did she find someone else after he rejected her? So you're not her boss, Meredith said. Are you her lover? She asks him, and Kara is looking at her and goes straight near Meredith and says slowly, Mer, let's go. We will have problems. And she grabs her hand slowly. But Meredith has other plans. So you're not even her lover, so what right do you have to hold her accountable? She asks Sam, who looks shocked at her courage. Sam is a head bigger than her and is at least twice her weight. He's all full of muscles and looks a lot like Chris Hemsworth. Why isn't she afraid of him? Mer, please, Kara said again, and this time Meredith signals to her to enter the car and they immediately start leaving, Sam speechless. Did she really steal our mate? Leo, his wolf, asks. She's not our mate anymore, Sam said, feeling annoyed about this even if he doesn't understand why he feels like this. He was the one who rejected Kara. Until she accepts the rejection, she is still our mate, Leo said. Fuck. How could I forget about that? I will force her to accept the rejection. He put it in his mind, and he starts swearing and punches the wall angrily. Why was Kara in that expensive car? Is she going on a date or something like this? Fuck, I can't stay like this. I must go after her, he asks and goes to his car. Why are you looking like the train hit you? Max asks, laughing while he comes out of the building. Someone stole Kara, he said, pissed off. And why do you care? Max asks him, looking at him as if he's gone crazy. I think she's going on a date or something because she got in an expensive car with a damned human woman that annoyed me terribly, says Sam, punching the wall again. What did she look like? Max asks. Kara, she was really hurt, man. My sister really hit her hard, Sam says regretfully. No, the human, said Max. Brunette, long and lightly curled hair, blue eyes. I don't know, man, I was looking at Kara. Fuck, it's her, Sam. Meredith Quinn, Max said, looking straight into Sam's eyes. Your mate? He asks with his mouth watering, completely amazed. The one and only. And Max looks at him and asks, Are you sure they were going on a date? They got into a Bentley Continental GT, Max. I don't think a designer who studied due to the MaxLines scholarship in Paris can afford such a car. Sam says agitatedly. Fuck, how come I didn't think of that? I'm an idiot. Max says, and looking at Sam, he says, panicked. Go to the Human Resources Department and ask for Meredith Quinn's resume. What if she's married, Sam? Shit, Stark said in a panic. Tell him to go right now. What happened to you? Sam asks because he is not understanding Max. Didn't you say you didn't want her? I said that she is weak and human, and until Stark decides what to do with her, I want her, he said in a panic. Are you stupid, Max? Stark asks angrily. What is it about to decide for? I want her. Go now, said Max in a very commanding tone. This is not good, he said to himself. This is not good at all. Author's POV. Did you bring it? Max asks, pausing after walking in circle for half an hour in the office, completely agitated and chewing his nails in stress. I have it, Sam tells him and gives him the envelope from the Human Resources Department. Max takes the envelope and quickly unwraps it, almost tearing it in two, but he doesn't notice that the door opens and Luke Navarro, his gamma, enters the office. Seeing their pale and agitated faces, he looked at each of them and asked slightly in a panic, What's going on? But Max ignores him and immediately starts reading Meredith's resume. He found his mate, Sam said. This is wonderful, man, Luke said, smiling, but seeing Max's face, he looks at Sam and asks him again, Isn't it wonderful? No, on the contrary, it's awful, Luke, and sighing and taking a desperate attitude, he says, "She is human. Can you believe it?" Luke looks at Sam and them at Max, wondering if they're somehow stupid. "So what if she is human?" he asks them. "She is weak," Sam said, and looks at Max, who is starting to swear now. "I think you're wrong," Luke tells her. "If the moon goddess paired her with Max, she's not." "Shit, shit, shit," suddenly Max said and tore the document in dozens of dishes. "What the fuck are you doing?" Sam asks him. "She's a leftover," Max says contemptuously. "My mate is a weak human, and more than that, she is divorced." And almost having a heart stroke, he looks at Sam and Luke and said, "I don't want her. I will never accept her." "You are divorced too," Luke said, looking at him. "Don't you think you're a jerk thinking about her in this way? You don't even know what happened," he asks. "It is different, and you know it. I had nothing to do with that woman. For the goddess' sake, I don't even know her name," he says, actually screaming. "I can't even reject Meredith Quinn because she is human and knows nothing about werewolves. She will think I am crazy. If you were in my situation, and your fated mate would be dead, you will never think this way," Luke said. Sam looks at Max and has a lot in his own minds and leaves, going directly to Kara's studio. But surprise, she is not at her place. Don't ask how he knows where Kara lives. He just knows. Seeing that she is not at home, Sam panicked. She really is on a date. Will she accept his rejection? And he started to panic. "It's like you didn't want her," Leo tells him. "I don't want her." Sam starts sneaking around. "She is a pack member, and it is my duty to take care of everyone." "If you say so," Leo said, amused. "What do you want, Leo?" Sam asks, completely confused. "I do not want anything. The question is, what do you want?" And he just looks at Kara's door, knocking in it again and again, until an old lady come out from another apartment. "Stop knocking. You will put down her door. She is not here. She took a luggage and left." "What are you talking about?" Sam asks the old woman. "Just stop knocking on her door." "She is not there," and the woman closed the door. "She left?" he asks, and feels for the first time in his life that he will die in panic. But meanwhile, in Meredith's apartment, in her living room, she stays with Kara and eat their dinner. "Are you sure about this?" Kara asks. "I don't want to be a burden for you." "I'm sure," said Meredith, smiling. "I have this spare room. Is not big, but is enough for both of us to stay in this apartment." The truth is that after she saw the poverty in which Kara lived, she was so sad that she decided to ask her to be her roommate. This was luxury for Kara, and she felt in heaven here, without knowing that somewhere in her pack, Sam was having a tantrum because of her, breaking everything around him. And while they were having their dinner, suddenly Meredith's phone ringed. "Where are you?" She hears Max's voice at the other end of the call. She knows the voice too well, so she scolds him in her heart and asks, as serene as she can be, "Who are you?" refraining from laughing. "I am Maximilian Cruz. What do you mean? Who I am?" said Max, on the verge of a breakdown. "How do you have my number?" she asks him direct. "I am your boss. It's normal to have your number and call you whenever I have an emergency," Max says arrogantly. "Mr. Cruz," Meredith said, making Kara's mouth to remain open. "I'm off schedule now. You can tell me what you want tomorrow." And without thinking, she hung up the phone. "Was that Maximilian Cruz?" Kara asked, completely panicked. "Yep, he was." And the phone rings again. Looking at the number that is calling her, she squeezes her eyes and asks, "Yes, who is it?" "Why did you end the call?" Max asks in fury. "Oh, it's you again." And she ends the call, annoying him even harder than before, and to put on mute the phone, seeing that Max is still calling her. "Aren't you afraid of being kicked out?" Kara asked Meredith. "This is my wish, but I have to pay him $5 million if I leave, so it's better to be fired," Meredith said with a loud laugh. But immediately looking at Kara's face, she asks her, "What about Sam Jackson?" "You know him?" Kara asks in shock. "Not personally since today, but yes, I know him. He is the one who rejected me," Kara said, and looks down with tears in her eyes. "He is very possessive for someone who rejected you," said Meredith, and then analyzing Kara, she concluded, "You didn't accept his rejection, did you?" "No, he was so furious when he found out that I am his mate that I fainted with horror. When I woke up, he was no longer there. Luna Lisa found me, and after she found out what happened, helped me to move away from him." "Do you want him?" she asked Kara. Does it matter what I want? It's just that he doesn't want me. Look at me, Meredith. I am poor and weak. You saw how I lived here, in 2 rows of clothes and food so I don't die. How to like me? Do you know what his fame is? He dates with the most beautiful women in our pack. She snorts in tears. So you still want him? Meredith said, perfectly understanding the heart of a werewolf after living with them for most of her life. Yes, I still want him, and it hurts so much to see him every day. Then let's make him regret that he rejected you, said Meredith, and take Kara in her arms. He will kneel before you to forgive him. You will see. So let's see if you will still want him back then, she said, making Kara's eyes look as big as onions. Kara asks, not knowing how to ask so as not to upset Meredith. What is happening with you and Alpha Max? Meredith looks at Kara and smiles at her and decides to tell her the truth. In the end, it's okay to have someone by your side who understands you, so she tell her. Do you know that he was married? Yes, a few years ago with a human. I believe she was Alpha's Landon Quinn. Don't tell me, Kara said and puts her hand on her mouth. Oh my goddess, is that you? It's me, she said as if it is nothing. You are my Luna. Kara jumps up with happiness. No, I never felt like a Luna. He ignored me our whole marriage, and I'm convinced that at some point he completely forgot about my existence. Meredith said, looking at her very serious. But we heard that you are the ugliest woman in the universe. Kara exclaimed. Was he blind? It's a long story, but right now he has no idea who I am, and I intend to remain this way. What are you going to do, Meredith? He is very smart and powerful. He will find out in the end. Until then I will live in peace, if he will let me, but it seems to me that he has other plans, said Meredith, looking at her phone, which is still ringing. Will you answer to him? Kara asked. No, let him boil. Author's POV. Next morning at first hour, Max entered Meredith's office and struggling to not squeeze her neck, he asked her, Why the fuck didn't you answer my phone? And yells with a growl shocking all the designers, which by the way are all werewolves. Meredith looks at him and knowing well that he is out of limits, asked him trying to look dumbfounded. Mr. Cruz, did you just growl at me? How is it possible for a human to growl like a wolf? And Max just looks at her being unable to say anything else. How does she know how a wolf growls? And he looks at her and trying to control himself asks again in a more calm voice, Why didn't you answer my phone? But I answered Mr. Cruz, and I told you that I am in my free time and that you can tell me today what the emergency was. I see that you are already here, said Meredith looking sweetly at him. Kiss her, Stark said. Please kiss her, Max. And he just looks at her as she stays in front of him, smiling sweetly, without knowing that he didn't sleep all night because of her. Where have you been last night? Max asks her. Did she go on a date? Or she was with her ex-husband somewhere doing who knows what? Or does she have someone new in her life? All the questions possible and impossible are rising in his mind. Mr. Cruz, this is not a proper question, said Meredith sitting in her chair and looking at her laptop. Isn't a proper question? What is a proper question then? He asked, feeling that a blood vein would crack soon. What was the emergency? She asks him without looking at him even for a second, while she scrolls something on her laptop. Meredith Quinn, please tell me where you were last night. And he just looks at her, almost begging her to answer. Meredith looks at him and freezes. What's wrong with him? He ignored her all their marriage, and now he just looked like a jealous man? No, it must be only her imagination. Although I do not understand how this information helps you, I will tell you, Mr. Cruz, I was at my apartment all evening. Are you happy now? Alone? He asks her. Are you for real? Meredith asks and let her laptop to look at him. Answer me, he asked in Alpha command, making Meredith to feel uneasy. No, I was with my friend, she said a little nervously, not understanding where Max wanted to go with all the questions. Man or woman? Max asked again. For the God's sake, what is all about? She asks very angry and stand up from her chair, pushing it furiously and making it spin. Man or woman? I asked you a question. Max yelled at her, alarming again all the employees. You know what, Mr. Cruz, I am busy and you are not paying me so much money to tell you about my personal life. So please let me do my work, Meredith said, and coming in front of him in all her glory, she pointed to the door. Max looked at her with shock. Is the first time in his life when a woman doesn't want him, when a woman is not submitting when he asks, and she is his mate? How can a human be so strong? Kiss her! Stark yells again. Get out! Meredith yells at him at the same time, and he walks to the door, making her breathe in peace. But in just a second, she sees him closing the office door with the key and pulling the blinds from her office so that no one will know what is going on inside. What are you doing? Meredith asks, becoming alarmed when she sees Max approaching her in a determined, almost military manner. He comes near her, and just when she wants to start arguing with him, Max grabs her in his arms and looks at her in shock, and not understanding anything, asks her, "What have you done to me?" "I didn't do anything," but she is not able to finish because Max grabs her nape with his hand and pulling her completely towards him, he lifts her in his arms and kisses her directly. Meredith wants to yell at him, but as soon as she tries to say something, Max takes the opportunity and puts his tongue in her mouth, kissing her as if his whole life is hanging on to this kiss. And Meredith is just melted in his arms and suddenly becomes calm. Man or woman? He asks her again after some time, letting her breath. Looking perplexed at him, Meredith whispers a soft woman and tries to catch her breath. I was with Kara all evening, and she doesn't even know why she answers. Max looks at her and closes his eyes. I will let you work, he said and walked away from her, but just before to exit her office, he tell her, don't schedule anything for tonight, we're going out. Excuse me? Meredith asks him, tough, starting to get angry again and realizing that this brat just kissed her by force. Dress nicely, it's a business dinner, and Max goes outside slamming the door behind him while Meredith just looks at him with her mouth open. Go back! Kiss her again! Stark yells at Max. Why are you going away from her? Shut up, Stark, Max said. Kissing her made his mind to become blank for a few moments. It's like being reborn, waking up one day that all your life you lived in a parallel universe, far from everything you thought you knew. It's like discovering the secret of happiness. Kissing Meredith was the most perfect thing he ever did in his life, and now he is just confused. What about his pack safety? What about all that comes with the Luna position? He can't be selfish and accept Meredith as his mate. No, he will still wait until Stark changes his mind. I'll never change my mind. Stark's growl at Max. I just hate for this, Max. It will pass, Max said and entered his office. Maybe to have a mate is not so important as it seems. I will resist the bond mate. Meredith's Quinn POV. What the hell just happened? I wonder, collapsing in my chair. I just kissed Max Cruz. No, he kissed me. For the goddess's sake, how did something like this happen? Please, goddess, give me strength because I feel like I'm going crazy here. What is the purpose of this madness? But I cannot get rid of a madman as soon as another one enters my office. Yes, people. The one and only, Sam Jackson. Where is she? Sam asks, looking at me in panic, and I know he means, but why respond to him when he was a jerk with Kara? So I'm fooling around and pretending I don't know what he's talking about. Where is who? I asked him, looking at him with an innocent look. Where is Kara? You left with her last evening, and she was not at her place, and now she is not at work. Sam tells me, trying to control himself and not rush to me. Oh, Kara. She took a day off, but now I will play dirty because that jerk deserves it. She had a hot date and now needs to rest, and that's the reaction I was looking for. She did what? Sam asked, whitening his face. You heard me. I introduced her to one of my friends from France. You know the saying, one person's garbage can be another's one treasure. And looking him in the eye, I twist the knife into his wound, telling him, maybe he will marry her. She is the sweetest woman I've ever seen in the last period, kind, talented, and beautiful. Why waste her life in vain? And he has a little bit and collapses. How could she go on a date with an unknown man? He asked, but I know that the question is more for himself, and he is not waiting for an answer from me. But why keep quiet when I can ruin his day even harder? He is very rich. He will treat her just as she should be treated. She told me that she was dumped by someone. Can you imagine what a fool? To kick such a woman? And Sam is just looking at me, and I could swear that he has tears in his eyes and just exits my office without a single word. Fucking jerk. How dare to come here and play God Almighty with Kara's heart? What right does he have to control her actions? But I was so lost in my own mind that I didn't even realize when one young designer called me. What? I asked, trying to focus. Mr. Cruz asked for you, Miss Quinn. What should I tell him? Why didn't he call me? I asked the man who was smiling at me. He did a few times, but you didn't answer. And looking at my phone, I realized that it is still on mute. I'll call him. Thank you. Matt, isn't it? I ask him, making him smile even more happy while he nods his head. I press my phone and call Max, only to hear him yelling at me. Why didn't you ask for my calls? He starts throwing his tantrum arrows in my direction again. Should I end the call? I ask him without caring about his reaction. What can he do? To come over me again? But immediately there is silence, and I know that Max is still on the wire because I hear him breathing. Wait for me tonight. I will send you home to change, and then we will go to our dinner together. Our dinner? I asked, annoyed. It's a business dinner, he tells me right away. Tell me the location and I will come by myself. I told him. But Max Cruz would no longer be Max Cruz if he listened at least once. I will come after you at 7. Just be ready. And he ends the call. That's what you think, I say, nervous. And at 6 p.m. I took my things and went home, dressed for dinner and put on an evening makeup to match my red midi-length one-shoulder bodycon silk dress. I put my earrings, which are a gift from James, on my 20th birthday and curl my long hair more than its natural appearance. A red lip gloss, a bit of mascara, I take my nude Louboutins and my clutch, and right when I am ready, Max Cruz calls me. Where are you? He asked, and I can swear I heard his teeth chatter. Oh, I forgot to call you. I am home, but don't worry. Tell me the location and I will be there. I tell him as if it is nothing. Give your address, he says in a harsh voice. No, give me the location. I insist, but right then I hear him yelling at me. Give me your address or I'll turn the whole city upside down, and when I find you, I'll show you what happens when you don't listen to what I'm telling you. What the fuck? Am I 5 years old and Max Cruz is my daddy? But I don't feel like a scandal is necessary now, so I give him the address. I'll be there in 10 minutes. And he ends the call. Kara said, looking at me mesmerized. Is it safe to go out with him? She asked me. I was married to him for 6 months, and he wasn't able to do anything to me. It's hard for me to believe that something has changed since then, I tell her. He's just fooling around and likes to act like the big boss. I know him and he never acted like this. Are you sure he doesn't know who you are? Kara asks. What do you mean? I asked her immediately. He seems jealous for no reason, and he never went to a business dinner with any of MaxLines employees or to take someone home. Not even that stupid of Veronica did not enjoy this privilege. Kara said, What do you want to say? I asked, looking at her. I don't know, but be careful because I feel like there's something extra here. Kara says with a worried face, I will, and take her in my arms. His heart will pound out of his chest when he sees you, Kara whispers in my ear. He has no heart, so he is safe, I say and start to laugh. Max Cruz's POV. I swear to you, Stark, when I see her, I will break her throat. I say on the verge of a nervous breakdown. That woman is impossible. I can't do it. Why goddess? Why her of all women? Is it because of that human that was my wife? Will you shut up? Stark asks me. Why her? I asked again. Turn your head and ask the same question one more time, said Stark, making me look behind me. Shit, I say, and I feel like I come in my pants like a teenager. Put the same question again, you jerk. Stark yelled at me. Shut up and let me marvel. I say, looking at her with my mouth wide open and salivating like a dumbass. I immediately jump out of the car to open the door for her, but Meredith walks around me and goes in the back seat. What the fuck is she doing? Am I her driver? But she does not move on the front seat, and looking at me as if there's nothing wrong, she asks me, Should we start? And then looks at her phone, ignoring me. How can this woman bring me from ecstasy to agony in a millisecond? I look at her intently, and seeing that she does not move from behind to come near me, I go to the driver's seat and say to her, Your wish is law for me, milady, and she is just ignoring me. I swear to you this human being is a little pervert. She is doing all this on purpose. She came in front of me looking like a goddess, like a fucking sex bomb, and then she just boomed my brain with her attitude. Kiss her. Stark starts again, but I ignore him. Who are we meeting? Suddenly she asked me. Yeah, now he wants to talk. It's my time to ignore her. Are you 5, Mr. Cruz? She asked me, and that's it. I can't stand it anymore and ask her, is this why your husband left you? Because you are so mentally constipated? And she is just looking at me, and I can swear that for a second I saw tears in her eyes, but she chose to say nothing, making me feel like a jerk. She just looks out the window without looking at me for another second. At the restaurant, she opens her door without waiting for me to open it and gets out of the car going straight to the reception. Max, I don't know what's going on in your head, but please just take a break and let me think in your place, Stark said. I will suicide if you speak one more time. I swear to you, you will be the first alpha in the werewolf's history that made his wolf do this. Are you stupid or what? And I don't know what to say, because I really feel like a jerk. She is my mate whether I like it or not, and I made her feel horrible. Shit. I look at her as she walks to the table that the receptionist pointed out to her, and my heart beats so hard that I am almost suffocated. She is perfect. I can't take my eyes off her hips, moving as she walks, and that little perfect ass. Go after her if you don't want to live only from memories. All the men in the restaurant are looking at her. Take her now, Stark said, furious. I enter and I see her at our table with my client. Maximilian Cruz, the man of the hour, said Vincenzo Castellano, the man I want to convince for more than 3 years to work with MaxLines, but our project is never up to his expectations. Good evening, Vincenzo, I say and take a seat near Meredith, trying to make all the men that are dreaming to be with her to close their mouths because she is taken. You didn't tell me you're going to bring a beautiful woman with you tonight, said Vincenzo, looking at Meredith in a way that made me feel insecure. Vincenzo, she is Meredith Quinn, my chief designer. She just came from France, where she studied and had a lot of performances. We are really happy to have her here. I say, and look at Meredith to see her looking in my eyes, to see if I am telling the truth or I am ironic. Miss Quinn, you are looking beyond any imagination. I've never saw a woman so beautiful as you, said Vincenzo, and I think I'll stand up, take Meredith, and I'll fuck this business if he compliments her one more time. Thank you, Mr. Castellano, but I am sure that in your activity you've seen a lot of women more beautiful. Beauty is just something circumstantial. These are dusty things, which you sometimes throw away, but after a while you see them again and they look gorgeous, she said, looking at me. You are right, Vincenzo said, and looked at her and said, I must say I am here for a contract for my new clothing line, but since you came in, I have a certain thing in mind. I want to hire the designer who created the dress you're wearing. And laughing, he says to me, I am sorry, Max, for making you lose your time again, but that dress is extraordinary and whoever created it has to work with me. Of course, he would never think of MaxLines. And I just look at him and I don't know what to say. But right then Meredith takes the lead and said, You have the designer at your table, Mr. Castellano. Don't say it, Vincenzo said, smiling and holding out his hand. He grabbed Meredith's hand. I see her face and I realize she's bothered by his gesture, so I take her other hand and look her in the eye and smile. My love, why don't you tell Vincenzo the story of this dress? And being taken aback, Vincenzo immediately withdraws his hand, releasing Meredith. Are you together? He asks. I'm sorry, Max. I didn't know it. You know me. I don't let any beautiful woman escape me. And then looking at Meredith, who is still looking at me, he says, So what's the story of this dress? And I continue to hold her hand. I feel all those tingles that make me feel like goosebumps. She is looking in my eyes with those gorgeous blue eyes of hers, then at my hand holding her hand, and then said, It was my dissertation in Paris. When I presented it at the exhibition, Mr. Francois Cassel was very impressed and brought the project for his own collection. Francois Cassel? I asked in shock. Francois Cassel, the biggest designer from Europe? Yes, he made a special dress for me after my project sheets, to remember him any time I wear it, Meredith said, and suddenly I hate this perfect dress. Max, Vincent said, looking at me, the contract is yours, but I want to work only with her. Of course, she will be the one who will work on this project. Send me the theme of this season so we can start working. The evening went smooth, but when at the final Vincenzo took Meredith's hand again and kissed her, I felt like this contract is the worst idea ever. But my heart just stopped when he whispered her, knowing exactly that I will hear him. When you get tired of him, you know where to find me. I am yours body and soul. I don't like him at all. His fashion house is one of the largest in North America, but at the same time he is a werewolf just as I am, an alpha and a fucking jerk, which if he sees something he likes, he takes it without thinking. Mark her, Stark yelled. No, I will not mark her just because she makes my friend from the south rise in 1 second. You're going to lose her. Look around. Is there a man in this restaurant who doesn't want her for him? Stark yells and closes all the communication with me. No, she will never choose someone like Vincenzo Castellano. She won't, isn't it? Author's POV. Leaving the restaurant, Meredith goes to the back door of the car, but Max goes after her and catches her in his arms. Stay on the passenger seat, near me, he says, and his heart is trembling seeing that she can't look in his eyes. Since he asked her about the reason her husband left her, she had a sadness in her eyes that made him feel horrible. There's no need, Mr. Cruz, Meredith said, lifting her eyes and looking into his black eyes. He is a handsome man, and he was her husband, the husband that never wanted her, the husband that forced her to make an escape plan, seeing that until the wedding day he had no intention of knowing her. He is the husband that made her feel even more insignificant than she already felt. And now he had the audiency to ask her if she was mentally constipated. She just looks at him, and when her heart is finally still, she tells him, "Please take me home." I am not feeling well. I'll take you to the hospital, Max said, scared. No, Mr. Cruz is about my mind. I remembered something tonight, and I just need a good sleep, and tomorrow I will be fine. Call me Max, please, he said, still holding her in his arms. I can't. I am too weak and insignificant to stand in front of you, she said, making him startled because those are exactly his inner thoughts. You are not, Max said, raising a hand and caressing her face, and he is almost trembling when he touches her. Her body in his arms is beyond everything he felt in this life. Meredith looks at him and asks him in whisper, "Why are you acting like this? Isn't it clear?" Max said, coming near her ear and inhaling her smell, and then putting his lips in the crock of her neck where his mark should have been. He puts a soft kiss there, but Meredith moves away from him. He has no right to act like this with her. He is just playing with her. All the time they were married, he never asked, not even once, if she needed anything, if she was sick, if she was happy. She can't forget. She fooled him only on the day of their marriage, but after that every day she was Meredith Cruz, the real one, simple and humble, waiting for her unworthy husband to come home. So she gathers her strength and gently pushes him away from her. "What are you doing, Mr. Cruz?" she asks him. "Call my name, please. I want to hear it in your mouth," Max said, approaching her again and holding her face in his hands. He rested his forehead on her forehead. "I can't," Meredith said again, but as soon as she finished, Max kissed her lips lightly, putting soft peck on her lips, and she didn't fight with him this time. "Call my name, please." She lifts her head and looks into his eyes and whispers, "Maximillian." His name on her lips sounds like an incantation for him, and his heart for the first time understands that he can't just reject her, even if he can't accept her directly. "Will you let me go now?" she asks him without taking her eyes off him. He opened the door from the front seat and signed her to enter, and then he goes to his seat and drives straight to her apartment, without knowing that from the parking lot, Vincenzo Castellano was looking at them. "They're really together," he said to his beta and clenched his fingers into a fist until they began to crackle. "I want that woman, Craig," he said. "Find a way to bring her to me." But in the same evening, Max is worried. What's the story of Meredith Quinn? What's so sad about her marriage? So after he left Meredith at her apartment, he called the only man that can find anything in this world, because he is an innate detective. "James," he says as soon as James Quinn answers his phone. "I need your help," he said with a wired voice. James looks at Lori and mouths, "Something happened," and both of them stay alert. "What happened, Max?" he asks him. trying to get to the heart of the matter. I want you to investigate someone for me. Max tells him, and immediately James freezes. Your mate. Yes, my mate, Max said, still with a tormented heart. But what happened? What do you want to know? Says James immediately, hoping that nothing serious has happened. I want to find out what happened with her marriage. I offended her today, and her sad face broke my heart, man. I was a jerk with her. Max said, but right now, if it would be possible, James will beat his ass for hurting her sister's feelings. Stop tormenting the poor woman, Max. She is your mate. Love her if you want, but never hurt her. He almost yells at her on the phone, making Lori come and take him in her arms to calm her down. Why are you yelling like this? Max asks. You don't even know her. I have a sensitivity for those mate bonds. Just ignore me. And then he tells Max, I will see what I will find about her husband, and then we'll talk. And he ends the call. Why is he so sensitive? Max asks. He does not even know her. What the hell is wrong with him? He will find who is the man who broke her heart, and I will beat him, strangle him, and feed him to the wolves. You could start by beating yourself up, Stark told him, annoying him again. No, I have no reason to do it, he said, making Stark growl. And while he enters the packhouse, he sees Sam in the living room with Luke. What happened? Max asks, looking at Sam, but Luke immediately tells him. Your mate told him in the morning that Kara Lewis went on a date with a Frenchman and he is just depressed. And Luke laughs. I think he changed his mind. He wants his little Omega back. It's not true, Sam said. Then what's the point of this circus? Max tells him, sitting down next to them. She didn't reject me. How is it possible to go to meetings already? She doesn't think about me at all. So he is jealous, Luke said. I am not, Sam yelled at him. Then you are a fool, Luke continued. Do you want me to beat you? Sam asks, standing up and pointing at Luke. You two are stupid, both of you, he said sincerely. When my mate died in that damned rogue attack 2 years ago, I felt like dying. I would do anything to have her back because, believe me, there will never be another woman to make me feel like she used to do it. I can only hope that I will be one of those privileged werewolves who get a second chance. And throwing them another sad look, tells them, someone else will love them enough to make them not care about your fucking bondmate, and while you are man-whoring, they will find the happiness in another place, and it will be just your fault because you are undecided. I still don't want her, Max said. I mean, I want her, and at the same time, I don't want her. Undeceded, Luke said in syllables and went out of the room nervously. Don't come to me when you're going to cry like two whimsical little kids. I look at Sam, and he is looking at me. Fuck, he said and ran outside, leaving me alone. I'm not undecided, isn't it? Author's POV. The next morning, Meredith and Kara came to the office together, led by the driver sent by James as usual. Meredith, don't you think it's too much? Kara asks her, pointing to her clothes. No, you just look perfect, she said, smiling at Kara. You are beautiful, and these clothes only do justice to your beauty. I've never had anything so beautiful on me, she said, looking at her dress. You have a mission, remember? To make Sam Jackson kneel in front of you and apologize. And believe me that this will happen soon. You must be confident and believe in yourself. Meredith told her. Kara is wearing a dress that Meredith brought special for her last night. It's a Guess light blue tweed look dress with a classic collar, short sleeves, slim fit. The dress has an inserted golden belt on waist and some splendid buttons at the front, mid-thigh length. Isn't it too short? Kara asked, feeling uneasy with the dress above her knees. No, Kara. It's the perfect length. Isn't too short, don't worry. Let's go in until we're late. And when both Meredith and Kara entered the company, everyone present in the company lobby turned their heads to look at them. Although Meredith has only been here for 2 days, she made everyone's hearts tremble, but Kara's new look is just the icing on the cake. She is so pure and angelic with her straight blonde shoulder-length hair. She has blue eyes just like Meredith, but she is just 5'4" high, and she is very slim because of the poverty she lived in. Right now she is just like a sweet and enticing fondant candy. As soon as the elevator doors open, Meredith and Kara come face to face with Max and Sam, who keep their mouths wide open looking at the two women. Max feels his body react to Meredith's appearance and involuntarily puts his hands in front of his pants, trying to hide what is more than obvious. But Sam has a little bit in faint seeing how beautiful Kara is. But how does she afford to wear a dress like this? And since when does Kara wear makeup? Both Kara and Meredith signal to them that they will take the next elevator, but just when the doors close, Max puts his feet between the doors, stopping it from closing. "Get in," he said in a commanding voice while Sam was still with his mouth open. "No, thank you. We don't want you to feel cramped," Meredith tells him, motioning for him to come up. "Get in," Max said, a little bit nervous and trying to avoid all the eyes that are on us right now. Having no intention to provoke him, in order to avoid a show with everyone present here, Meredith gets on the elevator and immediately Kara follows her. They turn their backs on Max and Sam and ignore them completely, waiting for the elevator to reach the 6th floor, where the design department is. But Sam goes crazy looking at Kara. All he sees are her super slim but very fit legs. He never thought that she could look so good under her old clothes, and her little ass on which he feels the need to put his hands, so he presses the emergency button and stops the elevator between the 5 and 6 floors. "What the fuck are you doing?" Max asks him through their mind link. "I will take her down from this elevator, man, and send her home to change her clothes," Sam said fiercely, just looking at Kara. "Tell me that you didn't press that button." "You idiot," Meredith tells Sam, looking into his eyes with authority, leaving him with his mouth open. "How the fuck is it possible for her to use a Luna command on me if she's human and she's not your wife yet?" he asks Max. But Max just looks at her. She has her hair caught in a light bun and wears a very light, vibrant pink ribbon, detailed tweed dress from Gucci that looks a lot with Kara's dress but is knee-length. The powder pink and beige cotton blend ribbon detailed tweed dress make her look more younger, and he has the need to kiss her right now. And all this outfit combined with her attitude is just irresistible. "Alpha," the elevator maintenance staff suddenly hears, "Is everything okay?" And Max's heart stopped and immediately answered, "We are fine. Just start the elevator." Feeling his panic after the elevator mechanic addressed him with Alpha, Meredith can't help but ask, "Is your ego so big that even your employee addresses you as a supreme leader?" And Kara bursts into laughter without wanting to, but just a glance from Max makes her swallow her laughter. "Mr. Cruz, you are so scary," Meredith says ironically, and as soon as the doors open, she gets off the elevator with Kara after her. The doors close, but in a second they open again, scaring them when Max and Sam appear behind them. Max pulls her hand and drags her into her office. All the department looks at them, wondering what is happening. They know Max is capricious and hard to control when he's nervous, but everyone in the design department really likes Meredith. At the same time, Sam takes care and lifts her over his shoulder with her ass in the air and goes straight to the kitchen. Sam puts Kara on a counter while she tries to pull on her dress and sit back down after Sam almost leaves her bare ass in front of all her colleagues. "Where have you been in the last 2 nights?" Sam asks, furious, clenching his fists. "At home," Kara answers, looking into his eyes for the first time since Sam rejected her, and his heart starts beating fast. She is so beautiful with her white skin and her little nose and those fleshy lips. What if he kissed them right now? But Leo starts laughing in his mind. "Why are you so tormented, Sam? Didn't you say she's nothing in your life? That she is too weak for you? It just seems to me, or this little Omega has a lot of power over you." "Shut up, Leo," Sam said, and looking at Kara, he said, "You are lying. I searched for you and your neighbor said the GD you moved from there. How do you know where I'm staying?" Kara asks angrily. What bravery on him. And for the first time she realized that Meredith is right. She will play him on her finger until he comes to her feet. No, until he cries like the last beggar. He will pay for not wanting her from the beginning in his life. "Tell me where you've been," Sam shouted at her, holding her in his arms. But Kara gathers all her strength and pushes him with all her might, moving him only a little, but enough to panic him. "You know what?" she asks. "Let's end this here. You have no right to ask me about what I am doing. You are nothing in my life. I just need to leave and find my happiness," she said, and Sam turned white. Is she accepting our rejection? Leo asks, almost transforming. I, Kara Lewis, she starts, accept your, but Sam puts his hand on his ears and runs out of the kitchen. If he doesn't hear words, her acceptance will not be valid. What a fool. Cece, Kara's wolf said, I wonder who is really weak in this story. And Kara just looks at the floor and feels her heart tightening. This was close, but why didn't he accept my rejection? Why did he run? Because he's an idiot who doesn't know what he wants. Author's POV. Kara calms a little and she comes down from the counter that Sam placed her, but as soon as she wants to get out of the kitchen, she comes face to face with Luke Navarro, and she shivers, being a little scared of him. I'm sorry, Gamma, she said, and put her head down. I was looking for you, Luke said. Can you talk? He asks her gently, looking at her, and he signals her to follow him back into the kitchen. Forgive him, he says, looking into her eyes. I don't know what you're talking about, Kara said, looking at him. Sam, forgive him. Don't reject him. Not yet, at least. Give him a chance to understand what he will lose. He rejected me. There is nothing to understand, Gamma, Kara said with sadness and dignity. Until you accept his rejection, it is not all lost. Please, Kara. And he starts to walk to the door, but not before looking at her one more time and smiling at her. He said, I like this new Kara. If he doesn't suit himself, I will take you on a date. I am mateless, and you are fantastic, sweet Kara. And he leaves the room while Kara is all blushed, fun believing what just happened. What happened last night with these men? Was it an all-out eclipse that affected their brains? She asks, but Cece just laughed and said, We rock, girl. That's what happened. But in the meanwhile, in Meredith's office, Max angrily closes the door behind him and, pulling all the blinds, starts to come in alert steps to Meredith, while she walks with her back until she hits the wall. You've made a habit of provoking me, haven't you? He asks her, and Stark is about to take control and forcefully mark Meredith. Meredith looks him in the eyes and sees the glow in his eyes, and she can't do anything but marvel. What is going on? She asks herself. Is Maximilian Cruz aroused by her presence? This can't be possible. She knows this glow too well, but her body somehow responds to his touch, and when he puts his hands on her hips and drags her into his body with force, standing united in the hips area, her heart just skips a bit. Mr. Cruz, let me go. I need to work, Meredith said, almost stammering. Stop provoking me, Miss Quinn, or you will know how big my ego is, and he pushes his hips on her body, making her feel what happens in his pants right now. You scoundrel! Meredith yelled and tried to slap him without caring that she had a strong alpha in front of her, because right now Max is harassing her by taking advantage of his power. But in the second minute, Max grabbed her hand and, running his hand under her ass, lifted her off the ground, forcing her to put her free hand around his neck. And when he feels her arm around his neck, he immediately bends down and kisses her again with force and passion, letting himself be carried away by the passion that the mate bond creates in him. And if at the beginning Meredith tries to push him and free herself from his kiss, after a while she just melted in his arms, under the assault of his kisses, until she started to respond to his kiss. But right then Max remembers that he doesn't want her, and coming to his senses, he break away from her and say, My ego is this big, and next time when you respond to my kisses, remember this. I am the supreme leader in this company, and I take what I want, when I want. And he leaves her on her feet and goes out. Meredith just looks at him, and feeling completely humiliated, she swears in her heart and immediately begins to gather her personal belongings from the office. Kara sees her almost crying and asks in panic, What happened? I quit, Kara, she said, and hid her face so that the other colleagues wouldn't have to see her tears. But everyone knows how draconian Max can be when he's in a bad mood. So they can only be sad that such a beautiful woman will no longer be their colleague. What? Kara asks in panic. Then I quit too, she said. I do not want to be here without you. I will lose myself again. And together they go directly to the Human Resources Department. I am so sorry because you are leaving the company so soon, Miss Quinn, said the HR director. You too, Miss Lewis. You've been here as a chief for 2 days, and we have already won an important project. The department will miss both of you. I'm sorry too, Miss Lynn. Meredith said, and looking at Kara, they left the company in a rush. What shall do I do from now on? Kara asked, a little bit panicked, not knowing if this is the right decision. We will see. Right now, don't worry. We have enough money to live in peace, and if we will not find a job soon, we will go to my father's pack and we will work there. You will like my parents, said Meredith, reassuring Kara as they boarded a taxi. But right then, Meredith's phone started to ring. Is it him? Kara asks. Who else? Meredith begins to laugh. I suppose that Madame Lynn gave him the news. I am afraid of him, Meredith. What if he takes revenge on us? Kara asks. I am not. The only thing that bothers me is that I have to ask James for $5 million to give to this bastard. What's worse is that he made me feel insignificant again, just like he did when we were married. I hate Sam, Kara said. I'm glad that finally I broke all the ties with him and that I will not see him again. It hurts too much to see him every day and to know that I am not enough for him. He will regret it, Kara, Meredith said. I know his type of werewolf, strong and arrogant, who thinks that he deserves all the things in the world, but in the end, he will find out that he has a missing piece in his happy puzzle. And looking at Kara, she says, and that piece is you. Have faith, he will pay for his debts. And Kara put her head on Meredith's shoulders, letting her tears flow on her face, watching the screen of Meredith's phone light up continuously. Will you answer him? No. She closed her phone. Max's cruise POV. Are you nuts, Stark? Did you really want to mark it without my will? I asked angrily. I was carried away by the wave, and when Meredith began to answer my kiss, I felt how Stark took control of me. You are a fucking jerk! That you are, Stark! I said and entered my office where Sam is already waiting for me with Luke. What happened? Luke asks, looking at me strangely. Nothing, just Stark and the pressure he puts on me to mark that human. I answer nervously and go and sit at my desk. That human? Luke asks, looking at me as if two more heads have grown up on my shoulders. You know what I mean, I say, snorting nervously. You know what, Max, he said and stood up, walking towards the door. I am sick of seeing both of you mocking what you have received as a gift. You don't even know how lucky you are. And he leaves the office but immediately opens the door and looking at Sam, he says, And you? I want to find out from me. I asked Kara to announce me when she rejects you because I really like that girl. She rocks, and when everything will be over with you two, I intend to make her mine. Fuck you, both of you, he said and went out. What the fuck was that? I asked, looking at Sam, who was still looking shocked at the door. I believe his period has come, or something like that. Ignore him. He is just mad because this month is that sad anniversary. Sam said, shaking his head in disapproval and staring blankly. Sam, what happened? I asked him. She tried to accept my rejection today, he said. That's wonderful, man. You will be completely free, I say, smiling at him. But his face says nothing about the joy that he will finally feel when he will get rid of Kara. Sam, what's wrong? I asked him again. What if I will regret it, Max? What if I am making a mistake? He tells me in panic. You are doing the right thing. You always wanted to have a strong woman by your side, not some abandoned Omega that not even her family wants. If she were at least some Delta, but she is the weakest being in our pack. I tell him, trying to make him happy. You didn't see her today, Max. She was so ferocious, and she was so determined to finish our mate bond that terrified me. You are doing the right thing, so as I do, because earlier I just put Meredith Quinn at her corner and showed her who is the real boss here. I tell him very proud of myself, but Sam looks at me lost. Sam, stop it. What the hell happened to you? You make me feel bad, and you ruin my mood. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened to me in the last few days. Ever since I saw her in the parking lot 2 days ago, I can't get it out of my head. It's like all I want is to have her. Sam said, It's just a whim, it's going to pass. And in addition, you can see her anytime. Where will she go? I say laughing. Your little Omega will always be at your disposal. She tried to run from you coming here and living alone, and what happened? You came to the company too. So, what's the problem? And I start laughing, being very sure of myself when my phone starts to ring. Is it Madame Lynn? What happened this time? Did any employee complain again that I am a tyrant? And finally I made Sam smile. Yes, madam, I say, listening to what she is telling me. 2 employees this time? Send me their resignation by email and I'll see if they want compensation. I told her and I immediately hung up the phone. You'll soon run out of employees if you yell at them like that every day, Sam tells me, amused. Let's see who left this time. I told him, totally careless, but opening Madam Lynn's email, I almost fell with the chair I'm sitting on. I push all the things from the desk, throw everything in my path, and run desperately to the elevator, while I hear Sam shouting for me. What the fuck happened? He yells, and when he say a shit, I know that he read the email. This fucking elevator, I screamed, kicking the elevator door and then taking the emergency stairs. I don't know when I got from the 12th floor to the 6th floor, but by the time I entered the design department, all the employees were startled and froze. I run directly to her office. There's nothing left to get out of here. Not even a pen of hers. Nothing at all. Yes, man, you showed her who the boss was. Stark said, and until I got to tell him something, he closed all the links with me, leaving me alone for the first time in our life. I know that he is mad at me. Where is she? I asked, coming back to the department. She left a half an hour ago, Alpha, one of the designers said, and just then I see Sam coming too and looking in panic around the department, looking for Kara for sure. I see him whitening his face completely. Did she really leave me? He asks with a voice I don't recognize. All the designers are looking at us and don't dare say anything, and I'm sure they realized what happened. I took out my phone and called her. 1 time, 2 times, 100 fucking times, and she is not answering. And seeing that she chose to cut all ties with me, I do the only thing that comes to mind. I called James. I need your help, I say in a rush. I wanted to call you too and tell you what I found out, he tells me. Tell me everything, I say nervously. Maybe he'll tell me something that will make me hate Meredith Quinn long enough that I don't care that she's gone. She was married 5 years ago. It wasn't her choice. It was her parents' wish to marry that guy, thinking that she will be protected and loved, but the guy was a fucking jerk. James said, and my heart almost stopped. Did he hurt her? I ask, trembling. If he does, I will find him and I will kill him. No, he didn't touch her body. He completely ignored her when they were married. He acted like a man-whore and forced her to see all the women he was sleeping with. He made her feel rejected over and over again during their marriage. But she had a way to escape, so she asked for divorce and run in France to live her dream and become a designer. France is not a cheap country. I tell him, realizing that something is wrong. Her family is very rich, man. She is not lacking money. She could stay all day long without doing anything. But she wanted to work and have her own money. And I feel like the most stupid man in the universe. She already suffered a lot because of that fucking jerk of her ex-husband. And now what have I done? I need your help, I say. Again, James asks. Again, I need to find her. I say almost in a whisper. What do you mean by that? James asked so panicked that scared me. I made a mistake and she resigned and left. But I can't say anything anymore that James shuts up the phone in my nose not before I heard him, swearing at me. What's wrong with everyone today? I asked Sam, who stays near me and looks like a dead man. I know where she lives, at least her street and the number. I say to Sam, maybe I will see her there. Come with me, I say, but he stiffens and doesn't even blink. Stark, I say. What do you want? He asked me in a very harsh voice. Help me find her. Author's POV. This is the address, Max said, looking at the building where Meredith's unit is located. And now what? Stark asks. We just stay and wait for her to come home. No, Stark said. I will go in and sniff all the unit's doors until I find her. Are you nuts? Max asked. I am not so desperate. And hearing him, Stark become mute and closed again all his links with Max, leaving him as alone as a human who has no imaginary friend to talk with. But after 3 hours of waiting in front of the building, Max already felt like he was going crazy, and although he was embarrassed, he said to Stark, "You win." But Stark doesn't even notice. "I'm sorry, Stark, I know that you want her," he said. "Let's find her." And Stark appeared, and after growling at him a few times, he began to walk the halls of the building until he could smell the scent he was looking for. "Here," Stark said. "She is here." Max stayed in front of her door and looked at her door without knowing what to do. "Knock the door, you moron!" Stark yelled at him, and in the end, Max did as he was asked. When the door opens, his heart skips a beat, seeing in front of him the most beautiful angel, but he wakes up from dreaming immediately when Meredith slams the door in front of his face. "Shit! What do I do now?" he asked himself. "I can't put the door down without alarming the entire building, and here humans live too." "Ring the bell," Starks commands, and he just pressed the doorbell. For 15 minutes. He pressed it again and again until the door opened, but this time he didn't see Meredith in front of him, but James, and his face just fell on the floor. "What the fuck are you doing at my mate house?" He yells so hard that Meredith and Kara heard him from the unit and just froze on the spot. "Mate?" Kara asks in a whisper, putting her hands over her mouth. "He must be kidding me," Meredith said. "I am human. It's impossible." But she immediately stops the revelation she just had because at the door James and Max have a little more and they start beating each other. "Stop it!" she yelled, completely annoyed by the circus those two were doing, as if they were two roosters fighting and pushing each other with their chests. "Didn't you tell James to look for me?" she asked Max, making him look at James's perplexed mind. "He found me, and he came to talk to me about coming back to your company, because you are lacking good designers. You should pay him double for the trouble," Meredith said, shocking James, who can't believe how quickly she made up an excuse to get him out of Max's hands. "I should go," James said, knowing that if he stayed, the situation could deteriorate badly. "No, James, you came here with good intentions. If he wants to stay here, you will stay too. I don't trust this." And squeezing her eyes at him, she said, "Horrible man." "Hey!" The alpha from Max came out feeling offended. "Watch your mouth!" But James immediately puts himself between them, and looking at Meredith, he smiles and says, "I will stay," and he went directly to the living room. "You've been here before?" Max asks him, seeing how familiar he is with Meredith's unit. "No, but my sister has a similar unit," and just hearing about his ex-wife, his face became uglier, making Meredith laugh in her heart. Max looked at her and his heart became so calm just seeing her. She is so simple, without any trace of makeup, just in some Victoria's Secret essential sport shorts, and a cotton tank with the tiniest straps that leaves her clavicle and abdomen visible. She is so slim and fit at the same time, and so fragile, and he feels the need to take her in his arms. But just when he was dreaming with his eyes open at all the things he would like to do with her, Meredith asked him, "What do you want?" Now that she knows that Max is her mate, she has another perspective on things, and in her heart she is happy because, folks, this is karma, and she knows it. Max is taken aback by the harsh tone in which Meredith speaks to him and looks slightly confused at James. "I am not here to help you, but to mediate the conflict between you two," he said, because he was caught between a hammer and an anvil, but he will always be on Meredith's side, no matter what. I will leave you alone," Kara said, but Max looked at her and said, "Bring me a glass of water." "It's a little hot here," he says, feeling suffocated. "No, I will not," Kara said and turned her back and left. Now she is free from New Moon Pack, from Alpha Maximillian Cruz, and from everything she lived in her past. "What's wrong with her?" Max asked. "Nothing," said Meredith. "She just broke her bond with her relatives, or pack as she likes to call them. Even I don't understand this term." And Max looks in horror to the door where Kara exits. Sam will die when he will hear that he is no longer her beta to control her. "Mr. Maximilian Cruz," Meredith said again, "what do you want?" "For you to come back to MaxLines," Max said directly. "Why should I come?" Meredith asks. "To show me again who is the supreme leader? Come over to my office and kiss me whenever you feel like it." Meredith asks, but James looks at him and suddenly yells at him. "Are you nuts? Meredith, you should sue him for harassment. He is a jerk." Max is looking at him and whispers, "What are you doing?" But James doesn't even blink. "I have no interest in coming back. I was thinking of opening my own company," Meredith said without being interested in Max. "I'm sorry. Please come back," he asked with puppy eyes. Just the thought of her being alone, God's nowhere, without him being around, makes him feel sick. "Your apologies are not enough," Meredith said, and she knows that if she really is his mate, he will do anything to make her come back, because without a rejection, he will never be able to stay away from her because of his wolf. And she knows exactly why she wasn't rejected by him. She's seen it so many times. His wolf wants her. And he, the human Max Cruz, is a jerk because he doesn't want her. "Ask anything and I will give it to you," Max said, making James smile seeing him so desperate. If possible, James would like to take a picture of him just to remember this moment. "I want $5 million to come back," Meredith said, looking straight into his eyes. "Are you nuts?" Max asked as James began to cough. "Meredith, don't you think you're exaggerating?" James asked her. "Even if Max has billions, but still $5 million? In this case, it seems that things are clear." "Get out, Mr. Cruz," Meredith said and walked in front of him, letting him admire her delicate body. She goes straight to the door and opening it, repeats, "Get out now." Max looks at her and marvels. Is she really a human? Isn't she afraid of anything? He just looks at her and swears at her in his heart for opposing him in this way. Never in his life did he feel like this. He had hundreds of women and now the only woman that counts hates him. "I will give it to you," he said in a low voice, shocking both James and Meredith. "And I want one more thing," she said, but immediately James reacted. "Meredith, don't you think you're really exaggerating this time?" "No, I am not. You don't know how he treated me. He is a jerk and came here because he needs me for a contract with Vincenzo Castellano," Meredith said, trying to look like she had no idea about the mate bond. "What do you want more?" Max asked, already boiling. "This woman is too much. Just too much. I want to have a personal assistant. You have that whore Veronica, or what her name is," and suddenly James throws him an ugly look. "I want an assistant too, especially with the new contract. I will need one." "All right, I will send someone to work with you," Max said. "No, I want Kara," Meredith said and looked straight in his eyes. "All right, anything else?" Max asked. "Some diamonds, a new car, a helicopter, the White House?" he asks ironically. "For now is enough," said Meredith, and going again to the door and open it, she said, "Goodbye, Mr. Cruz. See you tomorrow, and I hope that you will not welcome me with your tantrums again, because this is your only chance to bring me back." Max just looks at her in shock and immediately goes out for her unit, not knowing if he was hit by lightning, if he was trampled by a spear, or if a meteorite fell on his head. "What was that?" he asks Stark, unable to believe that he accepted everything Meredith asked, without blinking. "Oh, nothing, just our weak mate," and Starks laughs until his abdomen starts to hurt. "Dumbass!" Author's POV. The next day, in the morning, Meredith and Kara came to the company together. Kara is wearing a simple fitted t-shirt dress in tomato red from Victoria Beckham, while Meredith wears a wide-leg jumpsuit with sash from Carolina Herrera, which effectively makes her look perfect. Both of them are elegant and look like divas. Seeing her coming back, all her colleagues smile happily at her. In her office, Meredith is shocked to see that Max put some plants and some paints, and in a corner he also bought for her a blue velvet nailhead trim sofa and a little table. He also arranged some hanging shelves where he left for Meredith some expensive books and magazines from the fashion world, making her look around too to see if there is a candid camera around. This must be a joke. She is looking around and squeezed her eyes. What is he trying to do? She asks Kara, who starts to laugh as soon as she enters the office. At least he's trying, even if we don't know his intentions, to do all this, but he is trying. He didn't mark you or say anything to you, so this is not wooing. It's just something else. "I didn't ask for this," said Meredith, looking around. "The office is prettiest for sure, but she didn't need all that." "Will you call him to thank him?" Kara asks. "Of course not. If he thinks he can buy me furniture and some plants, he's sick in his head." And Meredith just goes to the desk where Max put a note on a box of chocolates candies. "Oh my goddess," said Meredith. "I can't believe it," she said, laughing. "What happened?" Kara asked. "He brought me chocolate," and she can't stop laughing. "And what's so funny about this? I am allergic to chocolate. I will die in 2 minutes, and if I lick a candy, I don't even say what happens if I eat it." And looking at Kara, she asks her, "Do you want them?" And Kara takes them, squeezing them to her chest. "What happened?" Meredith asks, looking at her happy face. "I never ate chocolate. I'm so happy to try it." "What? Meredith asks in shock. It was too expensive for me, Kara said as if it was nothing, still looking at the box from her hands. Now we have $5 million after I robbed Maximilian Cruz. I will give you all the chocolate you want, Meredith said, smiling at her. I will go now, said Kara, but just as she was leaving the office, she saw Sam coming out of the elevator. Seeing her, his face blushed and he stood still in his place. Sam, Leo said, what if we accept her? He asked. Accept who? Kara, whispered Sam, unable to take his eyes off Kara, who turns her back on him and walks to her desk, sitting down and looking at the box of chocolates in front of her. She is caressing the beautiful box, and opening it, she takes one of the candies and puts it in her mouth. Feeling the softness of the candy in her mouth, she closed her eyes and escaped a soft moan, making Sam's heart melt. I want her, Leo. I decided, Sam said. I want her. And walking to her, he stops in front of Kara and asks, Can we talk? But Kara just looks at him a little, and then takes another chocolate candy in her mouth and says with another soft moan, I can't. I am in kind of invigorating activity. And he looked at her with his mouth open as she left herself on the back of the chair, and closing her eyes, she enjoyed the taste of the candy in her mouth. And after a few minutes opening one eye and seeing that Sam is still in front of her, still with his mouth wide open, she said, Will you go, please? You are disturbing me. Sam left almost stumbling, trying to imprint deep in his mind the image of Kara, her soft moaning, her blushed face. This was the most sublime experience of his life. A happy mate is a gift from heaven, and he decided, I will accept her as my mate. I want her, said Sam. Are you sure? Leo asked, feeling that Sam is not serious enough about this. Yeah, I can't get her out of my head, man, said Sam, entering the elevator and pressing floor 12. What's with that face? Luke asks him when he sees him at Max's door. I made up my mind, Luke, he said, looking very serious at him. About what? And Luke looks at him. Are you all right? Did you smoke something illegal? No, but you can't have her. What can't I have? Luke asked, putting his head on Sam's forehead. You don't have a fever, so what can I have and why? Kara, she is mine. I want her back. Sam said, making Luke smile in his heart, but he knows that Sam is emotionally unstable, so he puts straw on the fire and tells him even if he knows it is completely untrue. Shit, tonight I will take her out. I'm sorry, man. I suggest you start wanting her from tomorrow. Today she's mine. And Luke enters Max's office, as if he said that the sky is clear outside, and it didn't annoy Sam at all. He's joking, Leo said. What if he's serious? Sam panicked. I must kidnap her tonight. He can't have her. She is mine. Author's POV. Kara said, entering Meredith's office. Hey, what happened? Meredith asked, moving away from her drawing table and looking at Kara. He is asking for your presence in his office. I was really wondering why he didn't show up here so far, and he left me alone until this hour, says Meredith. It's about Vincenzo Castellano. It looks like he'll be there too. Kara said, looking at her. I will go now. Will you bring my drawings when I call you? And arranging her clothes, she asked, How do I look? You are perfect, You have already brought the contract. The rest is simple for you. And looking one more time over her drawings, Meredith divides them into two categories. I don't know what to choose. I will test the waters and I will put him in front of a surprise if necessary. But this contract is mine, she said and walked in the elevator. But as soon as the door opens and she leaves the elevator, Meredith sees Veronica at her office. You are still here, Veronica yelled, very furious. Didn't you resign? She asks out loud, creating a commotion, and immediately jumps out of her office and rushes to Meredith to hit her, but in a second, Meredith punches her in the face. Max, Sam and Luke come out of the office immediately and see Veronica pulling out her claws to hit Meredith, and their hearts stopped in that second, seeing Meredith's end. No! Max yells, running to Veronica to stop her, along with Luke and Sam, but Meredith grabs her arm and breaking her wrist makes Veronica scream in pain, then punches her in the face and gives her one knee in the stomach, putting her completely on the ground and shocking them all. You stupid werewolf, Meredith said, and she didn't care if Max found out she knew about werewolves. What the fuck are you trying to do? Are you nuts? Even if you don't follow people's laws, at least follow yours. It is forbidden to hurt humans. And then Max comes and takes her in his arms, hugging her to his chest and checking to make sure she's okay, while Sam takes his sister from the floor. "Maxie," Veronica yells, "don't leave me for this human. Sam, take her out of here, or I will break her neck." And Sam immediately takes her to the bathroom to help her clean her blood. Looking at Meredith's hand, Max sees some bruises and immediately panics, and taking her upstairs in bridal style, brings her to his office and puts her lightly on the sofa. Luke looks at him smiling. "What do you need?" "Bring me some disinfectants and some bandages," and signal him to leave. "Are you all right?" Max asks, unable to believe that Meredith beat Veronica. Again, and this time she beat her hard. "Do you think I'm okay?" Meredith asks him nervously. "I came here for a meeting, and it looks like I rolled with the animals in the stable," she replies angrily. "Put the dog on a leash, Maximilian Cruz, or next time I'll break her neck. She doesn't mean anything to me. I don't want her," Max said, looking at her and feeling bad for what just happened. But as if Meredith hadn't heard him, she said, "This is the last time I will come here if that stupid woman will still work here. I can't fire her. She is Sam's sister, and this job is her last chance to work because everywhere she goes she only does nonsense and they all run away from her," Max said. "Then explain to her that there is nothing between us. Explain that everything is just a fantasy of hers and that the two of us will never be together." Meredith said, nervous. "Why?" Max asked. "Why what?" Meredith looks at him, wishing to punch his face too, but her hand is hurting too much. To put that werewolf down, she used all her force. "Why can't we be—" But suddenly the door opens and Vincenzo Castellano comes in and looks at Meredith sitting on the couch, and Max sitting on one knee in front of her, holding her hand in his hand, and he asks in shock, "What are you doing? Are you proposing to her?" "What?" Meredith asked in panic. "No, Mr. Castellano," she said. "I had a little accident earlier." "Wonderful," said Castellano. "That means I still have a chance to win you." And Meredith felt the need to punch him in the face, but Max took her hand in his hand, inserting his fingers between Meredith's fingers while she just looked at him. Shit! She forgets that Castellano thinks they are together. "Shall we start?" Max asks, but he keeps an eye on Castellano, who looks strangely at Meredith. "Did you draw anything for me, Miss Quinn?" he asks. "Yes, I did. Currently I made 2 sets of drawings for you because you were not very precise in what you want this time. And analyzing your previous collections, I saw 2 different directions. So I came with 2 ideas," said Meredith, and both Max and Castellano asked at unison. "In just 3 days?" "Yes, the night is too long to sleep all night," Meredith said, laughing. "Show me your magic, Miss Quinn." And immediately Meredith calls Kara to bring her drawings, ready exactly as she asked. "You did all this in this short period?" Castellano asked with his eyes wide open. "Yes, and if you don't like it, I have a few more ideas," she said and looked at Max, who looked at her with admiration. "How can I not like it? I want them both, Meredith." "So we clap our hands?" Max asked at the height of his happiness because he finally had the opportunity to work with Castellano. "Of course," he said. "And you know what? Tomorrow my company will hold a party. You are invited. You can bring whoever you want," said Castellano, knowing that Max will not travel without his beta and his gamma. And just when Meredith wants to turn him down, Max said, "We will be there." Vincenzo Castellano walks out of the office and sees Veronica and stops in his tracks, completely shocked. He looks around and sees that she is alone, and he said, "I don't want you." "I don't want you either," said Veronica, looking at him with contempt. And hearing her, Castellano understands what is happening and said, "I, Alpha, Vincenzo Castellano, reject you," and looks at her waiting for her name. "Veronica Jackson," she whispers, "as my mate." And he looks at her waiting for her to accept. And as soon as she did it, she looks at him and asks, "She mesmerized you too, didn't she?" The human, Meredith Quinn. "Yes, she did. She is a pretty little thing and I want her," Castellano said. "Help me to take back my Maxie, and you can have her." "What is all about those 2? Castellano asked. "Are they really together?" "They are more than that," Veronica said. "They are mates." Smiling sinisterly, Castellano said, "Not for long." Author's POV. In Max's office, he watches Meredith analyzing her injured hand, and immediately Luke returns with the disinfectant and the bandages. He goes to her and says in a rather commanding tone, "Give me your hand." Meredith is lost in her own thoughts, thinking about everything that happened. She is human, and he is an alpha. If she really is her mate, and Max is not wrong about that, what will he do? At the moment she is safe. Max doesn't seem to want her, but he's just driven by his wolf. But what if things escalate? What if he will imprint himself on her? She will have no chance, and even if she fights in the end, she will end up in his arms. "Meredith, give me your hand," Max said again, raising his voice a little and grabbing her hand without waiting for her to react. "Hey, it hurts." Meredith suddenly woke up from her dream because of the sting caused by the disinfectant. She just looks at Max, who blows lightly on the wound, trying to calm her down. This is a Max she doesn't know, and after all that happened, she doesn't even want to know him, because she is convinced that the wolf changes its fur, but the habit remains the same. A man-whore will always be a man-whore, and just today she faced one of his bitches. What will she do if others come in his way? Will she have to fight all the women who claim him? Max looks at her, and analyzing her carefully, he asks her, "How do you know that Veronica is a werewolf? Does it matter?" Meredith asks and gets up from the couch, but Max grabs her hand and sits her back down. "Yes, if you really want to know, it matters." He tells her, slightly annoyed that Meredith always chooses to sneak out and doesn't do what she's told. "Kara is a werewolf. James is a werewolf. Do you want me to tell you about others?" she asked ironically. "Judging by your face, and you're a werewolf." "Alpha," Meredith says sarcastically. "Aren't you afraid of us?" he asks her, wondering how easily she talks about this. "Why? Do you think I'm Little Red Riding Hood to be afraid that the big bad wolf will eat me?" And Meredith starts laughing. "There are a lot of things we can't explain in this world, Mr. Cruz. As long as some are convinced that there are aliens in space, why not have werewolves in the story? Maybe vampires, witches, and who knows what other strange beings." "So you are not afraid of us?" Max said, shocked. "Of course I am," said Meredith, being honest for the first time in her life. "You are a horde of beasts who act only on the impulses that drive you, but I am here to work, not to care about your personal business." And putting her hand on the doorknob and opening the door, he turns to Max and tells him, "Keep your dogs on a leash, or I'll break their necks one by one," and slams the door in his face and leaves. Max looks at her back as she disappears behind the door, but immediately remembers that Veronica probably returned to her office and runs away immediately. But Meredith walks past her and doesn't say anything to her, while Veronica sits at her desk and has a broken nose. "Maxie," she whispers, "why are you so mean to me and neglect me?" And just the thought of having Veronica over him again or touching her makes him sick, and he is so panicked at this thought that he realized that even his ex-wife did not cause him as much disgust as Veronica provokes him. "What's wrong with me?" he asks himself. "You start caring for Meredith, you moron, and the bond even acts on you, El Lidero Supremo." Stark laughs in his face. "Will you leave me alone?" Max asks, getting angry again. I do not want to leave you alone. Go for our mate and make her feel good. She was upset and it was just your fault." "No, I am not her puppy to sit after her ass all day," Max said and went into the office, slamming the door behind him and leaving Veronica depressed because she had no effect on him anymore. But Stark didn't give him peace at all, and whatever he started to do, he repeated to him, just like a broken record playing the same song until you went crazy. "I want to see Meredith. I want to see Meredith. I want to see Meredith." Again and again until on the verge of a nervous breakdown, Max gets to his feet and starts screaming in the office. "Will you shut up?" And calming down a little, he says to Stark, "I will take you to see Meredith. Just shut up, please. I can't hear you anymore. Just stop." He presses the elevator button, walking in front of Veronica without even answering or looking at her as she tries to seduce him, and goes straight to the 6th floor. But when the door opens, surprise! Kara is sitting at her desk eating chocolate, the chocolate he bought for Meredith. The most expensive chocolate in the world that had to bribe her and make her work with him and love him. Kara is eating her fucking chocolate. Deeply satisfied, Kara is smiling sweetly at him and says, "Mr. Cruz, do you want some chocolate? It's extraordinarily good." But Max sees black in front of his eyes. He enters Meredith's office and, surprise, another surprise, she is not here. He looks around and sniffs the air, inhaling her smell which is everywhere, but just when he wants to get out, he sees on her desk a huge bunch of red roses. And his heart stops. The flowers are not from him. Who the fuck is sending her red roses? Without thinking, he goes to the office and starts checking the flowers, looking for a note or something to find out who sent them. Aha! He yelled in victory, finding what he was looking for, and opening the note, he whitened his face. You are the most wonderful thing in the world, and I will always be grateful for finding you and being a part of my life. Happy birthday. I love you to the moon and back, Jay. Author's POV. He takes the flowers under his arm, and with the ticket in his hand, he goes outside and almost makes Kara fall from her chair when he throws the flowers on the desk and asks her, who sent her the flowers? Who the fuck is Jay? And he tore the note to pieces and threw it in the air, making everyone present look at him like a madman. I don't know who Jay is. Kara lies, and taking the roses, she goes back to Meredith's office to put the flowers on her desk. But Max feels that a blood vessel will crack, and he immediately goes after Kara and takes the flowers from her hand. These stay with me, he says angrily. Who the fuck do you think you are to take her flowers? Mr. Cruz? Kara said, annoyed. Be careful how you speak. I am your alpha, he said, annoyed. Not anymore. I banned myself from your pack, on my own initiative, so you are not my alpha anymore. And rushing towards him, she takes the flowers from his hand and sits down at her desk. But just as a small and capricious child, Max comes in front of her, and seeing that her hands are busy with the bouquet of roses, he takes the chocolate and screams in front of her. This is mine! I paid for it! And he stomped on it and trampled it with his feet under Kara's sad eyes. What a waste, she thinks to herself. Take was a really good chocolate, and looking at him she tells, You are so mean, Mr. Cruz. And standing in front of him, she says with attitude and courage, This is why you will never be happy, and no one will ever love you, because you do nothing but scream at everyone when something doesn't suit you and make everyone feel bad just because you're unhappy. Kara yells at him, shocking everyone, even Sam, who just gets out of the elevator and sees her hitting Max's chest. Who the hell do you think you're talking like that? He asks her. His alpha feelings being so offended that he can no longer control himself, and grabs Kara's hand and pulls it hard, unbalancing her. But Sam immediately starts running and snatches her from his hands, screaming, Max, this is enough! He yells, looking at Kara to make sure she didn't suffer anything. But Kara has something else in her schedule and pushes Sam. She is so nervous that she goes and slaps Max in the face in front of everyone. In the office, you can only hear the sound of her palm and a great common breath, because they all took a deep breath and stopped, waiting to see how their little colleague would be killed by Maximilian Cruz. But Max freezes, and as if he is taken out of his trance, looks around and, swallowing hard, tells everyone, Keep working, and leaves, leaving Sam with Kara. But this little and brave Omega still has something to say. Do you know why she gave me the chocolate? She asks Max without caring that she escaped through the ears of the needle earlier, and that she risks a lot provoking him again. You don't know! She shouted in his face. You just assume things and you think you know everything. She is allergic to chocolate, you bastard. Just an ounce of it would kill her. But no, you come here and make a fuss without knowing anything. Max looks at her in shock and almost trembles. What the fuck? Could I kill her? And he is so scared only to think that something as small and unimportant as chocolate could kill Meredith that she simply cannot recover. He is a werewolf. Werewolf has no diseases, allergies all the more. But she is human, and she is more fragile than he ever thought she could be. Shit! He said, and lowering his head, humiliated and ashamed for the first time in his life, he got on the elevator and left the company for his packhouse. But just after he left, Kara bends down and begins to collect the candies trampled on by Max, and tears begin to flow down her cheeks. That was a damned good chocolate. Why did he have to destroy it? Sam looked at her and, bending down, helped her gather the dirt. Why did you do that? He could have killed you. He asks her in panic about everything that has happened. Because he is a jerk. I'm sick of all of this. Who does he think he is? Kara asks, starting to cry. Shh! Sam says while he is trying to take her in his arms, but Kara takes a step back away from him, and Sam feels that his heart hurts. Kara looks at the rotten chocolate in her hands and throws it in the trash, saying angrily, "This was a really good chocolate," and she turns her back to Sam and sits down at the desk, crying in silence. Looking at her, Sam can't say anything else, and he exits the design department searching for Max, and when he finally finds him at home, he asks, "What was all about, Max? What the hell was going on in your head?" But Max doesn't say anything. He just sits on the couch and stares blankly. On his face, Kara's palm can be seen as a testimony that Maximilian Cruz was just slapped by a woman for the first time in his life, and not just any woman, the weakest he ever met. "What's with you two?" Grandpa Cruz asks, coming down the stairs, and sees that Max and Sam are standing like two statues. Kara Lewis beat him, Sam said, and Max glared at him, but Grandma Cruz began to laugh out loud. "Ooh, that must be a great show. I hope that sweet little girl is still alive, or I will beat you again if you touch her." "She is fine," Max said, confused by everything that had happened. "Then why do you stay like a mute?" Grandpa Cruz asks him, hoping he will find something interesting. "I'm jealous," Max says suddenly, shocking everyone, even himself. "What?" Grandpa asks. "He can't be jealous. He must take Meredith back in his life. What if Maximilian found someone else?" And immediately Grandpa Cruz starts to panic. "Who is the girl?" Grandpa asks with a trembling heart. "My mate," Max replies, confessing for the first time to his family that he has found his fated mate. But Grandpa Cruz feels that this is his last day. "She is human," Max said, and suddenly Grandpa's face became happy. "And she is my chief designer, and she is annoying me every day." And that's it. Grandpa Cruz starts to laugh out loud, and he feels that the gods have been good to him. "The chief designer is your fated mate?" he asks, looking at Max, who doesn't understand what happened to the old man. And leaving, chirping with happiness, Grandpa Cruz mind-links his son and tells him, "Carter, I have news. Apollo 11 just landed on the moon." Author's POV. In the afternoon, Meredith met Jason and Lori. "Happy birthday, Mer," they say, and take her in a group hug, almost suffocating her. "Did you get the flowers?" James asks, smiling happily. "According to tradition," said Meredith. "Every year the same bouquet, only that from year to year you add another rose. I won't be able to carry it soon." "What do you want to do today?" Lori asked with a happy face. "I miss Mom and Dad. I think it's time for them to know that I am back," Meredith said. She was back for almost a week, and her parents had no idea. "They already know," James said. "What? Why did you tell them, James?" Meredith asked in a low voice. "I wanted it to be a surprise. I didn't tell them, but they already knew. I think they've been watching you all the time. You know, Dad, you will always be a daddy girl," he said, laughing. And as soon as they arrived in the Golden Moon Pack, she felt that her tormented soul was finally home. Her only regret in this life was the fact that she was human. She wanted so much to be a werewolf just like her family, but she is not, and she has to deal with that. Meredith didn't even come down from the car as Landon and Olivia Quinn immediately ran out of the house and took her in their arms. "I missed you so much," Landon said while Olivia just cried, holding her daughter in her arms. "I'm mad at you," Landon said. "I'm sorry, Dad. It took me a few days to get used to the idea of being here again," says Meredith. "Not about that," he said, looking at her. "Then about what?" "MaxLines Design, Mer, really? Of all the design firms," he asks, looking at her. "I didn't know who the CEO was. What can I say? It's fate. I can't get rid of him no matter what I do. Max Cruz is like lice." And she starts laughing. "Dad, let her be. It's her birthday and she's home. Let Max alone for one day," James said, and he took Lori's hand and went together into the house. "You could work for me, that's all," Landon said. "Love, you know Meredith, she always wanted to prove that she deserved her place. Is he causing you difficulties?" Olivia asks. "No, Mom. He is a jerk, but he doesn't know that I am your daughter, so I am safe from Maximilian's Cruz wrath." And she starts to laugh. "James!" Landon yelled suddenly. "Keep an eye on Max." "I'm already doing it, Dad." And all evening they talked and laughed like in their good times. And when late in the night James left her home, he got out of the car and opened the door to help Meredith down. Are you sure you don't want me to help you upstairs? He asks her and takes her in his arms, kissing her forehead. No, go. Lori is waiting for you, she said and kissed his cheek. I love you. You know that? He asks his sister and looks into her splendid blue eyes. Since the first day I found you in that forest, I knew that you will be mine forever. Only Lori equals the love I have for you, Mer. I love you too, James. You were the best thing that ever happened in my life. And James hugged her again and kissed the top of her head. Go, you hyper kid, he says, laughing. I'm not leaving until I make sure you're home. She takes her presents from his car and waves her hand to him. And as soon as she enters the building, James returns to the car, but someone punches him in the face. What the fuck? He asks, looking around, but a new fist hits him in the face. You fucking jerk, Max yells at him. All this time he waited in his car for Meredith to show up, and when she came, what did he see? His best friend holding his mate in his arms and kissing her face. What the fuck is wrong with you? James asks, wiping the blood from his mouth. She is mine, Max yelled at him. Why are you holding my mate in your arms? Why are you kissing her face? You stupid jerk! And he tries to punch him again, but this time it's James's turn to hit him so hard in his eye that he put Max's down in one punch. Are you drunk? He asks, smelling alcohol in the air. Max tries to get up to hit him again, but James punches him again, slamming him in the ass. What are you doing here in this state, Max? He asks him. No. What are you doing here? Max asks, trying to get up, straightening his Armani suit, which is now dusty. I was having dinner with Lori and I met her at the restaurant, James said. No, you're lying, Max yelled again. You sent her flowers in the morning and told her that you love her. Are you nuts, Max? James said. I have my own mate. And you want mine too, Max said, pointing with his finger at James. You know what, Max? Go to hell, James said and walked in his car, and lowering the car window he says to Max, when you are awake, come and apologize and talk. Until then, you and I are history. Fuck you. And he starts the car and leaves in a hurry, swearing at Max. Max just stays in front of Meredith's building for a while, but the alcohol imposes him, and driven by a foreign reason to a Max who is awake and in all minds, he just goes straight to Meredith's door and starts punching the door, alarming all the neighbors. What the fuck? Meredith and Kara said, running to the door that has little left and falls over them. But when they open the door, Maximilian Cruz appears in all his glory, with his expensive suit, dusty and leafy, with ruffled hair, a bruised eye, and a drunken face. Both women are silent. Please, Maximilian said, almost shaking, please don't leave me. And he takes Meredith in his arms and begins to cry like a child who has lost his favorite toy. I'm so sorry. Don't leave me for James. I'm sorry. Please choose me. Is he drunk? Meredith asks, trying to hold Max in her arms, who has actually collapsed on her and doesn't want to let her go. Help me carry him, she said, crawling with him to the couch where she was trying to place him. But just as she was about to leave him, Max opened his eyes again and, holding her in his arms, placed her on his lap and cuddled with her. Don't leave me or I'll die without you, he cries his drunken heart out. Help me, Meredith whispers as she tries to escape, but the harder she tries to get out of Max's arms, the harder she is cuddled by him. Go for help! Meredith yells and Kara goes and does the only thing that comes to her mind. She called Sam, author's POV. Sam talks to Luke in the packhouse's kitchen while they are eating their dinner away from everyone. Tell me, Luke, you had a mate. What should I do to make her happy if she's upset? What can I do to reconcile her and make her accept me? Luke just looks at him and takes a deep breath and says, If I were Kara, I wouldn't take you back. I would accept the rejection. I would move to a distant country so that you would not find me, and I would return after a few years with a rich and handsome man to make in spite of you. And Sam just looks at him completely shocked and exclaims, Glory to the goddess that you are not Kara. And he trembled only at the thought that such a thing would be possible. But I am not Kara, Luke says with a sigh. Do you really want her in your life? Luke asks him. Yes, I believe so, Sam said, looking at his plate. As long as you believe so, you don't want her, Luke says bluntly. Look at me, Sam, at my pathetic life. Every night, I go to bed and cry alone because I miss Sarah, and I would give anything to have her again in my life. Don't wait until it's too late. Do you want her in your life? Then make her yours. What can she do? To beat you with her little hands? She beat Max, Sam said, looking into Luke's eyes. She is ferocious. Because she is not as weak as you thought. Do you think that someone like her can be weak? She lived abandoned, unloved by anyone, in terrible poverty, and yet, when you rejected her, what did she do? She left the pack, Sam said. Exactly. She chose to start her life again, and her encounter with Meredith Quinn was the best thing that happened to her. She is shining now, said Luke. What shall I do to impress her? Sam asked because in his whole life he had never run after a woman. It was always the women who tried to impress him. Find what she likes, send her flowers, be there when she needs you. Luke said. She will never ask for my help, Sam said to Luke, but right at that moment he sees that Max is calling him. Yes, Max, he said, but nobody said anything. Max? He asks and looks at Luke. It's me, Kara said, and Sam's face is just blank. He looks at the phone number. Max? Where is Max? He asks in a rush. I'm sorry for calling you, but I didn't know what else to do. Mr. Cruz came to our house, Meredith's house, and he was drunk. He fainted with Meredith in his arms and cuddled her. Now he is snoring in her face, but he caught her tightly in his arms and she can't get rid of him. Do you think you can come and get him out of here? Give me the address, Sam said, and after he ended the call signals to Luke. Come with me. Max is living La Vida Loca right now. What are you blabbering on, man? Luke asks as he takes something from his plate and walks after Sam. That jerk is drunk and went after Meredith, and smiling at Luke he said, and Kara called me, because she needed my help. See, I told you, don't ruin the opportunity. Luke said and entered Sam's car, which is more spacious than his. I need one of these too, Luke said, stroking Sam's dashboard. The new Audi Q9, isn't it? Yep, Sam said, but immediately Luke smirked at him and said, You can put 5 kids in it. Too bad you don't have anyone to make them. Will you shut up? Sam said, but he started to smile. Kids? He would like some kids, and suddenly in his heart appeared the idea of some little Kara and little Sam that would bring him joy. Little Leo and little Sishi, Leo said. Let's do it, man. Let's tell her that we have changed our minds. And as soon as he finds the address, he rings the doorbell, and Kara opens the door, letting him with his mouth open. Let's start making those little Kara and little Sam now, Leo yelled. She is staying in front of him, without makeup, just natural as he knows her. She has her hair caught in some braided space buns, which give her a very childish appearance. With some tiny shorts that let her legs in sight, and a large hoodie and barefoot, she beckons Luke and Sam to follow her. Sam can't take his eyes off this little perfect creature. He looks at her legs as she moves in front of him, and at her little perfect ass, and without wanting, he reaches out his hand to touch her, but immediately Luca hits his hand. Are you stupid? He asks him through a mind link. Bewitch her without touching her, and then looking at Kara, Luke asks, Where's the drunk? But when Kara points to the couch where Max stays wrapped around poor Meredith, who is red in the face of anger, Luke starts laughing hysterically, and Sam looks at Kara and asks her, Since when is it like that? Since I called you, Kara tells him, moving away from him, because the way Sam looked at her made her feel uncomfortable. In a very good way. Luke goes to Max and tries to open his hands, and immediately Sam comes and helps him. No, Meredith, Max yelled from the world of dreams. Choose me. Don't leave with James. What is he talking about? Sam asks. I have no idea, Meredith said from Max's grip. Get me out of here until I call the police. He is the police, Sam said laughing, but seeing Meredith's gaze, he fell silent immediately. He has a bruised eye? Luke asks again, and this time he takes out his phone and starts to take some photos. For posterity. People need to know that Max Cruz lost his mind on a cool night of June 2022. Leave the phone and get me out of here, Meredith yelled. And when after 10 minutes they managed to untie him and lift him off the couch, supporting him between them, but Meredith suddenly shouted just before they took him out the door. Wait a second! Luke and Sam stop, and she is coming in front of Max and looking at him. She gives him a knee in his jewelers, shocking both Sam and Luke. This will really hurt when he wakes up. Are you feeling better now? Luke asks. Do you want to do something else to him? Do you want to shave his head? Get him an embarrassing tattoo? And Sam just looks at Luke with his mouth open. Are you nuts? He asks. Just take him from here until I change my mind and let him sleep naked in front of the house, Meredith tells them. Can I take a photo if I let you do it? Luke jokes and starts laughing out loud. Just go, Meredith said, smiling, and while they push Max into the back seat of the car, Luke says, I like her. She will be a fantastic Luna. Max's cruise POV. Shit! Why is my head spinning around? I lie down slightly and try to get out of bed. I am wearing my Armani suit. What the fuck is going on? I just ruined a $5,000 suit. Am I stupid or what? But just as I try to make a step out of the bed, the door opens and Luke and Sam appear in the doorway with a tray of food and a cup of water. Luke puts some pills in my hand and says commandingly, swallow them. I take them without comment. What happened last night? I was home, talking to Grandpa, and then I went out. I went into a bar, and I don't remember anything. So the drunk woke up, Luke says again. Do you want me to beat you? I ask him and throw him an ugly look. I am suffering here, but as soon as I try to take 2 steps, I feel a horrible pain. What the fuck happened last night? A stallion brooked my balls. And I take off my suit and just looking in my pants, my heart stops. Who broke them? I ask, completely annoyed. The mare, not the stallion, Sam said, and he and Luke started laughing. I start moving around the room and Luke and Sam hardly refrain from laughing. Why are you laughing? I ask him, annoyed. It's weird. Look how you are walking, Sam tells me. Seriously now. How did I come across to a mare? I knew we didn't have horses in our pack, and immediately they both started laughing and clapping their hands. I take a shower, take a new suit, and go directly to my office. But at noon I remember that today is Castellano's party, so I take my phone and call Meredith. Where are you? I ask her without wasting time. All I want now is that this pain between my legs disappears. In my office. Where else can I be? She asks me, slightly annoyed by my question. I just wanted to remind you that tonight is Castellano's party and you're coming with me because he thinks we're a couple. We can be a modern couple and come apart and eventually not see each other all night, Meredith tells me. And that's it. I want to beat her. But Stark tells me to calm down, so I breathe and say, This is not an option, I said. Lily will come too, Meredith said quickly. She can come, but Sam will take her. You are coming with me alone. And she just end the call, leaving me to talk alone like a stupid. Suddenly Sam comes into my office with a tablet in his hand and smiling, he said, pointing to the screen. Watch and learn, my friend. He presses some commands, and immediately the surveillance cameras in the design department appear on his tablet. What are we looking at? I ask, trying to look at Meredith's desk, but none of the cameras are pointed correctly. I will take care of this personally. This Sam is full of good ideas. Now, Sam said, smiling, and I saw someone coming in with some flour in his hand and a chocolate box. He went straight to Kara and said something. He just dropped the things on her desk and left Kara with his mouth open. We see her looking for something, probably a note, but she can't find anything, and she simply sits down on the chair and looks at the things in front of her. Did you bring her roses? I ask him in shock. Sam has never bought flowers for a woman in his life. I didn't buy flowers from a woman either. These gestures are for suckers. Yes, Luke said that every woman likes to receive flowers as gifts. And chocolate? I asked in shock. She moans when she eats chocolate, and I want to hear her moans, Sam said, smiling like a fool. Let's go, I say, getting up, but I hold my hand on my balls, unable to walk normally. Where are we going? Sam asks, but as soon as I get to the elevator, I press the 6th floor and his face lights up. I go straight to Kara's office and see her sitting with her eyes closed, lying on a chair and eating chocolate. You will get fat from so much chocolate. I joke and Sam looks in horror at me, and she just looks at me, and it seems she doesn't care what I tell her because she puts another candy in her mouth. And yes, she moans. Sam is right. Do you have a party dress? I ask her before she can swear at me again or beat me with her little hands. No, I never went to a party and I didn't have to. I look at Sam and tell him, and I don't care if Kara comments, but I need to be alone with Meredith. Sam, take her and help her to buy a dress. Tonight she goes with us to Vincenzo Castellano's party. What? Kara asks, unable to believe what I'm saying. Go, now, I say, and Sam takes her hand even if she tries to escape from his hand. Wait, she says from the door. My flowers, they will wither, and what if someone will eat my chocolate? And through the closing doors I hear Sam say, I'll buy you more, and for the first time Kara fell silent. Now that my way is free, I head to Meredith's office, close the door with the key and pull the blinds shut. What are you doing? She asks me. I don't remember much from yesterday, but I know I was extremely angry that I didn't know it was her birthday. She is my mate, and I don't know anything about her. Nothing at all. Meredith gets to her feet and tries to open the door. She walks past me, but I hold her in my arms, or I lift her in bridal style, scaring her and making her jump, and I walk with her on that blue velvet sofa I put here for a specific purpose. Mr. Cruz, let me go, or I will hit your, she tries to say. Someone hit it before you. Stay calm. I tell her, and sitting with her on my lap, I wrap a hand around her waist, forcing her to stick to my chest, and another hand I put in my jacket pocket and take out a long box. Meredith looks at me and is silent. I didn't know that yesterday was your birthday, I said to her, and I want to give you something. There is no need, Mr. Cruz, Meredith said, but her eyes are in the box as if she would know what is in it. I open the box and she puts her hands over her mouth. I take the bracelet and lift her wrist. I place it lightly on her, caressing her arm and finally kissing her hand. She just looks at her hand as if she can't believe that bracelet is on her hand. After I told Grandpa that I found my mate, I talked to him and asked him for this bracelet. It's a family heirloom. The bracelet was my grandmother's, a wedding gift from Grandpa. I didn't think he would give it to me, but he was more than happy to do it. This is too much, Meredith said, trying to get her diamond bracelet out of her hand. No, it's too less, believe me, I tell her. But, she tries to say, this bracelet has a story, Meredith. It was my grandma's wedding gift from Grandpa. Please accept it, because I am offering it to you with all my heart. I want to be yours. And looking in her crystal eyes, I whisper, feeling how her little heart is trembling in her chest. Wear it tonight, please. And I bend down slightly and kiss her on the lips. Just a peck, nothing forced. She is so shocked that she's not even reacting. And coming out of the office, I say to Stark, we're back on business, my boy. Author's POV. What are we looking for on Alberni Street? Kara asks, looking around. A dress for you? What else? Sam says, stopping the car and getting down quickly to open Kara's door. She is looking at his outstretched hand and doesn't know what to do. To refuse his help would be a naughty thing on her part. To let him take her hand will make her feel sad because of the mate bond. Let him help you, Sissy said. You are too short and this car is too large. You're gonna fall on your nose trying to get out of it. Shit, you're right, Kara said and immediately sat her hand in Sam's hand, feeling all the tingles that come with the mate bond. As soon as she is out of the car, she pulls her hand out of Sam's hand, but in a second, Sam inserts his fingers between her fingers, shocking her. What are you doing? She asks, looking at their hands together. It's crowded and I don't want to lose you, Sam told her without looking at her. But if you don't want to, I can handcuff you to me. Are you nuts? Kara asked, looking at him. No, I am serious, said Sam and stops and looks in her eyes. Shit, Leo said. I want to kiss her. If she slapped Max, do you know what she's going to do to us? Sam asks, panicked, and looking around he sees a luxury fashion shop and drags Kara after him. I know the owner and she has a lot of clothes for what we are looking for. She will help us to find a dress. I can buy my own dress, Kara said, looking at him. No, I will buy it. Max told me to get you a dress and I'll take it. We are in this together, have we understood? He asks harshly, but in reality he is very happy to be here. He opens the door and as soon as he enters, a very beautiful woman begins to jump for joy and jumps into his arms, forcing him to let go of Kara's hand. Sam! You came back! I missed you so much! And she takes him in her arms and kisses him directly. Sam doesn't even know what hit him, and until he can react, Kara immediately leaves the store, refraining from crying. Shit! What the fuck are you doing? He asks, looking at the woman and pushing her after him. How could I forget that I slept with the assistant of the store owner? He asks himself. And even though the woman is screaming for him, Sam runs out of the store and looks for Kara in all directions. Where the fuck did she run in just 2 minutes? He asks himself. Leo starts to sniff the air, and feeling a trace, he starts looking for her. And even when he thought that his heart would explode with fear, he lost Kara sees her, on a bench in a nearby park. Sam looks at her, and he is sure that she is crying. He approaches her easily, and sitting on the bench next to her, whispers to her, "I am just sorry. I forget about that woman." "Why are you sorry?" Kara asks, looking at him and wiping away her tears. "Anyway, there's nothing between us. You're free to do whatever you want." "But the fact is that there is something between us," Sam said, looking straight into her eyes. "You are right." And looking at him, Kara said, "Let's end this bond. It gets tiring, and I'm sure you want to be able to find someone strong to spend your life with. I'm just a burden for you, and I don't want you to think I'm selfish." And Sam's heart stops, and he puts his hands over her mouth, stopping her from speaking. "Don't you dare," he says, gritting his teeth. "Let me speak," Kara says, muttering the words while Sam still holds his hand to her mouth. "I, Samuel Jackson," he said. "I changed my mind. I take back my rejection," he yells, shocking her and taking his hands from her mouth. "But you can't take back the rejection," Kara said. "I do what I want, and I take back the rejection. I changed my mind, and I want you," he said. "Are you drunk?" Kara asks. "I want you," Sam repeats. "If you're not drunk, you probably hit your head somewhere." And immediately Kara went up the bench with her feet, and grabbing Sam by the ear, she pulled him towards her and started looking for wounds in his head. "Do you want to stop?" Sam yells. "I didn't hit my head. I want you." "Holy guacamole," she said. "You are serious." "Of course I'm serious," he said, and he tries to take her in his arms, but immediately Kara signals to him not to touch her. "I can't trust you. Just 20 minutes ago a woman was kissing you. You are a man whore." And Sam's face starts to frown. "Leo, if she tries to reject me again, I will beat her ass in the middle of the street. Is that so?" he asks, and takes her hand, and dragging her back in that luxury shop, he looks around, and when he sees the owner's assistant again, he said, "She is Kara Lewis, my fiancée. Please help her find a proper dress for Mr. Vincenzo Castellano party." And suddenly, the woman's face hardened. "Now!" he said in a sour tone and with a growl, making the assistant take a step back and Kara to look at them with her mouth open. "You know what?" he asks. "You can go. I don't trust you with my fiancé." And he mind-links the owner, who is a member of his pack, and in a minute she comes. But seeing Kara, her face froze. "What is she doing here?" asks the owner. "She is my mate, Sephora, so you better watch what you are talking about her." "I am not. He is kidding," Kara said, but immediately Sam looked at her and pulled her closer to him. "I need a dress for her." And looking around, he sees an emerald green long dress. "That one," he said, pointing to it. And looking at him in shock, the owner asks, "Are you sure that an Omega deserves such a dress?" But in that instant, Kara's eyes filled with tears. No matter what happened, she will always be the Omega. But surprisingly, until the first tear falls, Sam puts his hand in the owner's throat. "She is my mate," Sam said, and he told her, growling, "She is the future beta female of our pack, and you will show her respect." And growling once more, he says angrily, "Bring that fucking dress." And the owner runs and takes the dress, and without saying another word, she starts to help Kara to probe it. But when she sees her wearing the dress, even the owner freezes and putting her hands to her mouth says, "Oh my goddess, this dress was made for you." And looking at Kara, she continues, "I'm sorry, I exaggerated earlier. I didn't mean to offend you." But Kara said nothing. She just looks in the mirror and doesn't know what's going on with her. This gorgeous emerald dress is from Hervé Leroux and is a draped fishtail gown. The dress has a ruched bodice with a draped design and a plunging U-neck, is a long length, and also has a fishtail train. "Can I see her?" Sam asks, and the owner opens the door. In front of him appears the most beautiful angel he has ever seen. How could he not want her? How could he reject her? "You're perfect," Sam said, and coming near Kara, he caressed her naked shoulder, feeling millions of tingles. "We take it," he said. "It's $20,000, the owner said. "I need your card." "What?" Kara said. "No, we're not taking it," she yelled in panic. if she will collect all the money she had in her life and will not reach even a quarter of what this dress is worth. But Sam reaches out his hand and hands the card to the owner. "You are mine. Let me give you this dress," he said, whispering in her ear and making her shiver. And she just looks at him. "He will come at your feet crying," Meredith said to her not long ago, and now he says he changed his mind. "Why isn't he crying?" Kara asks Sissy. "Because he has not yet learned his lesson," Sissy tells her. Squeezing her eyes, Kara said, "Fine, I will take the dress. It's gorgeous and I really like it, but you and me, we are not there yet." And she turned her back to him and closed the door of the changing room. "What the fuck are you talking about?" Sam asked. "You are in the trial period." Max's cruise POV. "Maxie?" I hear Veronica behind the door. "Tell me again," Stark said. "Why is she still here?" "Because of Sam. She is his little sister and I don't want to upset him." I tell him, even though I'm kind of convinced that Sam would understand if I fired her after everything that happened. "It doesn't smell good to me, Max. She hates our mate. Do you know what would happen if she knew the whole story and found out about the bond between us? She will try something against Meredith." "She won't." I tell Stark, and I'm very convinced of what I'm saying. "She will never raise her hand against what is mine. She may be a beta female by birth, but her attitude and her physical and mental strength is far from that. It's just status for her." "Maxie?" she asks again. "Let her in, until I won't go crazy with all this." "Maxie," Stark says, making me laugh. "Come in, Veronica." And I can't even end what I want to say, that she's already sitting next to my desk, moving seductively and blinking her lasers full of mascara. That never worked for me, but I was a man who needed certain things, and she was there, available and extremely eager to satisfy me. "And then you weren't embarrassed by Sam?" Stark asks, starting to annoy me. "Shut up," I said to him, and without looking at Veronica, I asked her, "What happened? Will you go to the Vincenzo Castellano party?" She asks, looking at me. "Yes, we have a new contract and he invited us," I say, and I see her smiling all over her face. "What should I wear?" she asks, shocking me. "What the fuck are you talking about?" I ask her this time, looking at her. "I'm coming too, isn't it?" she says, still fluttering her eyelashes in front of me. "Veronica," I tell her, getting up and coming in front of her, and she stretches out her arms and tries to put them around my neck, but I immediately take them in my hands and put them aside. "You're not coming anywhere with me. This," I say, pointing between us, "will never function." "It's about that human, isn't it?" she asks me, clenching her teeth. "It's about a lot of things, not just about Meredith Quinn," I tell her and try to get away from her, realizing for the first time in my life that my past will catch me in the end and I'll pay for all the nonsense I did. "Don't say I didn't tell you." Stark tells me, but I can't tell him anything. He told me and I never listened to him. "But I love you, Maxie, and I am proper to be your Luna. We felt good together. Why are you rejecting me now?" she asks me, putting her hands on my chest. I look into her eyes. She is Sam's little sister. What the fuck would I say to her so I don't hurt her? "Tell her the truth," Stark said. "Tell her that all this is over and that she needs to leave us alone." I look at her, and just when I want to say what I have in mind, Veronica grabs me by the collar and pulls me towards her, catching me unprepared, and she kisses me. And if that shocked me and pissed me off, let me tell you, all this is nothing but the fact that then the door opens and Meredith appears in front of us, seeing her in this position. I push Veronica off me, and if a look could kill her, believe me, she will be dead and buried 2 feet below the ground. "What are you doing here?" Veronica asks Meredith, shocking me with her infinitely large audacity. Meredith looks at us, and after a few minutes of silence, she says, looking at me, "Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking for here either," and turns her back and leaves. I push Veronica, who is still clinging to me and completely panicking. I start screaming for Meredith. "Please stay, this is not what it seems." But Meredith is not stopping and pressing the elevator button. She said without looking at me, "I will come to the party by myself. Don't wait for me, or I will not come if you try to force me." "Meredith," I whispered almost imploringly, "please, it is not. Please excuse me for your explanations, and after this party, just stay away from me." And she just left me frowning, staying in the elevator with her back facing me. Maxie, I hear Veronica, but I can't stand it anymore. I go to my office, open one of my closets, and take out a big box. What are you doing? She asks, coming after me. I take the box in my hands and go straight to her desk, where I start throwing everything in the box without caring if they are valuable or just supplies. Maxie, what are you doing? She asks me in panic, and right then the elevator's door opens again and Sam and Luke step out of the elevator. What the fuck is happening here? Sam asks while he sees Veronica yelling at me. Ask her. I answer him, continuing to throw her things in the box until I completely free her desk and opening the elevator. I throw the box in the elevator, pouring all the contents on its floor. Get the hell out of here and stop showing your face in my company, I yelled, leaving them both speechless. Maxie, please. You can't be serious. You can't leave me for that human. I know that she is your mate, but she is just a useless human being and that's it. How the fuck did she know that Meredith is my mate? Did he sneak out of the door? Sam looked at me scared. He knows that I am right. He knows that Veronica's stay here has come to an end, and trying to control myself for Sam, not to break her neck, I use my Alpha command and tell her, "Get out, now!" She is looking into my eyes, and I can read the anger in her eyes. "You will pay for this," she said, and had nowhere to go because of my order. She went into the elevator, kicked the box of things, and spilled what was still in the box, and pressed the button closing the doors. What was that? Luke asks, while Sam looks at me without saying anything. But I can't say anything to him, and opening the door to the emergency stairs, I start running down the stairs to the 6th floor. Where is she? I ask, looking around and not seeing her in her office. She's just left Alpha, one of the designers said. I take my phone and call her. She is not responding. And I call her again and again until I hear the robot. The number you have called is not available. Meredith's Quinn POV. How could I be so stupid and be impressed by his gestures? I'm so angry that if I could, I would knock MaxLine to the ground, and I would do it while Maximilian Cruz was still in the building. I would put all those 12 floors in his head. This fucking shit. He fooled me. I thought that he changed, that he will care about the fact that I am his fated mate, but it seems that I was wrong. I take my purse and leave the building, calling for James to take me from here. If he thinks that I am his puppet, then I will show him how wrong he is. What happened this time? James asks me as I enter his car. Sweetie, Lori said, looking at me, you have a little more and you explode. Calm down, please. But I burst into tears. He made fun of me and publicly humiliated me for 6 months while we were married. Everyone knew he was married, and yet he kept the headlines of newspapers and television with his love affairs without caring that people were talking and laughing at me that I could not keep my man at home. Everyone was wondering if I was too ugly or too bad. Someone even said that maybe it smelled bad, and that's why Maximilian Cruz cheated on me, because I disgusted him. This fucking jerk. He gave me this, I say, pointing to my bracelet. It's beautiful, Lori said, taking my hand in her hand and looking at the bracelet on my wrist. I thought maybe I was being too hard on him. I said that I should give him a chance because his gesture was very sweet, so I walked to his office, but I found Veronica Jackson with her tongue deep in his throat. I will kill him, James said. I heard him say that I am his mate, James. I know the truth, but if he is able to do something like this knowing that I am his mate, then he is not worthy. What are you going to do? Lori asks me, looking at me with tears in her eyes. Can you take me to New Moon Packhouse, please? I asked, and both of them looked at me with their mouths open. I need to take this back to Grandpa Cruz. It's far too valuable to keep it. He loved Grandma Cruz so much, and I feel bad to have it when it is clear that I will never be a part of the Cruz family. Both of them looked at the driveway and remained silent. I hear Lori sighing, and I know she's crying, while James is red as a boiled crab, and I know he's already thinking of 1,000 ways to get revenge on Max. But when I arrived in front of the pack house, my heart just hurt even more. I should have been the Luna of this pack if he wouldn't be the biggest jerk of the universe. Will you go for Grandpa Cruz? I asked James. I don't want to go into the house. I'm not feeling well in this place. And he just nods and goes to the door when Auntie Jen opens the door, and seeing me in the car, she just runs to me, forcing me to get down. "My Luna, you are back," she said, crying. "Shh, don't cry, Auntie," I said, holding her in my arms and wiping away her tears. "Have you rejuvenated, or it just seems to me?" I ask her, making her smile. "No, Luna, I am even older. But you came back?" she asks with hope in her eyes. "Just to bring something to Grandpa Cruz." And I don't even finish what I have to say that I immediately see him coming out the door with James and Carter and Lisa Cruz. "There's my girl," Grandpa Cruz yelled, coming at me and hugging me. "It took you a long time to visit me. Didn't you miss this old man who loves you so much?" he said, and my heart hurts even more than before. "Of course I missed you, Grandpa," I say and smile to Carter and Lisa Cruz. "Why did you take so long to visit us?" Lisa asked me. "Did you know I'm back?" I ask her ashamedly. "Who do you think fooled you into hiring here?" Carter Cruz asked, smiling. "Mr. Cruz, why did you do that?" I ask, looking at him puzzled. "Mr. Cruz, no more dad? You hurt me," he said, smiling. "You are, and you will always be my daughter," Carter Cruz said. "And now that you are that brat mate, you will just come back to us," Grandpa Cruz said, happy. "About that," I say, looking at them. "This will never function. I just came to give you this," and I took my bracelet off my hand, almost bursting into tears. "What did he do?" Carter asked, visibly annoyed. "Nothing. It's just that we don't fit in together," I tell him, trying not to upset him even more. But Carter Cruz looks at James and asks, "Alpha Quinn, what did my son do?" Mer caught him kissing Veronica Jackson right after he gave her this gift, and he did a lot for me. But if you ask me, he's just a fool who's been working with his ex-wife for at least a week. He didn't recognize her. Can you believe it? "Is he stupid?" Lisa asks and comes near me and takes me in her arms. "This is your house, Meredith. You are his Luna." "I can't do it anymore, Mrs. Cruz." And Lisa looks at her sadly. "I just came to bring you this gift back. It's far too valuable for your family to keep it. It's a family heirloom." And Grandpa looked at the bracelet in his hands. "What will you do?" he asks me, and for the first time I feel like he understands that everything is over between me and Max. "I will finish the project with Vincenzo Castellano because it is a good opportunity even for my career, and then I will leave this place. I am sick of Maximilian Cruz." "We all miss you," Lisa said, wiping away her tears. "I miss you too, but I can't work with him after everything ends." "Tell him who you are," Carter Cruz said. "He will kill me if he finds out who I am," I said, laughing. "Please don't tell him. I will call you, and if you want, you can visit me anytime." And I kissed Grandpa Cruz and Max's parents, and then looking at Auntie Jen, I kissed the old woman's forehead. "Thank you for being so kind to me." Getting in the car, I shake my hand as a goodbye and feel that a part of me will love these people forever. "What's next?" James asks. "Take me home, please. I need to prepare myself for a party." And I closed my phone, which rang continuously since I left the company. And wiping my tears, I said to myself, "Stop, Meredith. He is not worthy of your tears." Author's POV. Staying in his office, Vincenzo Castellano is looking over the latest plans for tonight's party when his phone rings suddenly. "Vincenzo," and then nothing. "I need your help." A woman's voice can be heard after some time, and his wolf starts to shake instantly, making him realize who is calling him. "Why are you calling me? I thought I was pretty clear when I told you that I don't want you," he says, almost screaming. "And I didn't change my mind. I don't want you either. Don't worry, but I need your help," said Veronica directly, without caring that she defies the laws of the gods with all her intrigues. "We have nothing to discuss." And he tried to end the call when he heard her saying, "It's about the human you want." Vincenzo thinks for a few moments. He really wants Meredith Quinn as his own trophy, and if that mate of his knows something, maybe it would be better to talk with her. "I am listening," he says, but somehow he doubts that a being like Veronica might tell him what interests him. "I need your help to get Meredith Quinn out of the picture. Make her disappear," Veronica said. "Is that all? Nothing else?" said Vincenzo, laughing. "Yes, that's all. Do you think I'm a mafia guy or something like this? What do you want me to do? To kill her? Shall I kidnap her?" he asks, as if he is a stranger to all this. "Look, I know you're not a saint," Veronica said. "I just want her to stop appearing in front of Max. He'll forget about her at some point, and then he'll want me back. You don't want me, and I don't want you either. We are still mates, even if we have other plans, and this will be the only thing I will ask you. I don't need your help. It's your business to seduce Maximilian Cruz. And he tries to end the call when Veronica says without breathing, I can help you to kidnap her. No one will suspect you, but after that, I need to know that you will be able to make her disappear. She is just a human. None will search for her. She will be all yours. And thinking about it, Vincenzo thought that maybe it's not such a bad idea to get what he wants without getting his hands dirty. All right, bring her to me and I will take care from there. I will tell you what you need to do. And he tells her the plan, and then he ends the call. Why that human? Damon, his wolf, asks in awareness. Because she is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, and I have never had someone like her. Is that all? Damon asks. No, of course not. She didn't even look at me when we met. All the women try to get my attention, but she is something else, so I want her. And now that stupid mate of us will make my wish come true without me being involved. And laughing, he went home to prepare for the party, until in the night, when all the lights came on, the most important party from the fashion world began. Sam came with Kara, forcing her to stay glued to him and realizing that buying her that dress was a bad idea. Every present man looks at her, and he is just agitated to focus on something else than to keep her from being stolen by someone. Where is Meredith? Kara asked as soon as Sam brought her to the place where Max is. She will come later. Max said, looking around and hoping that Meredith would come. He needed to explain to her that everything was a misunderstanding. Where is the star of my new collection? Vincenzo asked, looking around to see Meredith. On her way, she wants to surprise me, Max says, trying to hide the fact that he and Meredith are not together. Is that so? He asks him skeptically. Where were you? Suddenly Max and Sam heard Veronica's voice and they went pale in an instant, but Max had a little and squeezed her neck. This woman is everywhere? What the fuck are you doing here? Sam asks her while Max is careful not to strangle her. She is with me, Vincenzo said. She is my mate and I asked her to come tonight. She is your what? Sam and Kara asked at the same time. It's a joke? Max asks, knowing that just a few hours before she ruined everything trying to kiss him, and now she has a mate. Yes, what's so hard to understand, Mr. Cruz? Vincenzo asks, looking arrogantly at Max. I wish you all the happiness with her, Max said, and looking around he finally calmed down, seeing that Meredith had arrived at the party. She is just staying at the entrance, looking like a queen and turning all the gazes. Both women and men look at her with admiration. Max looks at her with his mouth wide open as she stays searching for something. Her glamour dress is metallic effect pleated and was created by Oscar de la Renta. The dress is cut to a dramatic floor-length silhouette, and a metallic gold-tone hue adds a further opulent touch to the pleated piece. It's in a sweetheart neck, leaving her shoulders and her collarbones to see, and the dress is making her the most attractive woman from the party. Her hair is perfectly straightened and let fall on her back, and her makeup is as dramatic as the dress. Max looks at her and immediately frowns. She is not wearing the diamond bracelet as he asked her, and without thinking, he walks towards her in alert steps, and as soon as she gets close, he takes her hand, forcing her to stay glued with him. She is smiling sweetly at him, so that they still looks like a couple, and between her clenched teeth, she whispers, "Let me go." But Max ignores her and goes with her to Sam and Kara. As soon as Meredith sees Vincenzo and Veronica, her face becomes slightly tense, but she immediately looks at Max and enters the role and says, smiling, "My love, look, Veronica is here too. Who would have thought? You'd think she is after you, or vice versa." Max locks up for a while, but this is a game that will be played in two, so he immediately pulls her towards him and kisses her directly in front of everyone, claiming for all those who had any thought to approach Meredith that she is his. "Do you want to hear an even bigger surprise?" he asks her. "She is Vincenzo, mate." And everyone is staring. Is he crazy to say something like this to a human? But seeing their agitated faces, Sam comes in and calms them down immediately. "She knows about werewolves. You are as shocked as we were when we find out. but she is a big girl and is not scared about the big bad wolf, and he starts to laugh. Is that so? Vincenzo asks, looking at her with much more interest, and for the first time in his life, he really wants a woman for himself. May I kidnap your woman for a second? Vincenzo asks, looking at Meredith and ignoring Veronica. No, you can't, Max said, and he takes Meredith's hands and drags her to the dance ring where some blues music can be heard. Where's the bracelet? He asks her in a harsh tone, annoyed by the fact that she is nor wearing it. To the trash, she said, looking into his eyes and seeing that he has a little and collapses hearing her. He sticks his fingers in her thighs, gripping her fragile body, and pulls her close to him, so close that they are almost one body, and he says in her ear, I told you that that was something important in my family, and you threw it in the trash, and he can almost hear Meredith's bones cracking in his hands. You are hurting me, she whispered, trembling with pain. You're just a bitch, you know, Max said, looking at her with hatred. When the contract is over and you will give Castellano all the drafts he needs, I need you out of my company. I thought that you are different, but in the end it seems that you are just another selfish and heartless bitch. And he walks away from her without looking back. Kara runs immediately to Meredith, seeing her completely pale. What happened? And almost collapses when she sees that on Meredith's arms are some bruises from Max's grip. I will kill him, Kara said. No, Kara, let him be. And Meredith looks around trying to hide her bruises and her hurt gaze. I need to find a bathroom, and then I will leave this place. I am coming with you, Kara said. Just wait for me to tell Sam or he will make a scene if I just disappear. Meredith looks around at all those happy people that are dancing and drinking expensive wine and champagne. Her place is not here. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath and went out to the ballroom searching for a bathroom. Her tears flow down her face. I hate him, she said to herself. I just hate him so much right now. A bitch? I'm not a bitch, he is. I will show him. And placing her hand on the doorknob, pushes it slightly but firmly at the same time. But when she wants to go into the bathroom, someone knocks her down, and all he feels is some strong smell of chloroform. Hey, let me. She tries to say, but everything starts to look foggy. She sees a lot of legs moving around her, and hears a woman's voice, but she can't focus anymore, feeling how she is dragged on the floor, and the light around her seems to shrink more and more. And remembering Max, she said to herself, I think I will show him another time, she says to herself. And after that, she went black. Author's POV. Did you see Meredith? Kara asks Sam, looking around already panicking. No, she was with Max, Sam said, searching for Max in the crowd. She is not. That jerk offended her again and went somewhere. Probably he is seducing someone to make Meredith suffer. Impossible. He cares about her. He will never hurt his mate. Sam tells her, very convinced of what he says. What is so impossible? Kara asks nervously. Didn't you do the same thing with me? And Sam's heart stops. Did I hurt you? He asks. No, Sam, you gave me the greatest joy of my life when you rejected me. And beginning to erupt, she bursts out. That's it. I am going after her in the bathroom. She should have come out by now. Wait for me. I'm coming with you, Sam said, placing the glass from his hand on a table and following Kara. But when they came in front of the bathroom, instantly Sam sniffed the air. I smell blood and chloroform, he said, looking at Kara. Shit, it's her smell, Sam. And Kara immediately enters the bathroom and starts shouting at her. Mer, are you here? She asked in pure panic. Meredith. But no matter how much she shouts, she is nowhere. Sam takes out his phone and calls Max. He asks him directly, Tell me that Meredith is with you. No, that bitch is not with me. I left the party half an hour ago, but he didn't get to say more that Sam immediately hung up, but not before hearing him say, Shit, she's not with him. Stop the fucking care. Stark yelled, growling, causing Max to suddenly step on the brakes and turn the car on the spot, avoiding an accident at the limit. Go back, Stark said in a panic. Something happened. I don't want to go, just let her. But Starks takes control for the first time in Max's life, making him unable to react in any way and drive back to the party in place of Max. Just as he arrived, he saw Sam and Kara coming out of the restaurant where the party was taking place. Did you find her? Stark asks, forcing Max to sit back as a spectator for the first time in his life. No, someone kidnapped her. I found blood in the bathroom and I felt some chloroform, but that's all. She is nowhere to be found, man. And Max felt that someone stabbed him in the heart. Someone took her? Someone hurt Meredith? Stark, let me back, he asks. I am just fine. But Stark ignores him. Please, Stark. And Stark hardly retreats, growling at Max. Immediately, Max enters the party room and seeing Vincenzo, he goes straight to him and almost grips his hand on his collar. My mate disappeared. If I find out that you have anything to do with it, I will take everything from you, even your life. What are you talking about? Asks Vincenzo, trying to get upset. I was here all night. You can ask anyone. But Max doesn't even want to hear it. Let me see the surveillance cameras, he said. If you haven't done anything, let me see what happened. Vincenzo takes him to the guard room, where Kara and Sam appear immediately, but surprise, the cameras from the hallway leading to the bathroom did not work. How convenient isn't that? Max asks Vincenzo. It's a private restaurant, he said. It's not my fault that their cameras aren't working, when in fact he was the one that put his man to break them. What about the cameras from the parking lot? Kara suddenly asks. What's about them? Sam asks. They didn't go out on the main exit with Meredith, and the door from the hallway connects to the stairs that are leading to the roof and the underground parking lot. But she doesn't have time to say anything else, so Sam immediately grabs her face in his hands and kisses her happily. You are a genius, little mate, he said, shocking her. Did he just kiss her? What the fuck is wrong with him? Play the footage from the parking lot. Max orders the guard, and after just a few clicks, he sees what interests him. 4 men, most likely looking like rogues, drag Meredith to a black van without numbers and leave with her, while Meredith is unconscious. Oh my goddess, Vincenzo said, in shock. She was kidnapped at a party. Is that how you guard your guests? Max starts screaming angrily. 4 fucking rogues entered your party as if they were at home and no one knew? Max, calm down, Sam said. I need to find her. And trying to focus, he takes his phone out and calls James, who is not answering him. Why is he not answering? James avoided him in the last 2 days, so he texts him, Meredith was kidnapped. I need your help ASAP. And he was astonished when in 2 seconds James called him, and furious he asks, Where are you now? Vincenzo Castellano party I was, but Max can't say anything anymore as James shuts his phone in his nose. Castellano, suddenly Max asks, looking at him, Where is your mate? And at that moment, Sam's face turns white. Shit, Max, she wouldn't dare. And he is almost trembling, but right then Veronica appears and looking around she says, laughing, Here you were, my love. And she goes to Vincenzo and kisses him, making him stop breath. What are you looking at? She asks with a happy face. Are you watching any new movie? Meredith Quinn was kidnapped, Vincenzo tells her. Oh my! And going to Max, she takes his hand in her hand and says in a very painful voice, Oh Max, I am so sorry. She is just a human and she is so weak. But Max pushes her hand and goes outside the building. He needs air, a lot of air, because he will suffocate inside. Why the fuck did I let her alone? He asks himself and starts to punch the walls. This is the view he offered when James came with Lori and Landon Quinn after him. What did you do to her? James asks, catching Max on his collar. I didn't do anything, he yells. I wasn't even here when she was kidnapped. I was already gone. And he doesn't have time to finish what he has to say. Carter Cruz also parks his car and opens the door, and leaving the keys in contact, he gets out of the car running to Max. London, he says, I came as soon as I heard. Olivia called us. What is with all these people? How the hell do the Quinns know Meredith? But when he thought nothing could be worse, he saw Landon Quinn coming in front of him and punching him with force. He is slamming Max in the ass. I'm sorry, Carter, but I can't stand it anymore, he said, and looking in Max's eyes, he threatened him. If my daughter suffers even a bit, if even a nail breaks because of you, you are dead, and turns his back and enters the building to inspect the place. His daughter? Max asks in shock. Landon Quinn has only one daughter, and she is human, and she was adopted, and I was married to her. But seeing his father look and the calm on Kara's face at the same time, he can say only one thing after making the discovery of his life. Shit! Max's Cruz POV. I am damned furious right now. She is my fucking wife? Ex-wife, Stark said, short and right to the point, annoying me even more. Shut your mouth, Stark. I yelled so hard at him that my brain hurts. And looking around, I see Kara, and that's it. I need to blame someone. You! I yell at her and rush to her, but Kara stays still without blinking for a second. Where the hell does this little and poor Omega have so much courage? Sam immediately jumps in front of her, trying to protect her, but Kara doesn't even make the slightest gesture. You knew, didn't it? I ask her angrily, pushing Sam to get past him, but he still gets in front of me to protect Kara. Sam, I say, looking him in the eye. If you don't want me to hurt you, I suggest you stand aside. That's none of your business. Is it not my business? Sam asks me in horror. She is my mate. Everything about her is my business, he replies, and right now I see a reaction on Kara's face. She turns her head and looks at him with her mouth open. I command you to stay away from this. I yell using my Alpha command, and he can no longer intervene. He's so panicked, like I've never seen Sam, but right now I don't care. You knew it all the time, and you didn't say anything. I tell her and come in front of her angrily, and I expect her to cry, to tell me she's sorry, to do anything to persuade me to leave her alone, but no. Kara Lewis defies me. I am 6'3". I am like a tower beside her, and my weight is at least threefold. She just looks at me from her height of 5'6", and raising her head and putting her hands on her chest, she says to me, "You are a jerk, you know?" And I want to slap her so hard, but immediately my father jumps in front of me and tells me, "That's enough, Max. What is the purpose of this quarrel?" But Kara has other plans, and still looking at me, she asked, "And if I knew, what? She was all yours for 6 months, and all you've done was to sleep around like a heated teenager. And now you have the audiency to try to look hurt about the fact that we didn't tell you about her. You didn't even recognize her, you idiot." "That's enough, Kara," my father said. "No, Alpha is not," Kara said, answering even to my father. "Your son is just a selfish jerk. Right now Meredith is who knows where, probably suffering, and he's sitting and shedding his nerves here because, what can I say? He couldn't see that the woman sitting next to him and who was his fated mate was his ex-wife. I just stay and look at her. I know that she is right, but this doesn't change the fact that at least Kara, James, my family all knew who Meredith is, and they fooled me. Now everything makes sense. Why she hated me, why she wanted to resign, why James was so familiar with her. They made fun of me. "Will you shut up?" Stark asked in fury. "Kara is right. My mate is missing, and you stay here looking for culprits for your frustration. They are right. You didn't deserve to know anything. She could be ours from the beginning, and right now she is somewhere, while we are not doing anything for her. This is not over." I say, looking at Kara and then to my father, and I go straight to my car and run away from here. "Let's go, Stark. I need to find my wife," I tell him, trying to calm me down. "Ex-wife," he said, and closed the link between us. "You're just a shitty wolf," I say, and he opens the link, and I expect some apologies, but he said again, "Ex-wife." He gets me crazy. I drive straight to my office, and opening my laptop, I start to look around. She can't be in Vancouver. This is my territory. No one will try to hide something here without me knowing. And if this damn restaurant had been in Vancouver, none of this would have happened. Searching over and over again the map, after some time the door opens and I see Luke with Sam and Dad. "Go away," I tell them. "If you came here to make fun of me, I suggest you leave." "You need help," my father said. "Let us stay. James and London have already started their own search. Landon will let me know if I find anything. I would like to ask him a lot, but now that I'm calmer, I know that Kara is right. It's not the time to talk about what's bothering me. Right now I need to find my wife." "Ex-wife," said, you know who, the jerk of the century. "You know what?" Suddenly Luke says, "You may say I'm crazy, but nothing is connected." "What do you mean?" my dad asks, motioning for him to continue. "Alpha Carter, you said that Veronica and Vincenzo are mates, but where the fuck did they met?" he asks. "He was here a few days ago, and if he saw her and accepted her as his mate, we would have stopped. Why did they just fall in love tonight, just when Meredith disappeared?" Sam looks at me, and I could tell that if Veronica is quilt, he won't look in my eyes anymore, even if it's not his fault. Can you access the footage since Castellano was here? Dad asks. I open the surveillance app and go exactly when I know he was here. And there it is. Shit, Luke said. Did he reject her and she didn't even blink? Are they insane? He asks in horror, but the following makes me crazy. She mesmerized you too, didn't she? The human Meredith Quinn. We hear Veronica saying, yes, she did. She is a pretty little thing and I want her, Castellano said. And they were blabbering about something when Castellano asked, are they really together? They are more than that, Veronica said. They are mates. Smiling sinisterly, Castellano said, not for long. I put the footage on repeat. I will kill him. I scream and immediately pull everything off the desk. He fooled us. He took her from under my nose. I'm sorry, Max, Sam said, lowering his head. I didn't think she could do that. Dad goes outside to call Landon and tell him what I found, while Luke takes the laptop from the ground and says, as if he just ignored all I did at the last minute. Castellano is from Seattle. He couldn't cross the border on land with Meredith. He can't risk that much, and the party was in Surrey. Where do you want to go with this idea? I ask, knowing he has something in mind. Castellano is not stupid to bring her to the south, where he knows we will wait for him. The only way to get back to the U.S. is on water. And to get around Vancouver, he should choose the road too. And I see him fixing a dot on the map. It's a nightmare. White Rock is full of tourists and is not a werewolf territory. We can't move in and search for her easily. Sam comes near us, and after he analyzes the situation, he says, I will bring her there too if I were Castellano. And I take my phone and look for James' number while Luke exits the office to call for our warriors' help. But Sam looks at me and says, when you find her, please let Veronica into my hands. I just look at him. It's my fault for this situation. If I hadn't encouraged her to sleep with me, we wouldn't be here today. I don't care about her, Sam. She is all yours. Come on, I say, and together we exit the office. I call James' number and say to Sam, help me, Sam. Help me bring my wife back. And then I hear him. Author's POV. Where the hell am I? Meredith asks, looking around the room. This is not a hotel, even if it is very luxurious. It seems a private property, she said to herself, looking at the decorations around her. Everything is very expensive and very refined. Suddenly she hears footsteps and the door open and immediately puts her head on the pillow and pretends to be asleep. Shit, what am I going to do? She asks and starts to think of a way to run from here. Whoever put me here has a lot of money, but who would bother to kidnap someone like me? He asks herself. Feeling that someone entered the room, Meredith pretends to be asleep and almost can't breathe in fear. The footsteps are getting closer and closer, and when she thinks she has finally managed to deceive her captor, she suddenly hears a hearty laugh. I understand now why he wanted you. I have to admit, you're funny, said a man's voice. Open your eyes. There are cameras in the bedroom, and I already know you woke up. Meredith opens her eyes and looks straight into the man's eyes. Why am I here? She asks him without giving the impression that she is being intimidated by the man. He approaches her and, circling her, says, My brother wants you, a man like him, striving to conquer a woman like you, and starts laughing hysterically. This is priceless, he says. Looking at him, Meredith analyzes the situation. She has no chance to put him down, even if she has a black belt in martial arts. You are a werewolf, she said. Is this a question or a revelation? Asks the man. Neither, Meredith tells him, without giving a second the impression that she is afraid, though her heart is pounding in her chest. It's your obituary, she said without blinking. Is that so? Asks the man, and immediately climbs into bed next to her, catching her between his legs. And you are an alpha, she said, and the man looked at her intently this time. You are not from here, because I know all the alphas from Canada, but your English is pretty good. So you're smart. Maybe this is why he wants you. Who is the one who wants me? Asked Meredith while the man started to travel his hands around her tiny waist. Maybe it would be better if I kept you to myself. Vince has a lot of women. You will not miss you at all. And he just looks at her, licking his lips. Vince? Who is Vince? Oh my goddess! Suddenly Meredith realizes that there is a possibility to already know her kidnapper. And werewolf, she said, an alpha, and the man smiled in a sinister way. "Good evening, Alpha Castellano," she said, and immediately raised her knee and hit the man in his groin, making him yell. "You," he said, falling to his knees. "I will kill you." Meredith jumps out of bed and leaves the bedroom. She looked left and right, desperately looking for a way out. "Shit, where am I going?" she asks. "Craig!" Castellano's brother starts to yell after his brother Beta. "Catch her!" Meredith starts running on the first stairs she sees, and as soon as she reaches the ground floor, she finds the exit door from the house. But when she touches the doorknob, someone grabs her by the arm and almost jerks her completely, slamming her on the floor. "Where do you think you're going?" a man asks. "Why are rogues here?" "What the fuck is happening here?" she asks. "So you are a fighter," said the rogue, throwing himself at her, knowing full well that a human can't deal with a werewolf. But as soon as he tries to catch Meredith again, she takes one of her taekwondo moves and jumps into the air and kicks the rogue directly in the head, leaving him knocked out. Castellano's brother starts to laugh at the top of the stairs. "I will keep you, or maybe Vince will let me have you after he gets bored of you," he said. "Federico," Vincenzo's Beta said, "will you shut up?" "But why? Look at her. She makes me happy, Craig," and rushes to her, knocking her to the ground. Meredith tries to hit him again with her knee, but Federico pulls out his claws and sticks them deep in her thigh, making her scream in pain. "Federico!" Craig screams at him and immediately throws himself and snatches him from above Meredith, terrified when he sees her in a pool of blood. "Vincenzo made it clear that you are not allowed to touch her. You fucking psychopath, what you are. What's in that stupid head of yours?" "She provoked me," Federico yells in fury. "She is a human for the goddess name," Craig tells him, and immediately takes Meredith in his arms, who has almost fainted from a wound in her thigh. "How can you measure your strengths with a human female?" "She knocked down a rogue, and she hit me hard to know that she is more than she looks like," Federico said, nervous. "Just don't touch her anymore, or Vincenzo will break your neck when he comes tonight." And in a second, he is with her in the same room where she woke up. "Shit," Craig said. "Get a doctor urgently." And this is the thing Meredith heard before she finally fainted. But in the evening when she woke up again, she saw a lot of cables and IVs around her, and heard the sound of some medical machines. "Shh!" She hears the voice that makes her sick. "I am here now. I am sorry for what my brother did," Vincenzo said. "Let me go," Meredith said in a low voice, feeling very weak. "Don't talk," he whispered in her ears, blowing his breath on her face. "We're giving you a transfusion. You lost too much blood." And he caresses her forehead, but Vincenzo's touch makes her feel even sicker than before. She just looks at him and chooses not to say anything else. And she is afraid. What if nobody will find her? She has no chance to signal her position, and tears begin to run down her cheeks. Who will come after me? Who will ever save me from someone like Castellano? And staying in bed, with Castellano near her, touching her everywhere and making her feel abused, she hears his phone ringing. Castellanos looks at his phone and laughs. "This was quick," he said, and answering his phone, he hears Max saying, "Give her to the phone." "Why should I do that?" he asks. "Because if you do it, I will kill you in a second. But if you don't, I will make you regret every bad decision you made in this life. Let's see what you're capable of, Maximilian Cruz," he said, and ended the call. But hearing Max's name, Meredith's heart stops. He knows that she is in Castellano's hands. Will he look for her? "I see you know who I was talking to," Vincenzo said. "Are you ready to see him dying for you?" Author's POV. "Did you track him?" Max asks James. "No, but he's in White Rock for sure," James said. "We need to find her tonight. I am afraid, knowing that she is with Castellano, he is too unpredictable." Landon Quinn said, still looking at the map, and they keep looking at the map trying to find something leading them to Meredith. "Did you find anything?" Lori asks as she enters with Kara in the room and brings some coffee in her hands. But no one says anything. "This will help you to focus, my love," she said, putting a cup of coffee in James' hand. "I don't understand. Where could he keep her? This place is full of tourists in this period. He will attract attention over him, so he must stay in some hidden place." Kara looks at the map that stays lying on the table. Sometimes the best hiding place is in sight. "What is in this area?" she asks, seeing a very large land with a house in the middle of it. "It's a private property," Sam said. "A rich man from America has a house, but he never lives there. Why are you asking?" "It's the only isolated but inhabited place from this map," she said. "Why don't you check the house?" "Kara, I know you're worried, but—" Sam said, but immediately Max stands up and said, "Let's go. Let's check the place." And everyone looks at him like a madman. "Why do you look at me like that?" he asks. "Castellano has enough money to buy that place overnight, and she is right, the place is perfect to hide someone. On a 72,000 square foot of land, you can hide an entire army and no one will notice." "I'm coming with you," James said. "And me too," Luke says and immediately gets to his feet. "No, stay here in case our men find something," and immediately leaves, followed by James. "My car or yours?" Max asks, but James goes straight to Max's car and opens the door. "Why, James? I thought that we are friends." Max asks immediately when the car started. "It wasn't my story to tell you," James tells him. "You fooled me. You betrayed my trust in you." Max tells him. "You're an idiot. You know that?" James asks him. "We were friends when you married her, and I never said anything to you while you were mocking her during your marriage." "You scold me when you talk about her ex," Max yells at him, clutching his hands around the wheel. "And what?" James asks. "Didn't you want to beat the bastard who was married with her? You are free to beat yourself." "I wasn't so bad," Max said, trying to remember what he had done. "No, Max, you were a saint. I think I'll have to find a church and start a beatification process for you and officially make you a saint." And Max shut his mouth and drove, but after some time he says, "Just to be clear, she is my wife and I want her back. She is also my mate, and there is no question about this. She will come back into my house and live with me." "She is your ex-wife," James said. "You sound like Stark right now," Max says angrily, making James laugh for the first time in almost 2 days. "This is the reality. And about the mate thing, this is important for you, but for Meredith is not because she is human. And about the last part in which she will live with you, oh man, I believe you smoked something wrong." "So you won't help me?" Max asks as he sees the private property appearing after a curve. "All I can promise is that I will not interfere in your mate's bond, but for me she should never forgive you." "What have you done with my friend?" Max asks. "You lost him the second you hurt my sister again." And as soon as he parked, James got out of the car. "Fuck, do you feel the air?" he asks, starting to shake. "There are rogues here," and Max immediately goes to the gate and checking the area he finds a werewolf in front of him. "This is private property. Please stay away," said the man. "We were just looking around," James said, smiling at him, and in a second Max hit the man, making him faint. Kara was right. I think she is here. And both of them walked to the house as if they were the masters of the place, knocking down anyone who came out of them. "Shit, James, they are too many," and looking around the house they find a place to hide. "Call Landon and the boys, but I'm not going to wait. I am going to search for her," Max said, and immediately broke a basement window and slipped into the house, and James immediately appeared behind him. "I take the ground floor," James said. "Did you call them?" And Max is already looking upstairs, and he takes his phone out of his pocket. "Yes, Dad and the boys are on their way to this place," said James. "Stark and Stallion take full control of both of them, so to be able to fight if it is necessary, and both of them start to look for Meredith, because the house is embraced in her smell. She is here, and both of them know that." Looking at his phone, Max dialed Castellano's number and listened with attention around him. He is in the house. Max hears the ringtone very close. "We hear again," Castellano said, but in a second Max hears Meredith crying. "Max, I am here." "Shut up," Castellano said, and a loud slap can be heard at the same time with a crying. "Shit!" Max runs and stops in front of a door where he knows that he will find Meredith. "Open the door," Castellano says on the phone. "I already know that you are here from the second you put your foot in my house." And when the door opened, his heart just stopped. In the middle of the bed, hurt and full of bandages, with her lips bleeding and a bruised eye, Meredith is looking at him. "You came," she whispered and bursted in tears, trying to get up and come to Max, but even if she managed to cope with the pain, Castellano's claws around her neck would kill her instantly. Castellano, Max said. Leave my wife alone. And Meredith just died. His what? And she starts to tremble in Castellano's grip, making his claws to get in her soft skin. The blood starts to run down her throat. Meredith, Max yelled. If she's not mine, she'll never be yours, Castellano said and hit her in the head so hard that the blood rushed to her nose. Max sneaks up on him and in a second puts him on the ground, punching him in the face. Maybe you're richer than me, and takes him another punch in the face. Maybe you are a big name in the design field, and punches him again. And maybe you are the heir of the werewolves mob. But when you touch my family, you are just a nobody. And he grips his neck and drags him out of Meredith's bed. Max, James said, coming into the room. His beta and his brother just ran. I couldn't catch them. But seeing Meredith in a pool of blood, he lost his voice. James said, and running to her, starts to put his hands over her wounds to stop the bleeding. Max gives Castellano one more punch and sends him to the world of dreams directly, and letting him fall on the ground, he runs away and climbs into bed next to Meredith. She is looking at him with her eyes half closed, and she smiles slightly. You came for me, she whispered, looking at him with teary eyes. Of course I came after you, stupid woman. You are my wife. And he takes her from James' arms and puts her on his chest and lifts her in bridal style and runs out of the house with her. Wife? Meredith whispers, looking at him while he approves with a nod of his head. But just before she faint again, she says with her last force, Nia, ex-wife. Author's POV. Let me take her, Landon said as he was trying to take Meredith out of Max's arms, but Max simply looked shocked at him. Are you nuts? He asks Landon. Why should I let you take her? I need to take her in my pack so that a doctor could see her. No way, Landon said. I will take my daughter to my pack where she belongs so that a doctor can treat her wounds. No, Max says threateningly, hugging Meredith to his chest, shocking them all. Son, Carter said, it doesn't matter. Let him take her. It's important that Meredith be seen by a doctor, but Max doesn't even blink. My doctors will see her. Max, we need to take her now to a hospital. She is still bleeding. Please let us bring her too. But Max motions for Sam to open the door of his and asks Sam to get behind the wheel as he climbs into the back with Meredith in his arms. You won't take her from me, he said through clenched teeth. Do you think I don't know what you're trying here? You want to steal my wife. Landon and Jason just look at each other completely frustrated. Okay, not in our pack, but she is a human, and your doctors have no experience with humans. Take them to the public hospital from the first town on our way back to Vancouver. There the doctors will know what to do. I will take her to a public hospital, but if you try something, I will. Max said, but suddenly Kara bursts out. Will you shut up at least for a second and just go to the hospital, or do you want her to be bloodless soon? Max looks at her, and he would want to say something, but she is right. Meredith has been unconscious for too long, so in the end he was able to drive her to the nearest public hospital, where doctors immediately took Meredith. It is the first time when someone so rich and important shows up in this hospital, so they mobilize immediately, and in less than 2 hours, Meredith is already installed in a VIP ward and has all the tests done. Will she die? Max asked the doctor, making James and Landon to look at him as he is oligophrenic. No, Mr. Cruz, the doctor said. She lost some blood, but not enough to cause her something irreversible. So she's good? James asks. Can we take her home? And in a second Max throws at him all the infinite arrows, possible and impossible, filled with hatred. She is not going anywhere with you, he said. Doctor, please, kick him out, James suddenly says. I am her brother, and this man is her father, but this individual who keeps making noise is none in her life, and he is disturbing our family. What? The doctor said, feeling embarrassed by the situation. Sir, I will ask you to leave if you are not related to. I am not related? Am I not related to her? Max snorts. She is my wife. And the doctor just looks at James and then at Max and panics, trying to see if Carter or London can clear it up. But the two former alphas stare at James and Max. Looking at Sam and Kara, at Luke or Lori, he sees that they are in shock and they watch with open mouths as the two quarrel. So he does the only thing that goes through his head, grabs the hospital bed and starts pushing it lightly, until he comes out of reserve and moves Meredith. "You are divorced!" James yells, "So you are none in her life. Nothing. Nada. Nits. Nimic. Niente. That you are." "I will beat you," Max says, and he runs to James and punches him in his face, causing Lori to yell. But immediately James punches him too, and in the middle of the hospital ward they start beating each other. "Do you think we should intervene?" Carter asks London. "No, let them be. Each of them must be angry. Do you want to come to see Mer?" Landon asks, and one by one went out of the room, leaving James and Max to fight. Just Lori and Sam stayed in the room, trying to separate them. I, James said, raising his fist to hit Max again. "I can't do it anymore." "You broke my nose, you piece of shit," he said, collapsing in his ass. Max looks at him and immediately falls to the floor, completely exhausted. "I am not a piece of shit, you are. You even stink," he said. "Are you two done?" Sam asks, and James and Max want to look at him, but their eyes are so swollen from the beating that they can't even open them anymore. "James Quinn," Lori said and started to cry. "You better put Stallion to heal you ASAP, or you will sleep in another room. I can't even look at you." James tries to get up and take his mate in his arms, but collapses immediately. "You broke my leg?" James asks, looking at Max, but Max can't even sit on his bottom and immediately falls on his back. "You broke my ribs! Shit! I can't breathe!" he said. But looking around, suddenly both of them realize something. "Where is Meredith?" he asks in unison when Kara returns to the ward. "Are you two for real, or you have no brain? Meredith is unconscious in the ward next door, and you fought until you broke your bones." "Oh my goddess, Sam! Call the doctor. These two need a psychiatric checkup." "You better watch your mouth," Max said, but Kara starts laughing when she hears him speak. His nose is broken, his lips are broken, and he is very swollen, so he can't even speak normally. He just blinks at Kara, and his words come out of his mouth tangled as if he would be completely drunk. "Ha ha!" Kara said. "What a good joke. Just shut up, please." And looking again at Sam, she asks, "What are you looking for?" "Go." And when the doctor comes back and sees these two, he just freezes. What the fuck happened here? "Doctor, if I told you these two fought like that, would you believe me?" Kara asks him, while Sam appears in her back. "No, I'd rather think there were werewolves in this world than believe that these two who looked normal 10 minutes ago managed to fight like that with their bare hands. You say the train hit them." And looking at their wounds, he said, "I need to see them urgently. They may have some internal bleeding." "No, they haven't, they are." Sam tries to say, but in an instant, James and Max start to yell. "It hurts too much. Please put me in a hospital bed. What is going on?" Sam asks Max through his mind link, but Max ignores him and says, "Doctor, I need to be in the same ward with my wife." "Impossible," the doctor said, and right at that moment some nurses came in and put James and Max in some wheelchairs and took them to a ward next to Meredith's. "No, let me stay with my wife," Max said, upset. "Nurse," the doctor said, "make them a sedative." "No, my wife," Max said, starting to get dizzy. "My little sis," James said as his eyes began to close. Lori, Kara, and Sam just look at them sitting in their hospital beds, completely in the dream world. "Nurse," Kara said, "that one, the one that looks like Noah Mills, I heard him say he has stomach problems. Do you think you can make him an enema?" She, making asks Lori to burst in laugh, but Sam jumps up immediately and stops the nurse. "Ignore her, please. She is just joking," and drags her out. "Are you nuts?" he asks Kara, but she is just looking at him and being agitated by the adrenaline of the last events. She catches Sam and drags him to her and tells him, "Shut up, Samuel Jackson. Just shut up and kiss me." Author's POV. Meanwhile, in Meredith's hospital ward, Carter Cruz and Landon Quinn look at her worriedly, not at her physical condition, but thinking about of Max's interest in her. "What are we going to do?" Carter asks Landon. "You know I adore Meredith, and she's always been the only daughter-in-law I've ever wanted." "Carter, you are my friend, but she is my daughter. That son of yours doesn't deserve her," Landon said, coming to Meredith's bed and stroking her forehead lightly. "He is her mate, so the gods believe something else," Carter said, blowing the information in the air. "What?" Landon asks, almost falling off his feet. "Impossible." "That's what we said too, but that's perfect, don't you think? What didn't work out for us seems to work for the gods, and our kids will eventually be together in the end, just as we wanted from the beginning. Carter begins to say, rejoicing in happiness. The moon goddess will bring my daughter-in-law back, exactly where she belongs. But Landon smiles at him and, looking back at Meredith, says to Carter, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Maximillian has a lot of bills to pay to Mer, and believe me, Mer will collect them all. She will make him pay for everything. She is different now. I am her father, and I am very proud of her. London said. A human and an alpha, Carter said. It was just our desire to be related and to protect Meredith, but in the end it looks like it was the best idea ever. Will you let Max approach her? Because it seems to me that he wants her this time. Carter asks, Who am I to oppose a mate bond? I will defy the gods doing it, but believe me, Carter, he must convince her. Landon says, pointing to Meredith and laughing, Goddess, how much more fun I will have! I have to tell Olivia! And immediately leaves the hospital ward and continues laughing. Meanwhile, Max woke up. Maybe those humans have managed to give him a sedative, but he is an alpha, and this can only work for a few minutes on him, until Stark manages to annihilate the effect. Now even his wounds looks better, and seeing where he is, immediately jumps out of bed and wants to get out of the ward. But on the way to the door, he sees James snoring with his mouth open and walking towards him. He looks around and sees that new doses of sedative are being prepared on the bedside table. Grinning diabolically, he took one and put it in his IV. Now, this will give me a few more minutes, he said to himself, and immediately left the ward and looked for Meredith. He sees Landon talking on the phone and easily sneaks in, but surprise, he is not alone with Meredith. Carter stays with her. Dad, what are you doing here? He asks, a little upset that he can't be alone with her. I am protecting Meredith. What does it look like to you? You can go, Dad. I am here now, and it is my duty as her husband to protect her. Max said, and immediately sits down next to her bed. Don't you forget anything? Carter asks, looking at him as if he's grown another head. Is there more? Max asks. She is you ex-boy, starts Carter, but immediately Max turns to him and almost screams at him. Don't you start too? But she is your ex-wife, son. That's exactly what she is. And from what I've seen, she doesn't want you back. You fucked up royally, says Carter, and then stands up. No, she was ugly back then, but now she is beautiful, and now she is. But he doesn't have time to say anything that immediately London enters the salon and says, And because you think so, and you relate to then and now, ignoring the fact that in the past she was the same Meredith, that's exactly why I'm going to make sure she doesn't accept you in her life again. You don't deserve her. And Carter smiles at him, knowing that this is just a facade to get Max's mind into his head. The goddess think otherwise, Max says immediately, seeming to have an answer to everything. But my daughter is a human, so she has the freedom to choose if she will ever want you or not. For the first time, I realize how privileged people are. Don't you think so, Carter? When the gods pair them with someone unworthy, they can think about it without the pressure of the mate bond. And Carter approves, making Max to boil in his own blood. Dad, I'm trying to get you an honorable daughter here, and what are you doing? Max asks in horror. He is doing the right thing. Suddenly James appeared in the door. Did you do anything to me while I was sedated? He asks Max, and both Carter and Landon looks in shock at Max. Me? Of course no. I was here all the time, Max said, and immediately looked at Meredith, but before he could say anything, she starts to move a little, and her eyelashes and eyelids start to shake slightly. All four men gathered around her bed, so when she opened her eyes, she almost had a heart stroke seeing everyone bent over her. What the fuck? She asks in panic. She's back, James said. She is fine, sweetie, London said. Are you all right? Can you move away a little? She asks. You take all the air, and immediately she tries to get up, but both James and Max hurry up and catch her, trying to help her put her pillow up and out of immersion. They go head to head, screaming in pain. What are you two doing? Meredith yells at them. Are you trying to kill me? Give me the pillow, James said. No, it is my duty to help her, Max said to him. But already annoyed at the top, Meredith gets up on her own, even if the pain is killing her, and pulls the pillow out of their hand and places it on her own, leaving them both speechless. Get out, she said angrily. But James starts to stutter. No, it's my duty to be. Max starts to say, but he doesn't finish anything because immediately starts screaming at them. Get out, both of you. And she is really angry right now, with James for acting like a 5-year-old boy, and with Max because she remembers what happened at the party. What bravery on him. His duty? Why are you two still here? She asks, pointing to the door, and both of them leave their heads and go outside. How are you, Meredith? Carter asks, smiling at her. Much better now that the decibels in the room are back to normal, and she smiles at them. Why did they have bruised eyes? She asks, remembering the way they looked like a few moments ago. Those two fools fought while you were unconscious, Landon said. And you left them? Meredith asks in shock. Dad, I'm fine. Don't worry, it's just claw marks and this, she said, pointing to her thigh where Federico Castellano stuck his claws, will heal. This will heal soon. Meredith, Carter said after a while. Max found out about who you are. Shit, so it was not a bad dream? She asks. No, he knows that you two were married, and you want to know something funny? Carter asks her. Shock me, Mr. Cruz, she said. He wants you. She stay with her mouth open. What are you going to do? Landon asks. And Meredith just looks at them and puts her arms on her lap, sighs and shrugs as she says, I will do nothing. Now that he knows I can act the way I want. I can visit my family when I want, and about Maximilian Cruz, he can go to hell because after that damn party he will have a chance with me when hell freezes. You are hurting my feelings with this, Mr. Cruz, Carter said, but he smiles at her. So you're not rejecting him? Carter asks her. He is an alpha and I will hurt him too much. He will be too vulnerable, and no matter how unbearable he is, I don't want to hurt him. I am not the bitch he thinks I am. Meredith said. So what's your plan? Landon asks. To ignore him. Author's POV. As soon as Carter and London left, Lori enters her ward. You look better, she said, sitting on the edge of Meredith's bed. I feel better. Did the doctor say anything about this? She asked, pointing to her wounded and bandaged thigh. No, he just sewed the wound, but he didn't come to visit you after those two alphas occupied him all afternoon. And she starts to giggle. Are they still outside? Meredith asks in shock. Glued to the door. Lori starts to laugh. Bring them in, please. This must stop. It makes me feel bad, even if I didn't even do anything. And as soon as she said that, the door opens and the two of them rush to the door. No need. We heard you. We are here, they both said, looking at each other with threatening looks. What's going on with both of you? Meredith asks, very annoyed. Whatever it was between her and Max, James and Max were friends. She will never let them lose their friendship because of her. We are fine, James said, approaching her and smiling. Don't bribe me with your smiles, James Quinn, she said, pointing her finger at him and squeezing her eyes. And seeing how James reacts to Meredith's look, Lori starts to smile. So this is the way I should act to make you listen to me, she said, making James look at her with his eyes as big as onions. You know what? Meredith asks. If you do not stop immediately with these quarrels and fights, I will return to France at my friends and I will end this circus by myself. No, you can't leave, Max said, jumping up, almost climbing into Meredith's bed. Why, Mr. Cruz? She asks, and James wants to say something and punch Max again, but just a look from Lori and he immediately stops. A responsible wife will never leave her husband. You must stay with me, he said. Ex-wife, Mr. Cruz. Right now I have nothing to do with you, Meredith said, smiling at him. Will you stop with this, Mr. Cruz? Max said, deeply hurt by her words. But this is the fact, Mr. Cruz. How would you like me to call you? The world could draw wrong conclusions. Meredith tells him, smiling at him, while Max's heart has little left and stops. Hubby? My love, my dear? He asks, looking at her, and right at that moment James starts to laugh. Max looks at him and gives him an ugly look and immediately looks at Meredith again, who looks at him with those gorgeous blue eyes, making him melt under her gaze. Why would I ever call you that way? She asks him. Are you out of your minds? Because I am your husband. Hello, Max said, and James can't stand it anymore. Excuse me, I have to go out and calm down a little, he said, taking Lori with him, realizing he had no reason to hate Max. On the contrary, he should sympathize with him because he will need a shoulder to cry on. Passing by Max, he pats him on the shoulder and says, "I am sorry, man. I know that you will need help. I am here. I just want to let you know," and leaves Max perplexed and goes outside, but not before looking at Meredith, who smiles calmly at him. "So where were we?" Meredith asks Max, trying to get more comfortable in bed. He comes near her bed and grabbing her pillow helps her stay in a good position, and as soon as Meredith is back down, he tells her, "We were talking about you and me, about the fact that we are married and—" "Divorced," Meredith said, making Max frown. "No, this is not true. In our culture there is no divorce. This is generally accepted by humans, but we are different, and we believe in something more profound." Max said. "You must hallucinating, Mr. Cruz," Meredith said. "I am human, so according to what you just said—" "It doesn't apply to you," Max begins to say. "You were raised by werewolves, so you are not human. But the fact is that I am a human. Just look at me right now and tell me that I am not human. James beat you to death, and now after 2 or 3 hours you have just a blue eye. I will be in bed for at least 1 or 2 weeks because of this wound." "I don't care," Max said. "You are my mate, and now I just found that you are my wife too, so everything is just perfect." "Ex-wife," Meredith said again. "Will you stop with this?" he asks, already annoyed. "No, Mr. Cruz, I will not stop. What were you telling me at the party? That I a bitch? A fucking bitch?" "I was just upset because you threw away a family heirloom without realizing how valuable it is, and I'm still upset, but now I'm willing to forgive you. You are my wife, what can I say? Husbands should not be upset with each other." "Look, Mr. Cruz," Meredith said, "I understand you are confused, but believe me when I am telling you, we are divorced and this is a real fact, so stop disturbing me or I will resign again, especially since I have $5 million to pay you back. For now, all that stops me is the fact that MaxLines is an extraordinarily large company, and it's good for my career to be there, but I have my limits." But, Max said, looking at her angrily. "But what?" Meredith asks in a hoarse tone. "We haven't even consumed our marriage," says Max as if it were the revelation of his life. "And who's to blame for that?" Meredith asks. "You own me that," Max yells at her. "No, I own you nothing. But I saved you from Castellano's hands. I'm your life savior, at least for this, and you own me something," Max said, trying to get her to promise to give him a chance. "All right," Meredith said. "For that I own you some thanks." "What?" Max asks in shock. "What can it do with your thanks?" "I don't know, but thank you, Mr. Cruz, for saving my life. You are my hero in shining armor," she said, almost laughing. "Meredith Quinn, mark my words," Max said using his Alpha command. "Whether you like it or not, you are my wife, and after all this end, you will live with me again, and this time I will come home every night. Do you hear me?" Meredith just looks at him, and somehow in her heart she thinks that he is sweet in the way he wants her back. But right now she is just fine the way she is, and she doesn't feel the pull of the mate bond. And at the same time, she knows that all this is just because Max will never agree to be rejected by a weak human. Max never knew how to lose. "Mr. Cruz," she said, looking straight into his eyes, "you are a werewolf, and I am a human. I believe you when we say that we are mates, because you will never fool around with something so important, but I believe in something else." And looking at him, she say, "I believe in every sunrise, and I believe in new beginnings, and I believe that everything has its time, and I still believe that a marriage must be based on love." "What are you saying?" Max asks, not understanding where Meredith wants to go. "I am saying that we are too different to be together, and if in the future by chance you will ever convince me to accept you, I should love you first, and now is not the case." "But who needs love? When do we have the mate bond?" Max asks contrariety. "I need love, Mr. Cruz. I was raised with a lot of love in my family, and I want the same thing in my own family. So what are you telling me? That first I should make you love me?" Max almost laughs at this idea. "You say it right," Meredith said. "To be your wife, I must love you first, and right now the pigs will fly faster than that." "You," Max said, pointing his finger to her. "Yeah, I know, I am a bitch," Meredith said, tossing the party words in front of him. "So I must make you to love me," Max repeated. "Yes," Meredith replied with a definite snort. "It's a must-have, but if you think you won't be able to, you can go to Veronica. I'm sure she'll accept it unconditionally. I don't want her. I want you and only you. Max said, making Meredith's heart to skip a beat. I will make you love me, he said. Just look and learn. Love is some piece of cake if people are good at it too. And immediately he goes to the door to make his attack plan, but realizing something, he immediately returns to Meredith's bed and catching her face in his hands, he pulls her towards him and kisses her passionately until he leaves her breathless. Do you love me now? He asks her, waiting with all his heart for her answer. Of course not, Meredith said, trying to breathe. Shit, he said as he came out of her ward. It's harder than I thought. And Meredith just looks at him as the door closes. What was that? James asks as soon as Max comes out of his ward talking to himself. That was Maximilian Cruz, who else? She says, laughing. No, what did you do to him? James asks. I told him that if he wants me to accept him as a husband, he must make me love him, said Meredith, looking at Laurie. And that brat went crazy? James asked, laughing. He thinks the bond is enough, isn't it? Laurie asked. Of course he thinks so. He is just a scoundrel, Meredith said, and then smiling she continued, a very good-looking scoundrel, but this is the second part. Do you like him? James asks. He is different now, and the fact that he wants me, even for some wrong reasons, but he wants me, I have to admit that makes him attractive. Meredith said, This is fate, Mer. You two are mates, and you were meant to be together from the beginning. Even our parents wish the same thing as the gods did. Maybe you should give him a chance, said James. I am already doing it, James, but I will never accept him again in my life easily. First time I accepted him because that was our parents' dearest wish, but now is about me and about what I want. Will you come back home? Laurie asks. No, I have my own house, and even if it's small, I just love it. It's cozy and comfy, and that place is about me. But you are wounded, and there is still the threat that comes from Castellano, but also from Veronica Jackson. Maybe you would want to think again. James says worriedly. I will be all right, James. I have Kara with me and is just less than an hour away from you, and is in New Moon territory. I will be safe there. In the evening, when Meredith thought she would stay alone and finally rest, the door opens and Max enters with a lot of bags and luggages, followed by Auntie Jen. What are you doing? Meredith asked, in shock seeing all this. I'm moving here, Max said as if it was something normal. Are you nuts? She asks. Auntie, please tell him to go back home. Meredith tells Auntie Jen, but she's just looking at her, shrugging her shoulders. Mr. Cruz, she said, but nothing. He is ignoring her as he puts his own pillow in free bed from the ward, and she asks, What the fuck? Will you sleep here? And Max continues to take his arrangements, but when Meredith sees him taking his pajamas from his luggage, while Auntie Jen puts food in the small fridge from the hospital ward, that's it, and she yells, Max, what are you doing? And he just stops. I like how my name sounds when you're calling it. Is that all you've heard? She asks him. No, I heard everything, but I wasn't interested by what you were blabbering. This scoundrel. He wants to make her love him with this attitude. Max looks at Auntie Jen and tells her, Auntie, if this is all the food, you can go. Sam is waiting for you to take you home. Thank you for everything. Auntie Jen goes to Meredith and takes her in her arms, making Max startle. Since when do they get along so well? But when he hears Auntie Jen, how she says goodbye, his heart stops. My Luna, take care of you. I will, Auntie, she says and hugs the old woman in her arms. Now go and rest. This scoundrel had bring you here in vain, and both women started to laugh. Her Luna? Max asks as soon as the door is closing behind Auntie Jen, but Meredith ignores him. Turn off the light, she said, and don't try anything or I'll kick your ass even if I am wounded. You want to touch my ass? Max asks her. You wish? Meredith said, and trying to let go of her pillow and lie down on the bed to sleep, she stretched more than she should and her thigh began to ache. Shit, she said, gritting her teeth in pain. What happened? Max asked, jumping right in next to her. It's nothing. Just my thigh. I think one of the stitches has cracked. Let me see it, he said, and until Meredith could say something, he lifted her sheet and her hospital shirt, leaving her in her tiny panties. Maximilian Cruz, Meredith yelled, trying to cover herself, but Max is with his mouth wide open, looking at her perfect legs, long and thin, and at her nude lace panties that are more than sexy, and he felt that all the blood in his body concentrated in a certain area. "Sorry," Max said, and turning his back on her, tries to calm down because Stark yells in his head to take her, to make her his forever. "I'm so sorry," he says, walking to his bed and getting under the bedding. And turning off the light, he says, "Call me if you need anything." But Meredith keeps her mouth shut, still shocked by what happened earlier. Is he nuts? She asks herself. What would have happened if I didn't have panties? Holy fucking shit. But as soon as she fell asleep, Max got up and came to her bed. "She's perfect, Max," Stark said. "Yeah, I know, except for her brain. Everything about her is just perfectly." "Her brain is perfect. Your brain is broken, Max," says Stark. "I want her, and I think I'm going to imprint myself on her very soon." "Do it now," Max said with a big smile. "She will start to want me, and it will not be necessary to make her love me. The bond will solve all the problems. This is why I'm not doing it yet." Stark tells him, "I love her, but you don't." "I don't know what love is, Stark. Is something complimentary, not a must-have." "I contradict you. I will wait a little longer, just for you to clear your mind, because Meredith deserves her fairy tale." "You just like moke me. That's all," Max says, and easily gets into Meredith's bed, trying not to wake her. Feeling his warm, Meredith immediately clings to his body, making Max feel like he's going crazy. Millions of tingles are in every area where their bodies touch. He closes his eyes and tries to stay calm, because the need to mark her is too big. Meredith puts her arms around his body, and Max takes her in his arms, letting her to sleep over his big and muscular chest, so that her wound not to be touched. He just looks at her, sleeping soundly in his arms, and he feels a strange emotion in his heart for the first time in his life. He kissed her forehead and made a promise. "I will woo your stupid head, and also your heart, your tiny, little, pretty human mate, and you will see that love is not necessary." But just as he was speaking, he hears her saying, "Max, shut up and sleep. We will discuss this tomorrow," and his heart stopped. Author's POV. "Do you think we should wake them up?" Meredith hears someone talking near her bed, but she's too tired to open her eyes. "At least wake Max up. Your friend will kick his ass when she will find him in this position," a man said. "Position?" Meredith asked herself. "What position?" And she immediately opens her eyes and she sees Sam and Kara by her bed, but she doesn't even turn her head and she sees Max next to her. He was sleeping with his mouth open, snoring slightly completely parallel to what was happening around him. It was the best sleep of his adult life. One hand is over Meredith's breast and another on her ass. "This scoundrel," she said. "It's not enough that he slipped into my bed last night. Now he has to touch me too." And looking at Kara, she said, "Will you help me to go to the bathroom, please? I need to wash my face and decide what to do with this perverted alpha." But as angry as she is, so amused is Sam. "Why are you laughing?" Kara asks, annoyed by his grimace. "It's nothing, but I need to take a picture. He will kill me later, but his face is priceless." And as soon as Kara helps Meredith to walk to the bathroom, the women close the door behind them, isolating themselves in the bathroom. Kara whispers, "What was all about? He came last night and moved into my room, and when he thought I was asleep, he slipped into my bed. I left him alone and fell asleep." "What? You didn't break his neck?" Kara asks, completely astonished. "No. One, because I was tired and weak because of the blood that I lost yesterday. And secondly," Kara asked, "secondly, because it was a nice feeling to stay in his arms. I always wondered when we were married what it would have been like if you knew what I mean." Meredith said, "So you made up your mind? Are you going to accept him?" "What? Of course not. I already told him. I will accept him only when he will be able to make me love him. Clearly he is handsome and smart and damned rich, but that is not enough for me. He is a man-whore, and I can't trust him. He thinks the mate bond is enough." But Meredith couldn't say anything because screams were beginning to appear in her hospital room. "Where is she? Who stole my wife?" Max growls that he started shaking the windows alarmingly, all the humans over the hospital. "Max, no more noise. This place is run by humans." Sam tried to calm him down, but immediately Kara ran to the bathroom door and came out with enough noise to distract him. "Are you really an alpha? Can't you use your senses? It was enough to sniff the air a little, and you would have known she was in the bathroom. And Max blushes in shame. "Shit," Stark said. "She is right. I just look like a fool." But Max doesn't give up and tells her, knowing that Meredith will hear him. In love and war, everything is allowed. And he grins broadly, being convinced that with this reply, Meredith will fall into his arms. In his past, he really enchanted so many women with his remarks. He will not break the rule with his own mate. She is a woman as well. But he doesn't have time to say anything else that Meredith immediately appears from the bathroom door, leaning against the wall and telling him, "I'm glad you admit we're at war." And she stretches out for Kara's hand to help her walk. "What war, woman?" Max asks. "I just remembered what you said last night when you slipped like a thief into my bed." And Max's face is whitening. "What did you say?" "That you will woo my stupid head and also my heart. And you also said that I am a tiny little human?" "You forget pretty," Max said, as if that was the most important thing. "Let me tell you, woo my ass! Now get out of here!" "I need to change my clothes and see the doctor," Meredith said. "I can help you with that," Max said, but as soon as Meredith looks at him, he starts to laugh and signals Sam to come after him. "I must say, Sam, this woman is so different from everything I had in my life. She is a badass human, man. She's not afraid of anything. She has a lot of strength for a human, and she looks fantastic." But as soon as he says that, Max looks at him menacingly. "I am not saying it in that way, dude. I have my own badass mate to tame. You know what I said." Sam tells him and starts to laugh. "Come and let's have some coffee," Max said. "Do you think if I give her a coffee she'll love me?" he asks absolutely stupidly. "She will adore you, Max." Sam laughed to himself as Leo, his wolf, rolled his eyes. "I don't understand what's going on with him," Leo says to Sam. "You say he became an idiot overnight. Let him be. He will recover. He is just excited that Meredith is his ex-wife. He needs time to process the news." But meanwhile, in the hospital ward, the doctor came and looked at Meredith's wounds. "This looks pretty good. The stitches are at their place," he said. "Can I go home?" Meredith asks, and Kara immediately turns her head towards her. "I wish I could keep you for a few more days," doctor says, for safety. "Please, I promise that I will stay in my bed as long as you say, but I am going crazy here." "Who will take care of you?" the doctor asks. "I will," said Kara, looking at Meredith and smiling. "And her brother has a lot of resources. I will ask him to send a nurse to check her daily. In this case, you can go. At least we will have peace in the hospital again. There hasn't been so much fuss here in a long time, but that husband of yours is scary," said the doctor. "Ex-husband," says Meredith. "Excuse him. He is too scared that he will lose his ex-wife," and the doctor starts to laugh. "Good joke, Mrs. Cruz," he said, assuming she is the wife of Maximilian Cruz, the richest man in the Vancouver area, but just a look from Meredith and he swallows his words. "Isn't that a joke?" he asks again, and immediately he starts writing her a recipe and lets her go. But when after half an hour Max and Sam came back with coffee in their hands, trying to impress the ladies, they found an empty ward. "Where is she?" Max asks in a panic with a big growl. "Will you stop yelling, please?" The doctor appears behind them. "Where is she?" Max asks, clenching his teeth. "Oh, the lady asked to be discharged and taken care of at home. She left with her friend 20 minutes ago." And Sam looks at Max, and Max looks at Sam, and both of them at the doctor, who feels like a deer in front of the wolf. "Why?" Max asks the doctor. "Why did you let her go? She is sick." "I can't force her to stay here. It was her choice. We are people, not animals. We take into account the opinions of those around us." "Ha! Take that!" Leo laughs, making Sam smile. "Max," Sam said, "let's go. Let the doctor do his job, please. Just leave him alone." And he walks away from Meredith's former ward while the doctor yells after him. "Hey, what about your luggage and all the food you left here?" "Burn it," said Max, and I can swear that his head smokes, author's POV. "Where are we going?" Sam asks as he sees Max coming out of the hospital very angry. "Home," he said, actually smoking. "Your home or Meredith's?" Sam asks completely innocently, but immediately Max turns to him and tells him with a very harsh voice, "My home, because it is more than clear that the human tries to provoke me. I know what she's doing." "You know?" Sam asks, trying to figure out what Max knows because he has no idea what he's talking about. Women are too unpredictable for his mind. Until he met this new Kara, he thought he knew everything about them, but Kara turned his life upside down. Yes, I know. She wants to catch my attention. I just realized that she is fooling around, making me lose my control, only to make me get closer to her. It's her tactic. I am sure of this. Max, I think you're drawing the wrong conclusions. Sam tries to tell him. Since she came to MaxLine, all she did was to ignore you. You are the one who keeps getting into her life. Are you nuts? Max asks. I am not. This is a game that can be played in two. I will ignore her until she comes to me. No, Stark said. You will go to see her now. Mark my words, Stark Cruz. I will not. I am not a fool to let her do what she wants with me. I am an alpha, the most powerful alpha in Canada. I can't run after a woman just because she wants so. Max yells at Stark. You know what? If we lose her again, because of your ego, you are dead to me. And Stark closes all his links with Max, leaving him as human as possible. Finally, it's silent, Max said ironically. And coming into the pack house, he sees Grandpa Cruz and Lisa Cruz in the living room, looking at something shiny. What's happening? Max asks, but only a glance, and he sees that Grandpa has in his hands the bracelet he offered to Meredith. Grandpa, he said enthusiastically. Oh my goddess, you found Grandma's bracelet. What are you talking about? Grandpa Cruz asks, looking at Lisa and then at Sam. Where did you find it? Max asks. Max, are you sick? Lisa Cruz asks her son. No, Mom, I'm as healthy as I could be, Max said, and coming to Grandpa Cruz, he takes the bracelet from his hands. I felt like I lost something important when that heartless human mate of mine told me that she threw it in the trash. Where did you find it? He asks. Grandpa looks at him and, understanding what happened, he asks Max. You know what, Max? You don't deserve Meredith. You are always assuming what is worse about her. When you two were married, you assumed that she was weak and ugly, when in fact she was just simple and shy. When you found her again, you hated the idea of being mated with a human. You didn't even recognize her for the goddess' sake, and you let your whores touch her and hurt her. But she is a human, and she was ugly, and I still don't know why she is beautiful now and she is weak. Her current condition shows how weak she is, Max said, trying to argue. This, Grandpa said, looking at Max, was never thrown to the garbage. She came here and gave it to me, saying that she knows how much I loved your grandpa and felt bad to keep it, knowing that you will never be a part of her life. And Max feels his blood disappear from his body and evaporate. His heart stops. She was here. She gave back his gift. Sam just looks at him and doesn't say anything. And what else could be said? Grandpa Cruz is right. Max always assumed the worst about Meredith. Maximilian, you are my grandson, but I will tell you only once this. I will never accept anyone else as Luna of New Moon Pack than Meredith. As weak as you think she is more proper than any of your whores. Grandpa Cruz rises to his feet and leaves, and Lisa, without looking at Max, gets up and goes after him to help him. Max just looks around without focusing because his mind went blank. Will I never be a part of her life? He asks himself. Max, don't put it to your heart. Grandpa Cruz was just upset. Meredith's injury affected a lot of people. Sam tells him, trying to make him recover, but Max immediately gets out of the house and goes straight to his car, gets behind the wheel and leaves quickly, leaving a huge trail of smoke behind him. Shit, James said and immediately called Kara. Kara? He asks, and suddenly his heart is warming knowing that she is at the other end of the phone. Oh, Mr. Jackson, Kara said, making him sad. Why are you calling me? Mr. Jackson? No more Sam? He asks, smiling sadly. Fine, Sam, Kara said. What do you want? I believe that Max is coming to your apartment, and he is kind of furious. Keep the door closed. And if you need help, call me. Sam said. Oh, it won't be necessary, Kara said and ended the call, leaving him with his mouth open. Looking at Kara, Meredith asks, Was that Sam? Yeah, it looks like your Alpha is coming here and something happened again. And Kara helped her to sit on her bed. I am too tired, Kara. Don't let him in, please. I need to rest. And Meredith just closed her eyes and tried to rest, but Max was not coming to her place. Driving with a lot of speed, he had only one destination in his mind. The house where he put Meredith when they were married, and where he never put his foot. Their former house was placed far enough from the packhouse so that he would never have to interact with Meredith. He basically isolated her and let her live alone with Auntie Jen. He has a lot of houses and apartments all over Vancouver, but he chose this place out of a desire for revenge, trying to show by his decision that he rules out the idea of marrying Meredith. This is his only property that is not literally located in Vancouver, but outside the city. The house is Richmond, has 3 bedrooms and 3 baths, and is located in a residential complex where only humans stay. So Auntie Jen was the only werewolf when she stayed here. With over 2,000 CSF, the 2-level end unit boasts 16 ceilings in the living and dining room. Also on the main floor are the open space kitchen and family room that is a blasphemy for any werewolf who lives in a pack house and has a very clear delimited space. The kitchen is always a place for omegas, not an open area. The house has upstairs 2 extra large bedrooms, one with walk-in closet and cheater unsuited, and a large open den/flex area with skylights for a great home office. That is a suite in the real sense of the word. Also on the ground floor has a bedroom, not as big as the other ones, but large enough for one person. The house has over 1,000 CSF, private fenced outdoor space and garden, perfect for outdoor evenings. And yet, Max was never here. He brought the place as an investment and ended up sending his wife here. When he enters the front door, his heart stops. The place is very cozy, and the house has a family atmosphere. Auntie Jen said that Meredith was helping her all the time, and she was cooking dinner for him every evening, so he can only imagine her in that open space kitchen cooking for him, even if she knew that he will never come home. He looks around, and everything is clean and perfectly arranged. There is furniture that he does not remember buying. Meredith probably arranged the place to her liking. Every single room smells like her. And his heart starts shaking without realizing it. In the living room there are some comfortable sofas where she probably waited for him to come home, and a big TV where she was finding out about all his scandals. But when he went upstairs, he thought that she probably lived in the biggest bedroom that has a lot of adjacent spaces, but no. Meredith didn't use the suite, she stayed in the smaller one. Ever since you opened the door, you realized she was there. She repainted the walls in a gray light color, and the furniture is all white. There's not too much furniture around, just a one-person bed, showing that she was never expecting for him to sleep here, a nightstand, and a wardrobe. On the nightstand table are some photos with her family and one with her and James. And she has been beautiful since then. Everyone was right. She never was ugly. Shit. Why didn't I come here at least once? He asks himself. Right now, he would like Stark to appear and yell at him, to tell him that he was a jerk, but Stark remains silent. What have I done? Max asks himself, and he lies down on the bed where Meredith spent her nights. And for the first time in his life, he realized that making Meredith accept him back will be the fight of his life. And more than this, probably he has almost 0 chances to achieve his goal. Author's POV. Meredith wasn't at the office all week, and Max didn't look for her either. He just didn't know what to do. To apologize would have been too much for his alpha pride. It would have meant admitting he was wrong. Completely resigned, he chose to do the simplest thing, to do nothing. She'll never forgive me, but now I understand why, he tells Sam. But Max, she is your mate. You can't just abandon the idea of the bond mate and ignore it. And Sam is already pissed. You have to keep trying. No, Sam, I just realized that back then I was more than a jerk. I'll leave her alone. She hates me. This is clear. I thought it was just a tactic of hers to ignore me, but she really does it from conviction, not for any particular purpose. Don't you really want her? Sam asks him already desperately. Of course I want her, but she's right. She is human, and I am an alpha, and we are incompatible. No, Max, you are not. That's what I thought about Kara. And she showed me that she is exactly what I need, Sam said in a pleading voice. Did she accept you? Max asks, looking at him. No, but I won't let her go until I'll convince her. Kara deserves all my patience with her. I can't focus if I don't distance myself from Meredith, Sam, Max said. In the last period, I wasn't me anymore. I was a desperate man running after a woman, and in the end I also felt badly. I know now. I know that I'm the one who made a mistake, and the best thing I can do is leave her alone." "You're a coward," Sam said, and Max immediately glared at him. "Maybe you're my friend, Sam, but watch your mouth. I am still your Alpha," he said threateningly. "Stark will never let you abandon her," Sam tells Max. "He already did it. He's not talking to me, so if he has nothing to say, we are fine." But he fails to finish what he has to say that immediately the door to his office opens and Luke appears happy. "You won't even believe who I met at the elevator," Luke says excitedly. "A hot blonde?" Sam asks, knowing his weakness for blondes. "No, or yes, because there was a hot blonde there too. Meredith came back to the office." "Kara was with her?" Sam asks, totally excited because he hasn't seen her in over a week. "Well, who do you think was the hot blonde, my mother?" Luke asks, laughing, and Sam immediately leaves the office with a precise destination. "What are you going to do?" Luke asks Max. "She's back now." "Nothing. She is here as a chief designer, that's all." And Max goes to his desk and opens his laptop. "You are making a mistake, Max. Again," Luke tells him and walks to the door. "I am doing the right thing. Now let me work. And Luke," he tells him, "find me a new assistant." "Did you find anything about Veronica?" Luke asks. "No, she just ran and I can't find her anywhere in my pack area," said Max without looking at Luke. "What if she will come back and hurt Meredith again?" And immediately Max looks up from his laptop and Luke sees a twinkle in them. "There is this possibility. She can look for revenge," is Luke telling him. "If I stay away from Meredith, no one will hurt her. I am the culprit for what happened, not her." "But what if?" Luke tries to say, but Max looks at him and motions for him to leave him alone. 6 floors down, Sam enters the design department with a heart as small as a flea. Kara is back. Kara, his sweet mate, is back, but when he sees her, he is just a step away from a heart stroke. She is wearing a royal blue double-breasted 3-piece suit with blazer, waistcoat, and pants, and a white shirt. Her hair is styled in a perfect bun. In her feet, she wears some white stiletto with very high heels, and the only accessories are some delicate white pearl earrings. Kara is so thin and delicate that Sam feels the need to take her in his arms instantly. And he is mesmerized and jealous and angry at the same time, because next to her desk are at least 2 men talking to her, and it is clear that they are flirting with her. And Kara, shit, she is just enjoying the party. After a whole week in which he could not see her because of Max, because he had no reason to come to her house, Kara appears in this way and takes his breath away. Clenching his fists and controlling himself with difficulty, Sam goes to her desk, and Kara feels him approaching, but she just lets him be and continues her conversation with her colleagues. When one of them takes her hand in his hand and whispers something in her ear, Sam can't stand it anymore, and in 2 steps, he is behind Kara. He puts his hands on her waist, and Kara just turns her head and asks him as if he would be none in her life. "Mr. Jackson, what are you doing here?" Sam just looks at her and then at the men around her, and with a threatening look he tells them, "Get lost, or I'll put you to wash the toilets in the packhouse for a whole year." And without thinking, the men disappear. "What a coward," Cece says, annoyed. "Why did you do that?" Kara asks him, pouting her lips. "They were glad I was back. That's all. They were making sweet eyes to you. You are mine, and I won't let anyone take what's mine." Sam said, looking straight into her eyes, "But I am not yours. You rejected me. Did you forget?" Kara asks him. "And I regret it, and I told you so many times that I rejected my rejection." "My dear," Kara said, making Sam almost fall from his own feet hearing her calling him that way. "This is not the way a rejection works. Every day I think that maybe I should just accept it and free you from me," she said, even if she knows too well that she will not accept his rejection, especially now when Sam wants her. She wants him too, but he must come to that point where he realizes that he will die without her. And just like Meredith said, he must have realized that he loves her, not just wants her because of the bond. He must love her because from her point of view things are simple. He is more that she ever wished to receive in this life. What is happening here? Suddenly Meredith asks as she leaves her office. Beta Jackson just kicked all my suitors out. Because of him I will remain alone and unmarried all my life. And she growled, making Sam feel his blood pressure rise. I will marry you. Luke said, coming from the elevator. You are? Kara asked with a visible happiness on her face. Yes, just tell me when you want and we're going to get married, says Luke, entering Kara's game. The truth is that he will never take his friend's mate. Are you nuts? Sam asks in panic. Do you need her? He asks Meredith. Of course I need her, she said. She is my assistant, my friend, and my roommate. No, for the next hour, can I kidnap her for 1 hour? And she looks at Kara, who gives her a small smile, and then tells Sam, 1 hour. If you will not bring her back in 1 hour, I will break your legs. Do you hear me? 1 hour is enough, Sam said, and took Kara in his arms and threw her over his shoulder, leaving with her on his shoulder. Luke, give her purse. She will need it, Sam said. What are you doing? Kara asked as he put her in his Audi A9 and began to fasten her seat belts. He closes the door, blocking it, and when he gets behind the wheel, he asks her, You want to piss me off, don't you? Qui moi? Kara asks, blinking from her eyelashes. So we are speaking French now, is that so? Sam asks and starts the car. Where are you taking me, Samuel Jackson? Kara asked, a little bit alarmed because Sam is very serious. To the city hall to get married, author's POV. But, Kara said. I can't marry you, she said, looking at Sam as if he was some alien. Why? You wanted to marry Luke. Why don't you want me? Sam asks angrily. You didn't even ask me, Kara said. Sam looks around and sees that Queen Elizabeth Park is just a minute away, and he drives straight to the park, takes Kara out of his car, throws her on his shoulder again, and starts walking through the park without caring that everyone looks at him. Put me down, you brute, Kara said. People are looking at my ass. But he keeps walking, searching for something, and when he sees the perfect spot, he goes straight to the middle of Quarry Gardens. In the middle of a small lawn surrounded by flowers, he puts Kara down and looks into her eyes and asks her, You want everything done the way you want, don't you? What the hell are you talking about? Kara asked with her heart beating hard, but she doesn't get to say anything as Sam immediately kneels in front of her and, taking her hand in his hands, asks her, Kara Lewis, I know that I fucked up, but please will you marry me? And he is looking at her, waiting for her answer. Is he really proposing to her in the middle of Vancouver, in front of so many people? Shit, Cece said. Let's take him. Not yet, Kara said to her, and looking at him she asks, Is that all? And Sam just looks at her with his mouth open. Should it be more than that? Kara Lewis, Sam said. Are you kidding me? He asks her, almost crying. But Kara doesn't even blink. No declaration of love? And where is the ring? How can I marry you without a ring? And Sam's heart can't take it anymore, and he bursts into tears. I will give you 10 rings if you want. Just accept me. I can't stand it anymore. I am going crazy knowing that you are fooling around and that I can't stay with you. What about all your women, Sam? Kara asks the thing that tormented her the most. Sam had a history. He and Max almost ticked through their bed all the female werewolves in Vancouver and around Vancouver. Since I decided that I want you, you were the only one in my mind, Kara. Please believe me, Sam said, crying hard. How do I know I'm not going to wake up with women at the door with children in their arms, claiming that they are yours? She asks him. No, I was always protecting myself. I kept this for my mate. Only my mate will have my pups. I swear to you. I don't want to live in a pack house, Kara said. There are too many sad memories. I will buy a house for us. You will choose the place. Just please take me. You don't have a ring. And looking at him gravely, she said to him, Where is the ring, Samuel? Are you just acting impulsively now? What if you change your mind tomorrow? I swear I'm not changing my mind. And looking around, he takes a long leaf and spins it on Kara's ring finger. Now you have the ring. I will buy you a real ring after we get married. Just say yes. I am not sure. I will not let you mark me until I will trust you. If you disappoint me, I will divorce and marry Luke Navarro, she said. I will kill him first, Sam says, clenching his fangs and making her laugh. Will you take him, please? Cece asks. Kara just looks at him and kneels in front of him, and now both of them are kneeling. From this position, she barely reaches his shoulder. She lifts her hand and wipes his tears, and smiling at him, she said, You have one chance, Samuel Jackson. If you will hurt me again, I will leave this place forever. I had a hard life, and when you rejected me, I realized that I deserve more, but you came and destroyed everything." And letting her tears flow down her face, she said, "If Meredith didn't show up, I probably wouldn't be here now. I was so depressed and sad that no one cared about me." "I promise," Sam said. "I promise that I will fight to make you happy." "Remember," Kara says seriously, "you promised. So will you marry me?" Sam asks. "Yeah, I'll take you because the way you look now, if I don't take you, no one will take you anymore. Whoever saw a beta crying, full of mucus and puffy eyes, in the middle of a public place? Or maybe I should think about it." "No, you don't have to think anymore," exclaimed Sam. "You already said you were taking me." And getting up, he takes her in his arms and carries her in a bridal style back to his car. Kara just looks at him. He finally came to her crying and asked to be taken back by her. She looks at his gorgeous face, at the way his long trimmed blonde hair falls on his forehead, at his blue eyes and most at his fleshy lips, and all she wants is to kiss him. But she is afraid that if she does it, she will wake up realizing that is just a dream. As soon as Sam arrives at the car, he opens the door and puts her on her seat, which is right next to him, as his mate. He starts the car, but in the second he pushes the brakes and stops the car. "Did you change your mind?" Kara asked, looking at him and feeling that she wants to die and let the earth swallow her. "No, I forget something," Sam said, pulling out her seatbelt and pulling her toward him as if weighing nothing and placing her on his lap, letting her say over his body, over his very active friend from his genes, and looking at her, he smiles and says, "I forgot to kiss you," and catch her neck with his hand, bringing her closer, and catch her lips in a tender kiss. For minutes he kissed his woman the way he just dreamed in the last weeks, since she proved him how much he was wrong about her. When he finally manages to let Kara breathe, he lets his head down so that his lips could kiss her neck, making her shiver under his kiss's attack. "Don't worry," he said. "I will mark you when you will be ready, but you must promise me that no matter what will happen, you will never leave me." "If you keep your promises, I will never leave you," Kara said, smiling as he put kiss after kiss on her neck. "Are we going?" she asks. "You have a little time left, and your hour it's over, and I'll let Meredith beat you if we're late. Let's get married and then go back." And they went and took the tickets for the journey of their life, saying a simple "I do." Author's POV. "What do you mean that you married Samuel Jackson?" Meredith asked, looking at Kara as if she was fooling around. "He cried, Mer," Kara said, crying with happiness. "He cried and knelt down in front of me and asked me to take him back." "Oh my goddess," Meredith said, putting her hands over her mouth. "So this is real. It's as real as you and me and the fact that werewolves exist," said Kara, still crying. "So you're not going to live with me?" Meredith asked sadly. "Until we find a house for us, I was hoping that you will let me stay with you, and maybe if Sam wants to stay, if you could let him stay with me too." "Of course I will let you stay. My house will be so empty without you," and taking her in her arms, Meredith said. "My friend is married. Did you see that there are happy endings?" she asks Kara. "You were right. I will never be able to thank you for staying by my side. You are the best friend I ever had, or better said, the only one," and Kara wipes away her tears. "We will see each other at work and you will still be my assistant," Meredith said. Right now she is very happy for Kara, but thinking about her own situation, her heart is broken. She was in her office for more than 5 hours and Max didn't show up. Maybe he really thinks that she is a bitch and he really gave up on her. "Are you all right?" Kara asked. "Yes, it's just my little human heart that gets too agitated," Meredith said and walked to her desk. "Tonight Sam wants to celebrate our marriage and we will go to the restaurant. He wants to ask his friends to come too. Will you come with me, please?" Kara asks. "I have none but you." "I will be there. Just let me know where and when I should come," and then asks Kara, "Will you verify if there's any new contract that I should work on? If Castellano's business has failed, I want to know what to focus on." "I will announce it to you as soon as I find out," and Kara left her alone. She looks at her laptop and her hands are trembling. "Shit, I thought that I was stronger than this," she thinks for herself. "I am not depending on a man. He never wanted me. I didn't want him at all from the beginning. This is why I let that honeybee sting me in the face. So why am I feeling like this? And with her mind full of regrets, she stood up and went straight to the elevator. She needs some air, she will take a walk. But as soon as the door opens, Max stands in front of her. Finding that Kara and Sam married made him agitated, and he wanted some air too. "Go, please," Meredith said. "I will take the next elevator." Max looks at her, and his heart beats so hard that he feels suffocated. He hears Stark for the first time in the last weeks, saying a simple, "Meredith." She looks thinner than before, and she is sad, making him think that something happened and he didn't know about it, and she is too beautiful for him to let her take the next elevator. She wears an ivory white tuxedo blazer dress from Kiki de Montparnasse, featuring notched lapels, a double-breasted front fastening, long sleeves, a straight hem, and a short length. Her long legs look even longer in her Jimmy Choo Mugler 110mm pumps, and Max can't take his eyes off them, remembering how beautiful her legs were when he accidentally saw her only in her panties that day at the hospital. She is the greatest temptation, and the biggest mistake at the same time. And thinking about this just when she wants to put her foot in the elevator, Max closes the door in her front. He will not be able to resist her if she stays so close to him. And she just looks with her mouth wide open. What the fuck was that? She scolded Max in her heart, and going back to her desk, she takes her purse and takes a day off. "You fucking shit," she said. "I will show you what happens if you mock me in my face." "Where are you going?" Kara asks, seeing her so nervous. "To meet James and Lori," and walks out. "Text me where to come tonight," she yells until the elevator doors close. But the truth is that she went home and opened the fridge looking inside. She is so furious that she could eat a whole cow right now. Taking one bucket of ice cream, she turned on the TV and started to cry until her phone rang, and she answered without looking at the number, thinking that it was Kara. "Why did you take a day off?" Max asked her. "I wasn't feeling well," she said. "I thought I could work the whole day, but it seems like I can't." She lied to him. "Are you sure? You looked fine when I saw you earlier," he asks her, feeling that something is wrong with her. I am sure," Meredith said, wiping away her tears, but immediately she heard someone knocking on her door and trying to escape from Max. She said, "I need to end this call. Someone is at my door," and ended the call without waiting for Max's reply. But when she opens the door in front of her, in all his glory, Max stays and just looks at her. "Why are you crying if you're fine?" he asks her, but she turns her back to him and walks back to her living room where the TV is on. Max looks at her and follows her, closing the door behind him. "Meredith Quinn, if you don't say why you're crying, I'll call James, or worse, I'll call Landon and tell him that you took a day off to cry alone at home." Max tells her threateningly. "Don't you dare," she said, pointing her finger at him and making him smile. "Our mate is suffering and is all because of you," Stark said to Max, but Max didn't say anything. He just takes off his suit jacket and sits on the couch, near Meredith, watches what she is looking at. "Shit," he said after a while. "I had no idea that Discovery Channel could be so emotional. You cried all the time." And Meredith just looks at him with her puffy eyes, not understanding what is he talking about. "You cried for more than an hour while you're eating ice cream alone," Max said. "So what?" Meredith asked. "Seeing how things are done moved me to the core," she said, looking in the ice cream container. "Shit, she ate all the ice cream for a week." "Are you telling me what happened?" Max asked again. "No, it's nothing important, just my stupid human heart. That's it," she said, getting up from the couch, but Max catches her hand and drags her to him, placing her in his lap. "I know you were crying because of me," he said, looking into her eyes. "No, I was crying because of myself," Meredith said, bursting in tears again. "Why, Meredith?" Max asks. "Tell me why." "Because since I was born, nobody wanted me," she yells. "If James hadn't appeared at the right time and loved me from the first moment, none of those for whom I should have meant something in this life wouldn't have wanted me." And Max felt his heart deeply hurt because he also falls into this category. "My parents didn't want me. Maybe I have brothers or sisters who didn't want me. My pack was looking ugly at me every time when Dad or James were not around." "You," Meredith said, pointing to him. "You didn't want me." "I'm sorry," Max said. I don't care about your apologies, Meredith yelled in his face. Today my friend got married, and she married a man that doesn't deserve her at all. He didn't want her from the beginning. Why did she marry him? Meredith asked. Because when the moon goddess unites, the humans fight in vain, Max said, and Meredith just looked at him. Why did you come, Max? She asks him for the first time, giving up that annoying Mr. Cruz. To tell you that I am sorry for how I acted earlier. I wasn't feeling well. There is no need to apologize, Meredith said. You are the boss. You can act whatever you want. You know this is not true, Max said, blowing her hair from her face. I came to talk to you about something else too, and he looks into Meredith's eyes and the need to kiss her is too big, but he refrains. After the Castellano business failed, we looked for new opportunities, and we were invited to participate in an important design competition. It's the first time they are inviting us. What competition? Meredith asks, knowing full well that only one important competition is approaching, and this competition is like the stage where all the gods in the design world gather. It is the annual Fashion Design Awards, and Max wants to continue. I will do it, Meredith said, wiping away her tears. Are you sure? Max asks. It's a short time, and there is a theme for this year. I am sure. I will do it. Tell me the theme, Meredith says, and she suddenly feels refreshed, and looking at her position, she realizes that she is in Max's lap. She moved from his lap and asked, So, what is the theme? Max just looks in her eyes and tells her the theme, but at the same time making from it his own declaration. Yours forever. Max's POV. When the doors opened and I saw her in front of me, in that short ivory white dress, looking so perfect, with her hair caught in a ponytail and that simplistic makeup, just after Sam told me that he eloped with Kara, the first thought was to take her and force her marry me again. And in the next second I fucked up again and closed the door in her face. But this time Stark couldn't keep quiet and he started to growl at me. You piece of human shit! You just rejected her again. When are you going to start doing the right thing in this relationship? He asked me, and my heart just stopped. I didn't reject her, but she wants to make her love me, and I don't know how to love a woman. I don't know anything about love. To me, everything is just out of impulse and out of necessity. She wants the fairy tale, and I am not some kind of prince. I am an alpha. I told Stark, You don't know what love is? I will tell you what love is. Love is when, even if you have all the things in the world but you don't have her, you feel that you are the poorest man in the universe. Shit. I feel like this. Now even all the money in the world doesn't bring me relief knowing that I don't have Meredith. When you love someone, you are not a fucking jerk that always thinks only to himself, but in every moment of your life, she is your first priority. And my heart stops. This is how I felt last week, since I went to the house where I placed her years ago. When you love someone, Stark continues, you are telling the truth, you are not proud, and you are not trying to hide what you feel. You just say, I love you, I'm angry, I need time, I will die without you. But I am an alpha, I can't. Shut up, Max. Stark yells at me. You will always be just a sad human, and I will be a mateless wolf because of your ego. Do you want her? Then tell her. Stop lying to yourself. And I feel him howling in pain. And I know that all this is my fault. And I walk back and try to find her, but Kara told me that she went to meet with James and his wife. I called James and he was in Seattle with business, and I knew that something was not right. So this is the way I teleported myself in front of her door, at her house. My heart broke when I saw her crying. She sat on the couch for an hour and watched how the aluminum alloy was made and just cried. I let Stark take control because he is better at this than me, and taking her in his lap, he caressed her face, wiped her tears, and made her talk with us. And when I thought that she was calm and we solved the issue, Stark made something unexpected. Tell me the theme, Meredith said. Stark's eyes started to glow and looked straight to her eyes. Holy fucking shit! He is going to do it! Stark! I yelled at him. She's not prepared! But right then, looking at her very intense and saying the theme as it was his own oath, he imprinted himself on her. Yours forever, he said. Meredith just looked at him in amazement, not knowing if this was the theme of the contest or any statement, and immediately after he did what he had in his mind, he gave me back the control. "Your eyes are shining," Meredith said, holding out her hand and touching my face, making me feel the millions of tingles that run everywhere she puts her hand. "Yeah, Stark was here too," I said. "What does he look like?" Meredith suddenly asks me, shocking me. To talk about my wolf with a human is something I never thought was possible. He is pure black, with amber eyes, and I see her smiling. It looks a lot with James' wolf, but he has white paws. No, his wolf is a little bit smaller, and I take her hand in my hand. Now being imprinted, she will start to feel my feelings, but all this is a process, and it needs time, and a lot of focus on my way to not fuck up again. "What else?" Meredith asks without pulling her hand out of my hand. "He is damned sassy and arrogant, and," I say looking into her eyes. "And what?" She asks like she is mesmerized by my presence, but I know that this is happening after the imprinting process. Soon she will be normal again. "And he really likes you." "I love her, not just like her," Stark said. "So he is not the jerk from this story?" "You are? And yes, she's back." "You could say so," I tell her, but she is smiling at me. "So in the end, someone wants me, even if it is the animal in you," and now I was perplexed. "I need to go," I tell her. "I must go to Sam and Kara's party, and I need to change." "Shit, I forget. I need to go too," she said, looking at her clock. "Do you need a ride?" I ask. "You don't have time to come back after me," she said without refusing me. "I will wait for you, and you will come with me and then go together. Anyway, Grandpa asks about you all day. He thinks you forget about him." "Never," Meredith said, walking to her bedroom. "Maybe we are divorced, but he will always be my Grandpa Cruz." And she starts to laugh, closing the door behind her, but she immediately sticks her head out the door and asks me, "What's the dress code?" I forget to ask Kara. "Casual, but you look good whatever you wear, so," I say, but she stops me. "Stop blabbering," she said, and she closed the door, but I heard her laughing behind the door. In 15 minutes she was ready, wearing some black skinny jeans, with a blue shirt and some black and blue sandals. Her perfect ponytail moves as she comes towards me and smiles at me slightly. A little embarrassed, but she is smiling in the end, and that's all that matters. "Are we going?" she asks. I open her door and walk to my car. Shit, knowing that Stark imprinted himself on her makes me even more attracted to her. "Are you all right?" she asked me. "Yeah," I say to her. But in my mind I also say, "I just need a cold shower. Let's take you to see your favorite grandpa." And I press the accelerator, leaving my Koenigsegg to drive us to our destination, New Moon Packhouse. Max's POV. "Are you feeling better now?" I ask Meredith as soon as I park in front of my packhouse. "I do not know. I am happy and I am sad at the same time. I will really miss Kara," she says, looking at her lap. "I still can't believe that your beta managed to trick her into marrying him. She is a good friend, and to be sincere, my only friend here in New Moon Pack." "I can be your friend if you want," I tell her, but she starts to laugh. "What's so funny?" I asked her. "I know what you're doing, but we can't be friends," she said, looking out the window. "Why, Meredith?" I ask her, looking at her while she admires the scenario. "Your girlfriends will draw wrong conclusions and my life will be in constant danger, so no thank you. Better alive without friends than dead but having your friendship." And I just look at her. And I want to put her in my lap with her ass up and beat her ass until she will accept me. But I know that I must focus. "How long will it take for her to start being attracted to us?" I ask Stark. "It's like you didn't want to imprint myself on her, isn't it?" he said to me as a rebuke. I changed my mind. "You did well. I want her in my life as soon as possible." And as I open the door, I see her coming down without waiting for me to help her open the door. She just looks at the big mansion in front of her. My pack house is a faithful copy of Fairmont Empress, but 1 floor less, and is placed in Cypress Provincial Park, deep in the forest, away from human eyes. "Is something wrong?" I ask her. "No, I was here before, just one time when I returned the bracelet to Grandpa Cruz, but that time I didn't notice how big this place is. You were too angry and you were trying to find the trash bin, weren't you?" I ask her sarcastically, but she looks at me, and believe me, if a look could kill, I would be 2 meters underground. "Stark, are you sure that you imprinted yourself on her and not on someone else?" I ask in panic. She's a tough one, Max. After all, she suffered because of us. What would you like her to do? To jump directly in your arms? To be honest, yes, I say, but I immediately hear Stark commanding, "Focus, Max. Focus on our goal." Woo her. But I can't take any 2 steps as the front door opens and Grandpa Cruz appears happily in the doorway. "You brought my favorite granddaughter back." And if his joints wouldn't hurt, I'm sure he would just run to her now. "Are you two back together?" Grandpa asks, looking at us with pleading eyes. And I catch her hand shocking her and smiling at her. I say, "Of course, Grandpa, we were meant to be together. But what to see?" Meredith squeezes her eyes at me again, and smiling she says, "Grandpa, don't pay attention to him. He is just fooling around. We are still divorced and without any prospects for reconciliation. He is just my boss." "Divorce is extremely relative," Grandpa said seriously. I would not cling to this word. Just as Max said, you two were meant to be together, and who knows what the future holds. "Maximilian Cruz," Meredith said, "did you bring me here to get Grandpa to persuade me to accept you back?" "Of course not, but it is said that you should always listen to the advice of the elders," I say with a laugh. "I will go to change. Just wait for me. Or if you want to help me to change my clothes." I tell her and leave without looking at her, but when I hear her say, "You scoundrel, when the pigs will fly," I grab some dark jeans and a blue shirt, and now I am matching Meredith, and we are looking like a couple. "What are you wearing?" she asks, with her mouth open as I appear in front of her. "It's a casual outfit," I tell her, ignoring her, but immediately Jen appears and exclaims, "Luna, are you back together? You even have matching clothes," and I see Meredith blushing all over her face. "No, Auntie, we are not. Your Alpha is just trying to annoy me," and immediately she goes and hugs her. This woman has glue on her. Every time someone from my family sees her, they surround her with love, and I can't help but wonder again why. Why didn't I go to see her at least once? But just when we are ready to go, Grandpa said, "Just a second." And going to the family safe box, he takes out a box. The same box I gave Meredith as a birthday present. "Grandpa, please." "I can't," Meredith said, smiling sadly. "This is yours," Grandpa said, taking her hand and placing the diamond bracelet on her wrist. "It was always yours since the first time the thought of marrying you with this brat appeared in my mind." "But we are not married anymore, and this is a family," she tries to say. "Don't be so sure of what you're saying. Life is full of surprises, Meredith. Just wear it and never take it down." "But," she tries to say, "do it for your favorite grandpa, not for this brat," my grandpa said. I just look at her as she is caressing the diamonds on it. I know that she loves the bracelet not just for the diamonds, but for the story behind it. "Are we going?" I ask her and take her hand in my hand, taking advantage of the fact that she is thoughtful. I pull her towards me and I hug her lightly, putting my hand around her waist. "Let's go, darling," I tell her, and I immediately see her looking shocked at me, but I don't let her react, and I keep my hand in the same position. "What are you doing?" she whispers on the way to the door. "I'm trying to make your grandpa happy," I tell her, laughing. But as soon as we enter my car, the happy story ends. "For an Alpha, you are a pervert. You know that?" she asks me. "The final goal justifies the means, my darling," I tell her. "What purpose? And stop it with this darling," she almost yells at me. "My goal is to make you love me. Isn't that what you said? And I will call you the way I want." "You know what? Leave me at the first corner. I changed my mind and I don't want to go with you anymore. I will take a taxi." But I just laugh and I start the car, and looking at her just a bit, I say, "I like you more when you are angry. You are pouting your lips, and I have a strong need to kiss you. Can I kiss you, Meredith?" And I see how she puts her hands over her mouth and says between her fingers, "Just drive. I am not angry anymore." Author's POV. At the restaurant, Meredith looks around and sees Kara. She goes straight to her and takes her hand and pulls her after her. "What happened, Kara asks, seeing how agitated she is. "Maximilian Cruz, it happened," she said. "What did he do this time?" Kara asks, her face flushed with nerves. "He is everywhere, and he is like an abandoned puppy, with those big black eyes looking at me and pleading all the time, 'Take me home. I can't stand it anymore.'" And Kara just starts to laugh in tears. This is an image that I want to see with my own eye, and seeing something shining on her hand, Kara asked, "Did he give you the bracelet back?" "Grandpa Cruz did it, not him." But looking at her bracelet, she said, "But I really like it. I would lie to say that I don't like this bracelet." "You will be fine. Just let Max be and ignore him if you don't want him, but if you have any feelings for him." Kara tries to say, but immediately Meredith stops her. "I can't have feelings for him, because he is not worthy of my trust. Just before Castellano's party, just after he gave me this bracelet, I found him kissing Veronica. He is not worth trusting. In this case, make him pay. You are the greatest woman I've ever met, Meredith Quinn. Mark my words. As a human, you are stronger than a lot of werewolves, and I don't know how it is possible, but it is. If you want, you can stand in front of any alpha. Believe me. You are right. I am the daughter of Landon and Olivia Quinn. I am an alpha through the alliance," says Meredith, laughing. "I like how it sounds. Alpha through the alliance. Go and make that scoundrel Alpha to submit to your wish." But as soon as they return to their table, Max immediately gets up and pulls Meredith next to him, putting her in his lap. "I will stay near Kara," she said, and ignoring him, she goes and stays near her friend. Luke stays on her other side, and he is talking to Sam, but in 2 seconds Max mind-links him. "Move on another chair, please." Looking around him, Luke sees Meredith, and he makes his own plan. "Meredith," he calls her in a happy voice, "would you like to dance with me?" And Max's face falls to the ground. His own man, his own Gamma is fooling around with his mate. But when he sees Meredith's hand in Luke's hand, going together to dance, his heart stops. "Luke Navarro," Max said through the mind link, "what are you doing with my mate?" "Nothing, just take a dance with the most beautiful woman in the room. I am the happy winner tonight," he said, and that's it. Max gets up and walks over to them to grab Meredith's hand and snatch her from Luke's arms. "What are you doing?" she asks. "You just ruined my dance," and she tries to leave the dance ring. "Get lost," Max said to Luke, making him laugh and telling him before he went back to the table, "I am leaving Max, but just remember, I danced with her before you." And Max leaves Meredith's hand and wants to beat Luke, but in a second Meredith catches his arm, and in just a second Max is calm. "You are not allowed to dance with another man. Never again," Max said. "Who entitles you to say that?" Meredith asks him as he takes her hand and starts dancing lightly with her. "I am entitled to myself," Max replies, trying to be convincing. "And what do you recommend you give me orders that I should obey?" Meredith asks, staring into his eyes. "The fact that I am your husband," he says. "You are not," Meredith gives him the answer. "Your man. You're not like that either. Your fated mate," Max tells her. This time, very calmly and without letting her say anything, he kisses her in front of everyone present in the restaurant until Meredith's feet are like jelly. And when he separates easily from her, Meredith is all red. "Will you stop kissing me, please?" she asks. "We are divorced, and if you were not able to do it when we were married, now you have no right to do it," she told him angrily. "Would you have liked to kiss you when we were married?" Max asks. "This is not the point," Meredith said. "Stop kissing me or people around will start talking about this." "Let them talk, I don't care," Max said, catching her in his arms again and pulling her delicate body close to his muscular body. "Maybe you don't care," said Meredith, "but everyone knows how man-whore you are, and I don't want to be associated with you." "Darling," he said, "you wound my heart," and when she tries to detach herself from him, Max catches her in his arms again, lifting her off the ground and kissing her with pathos. "Mr. Cruz," someone from the restaurant yells, "should we expect a wedding?" But Max continues to kiss her, putting his hand under her ass to support her, and as soon as Meredith wants to scream at him, he takes the opportunity and slips his tongue into her mouth. And she tried to oppose him, but in the end she stopped fighting against him and involuntarily kissed him back. "Shit," she thinks to herself, "he just stole my first real kiss." "Mr. Cruz, is she your fiancé?" Another voice can be heard. "Is she your new girlfriend?" And the question continues to arise until Max finally lets Meredith breathe. He just looks at the people in the restaurant and said, "She is my wife," and they all stood with their mouths open. Wife? But wasn't Maximilian Cruz divorced? When did a new wife appear in the landscape? "Maximilian Cruz," Meredith said, looking at him with tears in her eyes. You just put a price on my head. No, darling, I just took what was mine, and he takes her again in his arms, kissing her by force. And everyone took out their phones and started to take pictures of the hottest kiss of the year. Letting her breathe, Max whispers, I will make up for all the years I was supposed to kiss you. Stop kissing me, she said furiously, still in his arms. No, I'm addicted to your lips. And the brat kissed her again. Author's POV. The next day, in the early hours of the morning, Meredith's phone was ringing non-stop. James, what happened? She asks, trying to open her eyes. Is that true? Did you marry Max again? James asked in complete panic. What? Of course not. I will never make the same mistake twice. You know me, Meredith said, waking up completely. Then you should open your TV, but please stay calm. I am coming to your home with Lori. Meredith jumps out of bed immediately, and in the living room, Kara and Sam are already watching the news with their mouths wide open. The new wife of the fashion tycoon Maximilian Cruz just appeared from nowhere. Did she marry him because of his influence or because of his money? This is something that only time will make it clear. But the real question is, will she last longer than Maximilian Cruz's ex-wife? That man is an absolute lover. The reporter said, and the TV host laughed and said something that made Meredith's heart skip a beat. I know. I tried him by myself. Holy fucking shit, Kara said, getting to her feet. I will kill him. And she goes straight to the door, but Sam catches her in his arms. Kara, please, I will talk with him. He didn't realize what he was doing. He didn't realize what he was doing? Really, Sam? When you fucked all the women in Vancouver together, you really didn't know what you're doing? Do you ever know what you're doing or just taking what you think that belongs to you? You know what? Kara said. I want a divorce. And she walked to her bedroom. Sam whitens his face and Meredith motions for him to go after her, while she takes the remote control and turns off the TV. You can't divorce me, Sam yells from Kara's bedroom. I just realized that you are just like your alpha. Let's divorce. We didn't even manage to consume our marriage, and this is good because we have nothing to remember about this madness. We were married for almost 1 day. Mark my words, Kara. We are not divorcing. And he closes the door with the key and takes off his clothes completely in front of Kara. You are a pervert, she yells at him. Get out! But Sam doesn't let her and walks to her in Adam's suite, with his body that is descended from heaven, and he catches her and says in a seductive voice, First, we will consummate our marriage, and then I will let you to divorce me. And he immediately tears her clothes off, leaving her completely naked in front of him, and he is lifting her into his arms, forcing her to place her legs around his waist. I still want to divorce, Kara said, smiling at him, but Sam slapped her on her ass and made her tremble in his arms. I will punish you for making me lose control. You are a very naughty wife, Kara Jackson, Sam said while he enters with her in the bathroom and closes the door so that Meredith doesn't hear him. He whispers, I believe in forever, Mrs. Jackson, and if you ever bring up the subject of divorce again, I will punish you in my way and make you regret it. Are you a virgin? He asks with his mouth wide open, unable to believe that he was about to refuse something so pure, and if he could, he would beat himself for his stupidness. You are the man-whore of the family, not me. I just hope that all your training has paid off, and you will impress me. Holy fuck shit, he and Leo yell at the same time, making Kara panic. What's wrong? She asked, trembling in his arms, both of stress because of his reaction, and at the same time from the pain she feels in her pussy. Nothing is wrong, nothing. It's just too perfect, Sam said and kissed her immediately, making her relax. You are perfect, Kara, tight and perfect, and I never felt what I feel right now. Let me worship you, he says. We need to find a house, Kara said. So we're not divorcing? Sam asks. But in the living room, Meredith is lost in her own thoughts, and when she hears the knock on the door, thinking it is James, she immediately opens the door without checking. In front of her, Max stays, panicked and pale. Can we talk? He asks. Meredith signals him to follow her and turns on the TV and hears the TV host saying, She must have a lot of sexual experience to tame Maximilian Cruz. I've tried everything and he never called me again, so she must be a sex machine to resist in front of him. And Meredith changes the channel. Another show, the same subject. Will he ever change? I bet that he will divorce her. Didn't you see what she looked like? She's not even as beautiful as the women who went through Maximilian Cruz's bed. She is too simple. And she turns off the TV, and showing him the door, she said, "Get out of my house now." "Meredith," Max said, "please, I will talk to the press and clear everything." "Clear what?" Meredith asked. "The fact that I am presented as some money digger on all TV stations, or that I am some sex machine. The fact that I am compared to all your whores." Max just looks at her. "Please, Meredith," Max said again. "You are not like they say, and I will speak with them and I will clear things up." "Max, you are selfish. You are thinking only of yourself. Please get out or I'll leave this place if you insist on staying here." And Max looks at her, and with his head down he left her house, and he mind-links Luke Navarro instantly. "Prepare a press conference for today." "I fucked up again." "Don't say it," Luke says. "This time royalty." Author's POV. Meredith changed her clothes and went out, and calling James on her phone, she asks, "Where are you?" "I just parked. I'm going up right away." James says, "No, stay there. I'm coming out right now." And leaving the building, she sees him get out of the car and runs to her, while Lori follows him. "I am fine, don't worry. I'm just furious, but I am fine," she said, seeing his stress. "What the fuck was in his mind?" James asks. "I need to talk to him, Pitta. He can't just announce to the whole planet that you are his wife." "When in fact she is not," Lori said. "Exactly," Meredith said. "It's the worst joke he's ever made." "Where do you want to go?" James asks her. "At the office, I need to work." "Kara is not coming?" Lori asks, looking after her. "No, she is fucking her husband, thinking that I can't hear her moans," said Meredith, laughing. "What husband?" Both Lori and James ask in shock. "Don't ask! Just let's drink a coffee and then let me at my office." "Starbucks?" James asks. "Is there anything else?" And Meredith begins to laugh, calming down a little in the presence of James and Lori. She knows that no matter what happens, she has them. They are her people, no matter what is happening. But when they enter Starbucks, all the heads turn to Meredith. "Is that her?" someone asks. "Yes, she looks like her. She is his wife." James looks in shock at them and almost growls when he realizes that a part of those who are talking about Meredith are werewolves and had no respect for their alpha decision. "I start to doubt his brain," said one of the werewolves. "His first wife was human, and this is also a human. I believe that our alpha had a fetish or something." And the werewolf looks at Meredith in disgust. James immediately walks towards them, but Meredith stops him. "Let them talk, James. Can we skip the coffee, please?" she asks, almost crying. Lori takes her in her arms and hugs her and whispers, "Come with us in our pack. There we will protect you." But hearing her, Meredith's heart aches. This is the problem. The point is that I want to stand by myself. I want to be strong and to succeed in this world. Every time Dad and James were not around, none in our pack respected me. I was just the human. "What?" James asks in shock. "I did not want to tell you because I did not want to upset anyone. I always understood what my place was in the pack, and the fact that you and our parents loved me, it was enough for me. But you are our family. I will talk to them." James said, "No, you will leave them alone." And looking at her, she said, "I need to show them that I am not a weak human, that I can fight with them and win, James. This is why I need to stay here. They called me in many ways, but I will show them who I am." "And who are you?" James asks her, smiling at her. He loves her deeply. "I am Meredith Quinn, daughter of Alpha Landon Quinn, the most honest, kind, and powerful man I know." "Let's take you to your office," James said, but as soon as she put her foot in the company, all eyes were on her. Everyone was whispering. Even her colleagues from the design department were talking stealthily. "She slept with the boss, and she gained a position in the company," said a colleague, loud enough for her to hear, but she had enough, and she went straight to his office. "Did you see me sleeping with Maximilian Cruz?" And the man is looking at her perplexed. He never thought that this human woman would say something back. "I asked you something," she said. "Did you see me sleeping around with your boss so you could make assumptions and expose them to the public?" And looking at those gathered like a circus, she said, "You know nothing. You are just some silly fools who think you know everything. As werewolves, you believe yourself superior to us humans. But let me tell you, you are just some unhappy beings who are driven by instincts and hatred. Apart from that great mate bond that saves you and makes you more human, you are animals. That's what you are. And she enters her office, slamming the door behind her without seeing that Max and Luke heard her from the beginning. All her colleagues are looking at him in shock. He is their alpha and just realized that if Meredith Quinn is his wife, they just fault their own Luna. One look from Max and they understood that they are one step away from the mortuary pit. "Luke," Max said, "dismiss the entire design department and bring some new designers here," he said, shocking all of them. "And you," he said to the one who offended Meredith directly, "you are banned from this pack. I will never accept anyone who talks without thinking and mocks a woman, whether she is a werewolf or a human, or who knows what other unknown being. Get out." He growls at him, and the man stumbles. He lets Luke do his job and goes straight to Meredith's office and closes the door behind him. "Please go outside," Meredith tells him without looking at him. "This is not an option. I came here for 2 reasons, he said, looking at her. She is very pale and tired, and he can see that she is nervous. 1, I will hold a press conference in 2 hours, and I need you to be there too. And secondly, Grandpa is here, in my office, and wants to talk to both of us." "Max, please," Meredith said. "He is very panicked, and if you will not come, he will come here, and this place is not a proper place for all of us to discuss." And she just walks out of the office and watches in shock as the designers pack their things from the desks. But she doesn't give a damn about them, so she presses the elevator button and enters while Max follows her. And when Meredith enters Max's office, Grandpa Cruz stays on Max's chair behind his desk, but that's not all. Landon and Olivia Quinn are here as well, Carter and Lisa Cruz. "What's going on?" Meredith asks, and Max just looks at Grandpa Cruz and tells him, "Grandpa, why are you silent now? Tell her what you just told me a few moments ago." And Grandpa looks at her, and for the second time in his life, he is afraid that he will lose someone important. "Grandpa?" Meredith asks. "What happened?" And Grandpa takes a big envelope, then he pulls out some documents and puts them on the desk. Meredith approaches and, seeing the documents, she almost collapses. "What the hell is going on?" she asks, almost fainting. "Why are those documents here? They should be in the archives of the city hall." "Tell her, Grandpa. Tell what you've done." Max tells him, gritting his claws and trying to control Stark not to beat his own grandpa. And he's not angry about the effect of Grandpa Cruz's action. In fact, he is somehow happy, but he is furious because the man he loved with all his soul betrayed him. "It was all because I had the fate that you are the best choice for him. I couldn't let you go without making a plan," Grandpa said. "What is going on?" Meredith yells, and Olivia comes and takes her in her arms. But Meredith releases herself, and pointing to the document, she asks, "Why is this document here?" she asks again. "Because you are still married. You never divorced." Author's POV. Meredith looked at Grandpa Cruz and said nothing. She just has tears in her eyes. She looked at her parents, at Max's parents, and she was not able to ask the question. "We didn't know it," Landon and Carter said at the same time. "I made the plan with the scholarship to force you to come and work with him, but that's all. I didn't know that the old man stole the divorce documents and kept them until now." Carter continues, "Give me the documents," Meredith said. "I will send them by myself to the city hall." But right then Max partially transforms into his wolf and shocks her. Before Meredith can take the documents, Stark catches the documents and tears them to pieces in front of everyone. "Are you nuts?" Meredith asks, looking at him and trembling in fury. "Now everything is more simple," Max said after Stark retreated. "You are my wife and my mate. You are mine." "Max," Landon said, approaching her, "you can't force her." "I am not forcing her to love me. I'm not even asking her to live with me. I'm just asking her to remain my wife until she knows what she wants," Max said gently, but Meredith is still trembling. "Dad," she said, trying to hold her tears. "Can you drive me home?" she asks. "I need to be alone." And London takes her in his arms, holding her shoulder, and the moment he touches her, she bursts in tears, putting her face on his chest. "Let's take you home." Landon said, and looking at Grandpa Cruz, he just said, "This is too much, Grandpa. This was never part of our plan." And right when they exit the building, Kara and Sam just see Meredith walking in Landon's SUV. "What is going on? Was she crying?" Kara asks, and immediately Sam takes her hand and enters the building, climbing into Max's office. "Who died?" Sam asks, seeing their faces, but Luke just takes him out of the office where Max and his family are discussing. "What do you mean that they never divorced?" Kara asked, looking at Sam after Luke told them the whole story. "This old and perverted old grandpa," Kara yelled and started to cry. "He looked so innocent." Meanwhile, at Crescent Moon Pack, in her old room, Meredith stayed in the middle of her bed in the arms of Landon and Olivia, and she cried her heart out. "It doesn't matter how strong I am, they still put me down. I can't stand it anymore," she said, crying. "James told me about the way our members treated you," Landon said. "You should have told us." "It doesn't matter anymore, Dad, but all this is frustrating. Why did he throw the divorce papers? Why?" Meredith asks, sighing. "Because he is afraid of losing you," Landon said. "He is not. He is just selfish and arrogant," Meredith whispered, wiping away her tears. "He is, believe me. I was like him when I was young, full of me, believing that your mom will take me no matter what, but I almost lost her when another man came and told her what she needed to hear." "But you are kind and loving," Meredith said. "He became kind and loving after I rejected him," Olivia said. "What?" And if she weren't in bed, Meredith would fall to the floor now. "It's a long story, but in the end he came to me and told me that he loves me. And I took him back," said Olivia, smiling at Landon. "And it was the best thing I did in my life. He is more than I could wish for." Landon takes her in his arms and kisses her. "Do you want to listen to the press conference?" Olivia asks. "Yeah, turn on the TV, please. Let's see what the hell Maximilian Cruz says this time," Meredith said from her father's embrace. She sees Max with Luke and Sam behind him in front of the MaxLine building. "When did you get married again?" one of the reporters asked. "Why do you think I remarried?" Max asks him seriously. "Since yesterday, all you have done was to make assumptions. You judged without information and told the story as you wished, tarnishing my wife's reputation." And looking at the people that gather, he says, "My wife is Meredith Quinn, daughter of Landon and Olivia Quinn, and we married 5 years ago, not recently as you would have guessed." And everyone present begins to shake. "His wife is his ex-wife?" "What is going on?" everyone asks. "We were never divorced. My wife is very withdrawn. She is the most beautiful woman I met in this life, and she is smart and brave and talented, and also she is the strongest I know, because she was married to me and she didn't collapse. She survived my arrogance and my stupidity." Max said, and Meredith is looking at him with her mouth wide open. "We heard that you are divorced." "It was a misunderstanding," Max said. "We are still married, and I wish that from this moment you will stop with all that gossip you have circulated. She's just wonderful, and she doesn't deserve to be treated the way you did. I don't even deserve to look her in the eye for the way I've behaved over the years. My reputation precedes me, and it's like a slap on my cheek. So what I'm asking you to do is leave us alone so that we can solve our problems. And if you want to help me, it's one thing that you can do." Max said, "Which is?" a reporter asked. "Pray for me that Meredith will forgive me and take me back." And he walked away, leaving the press in amazement, and already viewing the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers, the angel and the demon. And I believe that you already know who's the angel and who's the demon. Author POV. I have to admit that if you see him like that on TV, Max Cruz looks very humble, and you could say he's sorry for what he did in the past. "Mom, it's just an illusion," Meredith says, looking at her hands as they sit together in her lap. "You really don't like him at all?" Olivia Quinn asked her. "At least just a bit?" "Does it matter?" Meredith asked her mother. "Yes, it is, and let me tell you why." And Olivia sits down next to him, looking him in the eye. "Humans and werewolves are not something that happened every day. It's something rare, and when the moon goddess chooses a human as a mate for a werewolf, it's a blessing because we are as we are. We have a lot of the strength, we have that warrior spirit in us that helps us to see beyond any situation, and we have this bond mate that helps us to remain mentally healthy if we are not alone. But we are not able to love authentically outside of this bond mate, then rarely. So when a werewolf has a human as a mate, he should see it as a blessing. And Olivia looks at her. Of course, there are exceptions when the werewolf has so less humanity in it that see in this kind of mate a burden. But in your case, we are not discussing about this, Meredith. This Alpha wants you, and you know that we wanted him for you beyond discovering that you are his mate, because his family will protect you no matter what. I like him, Meredith said, in a way that annoys me, and I hate him at the same time because I can't forget the way he acted when we were married. Meredith said, You weren't the church's door either, Meredith. When you met, you were very careful to mislead him. It was needed, Mom. That scoundrel avoided me at all the meetings before our wedding, and I didn't see him until the wedding day. He isolates me completely and let the people think that I was ugly and unworthy to be his moon. Today he made it clear that he even recognized that he was wrong and that he is sorry, Olivia Quinn said. If you like him, give him a chance. I just don't know, Meredith said. You know what hurts the most? Tell me, sweetie, Meredith said. That I can't revenge on him, Mom. I tried when I found out that he is my boss. I made a plan in my mind to never let him escape from my wrath, but I just can't hurt him. Because you care about him, Olivia said, smiling at Meredith. Is too much said care, but I like him, Mom. He's handsome and he's smart, and Meredith stops. And he is your mate. You always said that you want a bond like mine and your father. This is your chance, Olivia said, lifting from Meredith's side. Don't waste it, my sweetie. This is a chance one in a lifetime. And she exists Meredith's room, living her with her own thoughts. After the press conference, Max looked at his phone and tried to call her too many times, but he didn't have the courage. He knows that she is hurt and angry, and he is the culprit of all her suffering. Call her, Stark said. Go after her. She will kill me if she will see me. Max said, completely lost, but after some time he takes his keys and goes straight to Meredith's house. She's not here, man, said Sam, opening the door. She is in her parents' house. Landon Quinn took her with him. Are you really living here? Max asked, looking at Sam, who was wearing just some shorts and a white t-shirt. My mate hates our pack, he said, looking at him. I wonder why? And he starts to laugh. It's enough to look in the mirror and find the answer. Max said, and walking away from the door said to Sam, Tell her that I looked for her, and if it's not too much for her, ask her to call me. He immediately climbs into the elevator, but as soon as he exits the building, he came face to face with Meredith. They looked into each other's eyes, shocked by the unexpected meeting. She is so beautiful that Max feels a strong need to take her in his arms and kiss her. Hi, Meredith said slightly shyly, seeing him in front of her. You came back, he said, as he would be mesmerized seeing her. Of course I did. This is my house, and I will never let those horny wolves to have my entire house for themselves. I need to be sure that are not doing it in my kitchen, she said, making Max to laugh. About today, Max said. I am sorry for what Grandpa did. He hurt you, but the fact is that I am glad that he stole our divorce papers. Why, Maximilian Cruz? Tell me why you are so happy about that. Meredith asked, looking into his deep black eyes. I never loved in my life. I just took and used women without having any feelings. With you is the first time when I want someone because I need it. I need you like air. You are my mate, Meredith Quinn, and you are my wife, and this is the best news that I had in a long time. And he just smiled at her. I know you won't kill Grandpa. He loves you, and he did it from love for both of us. That's not an excuse, Meredith said. Is not, but the motive behind his act counts. If we hadn't been fated mates, everything would have been tragic, but he was inspired by gods to make something like this. Max said, smiling. Maximilian Cruz, don't throw the mate bond in front of me. I am still human, and maybe I don't want to. But Max puts his finger on her lips, caressing lightly while he is looking at her lips. I was so wrong back then, and I know that my grandpa did something wrong, and because I want to start with the right foot this time and do what is right to do, I must confess you something, he said, with his fingers still on her lips. No, she will kill us, especially me, Stark said in a panic. What did you do this time? She asked without any emotion, as she was expecting the worst from him. Stark imprinted himself on you, Max said with a sigh. You're kidding me, I hope, Meredith said easily. and looking at him, she said in a sad voice, "This means that the feelings I have for you are not real. I am just under the influence of the mate bond. I thought that I really started to like you, but all this is just a lie." "You like me?" Max asked with a smile. "I am not sure anymore. And now I am not sure even about your feelings. You just live through the prism of what your wolf imposes on you." "It doesn't matter. Meredith," he said, "is not important why I care about you. What is important is that the feelings exist and they are real." "They are not. It's just like voodoo," she said, looking at her feet. "Will you force me to mate with you? To live with you, now that we're still married?" she asked, shivering. "No. Even if I want you in my house, I will never force you. But I need to know that we are in this together. I need to know that you will not reject me or Stark. I want to reject you, Maximilian Cruz. I want it so much, but I will hurt everyone I love doing it. Even if my dad wants to break your legs, he really likes you. James is your friend. Mom adores you. Your parents are so nice and caring. And that old pervert grandpa, I never imagined he could do what he did. Everyone will suffer, and I don't want to do that. It's not for you. Believe me, I have the strength to reject you, but I don't want to." "So we are mates?" Max asks, looking in her beautiful blue eyes. "No mates trust each other, or I have no trust in you," she said. "Right now we are like reheated soup. Let's see if it can be eaten or spoiled to the trash." Max's Cruz POV. "So you are giving me a chance," he said, looking at Meredith and catching her hand in his hand and pulling her toward him. "Chance is a very permissive word. This is far from a chance. You hurt me," she said. "Back then you made me feel unwanted and insignificant." "I am sorry," Max said. "I will make things right. Now everyone knows that you are my wife. I will show the entire world what you are made of," he said, looking at her with love. "Kiss her, please," Stark said, but Max ignored him. "What I am made of?" Meredith asked, because she is not understanding what Max is blabbering about. "You are made from flesh and soul, but this flash is the most beautiful one I have ever seen. You are an angel, Meredith, the most beautiful one. Since the first time you entered my office, I was shocked to see how beautiful you were." "I was always beautiful, you moron," she said, looking at him with tears in her eyes. Is he really confessing to her for the first time? "I still don't understand why you look different on our wedding day and why I didn't know that day that we are mates. I was stung by a bee that day. Actually, I arranged by myself the meeting with that bee." "What?" Max asked, almost yelling. "You fooled me? Only because you ignored me and never came to meet each other before our wedding." "I am sorry," Max said, and dragged her until her head was in his chest, and he put his large hands around her tiny body. "And about knowing that we have been mates since then. The truth is that none know the date of my birth. My parents chose a date for me so we could celebrate." Max kissed her head and whispered, "It is all my fault," and lifting her chin so he can see her eyes, he said, "I need you to believe in me, that I want you, and that I know that you don't trust me now, but you will start to see how much I love you, and you will start to love me too. Because you let your wolf put a spell on me by imprinting me," she said, pouting her lips. "Don't pout your lips, Meredith, because I will kiss you if you do that." And he laughs, seeing her how she puts a hand over her mouth. "I have rules," Meredith said. "I am listening," and Max looked at her. "You will not mark me without my consent," Meredith said. "I agree. I would never do that to you." Max said, "I can't live with you right now. Maybe in the future I will have the strength to do it, but right now I am not feeling comfortable with it." "I give you 1 month," Max said, looking at her. 6, Meredith said, squeezing her eyes at him and making him laugh. And he can't resist anymore and kissed her lips, putting his tongue on her lips, waiting for access. And as soon as Meredith lets him, he does her magic, making her melt. 3 months is the most I can offer you. After that, you will live with me in the same house. I need to know that you are always safe. 4, she said, looking in his eyes. Shit, 4, Max said, unable to resist her charm. She is the one who put a spell on us, Stark said. Just a look and we are smiling like some fools. You have more rules, or that is all? Max asks, caressing her cheek with his fingers, enjoying the tingles. Of course I have more rules, Meredith almost yelled at him. You don't get away with it so easily. No sex, Meredith said in one breath. making Max's face darken. Not just a little bit, he asked with puppy eyes. No, you had enough during our marriage. Now you will let your friend detoxify. Detoxify, Max yelled. Yes, show me that you can be loyal, and when I will trust you, I will reconsider what I said. Meredith said, smiling and amusing herself looking at his face. What about you? Max asked. If I can't do it, you will not do it either. I can do whatever I want. I didn't cheat on you 5 years ago, she said proudly. I will kill any man that touches you, Max said, almost trembling. Another rule is that once a week we will do something together, Meredith said. Sex, he asked, smiling at her. No, you fool, Meredith said, looking at him menacingly. We will have a dinner together or see a movie together or something else that will offer us some time to get to know each other. This is easy, Max said, making his mind to have such a time daily, not weekly. And the last one, Meredith said. Don't mock me with our marriage. We are not married. Marriage is about something else. If you will not respect this, I will go to the city hall and divorce by myself. But the truth is that we are still married. Can I move with you like Sam did? He asked her. You are not moving with me, I am moving with you. Is different, he said, smiling at her. You are a scoundrel, you know that? Meredith asked him, laughing. Is that a yes? Max asks, seeing her laughing. Of course, it is not, Meredith said. You are a heartless wife, Max said this time, pouting his lips just as Meredith did a few moments ago, and making her feel the need to kiss him. You know what, I have my own rules too, he said, realizing something. If you're going to deprive me of sex, I will kiss you anytime I want. What? No, I object, Meredith yelled. Every time you object to something, I will kiss you. Rule number 2. He said and kissed her directly. I obji, Meredith wants to say, but keeps her mouth closed. You will come and work with me. Nothing has changed, he said, and Meredith approved with a nod from her head. You will call me hubby, Max said, laughing hard. Never, Meredith said, swearing him in her heart. At least in public, Max said. I will call you darling in public, but this is all. I'm not the type to bribe her man with her words. Try it now. No, we are not in public, Meredith said. Are you objecting? He asked, waiting for her response with his lips prepared to attack her lips again. No, darling, I am not, she said, and turned her back to him, but he catches her in his arms and whispering in her ears, he said, Thank you, darling. And he kissed her neck in the place where his mark someday will stay, making Meredith lose her balance. Maximilian Cruz, she yelled at him. Yes, darling? He asked, letting her go. I have a new rule, and looking at him, she said, No kissing in public. No, I made my rule about kissing before you. That means that I win. And he drags her to him and kisses her again. You are a scoundrel, she said, but she is laughing this time. You like me, he said. You wish, she laughs at him, but yes, she likes him. Author's POV. The next day, Kara looked at Meredith's outfit and asked her, Are you going to work dressed like this? And her eyes were as big as 2 watermelons. Of course I will. It's already late. Where is Sam? He said last night that he will give us a ride to the office. Meredith said, looking at her watch. I am here, suddenly Sam said while he existed from Kara's bedroom. Holy goddess, he said, seeing Meredith, and then looks at Kara and he says, I forbid you to dress like this. What's all about the way I'm dressed? Meredith said, even if she's in reality, she knows perfectly well what's wrong. You're too sexy, Kara said, and then looking at Sam, she said, and about what you just say, I will dress as I wish. And by the way, tonight you will sleep at the packhouse. What? Sam said, coming to her. But how to let you dress like this? All the man will look at you and I will kill everyone around you. Am I sexy? Sam, Meredith asked, looking at him. You are, just as my wife said. If Max will see you like this, he will have a very hard day, Sam said, trying to avoid a direct answer. Good, in this case my outfit is perfect, Meredith said, smiling with all her face. Looking in the mirror one more time, Meredith is happy. This day will be priceless. Max said he wants me. Let's see how much he does. He never wanted me before. Now I want to test his patience, she said for herself. She is wearing a very elegant 2-piece white suit with a blazer and skinny pants. Also, she wears a lace and satin camisole black top, transparent and very sexy. White stilettos and a clutch from Yves Saint Laurent accessorize her outfit. With her hair in a perfect ponytail and some hot red lipstick as makeup, she is like a hot diva who just walked down from a fashion show. "Are we going?" Meredith asked. "We are," Kara said, walking with Sam on the front seat of his car, while Meredith sits in the back. "He will go mad." Sam mind-links Kara. She knows what she's doing, and if you ask me, he must learn how to control himself. She will be a gorgeous Luna, and a lot of men and werewolves will look at her. He can't kill everyone, but still he will go mad. "Don't say that I didn't told you," he tells her and kissed her lips. As soon as they entered the company, every head was turning after them. Sam is a handsome man. Kara is just gorgeous and she looks like an angel. Since she became Beta's wife, her aura strengthens and she is even more beautiful because her face glow. Happiness can be read on her face. And Meredith, everyone knows that she is the boss wife, and she is the embodiment of the perfection. And the day went smooth until noon when Max called Meredith. "My darling," he said, "will you come and eat with me today?" "Are you taking me out?" Meredith asked him. But immediately Max asks, "No darling? No hello? We are not in public." Meredith answers him and starts to laugh. "And if you are serious, yes, I would like to go out and eat together." "I'm coming to take you," he said, looking at Sam and laughing. "This is a very good day. Eating lunch with my wife. What could a wish more?" And looking at him, Sam just doesn't know what to say, so he just makes the smartest move that comes in his mind. "I will go with you to the design department. I just remembered that I didn't see Kara since morning and I missed her. I brought her something earlier when we went out for that urgent meeting." He takes the chocolate box for his wife and runs after Max, entering the design department just 1 minute after Max, but he hears him growling. He wants to enter Meredith's office, but Kara catches his hand and tells him, "Let her tame him." "Tame? He is not a wild horse, so to tame him." Sam said, looking at Meredith's office, where Max is getting more and more vocal. "He is worse than a wild horse. Right now he's a mad wolf." And they hear Max yelling. They and the entire design department, who is full of new employees, but also all the new employees are werewolves. That was Max's wish, so that everyone to know that Meredith is his mate and none to try something on her. "I will take you home and change," he yells at her. "But why, Max? What's wrong with my outfit?" she asks, looking at him innocently. "This is a Versace suit, and I really love it." "What about that thing under your blazer?" he asks, pointing to her a lace and satin camisole black top. "This," Meredith asks him, and she takes off her blazer, letting Max to see that her top is strapless and is something like a corset. "Yes, that!" he tells her, feeling how his pants are suddenly smaller by one measure. "This is a beautiful and sexy top from Dior. What's wrong with it?" "It was one of the best items in the new collection," Meredith said, caressing her own body. "Your skin can be seen," Noah said, "and your collarbone, and your breast are just popping in my eyes." "Because you are a pervert," Meredith said. "The biggest pervert, and all that you see around is only an invitation for you to sleep around." "No, I am not a pervert. I am your husband, and I can't let you walk like that. Let's go and change," Max said, and take her hands, but Meredith doesn't move. "If you are acting like this, our marriage will never work," she said. "Maybe it will be better to divorce and avoid future problems, because I like to dress sexy," she said, shrugging her shoulders and pulling out her chest in front of Max, who has little left and comes in his pants like a novice teenager. "What?" he asks, looking at her. "Since when do you like sexy outfits?" he asks her. "Since I know that I have a very excitable husband who whores around. I must look sexy, so he would come home every night. It's not my fault that I need to be sexy. It's for you, darling, to keep you a married man," Meredith said, blinking her eyelashes at him. "I am not anymore. I am like a monk until you will give me a green line to have you," Max said with pleading eyes, but still looking at her chest, wanting to caress her breasts that are so beautifully outlined in this damned lace and satin camisole top. "No one can guarantee me that you will be faithful to our marriage. I made my mind, Max. I will be a sexy wife from now on." "No," Max yelled. "What? Did you say something?" she asked him, squeezing her eyes at him, and he just took her hand and pulled her to him. He glued her body on him, making her chest to stay glued by his chest, and he kissed her. "We will talk later," Now we will go to eat until I will not start to eat you, he said, making her blush. But pray not to kill anyone until we come back. Author's POV. What are we doing here? Meredith asked, seeing where Max brings her. We are going to eat our lunch, he said, smiling at him. She knows that he is rich because her family has lots of money too, but Max is richer. But still, did he bring her at the airport? Where? To the North Pole? Meredith asks ironically. There's no need to take me in a place where I will start to shiver and ask for something to cover myself if you want me more dressed. No, but next time I will take you there. It's a very good idea. Thank you, darling. Max said and opened the door for Meredith. We are going to Washington, he said as easily as if it was something normal to fly from Vancouver to Washington to eat lunch. No, I need to work, and I will lose a lot of time flying in the USA, Meredith said and didn't move from her place. It's also a working lunch, darling, Max said. It's for the contest I told you a few times ago. The organizer wants to know the person who will represent MaxLine at the contest. Why didn't you tell me? Shit, I need to change my clothes. I can't go like this at a meeting. I am too sexy, and I need to make a good impression. And looking in her bag, she realized something. Shit, she said to herself. I didn't take my purse from the office. What's going on? Max asked, seeing her lost in her thoughts. Nothing. I just forgot to take my purse. You dragged me and made me lose my brain with your kisses attack. Don't do it anymore, she said, pouting her lips at him, but Max starts to laugh, seeing her so affected. Everything is just fine. Don't worry. I took care of everything already, he told her, and taking her in bridal style, he got on his private plane. Maximilian Cruz, I can walk by myself, she tells him, blushing all her face when the stewards see her in his arms. With that, heels on the plane stairs? No thank you. What if you will fall? And he just walks with her in his arms until he reaches their seats. Is this plane yours? Meredith said, looking around. The plane is fantastic, has 12 seats for passengers and a mini bar, and also seems to have a bedroom. It's ours, Max said, looking into her eyes. There is no more mine. All I have is ours. And Meredith's heart stops. There is no need to think like this. I would never claim something that is yours if this mate bond will not work, she said, but for the first time she wanted the mate bond to be real. Are you tired? Max asks, looking at her and placing her hair behind her ear lightly. Just a little bit, Meredith said. With all that happened these days drained my energy, and looking at him she asks, will you put me down, please? You are not walking anymore. I like to hold you, Max said. Believe me, Meredith, I want to hold you in my arms for a lifetime. Put me down, Max, Meredith said, but smiling at him. Your crew is watching us. I don't care, Max said with a serious face. I am not doing anything wrong. I just enjoy my time with my wife. If you will put me down, I will kiss you, Meredith said, smiling at him. Will you do that? Max asked, laughing. Just a peck, but I will. Meredith laughs at him. Your stewardess are looking ugly at me. I believe they are loving you, and now you just broker their hearts. Kiss me, Max whispers in her ear. Kiss me and I will do as you wish. And Meredith puts her arms around his neck, and approaching him, she pecked his lips, but she stayed there, feeling his lips on her lips. It was her first time when she took the initiative to kiss a man, and she loved every second of it. And just when she thought that she finished, Max puts a hand on the back of her neck and drags her to him, kissing her. It's my turn, he said, smiling as he kissed her, and licking her lips with his tongue, he asks for access. Meredith just smiles in his arms and let him ravage her with his perfect French kiss while she kissed him back. And when they need to breathe, Max let her on her own feet and whispers, Darling, let's seat. We will have a lot of time to exercise our kissing skills during this flight. And he starts to laugh while Meredith becomes all blush on her face. You, she said, you just cut your branch from under your feet. No more kisses for you. And immediately she sat down in her chair, but Max has other plans, and looking at one of the stewardesses, he tells her, We're ready. Please announces the pilot that we can take off, and sits down in front of Meredith. I think I'll add a new rule, he said. Every time when you are mad at me, I will kiss you, he said, laughing, but Meredith knocks him down when she answers. It's a good idea. It is. It is, he asks in shock. Yes, this way you can learn how to kiss. and she turns her head and looks out the window of the plane as it rises in the air. "What?" Max asked in shock. "Who kissed you better than me?" he asks and moves near her seat almost trembling. "I'd tell you, but then I should kill you," Meredith said gravely. "Tell me who," Max insists. "I think that I should drink something," Meredith says, and she smiles at him while he is so pale. "Someone kissed his mate and did it better?" "Shit?" Stark asked. "Kiss her again and let me do it." And in a second he takes Meredith in his arms, putting her in his lap in one move as if she were as light as a flake, and kisses her directly. "What?" she said, but immediately Max, under Stark's control, kissed her again, putting all his soul in that kiss, making Meredith to ask herself why she didn't kiss a man in her life, until Max. When Max walks away from her, he looks into her eyes, waiting for her wrath. Her face is flushed and her eyes are closed, trying to prolong the emotion she experienced earlier. So Max said, "Am I the kisses king?" "This was better," she said, and tuning her head, she saw a stewardess looking at them with a sour face. "Mr. Cruz," she asked, "would you like something to drink or eat?" "Just some charcuterie board and some red wine," he said, and the stewardess wants to leave, but he stops her. "And my wife wants," and he looks at her. "Some sprinkle water, and I'll share the food with my husband, so make the board big enough for 2 people. And she looks at Max and smiles while the stewardess leaves nervous. "So you recognize me as your husband in front of another woman?" Max asks her. "She was rude and you are my husband. Did you slept with her too?" Meredith asks without looking at him. "No. She is a werewolf, and she was always a woman who clings to you, sit and suffocates you by her insistence. She is not from my pack, but she works here." And he takes Meredith's hand in his hand. "Meredith," he said, looking at her. "She is visibly upset." That stupid stewardess reminded her of Max's old ways with other women. "Mer," he whisper, approaching her ear and making her almost tremble near him. "I never knew what it means to love someone." And she turns her head and looks into Max's eyes. "But I want to tell you that I love you. I love you and not someone else. I didn't know how it is, how you feel when you love someone, but now I know. It's too soon to love me. It's only because of the mate bond." Meredith said and puts her hand on his cheek, caressing his face with her palm. "It's only because of that mate bond. These are not your feelings. It doesn't matter why I love you, Meredith. The thing is that I do, and I am happy that in the end I become like this. And even if it is only because of the bond mate, and I am happy. I never felt like this. It's something so new for me. To care about someone, to want a woman to that point in which I don't recognize myself. I love you, darling," he said, lets his head to sit in her palm. "I'm not sure about my feelings," Meredith said, looking into his eyes and assuming every word she said. "But I am trying, Max, and believe me, I want this mate to work. The thing is that I like you, or maybe I love you too and I don't know, or I am afraid to say it. I want the love that I saw between my parents, that James and Lori have, that your parents live. I am jealous of Kara, and I am furious that I don't have a wolf to come in this relationship without hesitation. But I am trying, Max. I am trying," she said, and tears appeared in her eyes. "Shh," Max said, putting his finger under her eyes and wiping away her tears. "For now it is enough that I love you." And he put her in his arms around her waist, still holding her in his lap, and kissed her. "I will love for 2 until you clear your mind." Author's POV. And as soon as the stewardess comes back with the food, she sees Max and Meredith kissing and holding each other arms. "Mr. Cruz," she said, "your order is here." And she places the charcuterie board in front of him and puts a glass of wine and leaves, but again Max stops her. "Didn't you forget anything?" he asks with authority. "No, everything is here as you ordered," she said, smiling at him. But Max feels more offended than Meredith is by this stewardess attitude, and he growls at her, making her tremble. "My wife asked for a bottle of water. If the bottle is not bottled with water now, what excuse do you have for ignoring my wife?" And Meredith just looks at him and puts her hands on his chest. "Max is all right, let her be," she said, trying to calm him down, but Max had other plans. "Tell me," he commands her, and the stewardess whitening her face in front of him. "She is human," the stewardess said, "and she is not worthy to be your wife. She is too weak, and she is just some trash. You divorced her once. Why to go for a leftover? You are a wolf, not a dog, to scavenge for this human leftover. And in that second, Max in his feet and wants to grab her neck, but his skinny human mates takes it before him and punch the stewardess in her face, making her fall in her ass. First of all, I am his wife, not his leftover. And she looks at Max and smiles. And secondly, you are fired. Who do you think you are to fire me? The stewardess asked, shocking her colleagues and annoying Max even worse than before. You heard my wife, Max said. Now please let the food here and you can get lost. When you arrive at your destination, you can take the first plane and go home. Your job here just ended. You can't be serious. She yelled, but this time the alpha in him climbs, and in a second lift her from the ground, holding her neck. Am I clear? He asks with a growl that scared everyone in the airplane. Yes, Alpha, she said, starting to cry. Max drags her, still keeping her neck in the trance of his hand, to the crew area, and pushing her, he tells her boss. She is fired. My wife wants a bottle of water. Find one and bring it to her. Does anyone else have anything to add? He asks the crew. No, Alpha. I'm sorry for her behavior. I will bring the water by myself, said the chief stewardess. And returning to Meredith's seat, he takes her hand in his hand and starts to look at it. Shit, he said, almost growling. You got your hands wounded. It's just some little scratches. It was just a punch, Meredith said, seeing him so worried. She will never upset you again, Max said, kissing her wounded hand. I hope so, Mr. Cruz, she said, kissed him again, taking the lead for the second time in a day. I'm all right, believe me. Max looks at her and takes some grapes and some fine cheese and signals her to open her mouth. I can eat by myself, Max, she said, and where will the fun be if you will do it? And signals her again to open her mouth. In the end, she submits to his wish and lets him to feed her, but from time to time she bites his finger, amusing herself by his reaction. And at the last bite, she goes to the next levels and tests his reaction, catching his index finger between her lips and then sucking on it. Max suddenly looks down at his pant, and this big tent in front of his pants is more than visible, making Meredith blush. So he reacts at her touch. And being overwhelmed by this thought, she closed her eyes and dreams at those times when she will find the strength to do more than this to him. Are you all right? Max asked her. Yes, just a little bit tired. I shouldn't take the wine you forced me to taste. I feel tipsy now. And she smiles. Sleep a little, we still have time, and she put his head on his shoulder, but when Max feels that she is asleep, he takes her in his arms and goes with her in his arm in the private bedroom from his airplane. He puts her in his bed, the only bed in which he never slept with another woman, because it is the first time when he takes someone with him, apart from Luke or Sam. He caresses her face, and seeing her how lightly she sleeps, he can't hold himself and lies down next to her in bed. He took her in his arms and put her head on his shoulder so that his lips could kiss her forehead, and he closed his eyes, falling asleep with her. But when she weakens up and sees that she is in an unknown place, at first Meredith's heart stops, but seeing Max's face, she just smiles and puts her head back on his shoulder and caresses his chest with her fingers. What is happening with me? Meredith asks herself. I feel like this because Stark imprinted himself on me, or am I really starting to love him? And she just lifts her head and stands on her elbow, approaching him easily, and whispers to him. I like you a lot, Maximilian Cruz. And she kissed his lips, just short pecks, but they are sweet and sincere. Max felt her and heard her, but he lets her to kiss him, while Stark spins like a cat of happiness. You're awake, aren't you? Meredith asks, squeezing her eyes on him, but he still pretends that he sleeps. Maximilian Cruz, you are a scoundrel, she said, and she tried to get out of bed, but Max catches her. Just to be clear, I was sleeping until your kisses, but after this I was wondering if I am still dreaming. We are descending and we will land soon, Meredith whispered. Why did you take me here? She asks, looking round. It's more comfortable, and in the end I fall asleep too. And getting out of bed, he goes to his closet from the airplane and pulls out a beautiful dress. Max, Meredith said, looking at him. What is this? The dress for our meeting. If you don't like it, when we land, we will go and find another dress for you. But this was my choose. Since the first time I've seen it, I wonder how it will look on you. And then he takes from the closet a two-piece tuxedo suit for him. I like it, Meredith said, caressing the material. It's off-shoulder fitted midi dress from the finest viscose, with a V-neck, long sleeves, and a stretch design, and she just knows the designer. It's her good friend, Francois Cassel. Will you let me try it? She asks, still feeling the material under her fingers. Do you need help? Max asked her, smiling, of course, joking, but Meredith looks at him and points him the door. I was hoping to help you to undress. I am so disappointed, Max said while he exits the room, but in 15 minutes, as soon as Meredith opens the door and he sees her in her little black dress, he knows that she will not change the dress. Her perfect and slim body curves under this dress that makes justices to her beauty. He just looks at her with his mouth wide one. You're perfect, he said, coming closer to her. My makeup is too simple, she said. You should have told me about this, she said, but she is simply afraid that she will not look proper for the meeting. You are perfect, he said, and walking to his serviette, he takes a box and tell her, I brought something to accessorize with my grandma bracelet that I am more than happy to see it on your wrist. And opening the box, Meredith remains with her mouth open. Max, you must return this, she said, and puts her hands on her mouth. You don't like it? He asks. Are you insane? But with how much cost you could dig for fountains in the entire African continent. This is too much, she said. It's not. And he takes the necklace from the box and, sitting behind her, places it on Meredith's neck while she almost holds her breath. It is an 24-centi white gold necklace set with a pear-shaped diamond with a brilliant cut halo surround and a brilliant diamond on the top. Max, she whispered, touching the necklace. Please accept it. He said, kissing her neck, and seeing that she doesn't say anything, he takes the earrings that came with the necklace and helps her to wear it. And when she is ready, she is the most beautiful creature that he has ever seen, so he just takes her in his arms and kisses her with all his soul. He let her go only when the pilot asked them to sit and put their safety belts, but all the time he holds her hand. Mine, he whispered in his head. Max Cruz, shouted the contest organizer as he saw Max enter the restaurant with Meredith. The one and only Mr. Smith, Max said, shaking his hand and smiling broadly. And this beautiful lady is? The man asked, looking at Meredith and smiling at her, making Max to feel jealous. This is my beautiful wife, Meredith Cruz, Max said, looking at her and expecting for her to correct him, but to his surprise, Meredith just smiled at him. She will be MaxLines' representative and will enchant you with her talent. Wife? The man asked in shock. Wife, Mr. Smith, Max said, and took Meredith's hand in his hand, kissing it and making her to feel for the first time something like tingles where he touches her. In this case, let's start, and I hope that your beautiful wife will find a way to impress us, Mr. Smith said. The theme is, he continued after they took their seats at the table, but Meredith cuts him, yours forever, and she looks in Max's eyes as she said it. I believe that you have already realized that this year the contest will be about the day that every woman dreams of, wedding day. You married Max Cruz, Mrs. Meredith, and I'm sure he gave you the wedding of your dreams, so you understand the emotion that we want to create in this contest. And Max's face almost falls on the restaurant floor and just waits for Meredith's reaction. He gave her a shitty wedding. He married her in the ugliest way. And if he would have been able to send Sam or Luke to sign a wedding certificate in his place, at that time, he probably would have done it. No, Mr. Smith, he was far from what you think, Meredith said without any trace of reproach. We kind of eloped. We signed the documents and that's it. But even if we didn't have that dream wedding, we are fine. We try to make this relationship work. Max Cruz, Mr. Smith said, looking at him. Where did you find such a good wife? I would have strangled your neck. How can you prevent such a woman from dressing in white? And Max looks at her, and the thought of a real wedding, a human wedding, appeared for the first time in his mind. I want to offer her a Luna ceremony, Stark said with a howl. How could I have forget something like that? And I want to give her the all package. Max told him and looked at Meredith, and she just whispered to him. I'm fine, don't worry. Mr. Smith, Max said. Do we have complete freedom for this creation, or do we have to pursue an idea? You pointed well, the man said. Yours forever refers to eternity. With all these movies for young people with vampires and werewolves and all kind of unreal creatures, the idea of that eternal love, the idea of forever appeared in their minds. I know that it is difficult to imagine something that can't be related to anything in reality. But the idea of the contest is to put in reality that mate bond that the movies express. Mate bond? Meredith asks, looking at him in shock. The man talks about something that humans have no idea that is real. How is this possible? Yes, mate bond. I've seen it in Twilight, the man said. It's something that the wolves from the movie talked about. Do you think that you will understand the theme? She will, Mr. Smith, Max said. We will watch the movie together tonight. Will we? Meredith asked, laughing. Of course we will. It's our homework. Haven't you heard what Mr. Smith said, my darling? Max asks, laughing. Do you think I'm watching this? Stark said. That Jacob wasn't able to keep the girl. That was no werewolf attitude. And they talk for 2 hours about the material they must use, about the freedom they have, about the jury that is secret, and the history of this contest. And when they took the plane back home, Meredith was almost addicted of that soft tingle she started to feel when Max touched her, so she let him do everything he wanted, to hold her hand, to put her in his lap, to kiss her lips or to kiss her neck. And her soul was small like a flea, because she is stressed that what she feels is because Stark imprinted himself on her. She wants the real love, not some love with divine interventions. But no matter how many questions arise in her mind, she likes Max, and she wants him, and she really felt like his wife today. We are here, Max said, parking in front of Meredith's house. Yeah, she said, feeling uneasy to let him go. Do you want some water or some tea? She asked him. I would like a coffee, Max said, and in a second he was already at her door with her in his arms, and as soon as she opened the apartment, Max and Meredith almost fell on their backs. Kara is naked with her back at the door, riding Sam on Meredith's sofa. Holly fucking shit, said Max without realizing it, covering Meredith's eyes with his hands. Samuel Jackson, he yells. Put that thing away from my wife eyes. Shit, both Kara and Sam yelled and jumped over the couch, falling and hitting each other. Meredith, Kara said. What are you doing at home? Sam said that you are in Washington. But Meredith just stays with her mouth open and her eyes covered by Max's hands. For a few hours, not for a week, you moron, Max yelled at Sam. Didn't you think we should go back home? I thought you would stay there until tomorrow, Sam said. It's 2 a.m. Who would have known that you're coming back? Max, Meredith said, coming back. Please take your hands from my eyes. No, thank you, and he wants to continue, but Meredith just slaps him on the back of his neck. You're what, Maximilian Cruz? And he looks at her and swallows his words. Meredith goes to her room and signals Max to follow her. You have 5 minutes to dress and come back to the living room, she said to Kara and Sam, who are pale and feel like dying. We need to talk and make some rules in this house. And seeing that Max still looks ugly at Sam, she drags him after her. I will kill him. Why the fuck was he naked on your sofa? He asks Meredith as soon as she closed the door of her bedroom. Because if he was dressed, Kara wouldn't be able to moan like that. And she starts to laugh. That was memorable, but I believe that I will have some hot nights after Sam's show. I forbid you to dream his dick. And Meredith looks at him again, and she smiles at him. I didn't see anything, Max. Don't worry. I just saw Kara's back and heard her moans, but I was thinking of something else then, so I didn't see Sam. Oh, my goddess. And wiping her tears of laughter, she said, after Kara's and Sam moment, I thought it couldn't be more fun. Why are you laughing? Max asks, but Meredith just drags him in her arms and tells him, I am not interested in anyone's thing, as you said, and when I will be interested, if at that moment you will still be my husband, I promise that I will look for you. And she smiles at him. We will be married. Did you forget? Mr. Smith said that the werewolves' mates believe in forever and eternity. I am forever yours. Author's POV. Looking straight in Sam's eyes, Meredith asks him, On my sofa, Sam? Really? But Sam starts to laugh. When the need arises, you don't take into account time and place. My sweet maid is the culprit here. I saw her walking from the kitchen, and that was. I needed to have her right at that moment. I am addicted to her. But hearing him, Kara is all red, and even her ears are so red that you could say that someone painted her. Sam, she whispered. They don't need all the details. Sam, Meredith also said, this need will be satisfied in your bedroom. I can't even touch this sofa without thinking that maybe you lose some little Samuels on it. Clean my sofa. And looking at Kara, she said, no more sex outside the bedroom, my dear, or I will start to have nightmares. But Sam starts to laugh. I assure you that what we were doing will not give you any bad dream, maybe some lessons. But he doesn't even finish what he wants to say, that Max looks at him in horror. Beta Jackson, he said with an angry look. If you want to walk on two legs in the future, I advise you to find a house soon, if your mate insists on not living in the pack house. Hearing Max's words, Kara felt it like a reproach, and her heart tightened, and mind-linking Sam, she said, I didn't think that Max will be upset about this. If I caused problems for you, I will move in the pack house, but... And she has tears in her eyes. Alpha, Sam said, looking very serious and somehow affected by Max's words. This will never happen again. And feeling frustrated, he took Kara in his arms in bridal style and closed the door of their bedroom behind them. Kara, he said, putting her on bed. Get your stuff done. We are moving. We stayed too much here and we need a place just for us. But it's 2 a.m. Where are we going at this hour? Kara asked, looking at his as if he was some madman. To our home, he said, smiling. I found a place, is not ready yet. I didn't intend to tell you like this. I wanted to prepare the place first, and then making look like a real home, but we will make it look like home together. And he stays. Will you follow me? It will be hard for a few days, but we will live alone, as it should have been from the beginning. Sam said, looking in her eyes and hoping that Kara will agree. He really need her just for him. I am just worried to let Meredith alone, Kara said. Do you trust me? He asks her, looking straight in her eyes. I do, Kara said. I trust you with all my heart, and for the first time since they accepted each other, she really trusts him. Then let's go, Sam said, and helped her to take her things and also his clothes. Where are you going? Meredith asked while she exits the kitchen with a coffee in her hand, seeing them near the entrance door. We are moving to our house, Kara said with a big smile on her face. I will have my own house, Mer. Can you only imagine that? She asks with a visible happiness on her face. What? Meredith asked, looking at Max, who is sitting on the couch in the living room, staring at them. Sam, Meredith said, don't listen to what this Alpha of yours tells you. You can stay here as much as you want. I don't want you to leave, she said, almost crying. Since she came back, she lived with Kara, and now she will stay alone. She really loves Kara's friendship, and now she is used even living with Sam. It's a must, Sam said. And in addition, we're not too far from you, Sam continued, laughing. What do you want to say? All three ask him at the same time. Sam takes Kara's hand, opens the door, and goes to the door across from Meredith's apartment. Are we living in the same building? Kara asked, looking at him like a child in front of the Christmas tree. Yes, my love, you two are neighbors, he said, laughing. I love you. Kara tells him and immediately jumps into his arms and kisses him. You will not love me anymore when you will see that there is no furniture, said Sam, looking at her. I don't care, Kara said. You are enough for me. And she melted in his arms, making Sam shiver and thanking the goddess for putting his brain back in his head to accept Kara. She is the most perfect thing that happened in his life. And they exit Meredith house and enter the apartment that Sam brought. 3 bedrooms, a living room similar with the one that Meredith has, a large kitchen and 2 bathrooms. And Kara is at the peak of her happiness, and she doesn't care that in the apartment there is only a bed mattress in the middle of the house and nothing else. This is perfection for her. She never had a place to call it home. But Sam gave her a home. But meanwhile, in her apartment, Meredith just looks at the door. It is your fault that they moved from here and left me alone, and she almost crying. It is better for everyone, Max said, taking her in his arms, and it seems that Sam already had in plan to move. But now, I am alone again, she said, looking at Max. I don't like to live alone. It reminds me of Paris, where I was more than lonely. I will move with you, Max said. You will not, and Meredith points her index finger to Max. You will be all the time clingy and with your hands on me, and I need to focus and work, and so do you, and I already told you that I can't move with you. That's why I am moving with you, Max said, smiling at her. No, Meredith said. I will, Max said. Maximilian Cruz, she yelled at him. Yes, my darling, he said, and took her in his arms, calming her in an instant. Meredith just looked at him and knew that this is one of the fights that she will lose it, and she squeezes her eyes at him and said, You are sleeping in Kara's former room. She frees herself from Max's arms and wants to go into her bedroom, but Max takes her in his arms and enters her room, standing in front of her bed, hugging her from behind. What are you doing? She asks, panicking. I made my own plan so that you will not dream anything bad tonight. He whispers in her ear and starts to trail kisses on her neck, sucking from the place where his mark will stay one day. Meredith feels every tingle that Max create where he touch her. Max, she says with her voice trembling, I think I feel some tingles and I don't know how to describe them, but what you are doing is very pleasant, she said, and a soft moan escapes from her mouth, making Max startle. Shit, Stark said. The mate bond is working, Max, is working, he yells. Keep doing what are you doing, no. And Max continued what he was doing, but at the same time, he put his hand on the back of her dress and unzipped her beautiful black dress. Max, no, I'm not ready, she said, but again a soft moan is heard. Don't worry, Max said. We will not have sex tonight, but the mate bond starts to work and I need to touch you, Meredith. I need to feel you as much as I know that you want me. If you feel the tingles, we are very close to the fulfilling of this bond, so close that you can't even imagine, he said, and let her dress to fall at her feet, letting her. She is so delicate and perfect. I don't know, Max, Meredith said, and turned with her face at him. Max is just mesmerized. I just want to hold you tonight, my sweet Luna. Will you let me? I promise that I will not force you to do anything that you will not want to, he said, kissing her abdomen. You can't force me, Max. It is always my choice. And she takes off his tuxedo and starts to unbutton his shirt. And when he is only in his boxers, she tells him, Let's sleep. I am very tired, and tomorrow we are busy. And she led him to lay her in bed while Max puts his hands on her waist and drags her to him, making her lay over his body. I love you, Meredith, he said, and kissed the top of her head, and caressing her back with his hands, he let her sleep. Author's POV. In the morning, when Meredith opened her eyes, she was all over Max's body, and she was wondering why she was feeling something between her legs that pushes her and somehow pulses. She lifts herself lightly so that not to wake up Max, who is sleeping like a baby, and sits on her knees next to Max, gently lifting the sheet. This scoundrel, she said in her mind. I must postpone the mating thing. How much time will be possible, she thinks for herself. He will break me to pieces with this monster. And she lets the sheet lightly and descends from the room. She is walking to the bathroom and starting the shower. But in 5 minutes, just when she was almost enjoying her shower the most, the bathroom door opens and a very scared Max entered. Where are you? He asked, breathless. Maximilian Cruz, she yelled, covering her breast and sitting immediately on the shower floor. Get out! But seeing her completely naked, Max is so shocked that can't even articulate a word. Max! Meredith yelled again, and Max just stays with his mouth wide open and looks at her, and when he feels that his wolf calmed a little, he takes off his boxers and enters the shower. Max! Meredith said. This is too much. No, I won't try anything more than this. It's just a shower. I promise that I will not try to mate with you. And he stays under the shower with her in his arms, holding her at his chest, letting the water to clean them. She just looks him in the eye and thinks that maybe this is as hard for him as it is for her. I need to trust him, she said to herself. I want this mate bond. I never hoped to have something like this as a human, but now, feeling those marvelous tingles, I want it too. I know you are, Meredith said, looking straight into his eyes. If you weren't, you wouldn't be the most coveted man in our country. And she is a little bit sad saying it. I am sorry. Max said, looking at her, and skills is not the most proper thing, considering their past. They have been married for 5 years, and they have never been together since. Now is the first time they see each other completely naked. Even worse, he never touched her like this until today, and he had been whoring all around the country with different women. He looks at her and whispers in her ear, I made a lot of mistakes, and the most unfortunate one is that it didn't care about your feelings back then. But I know now how wronged I was. All I want is to make things right for you. I will walk in your rhythm. And this, he said while he distances himself from Meredith just a little, he will be like a monk until you want a piece of it. I promise that I will never look at anyone else because all I need is here, in my arms. Meredith looks him in the eyes and blushes. Right now is not about not wanting you, Meredith said and puts her arms around his neck. I am far from that, and I am still worried that all that I feel is because on that imprinting that your wolf put on me, but I like the way I feel. I'd be a liar to say that I don't like the feeling of having you just for me. You have me, Max said and kissed her lips. I am far from what I was 5 years ago, Max, Meredith said and looked straight into his eyes. Back then I was thinking only about making my parents happy, and I was able to sacrifice everything. Now, physically, I may be the same, just older, but I don't want to sacrifice anything. I know what I want in this life. In Paris, I've seen so much love all around me. Everyone was talking about love. That town was forcing you to find some love for yourself so that you fit into the landscape. And Max just looks at her and his heart tightened. Did she love someone else in Paris? He must find the truth. Did you find someone to love in Paris? He asks her, feeling how his heart skips a beat while waiting for her answer. You want to know, don't you? Meredith asks him, smiling at him. But he just looks serious at her while the water still flows over their naked and embraced bodies. I had offers, she said, making Max almost faint. But I'm here now. Can't you see that? And Meredith knows that probably now Max is making a lot of connection in his head, and seeing how sadness appears on his beautiful face, she kissed him this time. Why are we talking about the past, Maximilian Cruz? And she caresses the back of his neck with her hands. Am I not here now? Am I not your wife? But Max just looks at her and says nothing. Now, right now, I pick you. And I am scared because I feel how something greater than everything I met in this life is dragging me to you. It makes me feel unsecured, but I will adapt to this. And when I will not be able to keep distance in this relationship, I will be yours with everything I have, but give me some time. It's too much in a short time for my little human heart. And she just smiles at him, making him calm himself. With everything I have, Max, she whispered, blushing a little and making him understand what she was talking about. I will give you time, my darling, he said. But leaving here alone is not an option. Castellano is still free, and that stupid of Veronica too. The only reason I let Sam live here after he married Kara was to protect you. He's still here, just a door away, Meredith said, trying to assure him she was safe. I need you in my pack house. I can't stay away from that place too much without stressing my pack. You know how a pack works. This is our life, Meredith. As a human, I am not comfortable to live in a pack house, Meredith said, looking straight into his eyes. So what are you telling me? Max asked, and took her out of the shower and put her to bed on her back without wiping her body of water drops. I am telling you that I am here, and I will accept you completely, and that I need to adapt to everything. Less than a month ago, I was hating you, Max. This, she said, pointing to their position, would have been something like a nightmare a month ago. But now I am okay with this. I am still upset for what Stark did, but I like the feeling. The mate will become stronger every day, but we are not there yet. And Max can't stand it anymore and kissed her, while his hand and tracing all over her naked and wet body, making him shiver. Everywhere he touches her, he feels a million of tingles, like some little explosions all over his body. I love you so much, he tells her, and he has tears in his eyes. And I'm so sorry for everything I've done in this life. I lost 5 fucking years with you. Now we could be already happy. We could have been parents and have some little Meredith and Max around us. But I ruined everything with my arrogance. I am here now, Meredith tells him, trying to calm him. If you stay, Max, I'm here and I'm staying. Author's POV. You are glowing, Meredith said to Kara as soon as she arrived at her office. Max drove her and they entered Max's company hand in hand, smiling at each other and making all the employees to look at them with a large smile. The boss is finally tamed. I am happy, Kara said, smiling and looking at her chocolate box that Sam sent her every day. Actually, since he discovered that she loves so much chocolate, not a day has passed without sending her a small gift, and he just stalks her on the camera like a pervert, enjoying every reaction of her. "You know that you can live with me until your house is furniture," Meredith said. "I already miss you." "I am missing you too, Mer, but after last night I understood more than ever that having our own intimacy is mandatory. We only have one mattress in the whole apartment," Kara said, laughing. "2 forks, 2 glasses, and 2 plates, but we were so happy last night. And you know what? When you will have your Luna ceremony and you will live with Max in the pack house, I will follow you. That place will not be as vapid as it is now after you will move there." Sam promised to change everything in his house so that he could erase any traces of his past and feel good there. "Will you move there?" Meredith asked, smiling. "I will," Kara said and took Meredith's hands. "You are my only friend, Mer, and this happiness that I feel now is because of you. You made me shine and helped me catch Sam under my claws," Kara said and starts to laugh. "And I will thank you forever for that," they hear Sam saying, while he enters the design department and goes straight to Kara and kissed her in front of all her colleagues. "Max is asking for you," he tells Meredith, and right then Luke gets off the elevator. "What are you doing here?" Sam asks him to look at him strangely, but Luke doesn't let him down and laughs. "I came to see if this beautiful lady is happy with the way you are behaving with her. My offer is still available," Luke said, laughing out loud. "Do you want to walk on 2 feet, or do you want me to break them?" Sam asked him in horror. "He's joking," Meredith tells him. "I called him. He will not take Kara from you, and she stays between them." "I will if he won't love her enough," Luke said, still laughing and mocking him for all the nonsense he'd done in the past. "That's it! I will beat you!" Sam said and jumps at Luke, who hides after Kara. "You won't!" Luke laughs in his face, and just when Sam wants to punch him, Kara pays between them, and with all his force he is hitting her on the shoulder, trying to avoid her face in the last second. All the colleagues in the office jump to their feet in fright. "Kara!" he yelled in panic, seeing her on the floor. He is a beta for the goddess's sake, and his strength can't be compared to Kara's force, who never trained in her life because everyone avoided her. "I can't breathe," she says, almost crying in pain. "Sam, I can't breathe," she tells him with tears in her eyes. "I am so sorry," Sam said and takes her in his arms and runs with her, followed by Meredith and Luke. "This is all your fault," Sam yelled at Luke as the 4 of them stepped in the elevator. "Sam," Kara said, crying in pain and putting her head on Sam's shoulder, "is none fault. It was an accident, and they just put Kara in Sam's car." Luke is driving to the pack hospital while Sam holds her in his lap, and Meredith stays in the front seat near Luke. "Hold on a few minutes, sweetie," Meredith said, and she looks in her hand at the phone that starts to ring. It's Max. She just texts him and tells him about what happened, and then looks at Kara. The hospital is near the pack house, and as soon as they arrived at the location, all the eyes are on them. Some of the pack members that never leave the pack to work in town are staring at Meredith, while some of them at Kara. They know her. She is the Omega that none wanted in the past, but the ugliest looks are from the women that Max and Sam slept with. "What happened?" one of the doctors asks, seeing Kara in Sam's arms yelling already in pain. "I hit her by mistake while I was trying to beat someone," Sam said, placing her lightly on the hospital bed. "You can leave. Beta Jackson," the doctor said. "I will verify her. I am sure she is fine. Don't worry about her. She is used with this kind of wounds." "What the fuck are you talking about?" Sam asks in shock, looking at the doctor and then at Kara, whose face is now white like snow. "As an Omega, she was frequently hurt. A lot of our pack member hit her. Her wolf will heal her soon," the doctor said, as if it was nothing. "Take care of my wife now," Sam yelled. "You will not let her suffer until her wolf will heal her." And he is almost trembling and wants to break the doctor's neck. And Kara just let him act the way he wants, because this doctor let her suffer and heal by herself a lot of times in the past. "Wife?" the doctor asks in shock. "She is your wife?" and looks at her neck and sees Sam's mark, and then at Sam, and also he is marked. Since they married, Sam didn't come to the pack house, and he asked Luke to help him with his things when he moved with Kara, So realizing that the weakest omega of their pack is now the beta female, almost made the doctor to fall from his feet. Take care of her, or I will kill you. Did you just let her suffer in the past because she was an omega? Sam asked and put a hand on the doctor's neck. Sam, Kara whispered between tears. Let him, please. And as soon as Sam's hand is released from the doctor's throat, the doctor just run out of there asking for some nurses and doctors to help him with Kara. We will take care of her, Beta, another doctor said, and tried to take her, but Sam said with fury, wherever she goes, I will stay with her. After all I found out, I don't trust you to leave her alone in your hands. And he stays with her all the time, and after some half an hour she is finally put in a hospital VIP ward. How is she? Max asks Sam when he arrives at the hospital, looking at Kara, who is sedated and sleeps in her bed, letting Cece to heal her. She is not good at all. I fractured her shoulder and clavicle. I am an idiot, Max, Sam said, lowering his head and crying. I made her suffer with my jealousy and stupid attitude. She will be fine, don't worry, Meredith said, coming near Max and holding his hand in her hand, feeling the need to be by his side. I am sorry, man, it was just a joke. You know that I will never take someone else mate, Luke said, feeling bad for what happened. She will kill me, Sam said. Her body is stronger now, but she is still weak after so many years in poverty. She won't, Meredith said, smiling at him. She loves you, Sam, and she knows that you didn't want to hurt her. Beta, suddenly the doctor appeared in front of him. I have the results of the tests we run on your mate. Is she all right, apart from fractures? Did I do anything else? Sam asks, while Luke, Max, and Meredith sit with their souls on their mouths. Well, you kind of did it, the doctor said, and Sam has a little left and he is collapsing. Luke runs to him and supports him. Tell me everything, Sam said in a voice muffled with fear. You let her pregnant, your mate is pregnant. And Sam faints. Max's crew's POV. What the fuck? And I run and catch Sam as he faints in front of my eyes. Luke, please help me put him on that sofa, I say, pointing with my head to a spacious sofa from Kara's hospital ward. He's a pussy, Luke said, laughing and looking at Sam as he lays pale. Why the fuck did he fainted like that? And Luke can't stop laughing. Just wait to be in his place, and then we will see if you will not faint just like him. I say, and then I realize that I said something stupid. I am sorry, I say and look at Luke. It was too much for him and the emotions were too big. Hurting Kara was already too much for Sam. Meredith said, saving the situation and changing the subject. Kara is pregnant, Luke said, looking at her with some sad eyes, but at the same time I know that he is happy for Sam. Yeah, it's just been a week since they got married and he's already scored, putting the ball in the basket. That brat, I tell him laughing. My dear, I think we should try that sofa from your living room. It seems very efficient. I tell Meredith, laughing at her, but Luke looks at me and doesn't understand anything. Yeah, you should, Meredith tells me, smiling at me. You will sleep on it tonight. And looking at Luke, she said, I catch Sam and Kara last night making babies on my couch. Holy shit, this is a masterful scene. Did you film it? Luke asks, laughing and holding his belly. Are you nuts? She asked him. I think you really want that fight, Sam said, starting to recover. Look at him, the deadliest beta of all time, Luke said, tapping him on the shoulder. Sam gets up easily and walks over to Kara and he kisses her forehead. I am scared, he said. Why, are you scared, Sam? Meredith asked him and he just kept looking at Kara. What if she won't want this baby? It's so soon. It's just a week since we got married. I don't even have a house prepared for us, he said and kissed her face again. Are you nuts? Luke asked him. This woman loves you, and she loved you and wanted you before you realized how important she is in your life. She will be glad to wear your pups in her womb, you stupid man. I need to take care of her, Sam said. And you, he said, pointing to Luke. Stop pestering me about taking Kara away from me. I know that this is a joke, but I can't control myself at all. I will stop. This can't happen again. Luke said, Tell me what you need in your house and I will help you prepare at least one room until you bring her home. We will help you too, Meredith said, looking at me and whispering to me a soft, Please, say yes. Yes, Sam. Tell us what you need. You must stay with her until she is awake and she will be discharged. I tell him, but he just looks at me and moving his shoulders he tells me. We wanted to prepare that house together, but it seems that is not possible. And looking at Meredith, he said, "You know what she likes and what she hates. Can you choose something for our bedroom, please, so she will feel nice when I will bring her home?" "Count on me," Meredith said, and took my hand. Signaling Luke, she said, "Let's go. We have a lot of work to arrange a room in just a few hours." And she chose the furniture from the internet and sent Luke to brought it. And looking at Sam's bedroom, she said to me, "This room is too white. I would put some colors here, something neutral, but to feel more like a home and not like a hospital room. Sam let you choose for him and Kara, so it is your decision, but if you ask me, yes, it is too much white here." And I pull her to me and kiss her. Seeing her so involved and watching the care she has for Kara makes me feel proud of her. She will be a great Luna one day, when she will deeply accept me in her life. And she did it. 5 hours later, Sam's bedroom had a new face. The walls were paint in a medium gray color, making all the room look a more relaxing, comfortable space. And she was right. Gray is a very versatile color and can evoke different moods based on the shade you choose. Meredith chose to leave the ceiling completely white. "It's about feng shui," she said, laughing sweetly at me. And from this point, she started to add furniture and decorations. A dark gray bed with a voluminous and decorative headboard, which is the masterpiece of this bedroom. For the huge windows that go down from the ceiling to the floor, she chose the curtains in the color of the wall. Some grayscale painting with silver frames, a glass table, a comfortable velvet armchair, linens and bedspreads, and a lot of decorative pillows with different textures. For contrast, next to the bed, he chose some bedside tables with silver metal inserts that contrast strongly with the carpet with silver inserts and different tones of gray. She put all her heart in this room. The final object that she put in this bedroom was a splendid chandelier, circular, which shines the room. Everything is perfect, even the small glass table next to the armchair on which, out of love and care for Kara, she placed a bouquet of white and pink roses and a box of chocolates. "This will relax her," she said. "Is this the way you see your home?" I ask her and take her in my arms, and I remember looking here how she put her imprint on the house I let her to live alone after we got married. "Yes, if you want to know. For me, a home is about the emotion that the house offers you, not about luxury or anything else." And looking at me, she asks, "Do you think Luke finished arranging the dressing room?" "Why?" I ask her. "I finished here and I want to go home," and she just looks at me. "And what?" I ask her, putting my hand over her cheek. "And cuddle you," she said, and I take her in bridal style and mind link Luke. "I am at Meredith apartment. We just finished." "I already left, man. I finished too. I am on my way to the hospital to help Sam," and he closed the link. Entering her apartment, I look at her and tell her without any other preparation, "Move with me, please. Official." "Max," she whispered, "didn't you see their eyes today? How they looked at me and Kara? Your house is full of your former lovers. I will need to fight for your attention all the time. You will not. After you will become their Luna, they will be forced to submit to you, or they will be forced to leave this pack. I will protect you." "I don't want protection, Max. I just want all this to be natural, effortlessly." Meredith tells me gently. "All I know is that I love you, Mer," and I put her in my lap and cuddle with her on her sofa. "Tonight, come with me at my pack house, have dinner with my parents and that old grandpa who is ashamed to call you after everything he did." And I kiss her lips, sucking from it and feeling how my body asks for more, but I know that she needs time. "Dinner with your folks?" she asks, smiling on my lips while I kiss her. "Yes, like a family," I say, and she nods her head and kissed me back. "I would like that," she said. "Stark," I say to my wolf. "Be vigilant tonight. If anyone tries something against her, kill him." Author's POV. At the hospital, when Kara opens her eyes, she sees Sam sleeping with his head on her bed while he stays on a chair, and he just holds her hand. "Sam," she whispered, seeing him in that uncomfortable position, and she tries to caress his head, but the pain is still there, and hearing her sigh in pain, Sam opens his eyes. "Are you all right?" he asks her, getting up immediately and looking at her. "Yes," she said, and took his hand in her hand again. "I am all right. It's just pain and nothing else." "I'm sorry, Kara. I'm stupid. Whenever it is about you, I become stupid, Sam said, looking at his feet. Sam, look at me, Kara said. Cece will heal me if the doctors will refuse to cure me. They're not refusing anything because I almost killed one of them just hearing him speaking about you, but they can't do too much treatment on your body. They just sedate you with something light and non-toxic, and it seems like it's Cece's job to do the rest. And Sam just looks at her and waits for the storm to begin. What are you talking about? What's wrong with me if they want to cure me, but they can't? And Sam is at the point of fainting again, but his wolf, Leo, pushes him, and after he growls at him a few times, Sam tells her, "You are pregnant." And Kara just looks at him and starts to laugh, but her fractures makes her cry instead. "Shit, Leo," Sam said. "She is crying. She hates the idea." And he starts to tremble. "Isn't that a joke?" Kara asks as soon as she calms herself, seeing him so panicked. "No, and I am so sorry for doing this to you. I didn't even ask you if you would want kids so soon. I just took you and made you mine without thinking at protection. I wasn't able to focus on anything else than having you." "Sam," Kara whispers, seeing him so tormented, but he is not listening. "I am sorry if you don't want the baby." His heart almost stops saying it. "I will understand even if it will kill a part of me, but I want you more than anything else, and I want you happy." "Samuel Jackson," Kara said with a growl, making him startle. "Are you stupid?" "What?" Sam asks, looking at her carefully. She is not yelling at him. She is not crying anymore, and she looks kind of happy. "I am more than glad to have this pup," Kara said. "In this way I got you forever. I will hunt you with our baby if you will ever think to leave me." She said, laughing lightly, "I am just kidding. I will never use my pup like this. But I am happy, Sam." "She sit," Sam said. "While you were sleeping, I thought that I will pee on me, fearing for your reaction. I really, really want this pup, Kara." He walks in her bed and sits near her so he won't touch her wound, and putting a hand over her tummy, he said, "You brought me so much happiness while I brought you so much sadness for more than a year. And yet here you are, loving me. Thank you for not accepting my rejection back then. Thank you for taking me back." And bending down, he kissed her lips and then his mark. "I don't want to think about our past, Sam. Let it be the last time when we talk about it. Can we change anything from the past?" Kara asks him. "We can't even learn anything useful from it because our pasts are sinister. We've already made mistakes in this," she said, pointing to her tummy. "This is our future. The doctor said that I can take you home when you are awake, and he will prescribe some soft analgesics. Do you want to come home?" he asks, looking in her eyes and making an oath to himself that he will take good care of her. "I want to go home, to our empty house, and to be just the two of us," she said. Sam mind-links Luke, who waited on Sam's car all the time, and tell him to bring the car and takes Kara home. But as soon as Kara enters her bedroom, her face falls on the flower. "Sam," she winced happily. "What is this?" "It's Meredith touch," he said, smiling when he sees her so happy. "I asked her to help me prepare at least one room. You're pregnant, you can't just lay on an empty mattress." And Kara looks at him, and taking his hand, she puts it on her tummy. 6 months, Sam, 6 months, and we will be parents." And he takes her in his arms and lays her down on the bed, easily lifting her dress. He looks at her flat tummy and whispers, "Little pup, I hope that you will be a girl." And he starts to put little pecks on her tummy. "Why a girl?" Kara asks, looking at him with wonder. Every man wants a boy to take his name further. "I want a little Kara in my life, and I will love her from her first second of life, and I will not lose precious time with her as I did with you. I want a second chance to do things perfectly." And he can't stop kissing her tummy again and again while Kara is playing with her finger in his hair. "You are already doing it. Stop blaming yourself, Sam. Maybe if you would have accepted me back then, we wouldn't be so attached to each other. We have a history that made us cherish each other more." "I can't lose you anymore," Sam said and looked into her eyes. "You won't, because I just clanged on you, remember?" He just looks at her and realizes something that makes him laugh at. "Just wait for my parents to hear about our pup, and they will be so happy." And in that second, Kara's face whitened. "Parents?" she asks in panic. She knows his parents. They are the form's betas, and his father was powerful and stiff, while his mother was a very difficult person. Marion Jackson just ignored her all her life. And as a child, when she was hurt or she was suffering, that woman was always closing her eyes, or worse, aggravate her sufferance. If Luna Lisa wasn't so good with her, she would be dead until now. And fearing that everything will collapse and that his parents will take him away from her, she said, bursting in tears, "I don't want to see them." "What?" Sam asks in shock. "Why are you saying that?" "I don't want to talk about it. I just don't want to meet them." And she started to cry, making him perplexed. "Leo, what the fuck is going on with her?" Sam asks, hurt by her reaction. "Maybe they did something to her, and she is afraid, Sam. Something is not right. She will never do something like this without any reason." Leo said, "He knows his parents and he knows his mother deeds better than Sam." And Sam just takes her in his arms and makes her stay between his legs, with her back resting on his chest. "Then it will be just us. You and me. I will not force you to meet them. But Kara, if they did something to you, I want to know." Sam said, "I just don't want to talk about it," Kara said while she lets her tears to flow over her cheeks. "It's all right," Sam said and kissed her cheek. "Just you and me forever," he whispered, but in his mind he will never let his parents go if they hurt Kara in some way. Meredith's POV. "Max," I say, sticking my head out of my bedroom's door. "What should I wear?" I know that this is something casual, but still I feel like I need to pay special attention to this visit. It's my first dinner with him and his family. It is something that I always wished while we were married. Shit, we are still married! I need to adapt at all this very soon. Just some jeans or a light dress, nothing sophisticated. We will have dinner in the garden. Max said, looking at me and smiling at me. I close the door and look in my dressing room, and I just found the perfect outfit. I took a floral chiffon maxi skirt in purple and my favorite sleeveless crochet lace white top. Nothing expensive, just some casual items I found on the internet while living in Paris. I took my nude high-heeled sandals and a matching clutch, grandma's cruise bracelet. I put my hair in a lazy bun, a soft makeup, and that's it. He said casual, so casual be it. And as soon as I exit my bedroom, I see Max looking at me with his mouth wide open. Is something wrong? I ask him, coming closer to him, and I see now that he is blushing. "You took my breath away," he said, and took my hands in his hands, kissing it. "This is not good, darling. I need you alive, breathing," I say and start to laugh. "You do?" he asks me, smiling at me. "Of course I do," I say, laughing. "You are my boss and you are paying me very well." And I can't stop but winking at him, letting him know that I am joking. "Is that so?" Max asks, putting his hands around my waist and pulling me closer to him. He looks straight into my eyes with those black eyes of him that make me feel so little every time he looks at me. I would like to look into his eyes all the time if it could be possible, because his intense and hard gaze changes every time it is aimed at me. When he looks at me, he is not anymore Maximilian Cruz, one of the strongest alphas of our world, but he is the man who loves me. So I smile at him, and lifting me up on the tip of my toes, I kiss him. "No, I lied you," I say, and I try to walk away from him. "Not so fast," he whispers, catching me and making me stay still, when he slips a hand under my top and caresses my skin in my waist area. "Max," I say. "Yes, Meredith," and he is still whispering, putting his other hand under my chin and making me look again in his eyes. "We will be late," I tell him softly, melting myself in his arms. "We will not," he tells me. "Tell me why you need me." "Because," I say, looking at his lips, "because I like you," I tell him, blushing all over my face. "I was hoping for something else," he said, whispering in my ear. "I was hoping you'd tell me you want me, that you changed your mind and you will stop my suffering and let me spend a wonderful time with you on this couch so productive," he says, laughing at me. "Scoundrel!" I say, and hit him softly with my finger in his chest area. "If you like that couch so much, you can sleep on it." And I leave him laughing. "I love you, Meredith," he said, and took me in his arms and turned on me. "You are the most enigmatic woman I met in his life. I never thought that someone like you could exist in this world. You make me laugh, you make me angry and sad, and you make me want to change only to see you happy." And now he knocked out me. I can't even articulate a single word. I just look at him with teary eyes. "Why are you crying?" he asks me. "Do you know how much I hoped 5 years ago to hear you say something like this?" I ask him, whipping away my tears before they fall and destroy my makeup. I will tell you that I love you every day if this will make you smile. Max said, and this time he kisses me gently. There is no need. I know that you love me. I tell him, and distancing myself from him, I signal him to follow me out of my apartment. Come until I don't change my mind and call for some takeaway food and cuddle with you all evening on that couch. I tell him. I would like that, he tells me. Your parents not. And I press the elevator button because the need to stay with him and cuddle and do more than cuddle is too big. He opens his Koenigsegg's door for me, and as soon as he sits on the wheel, he takes my left hand in his hand and starts the car. I feel excited, and the closer I get to his packhouse, my heart beats more and more intensely. I can hear your heartbeat, Max said, looking at the road. You don't have to worry, he tells me. I am not worried. I'm just glad to have this moment, I tell him. I don't know how to explain, but I am happy for this moment. And as soon as we arrive, Lisa and Carter Cruz waits for us in the front of the packhouse, and I can't even take a step as Lisa hugs me. Sweetie, I am so happy to have you here again, she said, and looking at me, she tells me, and you are so beautiful. Every day you become more and more gorgeous. Max's father said, come in. Someone has already made a trench in the middle of our living room, wondering if you will talk to him. Soon he will have a heart attack if you don't calm him down and tell him you forgave him. And he is right, because in the middle of the living room, going from side to side with the help of a cane, Grandpa Cruz almost gives up the stress. He looked at me with teary eyes, not daring to say anything, and I run to him and take him in my arms. You're a pervert, Grandpa. You know that? I ask him, kissing his cheeks, and he just nods, and I feel his hands trembling. Max comes next to me and puts his hand on my waist. But I love you, Grandpa, just the way you are. And smiling at him, I continue. I am not mad at you. You did it for love. Even if it's not right what you did it because you loved me too much. And Grandpa just takes me in his arms. I thought that you will never talk to me and that I will never be your grandpa. You are my grandpa, not hers, Max said, laughing. Shut up, brat, Grandpa said. I am trying to reconcile with granddaughter here, and you are fooling around. Come on, Grandpa said, and almost drags me into the garden where all I can do is smile wide and look at Max. Lisa and Carter Cruz arranged the dinner table under their wisteria pergola, and some soft lights like fireflies can be seen all around. The table is beautifully set, but what makes me even happier is that at the table Mom and Dad, accompanied by James and Lori, are waiting for me. You invited my family too? I ask Max, and right now I just want to kiss him. Of course I did. It's a family dinner, and if my grandpa is you, Grandpa, that means your parents are mine too. And looking at James, he said, and I also missed my friend. And for the first time I look in his eyes, and I don't care why I feel the way I feel. I just look at him and whisper softly, even if I know that all the werewolves around will hear me. I just whisper, I love you too, Max. Max's Cruz POV. What did she say? I ask Stark because I'm convinced I didn't hear correctly. Stark said, she said that she loves us. And if I could see him right now, I am sure that his tail will be moving from side to side, and he would have some puppy eyes. Tell me again, I whisper to her ear, trying to keep this moment just for us, even if I know that our parent heard her because they are just looking at us with tears in their eyes, as if they are witnessing an event that will change you, the fate of mankind. I love you too, Max, she said, blushing, and making me to realize that I'm not hearing voices in my head, and she, Meredith Quinn, my wife, my mate, my all, she is telling me that she loves me. And I don't care about anything. I just lift her in my arms, taking her in bridal style, and she puts her hands around my neck and I kiss her, while our parent starts to laugh. Brat! Grandpa yells, let my granddaughter breathe. I just took her back. And everyone starts to laugh, while Meredith puts her head on the crock of my neck, and she kisses the place where one day she will mark me. This little gesture, a kiss on my neck, wakes me up, and I feel the need to take her right now. Control yourself, Stark, I tell him. She's not ready yet. Let's not destroy everything that was built. And he goes back with a howl, because he really needs her. So this is real, Olivia Quinn said with a big smile. You two are really back together. Yes, Mom, Meredith said as I come with her at our table and put her stay in my lap. She can stay on her seat, you know? James said, looking at me as I hold her on my chest. Shut up, James. She just told me that she loves me, and you want to let her stay on her sit? And I kiss her forehead and I feel her shivering in my arms. Max, Landon Quinn said, if you hurt her again, not even my friendship with Carter and your grandpa will save you from my hands. I will hunt you and I will kill you if you hurt her again. And I see Olivia putting a hand over his hand, trying to calm him down, but he continues. You were the only man I wanted for her, and you still are. And this time he smiles. And your grandpa and your father didn't plan your reunion alone. We worked together for that. And now it's my turn to look at him in shock. So you three fooled me? I ask, and Meredith just looks at me, but I calm her, caressing her back and her hands. You were meant to be together, Max. Look at you now, he said. You are together and she loves you. Did you work me by my back too, James? I ask him because this is too interesting to let it go. No, I always said that you two are adults and you should take care of your problems alone, James said. But knowing that she was suffering because of you made me want to kick your ass back then. And looking at them and them in Meredith's eyes, I tell them, Miss it and Mrs. Quinn, I love your daughter. It took me a few years to realize that, but I love her. When she came back almost a month ago, I was hit in the face with the mate bond. I said that I don't want her because she was a human, and I see how Meredith looks at me. But just the next day, I was already running after her, trying to make her accept me. Your daughter set my skin on fire, I say and start to laugh. I hope she fried you well, James said, looking at his sister and smiling at her. She knocked me out. Hearing her say that she knows about werewolves made me realize that this bond will work and that things are not as difficult as it seemed to me. But finding out that she is my ex-wife destroyed every shield that was built around me, made me realize how wrong I was, how stupid I was. What about now? Grandpa asks, rubbing his palms impatiently. Now she is mine, I tell them. We are still far from what should be, but I am hers and she is mine, and we have accepted the bond between us. And the cherry from the top of the cake is that she is my wife. And this time I smile at her and kiss her directly, and she answers to my kiss. So we are a family again? Landon Quinn asks, smiling at us. I look at Meredith and watch her saying to her father, We are Dad, and she pecks my lips. We are a family again. And late in the night, when I take Meredith to drive her home, Auntie Jen came with a suitcase and tells me, Young Alpha, all you asked for is here. And looking at Meredith, she tell her, Luna, if you need anything, just call me and I will come and help you. Auntie, Meredith said, I will, but until then, take care of yourself and rest. As soon as we're in the car, she asks me, What's with that suitcase? Do you think that I will leave you alone after you confess your love for me? And taking her hand in my hand, I tell her, I took some clothes with me. I am moving with you, just as I told you yesterday. We are not in a hurry going so fast, she asks me, but I see that she wants that too. She is just scared that we are moving too fast. We are already married, and last night we slept in the same bed, and today we had our family dinner already. The rest will flow in its own rhythm. Whenever you are ready for a new step, we will do it. One by one, step by step, together. And Meredith shakes my hand, and I know she's calm now. In her bedroom, I open my luggage and he helps me to arrange my clothes in her dressing room. During the day, I will need to visit the packhouse and sometimes to sleep there. Will you come with me? I ask her. I will, she said, and I see her taking something from her closet. I will take a shower, she tells me, and enters her bathroom. But I have other plans, and I take some shorts and a white t-shirt and enter the bathroom too. She is with her back at me, letting me see her perfect body and her naughty little ass. I know that she felt me near her, but this time she is not hiding from me. I take off my clothes and step into the shower and pull her to me. I love you so much, I tell her while my hands catch her hips and bring her closer to me. She turns in my arms and her little hand starts to move over my chest, descending slightly to my abdomen and sitting on my hips. She said with a very emotional voice, I want you so much, but I am so afraid that after I will give myself to you, you will change your mind and leave me. and my heart skips a beat. I will never leave you again, and I kiss her, ravaging her mouth, and when she is out of air, I tell her, let me show you how much I want you too. Author's POV. Will you let me? Max asks her, feeling how every part of his body yells for Meredith's touch. I will not mate with you, even if this is something I want with my every cell of my body, but I need to touch you more, to taste you and feel you. Max whispers, kissing her neck and sucking from it, letting kiss bites all over her body. And Meredith is so melted and so aroused that she can't say not even a single word, and she just nods. That's all Max needed. I know that you want this too, Mer. I can smell your arousal, but tell me one more time that you are okay with this. I don't want to force you. Max said, caressing her hair with his hands. Meredith can't stand it anymore and take the lead and kiss him using her tongue for the first time, making Max smile, and that's the signal he needed. He detaches himself from her and starts to kiss her neck again, sucks from her skin, letting traces of his love for her all over her body. He bites her shoulder lightly. I will mark all your body, every day and every night, until you will let me mark you for real, he says, looking at her breast. I want you, Meredith said, feeling mesmerized by the tingles that are even stronger than yesterday. It is the first time for Meredith when she is touched like this, and she feels how an enormous wave of pleasure starts to flow over her body, making her tremble. Don't stop, please. Just don't stop, she tells Max and puts her hand in his hair, pulling him lightly and moving her hips under him. Max, Meredith moans and almost bursts in tears, not knowing what is happening with her. She never felt so overwhelmed in her life. It's like she is not able to control herself anymore. I am here, Max said. Max, Stark said, she is so perfect. You could say that she is untouched, and only the thought that she could be a virgin make him even more aroused. I love you, Meredith said, trying to calm herself. I love you so much, and she puts her head over his heart, which is beating like crazy. He stays with her on his chest and screams in his mind in spite and fury that he lived in vain for so many years, that he throw this happiness, while Stark just stays in the back of his head, knockout by everything that happened. He takes her hand and puts it on his heart. This heart, he said, and kissed her again. He has never beaten so hard. You blow my mind. He tells her, and she looks at him and smiles sweetly. Author's POV. In the middle of the night, Max wakes up, and looking around, he doesn't see Meredith anywhere. Where is she? Why is she not in my arms anymore? He asks himself, and seeing that she is not in the bathroom, the horror catch him. Stark, he said in panic, fearing that someone had kidnapped her again while he was sleeping. She is in the house, Stark said, tracing her, and immediately Max took a deep breath and went after her sweet smell of strawberries and vanilla. And seeing her, his tormented soul finds peace. His angel is still here and wasn't just a dream. In the middle of her living room, crouching on her couch, wearing her very comfy and fluffy PJs, Meredith is drawing something on her notebook. Max just stays at the door and looks at her, at the way her eyebrows frown as she concentrates, the way her lips move, and the smiles that appear whenever she manages to materialize the ideas that come to her mind. For minutes on end, he just looks at this human being in fascination, who has managed to arouse in him emotions that he did not even know he was capable of experiencing. Mare, he said in a soft voice, what are you doing here? It's 3 a.m. And he goes near Meredith, sitting glued near her body and putting his head on her shoulder. I've got an idea for the contest, and I was afraid that I will forget it until the morning. And showing him her notebook, she says, look, this is only the start, but I will continue from here. It's a beautiful wedding dress, and from her drawing it appears made from Chantilly lace and a full, layered skirt that transforms the dress into a princess gown. The top of the dress is off shoulders, with a low V-cuts, and is fitted with transparent long sleeves. On another page, she draws the back off the dress that is also a V-back, which leaves a very sexy impression. And the skirt has a long train that seems to sound like the waves of the sea according to the way it is drawn. What do you think? Meredith asks him, looking straight into his eyes and making him feel cherished. It's beautiful, he said, tracing his fingers over her draw. Is not ready yet. The details of the lace will make the difference, but is just a start. When is the deadline for the contest? She asks him, and this time she leaves the notebook on the sofa and put her hands around his torso, cuddling with him, and Max just pulls her near his body and kissed her neck. We have 4 weeks to come up with a project. I like your idea. Is nothing too extravagant or too sexy. And seeing the dress, a lot of things run through his mind right now. I remembered my mother dress, Meredith said, from her Luna ceremony. I saw a picture once, when I was a little. People don't understand the culture of werewolf, but that day is only about happiness and the promise of future together. Was never about the dress, it's about feelings and oaths. Max looks at her and his heart skips a beat. Let's sleep, he whispers. It's late and tomorrow you will be tired. And Meredith just nods her here and he takes her in bridal style and went with her in their bedroom. He places her in bed and sits near her, hugging her and kissing her forehead. Sleep, darling. And he closed his eyes thinking at Meredith's drawings. But in the morning when they wake up, they are struck by lightning when Meredith's phone starts to ring and the song Petite Fleur can be heard. What the fuck? Max jumps scared, but Meredith starts to laugh and getting out of bed in a big rush to the phone and immediately answers in French. Crazy woman. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. And Max stays with his mouth wide open and just looks at Meredith that speak in French with somebody while he doesn't understand not even a single word. She laughs and she is happy, but in an instant his heart starts to slow down. Who is she talking to? He asks Stark. What if is a man? You know these French men, charming and romantics, what if? And in 2 seconds he is near Meredith, trying to hear whose voice is at the other end of this call. But as soon as he reached Meredith, she ends the call, but not before hearing her saying, Je t'aime à la folie. Who do you love? Max asks her, almost collapsing because those are the only words he knows in French. But hearing him and seeing his face, Meredith just looks at him and says as if it was nothing. The person who made me feel loved and appreciated in Paris. And she goes to her kitchen and starts a coffee. Do you want one? She asks Max, seeing that he followed her in the kitchen like a lost puppy. You said that you love me, Max whispers. And I do. She answers him without looking at him while she pours him a cup of coffee. Then why did you told that French man that you loved him? And his face is so pale that Meredith needs to hide her face so that Max can't see her coming to laugh. What can I say, Max? My heart is so big and a lot of love can fit in it. But don't worry, she tells him. He is New York and in a few hours you will meet him. Is he coming here? Max asks, and Stark activates his defense and tells, if he tries to take her from us, I will kill him. Seeing him so devastated, Meredith goes near him and puts the coffee cup in his hand. Drink it, hubby, she said and starts to laugh. You will need it. And turning her back to him and going back to put a cup of coffee for herself, she tells him, he comes here and will stay here for a period. He will live with us. Maybe we will try some ménage à trois? Did you try it before? And that's it. Max drops the cup of coffee from his hand, and in a second he picks up Meredith's in his arms and places her on the kitchen cabinet, sitting between her legs. You are mine, he said almost with a growl. I will never share you with anyone. And caressing her body with his hands, he tells her, this body was created for my pleasure. It's a gift from God's, and it belongs to me. And Meredith puts her arms around his neck and kissed his lips. Hey, don't worry. You can always experience something new. And she jumps off the kitchen cabinet and winks at him. Threesome, here we come. And Stark said, I think I just shit on myself. And with a muffled voice, Max whispers, me too. Author's POV. Luke and Sam look at each other and then look at Max sitting in his chair behind the desk and staring blankly. Do you think we should call a doctor or something? Sam asks. No, but he's pale and mute for more than 20 minutes. It's like he's not even aware that we're here. Max, man, what's wrong with you? Sam asks again, already starting to be very worried. That's it, Luke said, and standing up he tells Sam, I'm calling Meredith, maybe she knows what happened. But hearing her name immediately, Max shudders and shouts in panic, no, don't call her. And Sam and Luke don't understand anything anymore. Max, what's going on? Luke asks and sits back in the chair in front of Max. She has someone else, Max tells them, totally desolate. He called her in the morning and he is coming here today. What do you mean? She is single, Sam said, revolted. I mean, she is married with you. She has someone. I heard her talking and she asked me if I want some threesome with her and that man. What? Luke and Sam asked in unison. Is she insane? She must know that the mate bond is something sacred. She was raised in a pack. How to ask for something like that? Sam asks in shock. Maybe she was joking, Luke said, thinking that something like this is impossible. She was serious and she was very happy with the idea. Max tells them, and standing up, he goes to the window and looks away. I thought that she loves me, and he is even more pale. But who is this guy? Luke asks and doesn't understand anything. Some French that she met in Paris. She even told him that she loves him. And Max clenches fists. Are you really sure about this? Luke asks again. Of course he is. Sam jumps to his defense. He will never be so affected as he wasn't. What kind of question is this? And Sam goes next to Max and tapping him on the shoulder tells him, let's kill that French man. I will help you and then you will have a free way to her heart. I'm not going to kill anyone, Max said, furious. If she wants to play this game, I will play my game too. And he takes his phone and calls Meredith. Hubby, she answers immediately, laughing, making him soften. But in the second too, he remembers what happened this morning and he recovers. He is a man with a plan. I really wanted to call you, Meredith says, happy. Will you come with me to the airport? She asks him. For what? Max asks in a very harsh voice, making Meredith to lose her smile. To take your lover? And Sam and Luke looked at him and motioned for him to stop. Don't be so hard on her, Luke whispers to him, but he is so angry that he doesn't care. I will go alone, Max. Forget it, Meredith tells him and hangs up. Alone, my ass, Max said, and takes his tailor from his chair and runs to the elevator. But when he arrives at 6th floor, Meredith's office is empty. Where is she? Max asks Kara, who is looking at him with hater. To the airport, to take her friend. And then she ignores him, making all her colleagues to smile. Luke, Max mind-links him. Come with me and take Sam too. We must find this guy and break his legs. None takes my mate away from me. I will never share her with anyone. Max shouted in jealousy. And both of them get in Luke's car, a spacious Lamborghini Urus, and drive to the airport, waiting for the New York flight to arrive and also looking around for Meredith. And right when Max thought that he would die because he would blow a blood vessel, he sees her. She stays in the waiting room with a very sad face, almost crying, and she is looking at her hands that are placed in her lap, and his heart is tight, seeing her in this state. What the hell did you do to her? Luke asks him. She has a little and stars to cry in the middle of the airport. While Sam just looks at Max and whispers, she doesn't look like being happy to meet that French guy. Are you sure that you are right about her? And Max couldn't stand it to see her like that, and Stark has a little more and breaks his eardrums, screaming in his head to go to Meredith and cheer her up. He walks to her, humbled but at the same time saddened by the thought that she might love another man, and sitting on the chair next to her, he takes her hand in his hand and says nothing. Meredith just looks at her hand in his hand and tears start running down her face. What are you doing here, Max? She asks him gently. I'm sorry, Max said. For what? She asks him. For doubting about my feeling for you or for the way you talked to me earlier. And she can't look into his eyes. For everything. I was jealous, he said, and pulls her to his lap, hugging her. I will never cheat on you, you stupid jerk, Meredith tells him, making Max smile. Of course you won't, he whispers and kisses the top of her head. I hate you right now, Meredith said, wiping her tears. You don't, Max tells her. And if you really are, I promise I'll reward you when we get home. But Meredith doesn't answer him. So who is coming? Because right now I know for sure that is not any French lover, he tells her, smiling, while Luke and Sam look at him from a distance. The only person that cared for me when I was in France, my only friend for 5 years. And she doesn't even finish that a woman's voice can be heard saying with enthusiasm, Meredith! And she runs to them and pushes Max, making him to remain perplexed, and takes Meredith in her arms. I missed you so much, she tells her, almost suffocating Meredith. I missed you too, Vivienne, she tells her, and both women start to cry. Max looks at them and them at Sam and Luke, but something is not right. Luke comes closer and closer, and when he reaches Meredith and her friend, he just looks at them and says like an incantation, "Mine!" "What?" Max asks, and Sam has a little bit in faint hearing him. Meredith detaches herself from Vivienne and looking at him asks, "What did you say?" But she can't say anything, because when Vivienne turns her head and looks at Luke, she sees a man with his mouth wide open, with teary eyes and trembling hand. "Holy shit," she yells. "He will have a heart stroke." And in a second, she knocks him down and tries to resuscitate him, giving him cardio massage and artificial respiration, making everyone laugh. "Why are you laughing?" she asks, seeing that Sam and Max giggle. "He's not dying," Meredith tells her. "He is just shocked. Let the man breathe." Vivienne walks away from Luke slightly embarrassed, and Sam extends a hand to Luke and helps him to his feet. "You were fast, man. This little human knocked your world." "Human?" Vivienne asks, looking at Sam. "And what are you?" "Vivi!" Meredith whispers. "Do you remember what I told you about my family?" she asks, smiling. "Phil's de pute, son of bitch," she said, looking at Luke. "He is a werewolf?" And this time she said it lowly. "Of course he is!" Sam said, trying to come to Luke's aid. "Do you think a normal man could be as perfect as Luke Navarro is?" "Are you gay?" Vivienne asks Sam, making him to shut his mouth, while Max starts to laugh with tears. "Holy fucking shit," Max said. "You were talking to her in the morning?" he asks Meredith, and she just smiles at him and nods her head. And seeing her doing that, he just takes her in his arms and kisses her. Shit," Vivienne said, pointing to Max. "Tu es son ex-mari, you are her ex-husband," and then looking at Meredith, she asks her, "What is he doing here?" "I am her husband, not her ex-husband, and you are crazy," Max said, pointing his index finger to her. "Et vous t'as pas de couilles, and you have no balls." Vivienne yells in his face, making Meredith laugh. "What did she say?" Max asked. "This will be so funny," Meredith said, and taking Max's hand in her hand, she tells, "Max, she is Vivienne Castle. She was my only friend for 5 years while I lived in France. And yes, she knows about werewolves, and she knows that we were married." And then looking at Vivienne, she smiles at her and says, "Vivi, he is Max Cruz, and he is my husband, not my ex-husband. It seems that fate has played a funny joke in our lives, and more than this, he is my mate." "Toy, shut up," Vivienne said. "Girl, you live intensely," she says, putting her hand to her chest. But then looking at Sam and Luke, she asks, "And these two boobies, what about them?" "As you know, Max is an alpha, and they are his beta and his gamma. Sam is married to my friend Kara and Luke," she said, smiling at him. "He is the good guy from this story, and I am sure that you two will get along well. I asked him to be your guide here when I am not available to do it." And Luke just smiled at Meredith. "She is an angel, man," Luke tells Max. "She is," Max said, now feeling bad for his reaction earlier. "Do you need a drive?" Luke asks Vivienne. "I will stay at Wedgwood Hotel and Spa, and yes, I need a ride." She tells Luke and winks at him, making him feel like the ground is slipping under his feet. "Ride?" Cody, his wolf, asks. "What does she mean by ride? She wants to ride us or a ride with our car?" And he starts to howl. Luke immediately runs and takes her luggage from her hand, and while he stays only with his eyes on her and feels alive for the first time after so long. She is like a doll. She is maximum 5 feet and very slim, has a long straight strawberry blonde hair and a very sexy bangs that gives her a childish aura, blue eyes, a small and sharp nose, and the most sensual lips that Luke has ever seen. "Are we going, or do you want to take a look at me for a few more minutes?" Vivienne asks Luke, making him laugh. "She's sassy," Cody said. "I already love her." "She will bleach our hair," Luke says, opening the front door for Vivienne to climb, while Max sits in the back seat with Meredith in his lap, and Sam takes a taxi because he goes back to his office to take Kara. Kissing her neck, Max whispers in Meredith's ear, "I changed my mind. I want that threesome." And he hardly refrains from laughing, but Meredith just looks at him and smiling, she tells Luke, "Luke, are you free tonight? Max has a proposal for you." And Max just shit on him again. "You moron." Stark said, "Don't put with her, or we will sleep in that couch tonight." "Vivienne," Luke said, placing the suitcases he had brought from the airport in the lobby of her suite and closing the door behind him. "Yes, Luke?" Vivienne asks, his ignoring him and looking around at her hotel suite. I will be here at 7 o'clock to take you out, just as Meredith said. We are dining out tonight. And he just can't take his eyes from her. I've got a second chance, he said to himself. Fuck Cody, I have a second chance of happiness. And even if his heart is still crying and longing for Sarah, he knows that he will not lose this chance. You act strange, Luke Navarro. You look a obsessed man. You look at me like I'm Little Red Riding Hood, and you want to eat me, she said, looking at him while passing and going to another room. Will you let me eat you? He asks, laughing. Are you a bad wolf? She asks him with her sassy French accent that makes her so adorable. Did you ever hear about a good wolf? He asks her, following her and looking at her as she throws herself on her back in the middle of the bed. Don't you know the story of the bad wolf and the good wolf? Vivienne asks Luke, putting her arms under her head and closing her eyes while she lays on her back. Luke comes and sits on her bed, being captivated by her presence and the way she acts so natural and familiar in his presence. Tell me, he whispers, lying next to her and resting his head on his elbow so he can look at her better. Inside of you, Vivienne said, turning on her side and looking into Luke's eyes and feeling mesmerized by his presence, are two wolf. One is bad and he represents anger, hater, revenge, greed, your ego, and all the negative emotions, while the other one is the good wolf that represents peace, love, kindness, truth, compassion, and faith. Which one are you, Luke Navarro? She asks him. What do you feed your wolf? She whispers, looking at him and feeling how her body starts to heat just seeing him. Meredith told you that I am the good guy in this story, so I guess I am the good wolf, he said, coming closer and staying with his face just a few centimeters away from her face. Just a little bit, and he will kiss her. This is not the right answer, Vivienne said, and immediately got out of bed. I always liked the bad boys, the one that impressed me and made my heart tremble, the one that always surprises me. And she starts to laugh while Luke just looks at her. So I ask you again, Luke Navarro, are you really a good wolfie? And she said it in a very seductive way, making Luke feel uncomfortable. What the fuck is she doing, man? Cody asks. It seems that she tries to fool us, test us. She doesn't feel the pull of the mate bond, Cody, Luke said with sadness. I will imprint on her, Cody says with determination. No, and Luke got out of bed and headed for the door without looking at her. She is playing with his feelings. He suffered so much after Sarah's death, and he can't risk his heart for a woman that acts like a seductress with a man that she barely knows. She seems a professional in fooling around with men. But she is our mate, Luke said. No, Cody, Luke said, turning and looking at Vivienne, who was looking at him in shock as he walked away from her. She is our mate, but for her we are nothing. And smiling with sadness at Herm, he said before leaving her suite, Please, Vivienne, be ready at 7. Don't let Meredith wait for you. And he just leaves while Vivienne doesn't know what hit her. Where did my personal Stephen Amell go? She asks herself. That wolfie was the best piece of meat I've seen in my life. Shit! Will I be alone here? And immediately she takes her phone and calls Meredith. Tell me about Luke Navarro, she said as soon as Meredith answers. Vivi, what have you done? Meredith asks her, knowing her friend personality too well. Nothing unusual, flirting and seducing him with my arrogance. I wanted to have some fun until our dinner, but the jerk left me alone and leave with a sullen face, Vivienne said. Shit, and immediately Meredith tells Max, will you mind link Luke? He needs a friend now. And then she tells Vivienne, he is not like the guys you used to play, Vivi. Luke is kind, and he suffered a lot. You know what I told you about the mate bond? Of course I know, Vivienne said. The celestial connection made by a voodoo goddess, through which two people can no longer live without each other, and the rest of the story is blah blah. Vivienne said, Luke's mate died a few years ago, Meredith said with seriousness, and is not a blah blah thing, is very serious for a wolf. And that's why he acted like a fucking monk. Then why did he try to impress me? And Vivienne is more and more irritated. Because you are his second chance mate, silly. Meredith said, and probably you said or did something that hurt his feelings. He is the best man I know after my dad and my brother. He was the one that somehow put Max's brain in his place. Shit, Vivienne said excitedly. Do I have my own mate? It seems so, but as soon as Meredith said that, Vivienne reacts. I don't want a good guy by my side. I am too young and I will get bored. What do I do with a good guy when I'm only 24 years old? And Vivienne panics. It's not how you think, Vivi, Meredith tells her gently. I wanted to make Max pay for what he did in the past, but he somehow forced me to come closer and closer in this mate bond, and it's a wonderful feeling. No, I don't want to. You've seen what happened with Francoise. There is no true love in this world. Sooner or later someone betrays. Sooner or later someone gets bored. I don't want to suffer what my brother suffered. Vivienne said and made her mind. She will stay away from Luc. Francoise has always known that only he is the one who loves in that relationship, Vivi, and he risked hoping that only his love will be enough. And Meredith sighs, remembering how her good friend Francoise Cassel cried for his unfaithful wife. Luc is from another story. He is worthy, Vivi, even more than Max or Sam. He is that kind of guy that will choose to die for you without thinking. I don't need a guy who wants to die for me. I need a guy to blow my brain and made me crave for him. Luc can be this guy, Meredith tells her. No, he will be clingy and will always try to protect me. I know his type. You will see it tonight, Vivienne said. And no matter what Meredith told her, she had her own thoughts. In this life, the only purpose is to live every moment to the fullest and never care about anything else. Her only loves are his brother, the most talented designer in the world, Francoise Cassel, and Meredith, her best friend, who saved her life 4 years ago at a damned, sinister party. And in the evening at 7 o'clock, she was waiting for Luc to come and take her, but when she opened her door to her surprise, Luc was nowhere. In front of her, a gorgeous man stands and smiles. Good evening, Miss Castle. The warrior that Luc sent said, smiling at the beautiful woman that stands in front of him. Gamma Navarro sent me to drive you to your dinner meeting. Where is he? Vivienne asks in shock, looking for Luc. Meredith said that he is her mate, and if he is her mate, he must love her crazily and cling on her and suffocate her, trying to catch her attention. So where the fuck is Luc Navarro? Gamma is training until late at night, and he couldn't come to drive you personally, but he hopes that you will have a nice evening. Shall we go? The warrior asks, and Vivienne, for the first time in her life, is left without words. He didn't come after her? Looking in the mirror one more time, she can't help but ask herself why she put so much effort preparing for this dinner. She is gorgeous and she knows it. She is his brother muse, and every man in this world would want a piece of her. So where the hell is Luc Navarro? What's with that face? Meredith asks Vivienne as soon as she arrives at the restaurants, and Max dismisses his warrior. It's nothing, Vivi said and placed on her sit, taking a menu and looking at it, but her mind was somewhere else. I've heard that you fooled around with my Gamma, Max said, smiling at her and taking Meredith's hand in his hand and kissing it. Oh, he went and he complained about me at his daddy? Vivi asks ironically. No, my wife complained about you for hurting Luc. Max said this time seriously. Don't play with him. If you have good intentions, be with him, but otherwise stay away from him. Is he serious, Mer? Vivi asks, looking at Max. I am afraid he is. Everyone loves Luc in this pack and will do anything to protect him because just as I told you before, he is 1 in a million. And looking at Vivi, she said, You're not interested in him, so why are we talking about Luc? Meredith asks her, smiling, and Max leans over and kisses her temple. Yes, I am not, Vivi said, trying to convince herself that she wasn't. What are you doing here? Meredith asks, smiling at her. This is the biggest surprise after I found out that Max is my boss. But that was an unpleasant surprise, she said, and Max squeezes his eyes at her, whispering in her ear. I will punish you for this. Can I watch? Vivi asks, starting to laugh, while Max looks at her and says, No, but you can visit Luc and he will teach some moves, he tells her, laughing while her face falls. Luc again? I was boring in Paris. I went to New York and worked there as a doctor for a month, but then I thought that Vancouver is a better option because you are here too. She said, but looking at Max, she said, But I didn't know that here I would find a soap opera. And she immediately pursed her lips. You are a doctor? Max asks with interest. For dogs and cats. Vivi said, very proud. I am a veterinarian. I can treat you if you get sick, Mr. Wolfie, she said, making Meredith laugh, but Max points his finger at her. I will show you Wolfie, he said, growling lightly at the joke, making them both laugh. And late in the night, Max and Meredith took Vivi at her hotel, and when they arrived at Meredith condo, they finally found peace. That friend of yours is from another world, Max said, laughing. How can a person speak so much? Wow! And she was silent tonight because she had a dilemma regarding Luke. And Meredith goes to the bathroom and starts to undress to take a shower, while Max is watching her from the door. I know that she is your friend, but if she will hurt Luke, I will break her tiny legs and stuff them in her ass. She won't, Meredith said, entering the shower. She had her own drama, and she is just confused because except Francois and me, none showed her what it's like to be loved. She didn't seem affected, and Max starts to undress himself by his suite and enter the shower following Meredith. It's a long story, but she is, and it is not my story to talk about, but I have hope that she will find her peace here, and I pray that Luke to be the one who will deliver it to her. And she feels how Max's hand starts to wash her back. Do I remember right that I had to punish you tonight? Max asks her, smiling at her. No, because you are a very good husband, and you will not keep spite of your wife. Oh, but I will, he said, kissing her and caressing her body, and right when she thought that he will repeat the show from the other night, he said, smiling sweetly at her. Let's sleep, darling. You had an emotional day, and takes her in his arms, places her in bed and covers hers, while she stays naked under the blanket. Max. He gets in bed and turns off the light, and Meredith looks at him and gets angry. Maximilian Cruz, she yells. Shh, Max said. Your neighbors will hear you. Let's sleep. And he turns with his back at her, laughing at himself. Are you really going to sleep? She asks him, and Max starts to pretend to snore. Max? She said, not believing that he had flirted with her and aroused her only to fall asleep in 5 seconds. You scoundrel! She said, and looking at him, she starts to laugh and whisper in his ear. It's good that you are sleeping. Now it's the perfect time to test my new vibrator. And she moves away from Max a little, but in just 1 second he catches her and asks her, Where are you hiding it? And Meredith looks at him very serious and says, even if she has no piece of this object in her house. It's a secret, but just for your knowledge, every time you will deprive me of what I deserve, I will use it. I will find that piece of shitty plastic and destroy it. Max said, pulling her under his body, and then smiles at her. Tell me what you want, darling. Max tells Meredith, kissing her neck. I want to set a new rule, or if I'm thinking now, 2 rules. I am listening, Max said, rubbing her body lightly and making her escape a softly moan. You will give me pleasure every night, until I say that I can't do it anymore. Meredith said, blushing, but if this perv tries to punish her in this way, she needs to find a way to be sure she gets what she dreams of. I agree, Max said. And secondly, he asks her, I want to train, she said seriously. What? Max asks. I want to train, Max. Vivienne's coming just reminds me the way I met her 5 years ago, and I need to train myself. I have a black belt in Taekwondo, but as your mate is not enough. I will think about, Max said. There is nothing to think about, Max. If you don't train me, I'll ask James. It's been 5 years since I trained in a pack. I need to defend myself. I will defend you, Max tells, but Meredith just looks at him and asks him directly, Do you consider me as your Luna? You are my Luna, he said, looking into her eyes. Just a single word from you, and I will take you. It's my deepest wish to mark you. Then let me train, Meredith said. As your Luna, I need to fight for my pack when the time comes. And he sees that she is more than serious, and also knows that Vivienne's coming triggered something in her mind. He knows that for a human, she is strong. She hit Veronica twice, and Castellano's brother too. But to train and to force herself so much. Let's make a deal, Meredith said, and Max motioned for her to continue. You will train me, and when I will put you down in a fight, I will let you mark me. I will let you win tomorrow if this is your solution. Max laughs. You have no pride as an alpha? She asks him, playing the card of Alpha's ego and provoking him directly. It's a deal, he said. Beat me and I will mark you. But you will train only with me. And that was the deal of his life. Because while he thinks this is just a way to make her stronger, Meredith remembers what the cost of being weak is, and she knows that when the danger comes, if you want to live, first you must fight. Shit! How could she forget what happened? Author's POV. Max whispers in her ear the next morning, but Meredith sleeps like a log and shows no signs of waking up. And how could she wake up after Max tormented her all night and made her discover sensations and emotions that she didn't even know she was capable of? He whispers lightly, kissing her temple and starting to trail traces with his finger on her skin. Go away, you ugly man, she whispers, turning the other side, making Max laugh. Ugly? He asks her, last night you said that I am handsome, he said, kissing her again. I changed my mind, she said, but Max grabbed her in his arms and placed her on his chest, causing her to lean completely over him so he could kiss her face. It's time to wake up, darling, he whispers her again. I promise that tonight I will let you sleep, but now we must go. Why, Max? Why don't you let me sleep? It's weekend. And immediately Meredith starts to sigh. You are a very bad husband. You deprive me of my night's sleep, and now my morning's sleep. And she immediately pursed her lips in disapproval. You promised to that crazy friend of yours that today you will have breakfast together. She is waiting for you. Did you forget? And in an instant, Meredith opened her eyes. Shit! I forget! And she gets out of bed and runs to the bathroom, making Max laugh, but immediately opens the door and sticks her head out the door. She tells him, You are the best! I love you, you ugly man. And giggling, closes the door again. I love you too, darling. Max whispers, even if he knows that she is not hearing him. What's the plan? Stark said. Will you really let her stay with that crazy French woman all day? I want to go with her. Not all day, but we must let her to have some intimacy, Stark. She is not a wolf, and I can't deprive her of the life she is used to. When she will let me mark her and she will transform, things will be different and she will feel the same way I feel now. She will stay with us more time, but until then I can't be selfish. Maybe you don't want to be selfish, but she's not safe alone, Stark said, and Max realized that he is right. Shit! And he mind-links Sam. Man, what the fuck? Sam asks. I was taking care of my wife. What do you want at 8 o'clock on weekend? Is that the definition of having sex? Max asks him, laughing. Shut up, will you? Sam said. What do you want? To watch my wife for me, Max said. She is meeting Vivian, and today I'm at the packhouse. I can't let her alone. I can't go. Kara isn't feeling well. And thinking a little bit, he asks. Luke can't go. Definitely, the French woman is his mate. No, she hurt his feelings. I will ask a warrior to watch her. Max said, and laughing, he tells Sam, Keep doing what you are doing. It's safe now. You already made her pregnant. And closed the mind link before hearing Sam saying anything else. I am ready, Meredith said as she walked out of the bathroom into her bathrobe. She goes straight to her closet and takes from there a pair of super skinny black jeans, a gray cotton shirt, and a cream jersey to warm her in this rainy morning. Puts her sunglasses in her bag and hat and hears Max while she takes a pair of black loafers. I will be at my packhouse today, Max said, coming next to her and kissing her forehead. One of my warriors will drive you to Vivienne's hotel and watch for you to be safe, he says, but Meredith disapproves. I will take a taxi, Max. There is no need to stress. But Max continues. 2 weeks ago, I almost lost you, Mer. Until I know that Castellano is out of the scene and that Veronica is under Sam's control, I won't risk anything. But, Meredith said, but nothing. If you don't want me to come with you and argue with your sassy friend all the time, I suggest to let me make sure that you are safe. And Meredith looks into his eyes and smiling sweetly at him, she says, Even if I don't think it's necessary, I'm doing this for you. But only one warrior. I don't want to feel like a superstar who is guarded by 10 bodyguards. Everyone knows that you are my wife, and just as you said a few days ago is like having a price on your head, and not to mention the fact that Vivienne is Françoise Cassel's sister. Everything can happen. All right, Meredith said and kissed his lips. I will do as you said, and he takes her hand, leading her to the car that is already waiting for her to take her to the hotel. I will wait for you at my packhouse, he whispers in her ear while kissing her before closing the car's door. Grandpa is missing you. And when the driver starts, he looks as the car slowly disappears into the street. Are you ready? Sam asks, appearing behind him. Did you take care of your wife already? Max asks him, looking at him. She is fine now, just morning sickness. My baby pup makes things difficult for her, Sam said. I have news, he tells Max, looking at him intently, and Max just nods to him to continue. I called last night that French Alpha that lives in the Paris area and asked him if he knows about an incident 5 years ago in which Francois Cassel's sister was involved. And did you find anything? Meredith said something about some trauma but didn't want to say anything else. I am afraid that she suffered something and she won't tell me anything. It's more than this, and I need to show you something, but you have to promise me that you won't go crazy and that you won't tell her that you know about this. And I believe that Luc must know too. As Vivienne Castlemate is his right to be informed about his mate past. You are already scaring me, Max said, and Sam looks at the ground and says nothing. And in an hour they are in Max's office in the packhouse where Sam opens his laptop and displays various newspaper articles. Francois Cassel's sister kidnapped from her brother's show, and another one. 2 important women in Francois Cassel's life were abducted and assaulted. Will Cassel pay the ransom? He shows them at least more 10 articles from 5 years ago, and Vivienne's and Meredith photos are posted in those news. What the fuck is this? Max asks, looking at Sam, and then at Luc, who is already pale. Is this why Vivienne acts like this? Is her way to protect herself? And this is not all, Sam said, but if I show you this, you must promise me that you will stay calm. Especially you, Luc, Sam said. Show me everything you found, Max said. Whatever happened, he must know. And Sam starts a clip that went public after the kidnappers demanded the ransom. And even if they don't understand anything that is being said, because the requirements are in French, they can't take their eyes off the women who appear in the clip. Meredith is full of blood and is severely beaten by 3 men while Vivienne is stabbed in the stomach in front of the camera. Luc almost collapsed. Sam opened an email and showed some police documents, a report made after the women were rescued. Better said, they rescued themselves, because after Francois Cassel paid the ransom for both women, they tried to kill them. The first report is about Vivienne, and the word that destroyed all the walls around Luc is raped. He starts to tremble, while Cody is howling in pain for his mate. Holy shit, Max said. Keep going. And there are photos with Vivienne that was more dead than alive when she was found by the police. Luc is already lost and staring blankly, unable to react. This is about Meredith, man. It's a thought one, Sam said, opening it, and Max took his laptop in his hand and sat down with it on his sofa, starting to go through the document. Beaten with bestiality, serious injuries, nothing about any rape, and Max breathed a sigh of relief. Is not that this will change his love for her. This is a fucking drama, but only the thought that she could have lived something like this is killing him. But what shocked him the most is the fact that Meredith is the one that saved them when the kidnappers tried to kill them. The report said that somehow she broke her wrist to free herself from the bonds she had, and she saved Vivienne by stopping her bleeding. When the kidnappers came to kill them, she fought with them and killed them. The leader of the kidnappers was Francois Cassel's personal assistant. Max is shocked. She is human, and at that moment the only training she did was what she learned in her father pack before marrying him. She killed 3 men with her bare hands. What the fuck happened there? She had her own drama. Meredith told him about Vivienne last night. And it seems that both of them have it, not only Vivienne. And finding the truth, Max is so furious that he has tears in his eyes. Now you know, Sam said. This is why she started to practice taekwondo in France. And this is why she is always alone and without friends, because she doesn't trust anyone. That's why she wanted to help Kara, because she felt that she was abused too. Luc, are you all right? Max asks, but Luc can't even articulate a single word, and Max let down the laptop and helps Luc to sit and breathe to recover from the shock. Abuse didn't define Meredith, Stark said. She is a survivor, and she never let us see that she experienced something like this, and all this time she was worried about Vivienne's drama. They might be able to hurt her body, but that didn't hurt her spirit, Stark, Max said, and from this moment he loved her even more. She is his Wonder Woman, POV. After Max found about Meredith's past, he made everything in his power to make her feel protected and loved. Not a day goes by without showing her how much he loves her. But Meredith is not some fool who doesn't notice when a change occurs, and looking at Max, she asks him directly after about a week in which he was all the time with her, being always on the alert. "You found out, isn't it?" Max looks at her and tries to make a fool of himself and pretend he doesn't know what she's talking about. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said, and he opens his phone and shows Meredith an invitation trying to direct attention to something else. 2 weeks, and the contest will start. But Meredith is not letting him sneak and tells him, "I am fine. Will you believe me when I am telling you that I am fine?" Max just looks at her and feels how his heart it tightens. She suffered so much, and it was his fault because if he would have acted like a husband, she would have been with him, not alone in Paris. "I am fine, Max. I am stronger now, and I am a survivor, not a victim to try to hold my hand all the time." "It's not about that," Max said, "but finding what happened back then put me on alert, especially after your last kidnap. I must protect you." "Then start the training. This is the best way to protect myself and will give me a better chance to survive," Meredith said. "I will not ask you what happened, because I know that is not something to remember, but I am proud of you." He tells her and pulls her to his chest. "Luke found about this?" Meredith asks. "Yes, he went crazy, and he put someone to watch Vivienne even if he knows she doesn't want him. He can't let her live again something like that. She's still Castle's sister." And taking her hand in his hand, he asks Meredith, "Did she like that new house?" "How do you know she's not staying at the hotel anymore?" Meredith asks, looking at him strangely. "Luke told me. He is the owner of that house she rent," Max said, laughing. "My Gamma is just insane. James helped him to break her laptop system and view her history search about houses. He bought a house to meet all his preferences and put it on the internet at a low price so that she will be attracted and visit the house. His plan worked." "Are you serious?" Meredith asks, staying with her mouth wide open. "This is creepy, Max. When Vivienne will find out, she will kill him." "No, she will not. But if she finds the hidden cameras or the warriors that guard the house, then she will surely kill him." And he smiles. "But he did exactly what I would have done to defend you. Nothing is too much or too hard when it comes to those you love." Meredith just looks into his eyes and putting her hand on his cheeks tells him, "When I'm with you, I'm not afraid of anything. I know you're with me and I feel safe." Meredith tells him, "And when am I not with you?" Max asks seriously. "I am not afraid anymore. I promised myself that I would never capitulate without a fight. I know better than anyone that this world is like a game of mirrors. Nothing is what it seems. Francois's assistant was like family to him. I was kidnapped by mistake. He was my teacher and took me to that show as a reward for winning a project. But it ended in the way it did, and then I met Vivienne. She was different. She was shy and sweet. So she wasn't crazy from the beginning?" Max asks, laughing, because every time he met Vivienne he has a little and has admitted himself to the psychiatric hospital. "No, she was different. She was in love with Francois's assistant. It was a total fiasco what happened. Luke has no fault for what happened back then. He deserves a chance." And taking her hands in his hands, he tells her, "Her new house is in the werewolves area. She will be protected there. Every werewolf from our pack knows about Vivienne and will look for her, but just as I told you when she came here, if she hurts Luke too much, I will make her regret." "I love the way you care about your people," Meredith tells him. "James and Dad are the same as you are." "Is this a compliment?" Max asks, smiling at her. "It is, because I just put you in the category of the 3 most wonderful people I know. Tomorrow morning." Max said, looking in her eyes, "What is happening tomorrow?" "Be ready at 6 for your first training. And as Vivienne wants to learn how to fight, asks her to come too." And Meredith just looks at him with a big smile. "I love you," she tells him, and she takes his hand and kissed it. "What about now?" Max said, looking at her as she got up and headed for the door of his office. "I will go to my office and verify the dress for the contest, and then I will go out with Kara and Vivienne." And with her hand on the doorknob, she tells him, "I will wait for you at home. Meredith said, and exits his office, but when she arrives at the design department, she sees Akara with a sullen face. "Hey, what's going on?" she asks, looking at her, and she turns her phone so that Meredith can read a message from Sam. "Sweetie, my parents will come to dinner tonight." "And the problem is?" Meredith asks her because she doesn't understand anything. "His mother is a bitch. She was beating me when I was staying in New Moon Pack, and I am sure that she will make things difficult for me. I just know that," Kara said, almost crying. "She was a beta female. She couldn't be so bad." Meredith said she remembered the beta of the crescent moon, which was like a second Luna for the pack. "Don't you think Veronica should inherit her attitude from someone?" she asks Meredith sadly. "In this case, let's go and help you prepare. Vivienne will come here too, and we will walk together." But as soon as Vivienne arrives at MaxLine and she puts her foot in the elevator to climb to the design department, she came face to face with Luke. Even if Luke takes care of her stealthily and keeps her safe so that nothing bad happens to her, from their first meeting, Luke has not appeared in front of Vivienne. Seeing him, her heart skipped a beat. He is not wearing a suite like last time when she saw his, and he is very casual, as if he is coming from some training or something like that. He wears some black jeans that fit him perfectly, and a navy blue sweatshirt, while on his head he has a beanie that gives his a naughty look that makes Vivienne heart to shiver. When he sees her, looking so beautiful, more beautiful than he saw her on the camera this morning, when he verified if she is a right, he feels the pull to take her in his arms, but he knows that she doesn't want him, so he just smile at her and salute her, nodding his head. Vivienne just looks at him, expecting for him to try to impress her, to tell her that he doesn't have the strength to live without her, to be more like Max, who loves Meredith to the moon and back. But surprise! Luke said nothing. It's the first time in her life since she started to act like a bitch when a man acts like this, and this annoys her. "He was interested in me," she said to herself. "I'm sure he wanted me. Why did he change his mind?" And her Latin spirit takes control, and without further ado she asks Luke, "Why are you ignoring me?" Luke looks at her and, smiling at her, said nothing. "I moved from the hotel," she tells him, "just in case you want to visit me." But Luke ignores her, and she can't stand it anymore, and presses the emergency button and blocks the elevator between floors. "Gamma, is everything all right?" The elevator supervisor is heard in the speaker. "We are fine," Luke said, and wants to press the button, but Vivienne gets in front of him, blocking it. "Vivienne, step aside," Luke says softly, but Vivienne wouldn't be Vivienne if she did that, so she starts pressing all the elevator buttons, damaging the control panel and permanently blocking the elevator by shorting a circuit. "Are you nuts?" Luke asks her, but Cody's eyes widen after her. "Take her, please," Cody said. "I want her as crazy as she is." "So now you're talking to me?" Vivienne asks Luke, squeezing her eye and pursing her lips, speaking with her cute accent. "Why are you ignoring me?" she asks him again. "Because I am boring and not so interesting for you, Milady," Luke said ironically, and pressed the button and speak. "We are blocked here. Send someone to help us exist." And he put his sport bag on the elevator floor and sit on it while Vivienne stayed and looked at him. Seeing that he has no intention to speak with her, she makes a new plan, yelling at him. She makes Luke to look at her. In a second, she slapped his face, making him look like a fool at her. But in the next second, Vivienne throws herself in his lap and kisses him, letting him know out. When she wants to take some air, Luke catches her head, and standing up, he lifts her from the ground, making her sit with her legs around his waist, like a koala in a tree, and kisses her passionately until she is not able to breathe on her own. And when she was hoping for round 2, the elevator starts and the doors opens. Luke puts her on her own feet, bends down and takes her bag and leaves the elevator without saying anything, leaving Vivienne to look after him like after Santa Claus on the Christmas Eve. Why is he leaving? She asks herself, whispering. Why is he ignoring me? And for the first time in the last 5 years, she felt it. It was there. The desire is blinking again in her heart. Author's POV. Up, Max says right, and immediately he avoids Meredith's punch, left, and starts laughing. At this rate, I will never mark you, he said, frowning at Meredith. You've got the right moves, but you lack strength. In this case, that's it. If you can't do it and train me to beat you, it seems to me that you will die with blue balls." And Meredith smiles at him as if this is not a problem. "Poor Wolfie," Vivienne said from the edge of the training room. "It's a shame, such a gorgeous specimen. I'm here to help you with your blue problem if she can't." And she winks at him, causing Max to have a heart stroke. "Are you insane?" he said. "What can I do with you? To make all my neurons to suicide? In this life, I just want her. Go and fuck yourself," he said, pointing with his finger at her, while Meredith laughed, holding her belly. "But I am here and I am so lonely," Vivienne said, pouting her lips. "Leave me alone, woman." Max says and immediately goes to Meredith and whispers to her, "Don't let her get close to me," but Meredith starts laughing even harder. "Let's try again," she tells him, taking his hand, "until I let her attack you. She seems to be in a horny mood today." Max looks at Vivienne, who waves her hand at him, and immediately feels his skin flutter on him. "Max," Stark said, "if she touches me even with one finger, not a finger, even with a nail, I swear that I will die. I'll break that finger as soon as she does it." But he doesn't even get to say anything that immediately Meredith kicks him and knocks him to the ground. "What the hell are you doing?" she yells at him, helping him to sit on his feet. "I'm sorry, my mind was wandering around," Max says, slightly embarrassed. "But that was a good hit. Do it again." "You were thinking about me?" cried Vivienne. "You wish, slut," Max said in French. "Oh, but our little Wolfie learned a word in French? You are an idiot," she says also in French and points her middle finger at him, smiling sweetly. "What did she say? I am sure she just insulted me." "Oh no, she just said she will visit you tonight and scratch your back with her nails." Meredith lied to him, and he is already pale. But as soon as they start to train again from the entrance, someone laughs, and when they look at the door, they see Luke entering with a beautiful woman. She is in her 20s and is somewhere 9 feet tall, very athletic. Her chocolate brown hair reaches to the waist. She has green eyes, fleshy lips, the right amount of voluptuous parts, and the most important thing is that she holds Luke's hand. Meredith looks at Max with her open mouth, but Vivienne has a little and dies of a stroke. "Max," Meredith whispers, "what is he doing? Wasn't Vivienne's mate? Did he reject her?" "No, definitely not. I will explain everything later, but let me see this." Her face is priceless. Vivienne looks at Luke with great contempt in her eyes. She knows how the mate bond acts. Meredith explained to her in detail what feels a werewolf when he finds his mate, and yet this scoundrel of Luke Navarro stays in front of her holding hands with another woman. She can't stand it. And leaving any shame aside, she gets up from the bench she was sitting on and goes straight to Luke, who is shocked to see her here. "You," she yelled at him. "Are you cheating me?" And Luke looks at her and them, at the woman who looks at Vivienne in horror and clings even tighter to Luke's arm. Max whispers in Meredith's ear, "Wait a minute, it's coming. This is so gorgeous." And both Meredith and Max sit down in the middle of the gym and watch Vivienne's show. "To cheat you, he must first have a relationship with you," the woman says before Luke can say anything. And looking at Luke, she asks, "She is the bitch she said that she doesn't want you because you are not a bad wolf." "Bitch," Vivienne yelled and tried to hit the beautiful woman, but Luke steps between them and Vivienne slaps him in his face. Her slap is like a mosquito bite for Luke, but his own mate slapped him twice. Yesterday in the elevator and now in the training room? Luke, the woman he came with, tells him, "Let me break her legs. She is too much. You should thank the goddess for not staying with her." Vivienne has a little more and starts to cry. So this is why he ignores her, because he found someone else. He is too handsome to let him go, and she changes her mind. It doesn't care if he is a good guy and he will bore her to death. He can't just choose not to want her anymore. He is her mate. "Miss Castle," Luke said, "what are you doing here?" "I came here to train and I found my mate cheating on me." Vivienne yelled in his face, shocking him. "Mate?" Luke asks, smiling at her, and looked at the woman who accompanies him. "You can't be his mate," the woman said. "He will accept you only over my corpse. I will never let him accept you and leave me alone with this attitude." "Do you want me to beat you?" Vivienne asks again and tries to hit the woman again, but Luke steps between them again, and surprise, Vivienne hits him with her little punch in his nose. Max can't hold it anymore, and getting up, he takes Meredith by the hand and walks towards them, lifts Vivienne up and throws her over his shoulder, carrying her like a sack of potatoes and letting her scream. "Put me down, you fucking jerk. I want to beat her. She took my fated man." "Mate, not man," Max said, laughing, while Meredith just looked at Luke and at the woman who was still holding his hand. "I don't care. He can't choose another woman just because I didn't want him from the beginning. I changed my mind." "Too late." Max laughs, winking at Meredith, and as soon as he gets to his car, he motions for Meredith to get in and huddles Vivienne in the back seat. "You can't come here and slap my pack members, Vivienne Castle. You are a guest here, and if you want to come here again, you must accept the reality," he tells her. "Which is?" Vivienne asks, squeezing her eyes and making him smile because she looks just like Meredith when she is angry. "Which is the fact that you lost a good man because you are crazy." "No," Vivienne said. "Oh, but you did," and he starts the car and approaches Meredith, while behind him Vivienne strings all the curses she knows in French, and he tells Meredith in a whisper. "That was Leia Navarro, Luke's sister, and Vivienne just offered us a big show for nothing." Meredith looks back at Vivienne, who is completely red and has little left, and makes foams at the mouth as she swears. "Holy goddess, that was priceless!" Author's POV. "Luke and Leia?" Meredith asks as soon as they get to her apartment. "Did their parents have some obsession with Star Wars?" And she started laughing. "You can say that, but the names fit them. She is a warrior princess, my best female warrior, and Luke is devoted and strong. Their parents died when they were 16, and they care for each other since then. After Sarah died, Luke recovered because of Leia. She was his shield." "Don't tell me that they are twins," exclaimed Meredith, laughing. "They are not alike." "Yep, they are twins," he said, "and Leia will beat any woman that hurts him, so your Frenchy friend is in danger." "You'd better be afraid for Leia's safety. I've never seen Vivi like that. It's like she can't accept that Luke is disappointed in her. He is not the man who whores around. That was my specialty and Sam's too," Max said, easily ashamed. "But Luke believes in true love and he never fools around." Seeing her flirting so easy made him take a step back. But looking at her, Max put his hands around her waist and said, "You did well today while training. I am impressed. For a human, you are strong. And you even put me down when I was distracted. There was a lot of force in that hit." "But," Meredith asks him. "But nothing. Tomorrow we will train again and I will show you some moves in which strength doesn't matter. It's all about opportunity. You will find it useful," and he pulls her to him and pecks her lips. "I was very tempted today to let you beat me," he laughs. "Don't be it," Meredith said. "A deal is a deal, Alpha Cruz," and she smiled at him, dragging him to the kitchen. But just near her condo, Sam and Kara are sitting at the table with Sam's parents. He took her hand in his hand and let his parents know that they are married. "So it's true," his father said. "Dr. Carter said that you took her to the hospital and said that she is your wife." "Yes, father." Sam said he felt a little uncomfortable because of the tone David Jackson used. "She is my wife, and more than this, she is my mate." "And she is pregnant?" his mother asked, looking contemptuously at Kara, who feels she has little left and collapses. "Yes, you will be a grandma if this is your question," Sam said, caressing Kara's hand. "They did something to her," Leo said. "Kara's hand is shaking, Sam. She is afraid of them. Make her abort the baby and reject her," Marion Jackson said. "She's just an omega. She's not proper for a beta female." And at this moment, Sam's heart stops, and looking at his hand that is holding Kara's hand in it, he feels something wet on it. It's a tear. Kara's tears. She is crying. And this is a no-returning moment in his life. He lost his sister because of her stupidity, and she is somewhere where only the goddess knows, and now his parents disappointed him in a way that broke his heart. He looks at Kara, who trembles knowing that he will never choose her. And she thinks for herself that she is just an omega. He can't choose her to the detriment of his parents. They are his family. And she puts her hand over her tummy, which is already visible, and says, "I will never abort my pup. I will never hurt my own flesh and blood, because right now the only thing that is sure in my life is the fact that this baby will be my home." It's okay if you don't want him. You will never be a part of his life. And she tries to leave, but Sam holds her hand tight, making her stay. I love her, Sam said. So what? His mother said. Love is circumstantial. Reject her, make her accept your rejection, and that's it. You can find a better woman. Like you, daughter? Sam asks, clenching his fists. What's wrong with Veronica? She is perfect, Marion said, but this time Davis Jackson looks at her as if she just said the biggest stupidity in the world. And Kara tries again to get her hand out of Sam's hand, but he shakes her hand even harder and tells her through the mind link, Stay here, or I'll beat your ass after they leave. And she immediately held his hand. Sam points to the exit and tells them, I will tell you only one thing. Kara is my choice. She is my mate. She is my wife and the mother of my pup. She is strong and sweet, and she has no trace of evil in her heart. And even if I hurt her so badly in the past, she loves me and I love her. You just think so, Marion said. I love her. Now get the fuck out from my house, he yells at his mother. Son, you can't be serious. David Jackson said, Let's talk about this. We can reach a compromise. You can keep that pup, but she is not for you. Get out, Sam said, and leaving Kara's hand, he goes to the door and opens the door, signaling them to leave. And one more thing, Father. Sam said, You have time until tomorrow to pack up and leave our pack house. I will live there with my mate in the future, and I don't want you there. Are you choosing her against us? Marion asks angrily. I will always choose her. You can consider that you have no son from today, and if Max will find Veronica, you will have no child soon. And yells at them, Get the fuck out of my house. As soon as they leave, he goes straight to Kara, who cries her heart out. It's okay. I'm here, he said, kissing the top of her head. I am here, and I am staying. I thought that you would leave me, that I will lose you. And she can't stop from crying. What did they do to you? He asks, but she is silent. Kara, I asked you something, he said, commanding her. Your father didn't do much except the contempt he always showed me, but your mother and your sister beat me almost every day. She said, looking with shame in his eyes as if she is the culprit in this story. How bad? And she lowers her head. How bad she was beating you, Kara? He said, clenching his claws, because now he understands everything. Broken ribs, legs, arms. Every time she was furious, she was looking for me, and I was her beating bag. She threatened me that if I told anyone, she would kill me. When Lisa Cruz asked me why I was always wounded, I told her I had fallen down the stairs. And Sam can't stand it anymore and takes her in his arms. I didn't know, he said, crying. I'm so sorry. Nobody knew, Kara said. Sighing and putting a hand over her little bumping tummy, she felt a little fluttering in her stomach, making her heart stop. Sam, she whispers, give me your hand, and placing his hand over her tummy, he felt it too. Is that what I think it is? He asks her, letting his tears flow down, and he sits on his knees and lifting her shirt, he kisses her little pregnant belly. Mark my words, Kara. In this world, all it counts, it's you and our pup, and then my devotion to Max and his family. Except this is nothing. Did you understand me? And she just looks at him. I love you, she said, caressing his head while Sam continued to kiss her belly, and her heart now is still. He is hers. Author's POV. But while in the New Moon Pack, the world is fighting for love somewhere in Semiahmoo Park, right next to the U.S. border with Canada, in a poor house, Vincenzo Castellano throws in front of a woman a blister of contraceptives. Use it. I don't want to hear that you are pregnant, he tells her, and pulls on his pants, closing his zipper. It's like I want to have a baby with you, Veronica said. You are just a good fuck in this hell. I need to relax, she said, not wanting to admit that he made her feel good even if they rejected each other. The tingles are still there, and the rejection does not cancel everything until at least one of them is marked by someone else. Vincenzo as well likes the sensation that Veronica's body offers to him, and even if he doesn't want her, until he will catch Meredith, he will just use his former mate. He exits the bedroom and going to the living room, he watches the news that Federico and Craig, his beta, are watching. I still can't believe that she is his fucking wife, Federico said. If I knew, I'd have killed her right away. No, she is mine, Vincenzo said. To kill her is too little to make him pay the fact that I lost everything because of him. Nobody wants to do business with me anymore, and everyone is looking for me to put me in jail. What do you dream of doing about that? Craig asked. To fuck his mate, and to mark her, because from what I am seeing now, she is still unmarked. You promised me that you will kill her, Veronica yelled in her shrill voice. When your opinion will matter, I'll ask you too, but until then, shut the hell up and get out of here. We are talking and you bother us, Vincenzo told her without looking at her. Can I use her? Federico asked, looking at Veronica. I need a good release. I didn't touch a woman for more than a month. Take her, Vincenzo said, making Veronica almost die. No, she yelled in panic and ran to a spare room, closing the door behind her, but Federico followed her and started to hit the door. She is your mate, Vince, Craig, his beta said. As rejected as she is still your mate. It is not a good thing to let Federico touch her. You know him. He is insane. Shit, Vince said, and immediately ran upstairs, where Veronica screamed and struggled under Federico's urge to satisfy his needs. Right now, he is beating her to make her stay still. Vincenzo grabs him by the neck and throws him off her. I changed my mind. She is only for my use, he tells his brother, looking at Veronica, who is full of bruises and scratches and is crying. What about me? Federico asked, still looking at Veronica. Use your hands, but she is out of limits for you. And he takes a blanket and throws it over Veronica. Cover yourself, or I will let him finish what he started, he tells her authoritatively. But looking at her from this position, so vulnerable, he is not feeling comfortable, and his wolf is agitated. Vincenzo grabs Federico by the back of his neck and pushes him out of the bedroom, closing the door and leaving Veronica alone. You are a jerk, Federico said, but Vincenzo punched him directly. Watch your mouth, or I will kill you, brother or not. I am sick of your tantrums, Vincenzo said and went to Craig. When is that fucking contest, he asks. In the last month, his men watch over every move of Max and Meredith, and he knows every step that they are taking. And since he heard that Meredith is Landon's Quinn daughter, he is even more interested to make her his. In 4 days, do you think this is a good time to attack? His beta asked in return. It's a good opportunity. We must find a way to get to Washington without being detected, but I can't postpone the moment. I will take his woman. This is the first opportunity in the last month. Is she worth of all this trouble? Craig asked. She is not even your mate, Vince, and she is just a human. She intrigues me, man. I must have her, and after I will taste her, and I will get bored of her. It doesn't matter anymore, but I can't take her out of my mind. And Veronica hears him, while she is standing hidden behind a door. That Meredith Quinn is taking every man that is related to me, and she bursts into tears. Even my fucking mate doesn't want me because of her. She puts a hand over her abdomen and feels how her unborn baby moves. Contraceptives are useless. She's been sleeping with Vincenzo Castellano for more than over a month, and she doesn't know when this happened, but she is 1 month pregnant. He will kill me if he finds out that I am pregnant, Veronica says, stroking her belly. I must help him to take that damned woman, and then I will run from here. She doesn't want the pup, but at the same time, this pregnancy is useful, so she made her own plan. She goes to her own room and opens the TV and searches for a Canadian channel, and she sees the happy family, and she feels the hatred in her heart grow more and more, but when she sees her own brother with Kara, holding hands, she can't even breathe. She takes her untraceable phone and calls her mother. Mom, she whispers. My sweetie, Marion said, almost crying. Mom, why is Sam with that Omega? She asks, full of hatred. The bastard married her, my sweetie. I tried to talk to him, but he chose her and made us move from the packhouse. And that bitch is even pregnant with a bastard pup. Since you left, everything we tried to build collapsed. You must come back and make things right again. I will come back, Mom, Veronica said, crying. I will come back and kill anyone who stands in our way. Come back soon, Marion said in her madness. I will, Mom. I will, and everyone will pay for every tear that ran down my cheek. And when she ended the call, she had a new plan. Not only Meredith Quinn will pay, everyone will pay. Author's POV. In Max's office, Meredith looks at the last details of her creation, while Max smiles at the gorgeous gown that stands before his eyes. It doesn't matter if we win or not. This is perfection, Mer, he said, putting his hands around her waist and kissing her temple. Are you talking about this gown or about me? And looks at him, raising an eyebrow, making Max take her in his arms and kiss her. This is not a fighter attitude, she tells him, laughing. You're soaked, Alpha Cruz. Where is your characteristic infatuation? She whispers in his ear, making him shiver. It is only your fault. When I am with you, I am like a puppy, not a ferocious wolf as I should be. No, you are a sweet kitten, and Meredith distances herself from him and begins to look carefully at the details of the lace she has created. At first glance, her dress may seem simple, classic, but the lace tells a story. Meredith hand-drawn every detail of it. Mr. Smith said the theme is the eternity given by the mate bond, and this theme fits him like a glove. She draw her own story and Max's story since they were little, until they finally become a real couple. On that beautiful whipped lace, two wolves grow together. She is represented on the right side of the dress, while Max appears on the left side. She imagines herself as a wolf, because she has the spirit even if the body betrays her. The wolves are represented growing until they become one. In front of the dress, their paws are together, forming the pattern in the chest area. On the pure white lace, the embroidery it is sewn with silver thread, and from time to time small crystals give shine to the dress. Who will wear this dress? Max asks, because the dress will be presented in a live show and then exposed for jury analysis. I was thinking of... And she just looks at Max and closes her eyes and says suddenly, Vivienne. Why her? Max asks her, unable to understand her choice. Because she is just like me, a human mated with a wolf, and she will have the right attitude to wear this dress. Vivienne is a dwarf, Max said with a laugh. Everyone will have gorgeous models. Then you can look at them while Vivi wears the dress, but my choice is Vivienne, Meredith said, slightly annoyed. It's not about being gorgeous, Max, she tells him. It's about accepting each other no matter what. Back then you didn't wanted me because I was ugly, but the mate bond is not related to physical appearance. It's pure magic. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Max said. You're sorry in vain, she tells him. You said exactly what you think. If I weren't beautiful, would you ever accepted me as your mate? Meredith asks him. But you are beautiful, Max said. This is not what I asked, Max, she said, turning her back to him and arranging the groan. I am not in that situation to offer you an answer. I would lie to tell an yes or a simple no. I don't know, he tells her, making her soul to grieve. Stark would have wanted me no matter what, she tells him, getting up and caressing his face and seeing his eyes begin to glow as if Stark's approval. It's the human that is undecided, never the wolf, she said, smiling sadly at him. But seeing him affected by her words and lightly panicked, she tells him, Do you want to call Vivienne and ask her to be our top model? Or should I call her? I know that you miss her, she said, and smiles at him, assuring him in this way that she is not mad at him. To wash away all my sins for what I said earlier, I'll call her, Max tells her, laughing and taking the phone from Meredith's hand, calls Vivienne and puts her on the speaker. Meredith, Vivienne yells as soon as she is taking the call. Surprise, Max said. It's me, Frenchie. Oh, it's you, dickhead, Vivienne said with her funny accent. I am here too, Vivi, Meredith said until she hung up on Max. I calmed down. I thought your Alpha finally decided to let me scratch his back, and Meredith starts laughing, but Max is pale again. No chance, Max says. We have a proposal for you. I'm not marrying you, I'm sorry, Vivienne said. I know that you love me stealthily, but you are not my type. And Max just looks at Meredith and whispers, Are you sure? I could kill her until she could present the dress. What dress? Vivienne asked, hearing him. The dress for the contest, Vivi. I would like you to be my model, our model, she said, looking and smiling at Max. Are you for real? Even Francois never let me do something like this. I'm sure, she said, laughing. Dickhead, Vivienne said. Can you force Luke to accompany me on stage to be my groom? No, Frenchie. Did you forget? He has someone, he tells her, but Meredith just looks at him and signals to shut up while Vivienne is silent. I will wear that dress, she said, but her voice is different. Will you come with us tomorrow morning? Max has a personal airplane and I want to be sure that you will be at time in Washington. And Max gestures. Why? It will drive me crazy. But Meredith ignores him. I will. Vivienne said excitedly and hung up without saying a word. You are so mean, Max, Meredith said, pointing her finger at him. If in this life Luke will mark her, she will be the female gamma of your pack. Why did you tell her that Luke has someone else when you know that is not true? Shit, Max said. I forgot. And in an instant he mind-links Luke. Luke, tomorrow hide Leia. Your mate comes with us in the plane because my wife wants her in the show. Shit, Luke said. Tell me about it? Max laughs. Author's POV. And in the morning, in the airplane, when everyone is inside, Max looks around and sees Luke's face red as a boiled crab. Leia stays near him, and in front of him, Vivienne looks at him angrily. Why is Leia here? Max mind-link Luke. Don't ask. She wants to watch over Vivienne and annoy her. In this case, I wish you success, Max laughs. If they fight and damage something in my airplane, you pay. Luke just looks up and looks at Vivienne, looking at Leia intently. I am prettiest, suddenly Vivienne said, making Luke drown in the water he just drank. In which world? Leia asks her. In any world, Vivienne said confidently. Keep dreaming, Leia said, and mind-link Luke. How much longer do you let her run after you? And she laughs. She definitely like you, and to be sincere, I like her too. She is sassy and funny with her strange accent. She is so different from Sarah. You will die from blood pressure with her, but at least you will feel that you are alive. I will play this game until she will know for sure what she wants, Luke said. And you know what you want? Leia asks him seriously. Yes, I want her. Even if I should wait for her until old age, I want her and only her. In this case, let's play, Leia said, and grabbing Luke by the hand, she sits closer to him and puts her head on his shoulder and says, smiling sweetly, I love you, Luke. And she kissed his cheek, while Luke kissed her forehead and whispers, I love you too, sweetie. And a lightning struck Vivienne. Excuse me, she said, getting up quickly from her chair and going to the bathroom, refraining from crying in front of everyone. I will show you, Luke Navarro, she said, looking in the mirror. I will show you what you lose by rejecting me. It's the first time in the last 5 years when she cries, and the more she thinks, the more she cries louder, crying because she cries. Vivi. Meredith knocks on the bathroom door, gently sticking her ear to the door and hearing her cry. Open the door, please, she said. And when Vivienne opens the door and Meredith sees her so affected, she looks around, and when she is sure that none is watching, take Vivienne and enter the airplane private bedroom, closing the door behind them. Why are you crying? She asks, worried. He doesn't want me. She just looks at Vivienne and smile. Let's think different, Meredith tells her. Why did you change your mind and now you want him? You were very categorical when you said that he is not what you are looking for. I don't know, Vivienne said sincerely. I am just obsessed with him since he refused me. So it's a whim? Meredith asks, slightly disappointed. No, it's more than that. I felt this way back then with Alain. I loved him, but he stabbed me in the back to revenge Françoise by kidnapping me and doing all those horrible things to me. It is the first time when I feel those butterflies in my stomach looking at a man. I don't know how to explain it to you, but it's not a whim. And looking down, she said, is the first time when I want a man and is not a physical need. Meredith just looks at her and tells her, Leia is his twin. And Vivienne looks at her with a gaping mouth and frowns, clenching her teeth. I will kill him for mocking me. But Meredith catches her arms and stops her. No, now that you know what the facts are, you are in advantage. And smiling at Vivienne said, make him come back to the point where he was when you two first met, but don't hurt him. As I already told you, he is a good guy and he will love you forever. Forever is a lot of time, Vivienne said, looking in Meredith's eyes. It's forever or that love is not authentic. Forever or is not at all any love, and you can call it in a different name. Meredith said, and taking Vivienne's hand, she exits the bedroom and signals her to return to her place. Forever or not at all, Vivienne said in her mind, and sitting down in her place, she looked up slightly and saw Luke looking at her worriedly. Forever or not at all, she said again as if she is in front of an important choice. And Leo appears, and she sees in Luke's eyes that glow that Meredith once told her about. That glow that occurs when a werewolf loves a woman and wants her with all his soul. His beautiful blue eyes are Golden's insertion in it and are just splendid. He is looking at her, and his eyes are glowing, and his face is so beautiful that right now she would like to touch him. Forever, she said in her mind. I will choose forever. And she can't stop looking in his eyes. For 5 hours she looked him in the eye, mesmerized by him, while Leia just smiled at her. She called Luke several times through MindLink, but he is absent. He is in his own world, just like Vivian. What is Cody doing? Said Una, Leia's wolf. He is in love, Leia tells her, closing her eyes. And looking him in the eye, now Vivian knows that who said that the value of love is realized in separation was right. And when in the end she looks at Leia, she just smiles at her, and holding out her hand to Luke's amazement, she said, I believe I started with the left foot, and he smiles at her. I am Vivian Castle. And Leia burst in laugh. You know, isn't it? And she looks at Luke, who says nothing, just looks at Vivian. I am Leia Navarro, she said, holding out her hand to Vivian. His sister, Vivian said calmly, but feeling a complete happiness finding the truth about Leia. The one and only. And Vivi just smiles at her and closes her eyes, letting Luke to watch her as she dreams at that day in which she will find the key to Luke's heart. He knows that it is hard to grieve and fall madly in love at the same time, but he will wait for her to clear her mind. It doesn't matter how much he wants to make her his. First, she must understand all the implications of that mate bond. How many times does a werewolf get a second chance at happiness? His little human mate is worthy to wait. Author's POV. As soon as Meredith and Max got off the plane, they went to the contest show venue to prepare Vivian, and the rest of the team followed them. Meredith and Kara took care of Vivi while Max with his boys verified the place. It's pure chaos, Luke said, looking around. From a logistical point of view, this place is a nightmare, man. Maybe we should have taken more warriors with us, he says worriedly. It's a human show, Sam said. They will not dare to attack or try anything here. Everyone is watching this contest. After the last performance, Castellano can no longer set foot in Canada. Another mistake like that, and he can consider that he dug his own pit. If he wants to have a price on his head in US too, let him try to attack here. But Max just looks around and feels a pressure he can't describe. Max! He suddenly hears his name called, and turning his face, he sees James coming to him while holding hands with Lori. You came, Max said, smiling easily. She doesn't know you're here. She'll be happy. Are you nuts? She is with the best of the best right now. How can I miss her greatest moment? Where is Mer? Lori asks, looking around. She is putting some makeup on this man, mate, Max said, pointing to Luke, who glanced at him amused and continued to look around to check the room. Mate? James asks, knowing Luke's story too well. Mate, James, do you know a French woman named Vivienne Cassel? Max asks him as if he's going to tell her something tragic. Yes, of course I know her. We met when I visited Mer in Paris. She is a very sweet girl. And Max rolls his eyes and asks in shock, Are we talking about the same person? Strawberry long hair with bangs, blue eye, a small nose in the wind, and a mouth as big as Burj Khalifa? And he starts to laugh. Dwarf? Max asks. Yes, her physique is contrasting sharply with her big mouth, James says, looking at Luke and imagining the combination of the two. In this case, you know her. She is Luke's mate. And Max looks at James in a tragic way, saying that. She is a good girl. She suffered a lot for her age, and she deserves such a wonderful gift as a mate bond. The bond mate between humans and werewolves is so rare, and yet it looks that I already met 2 cases in this life. And he just looks at Max, he pats him lightly on the shoulder. I'll go to find my mate and see my little princess, James said, laughing. My princess, Max said, squeezing his eyes at him and making James laugh. And as soon as he enters the dressing room and sees the girls, he blocks. Holy shit, he said, pointing to the dress. You made this? Aheem, Meredith said, running to him and taking him in her arms. I missed you. When do you come back to Canada? She asks him. 1 more week in Seattle to extend my business there, and I will come back, he tells her. Because in the last almost 3 weeks, she didn't see him. And you, James said, pointing to Vivienne. What are you doing here, little smurf? He asks her, because this is the way he calls her. Vivienne reaches James to his armpit. I came to brighten your day, Vivi said, laughing, or to ruin it for you. It depends on how much you annoy me. And looking at Lori, she said, if he is upsetting you, call me. Max Cruz becomes pale every time I open my mouth, and all start to laugh. "You are beautiful, Vivi," James said, looking at her. Vivi is just 21, being with 2 years younger than Meredith. She was just 16 when the tragedy hit her so hard, and James feels his heart tightening every time when he remembers the call from the police to announce his sister's disappearance. The official story is that Meredith saved herself and saved Vivi, but in reality it was him the one who traced the girls and killed those men. Meredith just helped him hide the fact that he was there. But Alan, he died by Meredith's hands in vengeance for raping Vivi and hurting her so badly while she was loving him. This is the way Vivienne found out that werewolves are real. She saw James transforming under her own eyes. He and his father made a bloody show there because they found the girls right when Meredith was trying to save Vivi. She was so hurt and she lost a lot of blood. So yeah, Vivi is like another little sister for him. Looking at her, the truth is that Vivienne is like a goddess right now. Her hair is let fall on her back, slightly wavy, while the bangs perfectly frame her small and delicate face. The gown is a jewel in itself, so Meredith chose not to exaggerate more and chose for her only some small star-shaped earrings made of white diamonds. On her head now, Vivi wears the Selangor Diamond Crescent Tiara by Gerard. Small flowers and crescent moon shine in her hair, and her makeup is very natural and simple. Wearing this white dress, Vivi's eyes are filled with tears. I feel pure in this dress, and she looks at Meredith and pulls her in her embraces. "You are," Meredith said. "Never let anyone to make you feel different," and she takes her hand. Leia puts her head on the door and block in her trace herself. "Oh my goddess," she said, looking at Vivi. "Luke will die." "I hope so," Vivi said, looking closely at Leia. "They sent me to tell you that in 5 minutes it starts." Leia said, still looking at Vivi. "And when the show starts, the jury is not in the venue because the creation is anonymous. Only Mr. Smith knows the real owner." Everyone came with different gowns, imagining the mate bond in their own way. Some gowns are very royal, others are embodied in a tribal way. Others simply have such a haute couture design that no female werewolf would ever wear it at her mating ceremony. And then there is Meredith's creation. When the light falls on Vivienne, everyone's hearts stop. In this place there is only the music that sounds in the background, Enya singing "May It Be" and Vivienne. Luke's heart stops. His hands are trembling seeing her like this. Not even Sarah was so beautiful. "Forgive me, Sarah," he said in his heart, watching Vivienne move so smoothly and naturally on stage, wearing that dress as if it were created for her. "I will never stop loving you, but I need her," he said in his mind as tears filled his eyes. He stays with Max and the rest of the team at the end of the corridor that Vivienne parade, and when she is at the edge of it, just before she turns around and continues her presentation, he sees her looking at him and winking, and then sending a blowing kiss to him, making Sam, Max, and James to laugh. "You are doomed, man. She just put a spell on you," Sam said. "No, it's the worst," Max said, laughing hard. "I believe she imprinted herself on him." "She's not a werewolf to be able to do it," Sam said, wiping away his tears of laughter. "No, she is not," Luke said, smiling and keep looking at her. He says, "She is a witch." Meredith's POV. "Vivi," the girls yelled, seeing her coming down from the podium. "You were perfect." "If you had looked at Luke, I think she should be called more than perfect," Leia said amusedly. "I believe that his heart stopped seeing you in white." "Do you really think?" Vivi asks her, blushing. But something is going on in her mind, and I can't even make it clear that I hear her asking. "How was his former mate?" Vivienne suddenly asks, making the girls stop laughing. Leia looks at her and freezes. "Why do you want to know?" she asks, a little panicked. "Was she beautiful? Did Luke love her so much?" Vivienne asks in a trembling voice. I take Kara's arm in my hand and help her sit while Lori sits next to us. I don't know anything about Luke's former mate. I look at Kara, and Kara looks at me. "Her name was Sarah," Leia said after some time. "Luke met her 2 years ago when she was 18. The age difference between them was a problem because Luke was 28 at that time. They lived as mates only for 2 weeks, and then there was the attack. She didn't want him at the beginning, but you've seen my brother. He is a man with a big heart. He even bought a house for you to know you are safe." "What?" Vivi asks, and I start signaling Leia to shut up, but is too late. Vivi is already standing, lifting the hem of the dress in her hands, and starts to walk, determined to go after Luke. I will break his ass. Is he trying to control me? But that's it. Immediately I get to my feet, and putting myself in front of her, I say to her, "Sit down, Vivi," and she squeezes her eyes at me. "Sit down." I call her very serious again. "Stop the madness. All you've heard from this story is that Luke is trying to control you. He did it to keep you safe. He knows, Vivi." I tell her slowly. "What does he know?" she asks me in a panic. "He knows," I tell her again, very slowly, trying to make her understand what I mean. "Oh my goddess," suddenly Vivi says, putting her hands to her mouth. "How could you tell him?" she asks me, crying. "I didn't tell him anything. You know, Max, he wanted to know how we met, and he found out. He will hate me," she said, crying. "What does Luke know?" Leia asks, looking at us, but Lori takes her and Kara and goes outside, because Lori knows what happened 5 years ago. "He cares about you, sweetie," I tell him, wiping away her tears. "And you know what he did?" And I see her nod in disapproval. "He made you rent a house that he bought specially for you, a house placed in the middle of New Moon Pack. You are the only human in the middle of the wolves, because every person in that pack knows that you are his mate and that he wants to protect you." "He did that for me?" Vivienne asks me with some puppy blue eyes. "Yes, and you made him feel like a shit all the time," I tell her, laughing at her. "Well, this is my specialty," she giggles and wipes away her tears. "Will you change now?" I ask her. "I need that dress for the jury, and you will put all your tears on it." And I let her change, but as soon as I leave the room, Luke stays in front of the door. "Leia told me that she is furious at me again," he tells me in panic. "She is not. She just doesn't trust people, Luke. She only trusts me and her brother, and in reality she is afraid even of her shadow. Her world is made of dominoes." "I want her," he said slowly. "I want her so much. Then go and take her, but first give me back that dress she wears." And I start laughing when I see him going into her room, and Vivienne screams to get out because she's naked. And of course Luke, as an obedient boy, listened to me instead of listening to her and didn't go out at all. "Why are you laughing?" Max asks me, because he was searching for me after the show ended. "Tell me what is happening in that room," I tell him, pointing to the room where Luke and Vivi are. "Your hearing is better than mine." And he just looks at the door that separates us from Vivi and Luke, and then looks at me. "She is crying," Max said, caressing my face, "and he just holds her." And then looking at me, he took my hand in his hand and said, smiling, "Come with me. I want to show you something." And he drags me after him, showing me some prices. Every year after the articles are presented in the contest, those present can bid for their favorite products. Max tells me, taking me in his arms while he pecks my lips. "Are you serious?" I ask, looking at the prices. There are a lot of prices, but one of the dresses has the most bids. "What's all about with that dress?" I ask, smiling at Max and feeling my heart pound. "That dress impressed everyone here, and if the model hadn't been a dwarf, she would probably have made an even better impression," says Max, starting to laugh out loud as I just stay and look at him with my mouth open. "Are you nuts? Who the fuck paid $1.5 million for that rag?" I cried, but at the same time laughing happily. Alodic said, smiling. Max said to 1.3 million. The bid went shoulder to shoulder. Then there were only 2 bidders left. So just as I told you last night, it doesn't matter if we win or not. What you did is beyond expectations. "So," I said, making a sweet face and blushing a little, "I made you proud." "You did," Max said. "I should thank you." And I squeezed my eyes at him and pursed my lips, blinking my eyelashes. "You were a good muse, Maximilian Cruz. Tonight I'll make you sit on the couch naked, just as you were when your mother gave birth to you, and I'll look at you. I will paint your nude and put it on the wall in the office. That way I will always be inspired. You want to, don't you?" Max asks, laughing out loud and lifting me in his arms without caring that the world is looking at us. "I love you, crazy woman. Since Vivienne came here, made you more open-minded. I love you too, my super handsome alpha," I tell him, making Max become hard in 1 second. "Tell me again," Max whispers, letting me glide lightly over his body and feel the effect I have on him. "No," I say, looking straight into his eyes. No? Max asks, looking at me playfully. No, I will show you, and I immediately turn my back on him and leave. Tonight. And you would do well to make sure that this house that you rented for us is soundproofed, because otherwise all our friends will hear you grunting like a pig. I want that my muse to be mute. I need inspiration for my creativity, hubby. I say, and I immediately run away, making him look after me with his mouth wide open. What do you mean? He asks. Grunting? Grunting like a pig, I tell him without looking at him. Max's cruise POV. Why are we here? Meredith asks when we get to the hotel as soon as we hand over the dress to Mr. Smith's for the jury. You said that I will grunt tonight, and I want to grunt in peace, I tell her, looking at her very seriously. But I want to stay with my friends, she said, pursing her lips at me, and I immediately kissed her. Hey, I am objecting here. She points her finger at me, but I just kiss the top of her finger, making her smile. I had a rule about your objections, so I will kiss you whenever I want. Now seriously, Max, why are we here? I thought you rented a villa to stay with our friends, she said, looking into my eyes. Shit, Max, Stark said. Do something and make her be with us, but I ignored him. I rented that Renaissance-style mansion built in Northwest Washington, the one that you liked so much. I tell her and take her hand in my hand. And then what are we doing at the Four Seasons Hotel? She asks me, and I feel her heart pounding. We are here only for tonight because I accept your offer. I tell her without looking at her anymore, and after I take the key from the valet, I pull Meredith after me in the elevator. What offer? She asks me, trying to make me look at her. But no. This is my game now. She played with the fire with a sex-starved man. I want to grunt tonight. I tell her, and I hear her startle. About that. I was joking. I don't even know what a grunt is. The pig makes an oink, not a grunt, isn't it? No, darling. And I caught her hand in my hand, inserting my fingers between her fingers. I want a grunt. Shit, she said like a whisper, making me giggle. I open the door and she just looks around smiling. This is so beautiful. And without looking at me, she takes her phone and says, I will call Kara and Vivi to stay here tonight. It's a lot of space. But I immediately jumped over the armchair between us and took the phone from her hand. The Capitol Suite is just for us. I tell her, grabbing her arm and bringing her hand behind her back to make her stop moving. I want to grunt in peace, I say, and burst into laughter, but she is just looking at me. Hubby, she said, changing tactics. I was joking with you. I wasn't serious at all. No, I am sure that you were serious about this, and I lifted her lightly in my arms. Tonight she wore a very elegant white-belted crepe and silk georgette jumpsuit from Elie Saab. With her straight hair and vibrant makeup, she was the most beautiful woman this evening, and she joked with me and made me hard more than one time. And now she is telling me that she was joking? I put my hand on her abdomen and undo her belt, and I feel her trembling. Max, what are you doing? She asks me, but I ignore her. I open the front of her jumpsuit, letting it fall from her shoulders, and bending down, I start kissing her on the neck, so lightly that she approaches me to make me increase the pressure I use. You are feeling it, isn't it? I ask her. Every tingle, every touch makes me more addicted to you. Yes, she said, almost moaning. I feel it too. And she easily puts her head back. I unzip her back, and her jumpsuit falls at her feet, remaining only in her transparent Louboutins high heels. Why aren't you wearing panties? I ask her in shock, but she just answers as if there is no problem. Why should I wear them if I was going to take them off tonight anyway? And that's it. In 2 seconds, I broke the suit off, not caring about the fact that it cost a fortune, and I lifted her in my arms, making her put her legs around my waist, and at the same time, I felt her heels pushing me into ass cheeks. Call me crazy, but this makes me even harder than before. You can be mad at me, you can yell and insult me, but tonight, I will make you mine. I tell her and go straight to the bedroom with her and lie down on the bed. I'm tired of playing, Meredith Cruz. You are my wife, and I have been looking forward to have you for more than a month. All I want in the morning, at noon, in the evening, and in the middle of the night is to be with you and in you. What I feel is like the most powerful addiction. I never had a vice until I met you. I tell her, sitting between her legs, naked. You can start your painting now. I tell her, smiling perversely, and taking her hand in my hand, I place it between my legs. This is only your fault, I tell her. Wherever you appear, he becomes like this. You had your release, more than one time, she tells me, referring to our night games where our tongues and fingers have acquired abilities I didn't even know I was capable of. Is not the same thing, I tell her. If she will tell me to stop, I will stop, but I must try. It's been a month and a half since she appeared in my office, and it's been a month since we've been living together. Swear to me, Max, she tells me. I swear to you, I say, looking into her eyes, unable to breathe, feeling so close to what I want. Swear me that you will never hurt me. Swear to me that you will be mine alone and that nothing will come between us. I swear, I say, I am throbbing for the goddess' sake. I never felt this way. If you ever hurt my feelings again, I will leave this place, and this time I will never come back. I have my limits, she said in a very painful way. I love you, woman, I yell at her. I can't hurt you without hurting myself. Are you a virgie? I want to ask, but she just looks at me with her teary eyes and says in a very dominating way, Shut up and start that grunt! Author's POV. Max didn't sleep all night. He just couldn't. After Meredith fell asleep in his arms, after several passionate matches in which each of them took everything he could from the other and satisfied all his needs, Meredith almost fainted, exhausted in his arms. She was a virgin, Stark said. She was untouched and perfect in all the ways. And she is ours, Stark, Max said, watching her sleep peacefully. He never came to Washington thinking that he would live this moment. After last night, the mark is just the last piece of the puzzle, and right now their bond is beyond imagination. He feels her emotions, he almost hears her thoughts, and all they don't have right now is the mind link, but the rest is there, all pieces together. He stayed like this, caressing her back and kissing her face. Max, Meredith whispers without opening her eyes. Yes, my love, he said, smiling. Why are you inside me, she asks, opening one eye and looking at him strangely. Are you sore? He asks, fearing she might be too tired. She just looks at him and remembers all the things he did last night. His tenderness, his care for her, the skill with which he made her scream until she hoarse. And she also remembers his grunts. She made him grunt. It was a joke, but he yelled and cried and grunted at the same time so hard that if NASA had been around, they would probably have thought they were extraterrestrial signals. Everything was unreal. And in the evening, when they returned to the contest venue, dressed in what Sam had brought for them and left at the hotel reception, they were glowing. Both of them. But what do we have here? Vivienne asks, looking at Meredith and pointing at her with her finger. I don't know what you're talking about, Meredith said, hiding her face in Max's chest. No, I know what I'm talking about. And looking in Luke's eyes, she asks him, You didn't fuck me last night. And everyone burst in laughter, even Leia, who can no longer resist. All you did was to sleep with me in your arms. What kind of mate are you? She asks him, making him feel that he will die soon. Look at her, she says, humming. Luke Navarro, Max yelled. Make her silent. But seeing him so irritated, Vivienne can't help but ask, Is that threesome offer still available? I changed my mind. That's it, Luke said, and lifting her, he threw her on his shoulder, with her ass in the air, and left the room. She is crazy, Max said. No, she's a sweet girl, Lori said, laughing. But those Europeans are not as chastity as we are. They talk about everything. And then, looking at Meredith's face, even Lori couldn't help but say, And Vivienne is right. Her face looks like she just had a good sex. Lori, Meredith bursts out, however, seeing that everyone is smiling, she calms down. You are mates, James said. When I met Lori, we stayed in the bedroom for 2 weeks. We had her Luna ceremony the next week, and went to Turks and Caicos acting like humans in a honeymoon, where we just fucked until our brains came out. And the point is, Meredith asks James, unable to believe that he is talking about such a free thing. The point is that I am happy that he is the one who has you. Now you are stronger together. You will see. You will master his power, and when he will mark you, everything will be perfect. I will just go and see if my brother is alive after not satisfying Vivienne's needs, Leia said, laughing. Sam, Kara asks, do you think I should be angry too? And she looks at Sam, who is overprotecting her since he found out that she is pregnant, and is afraid to touch her so as not to hurt the pup. And right then Luke returns to the room with Vivienne and Leia. "Did I hear it well?" Vivienne said, putting her hands on her hips and looking ugly at Sam. "You are not touching this beautiful woman for fear of hurting the baby." "How do you know that?" Sam asks her, pointing at her with his finger. "I am a vet, idiot," Vivienne says with a laugh. "So I know that you are just a wolf, so take care of your woman and don't let her have cravings." And remembering their first encounter, when he was telling her how good-looking Luke was, she said, "Or maybe I was right and you are gay." "I will kill her," Sam said, but Kara took his hand and said, "Shut up, Sam," and she refrains from laughing. "You are my little elephant." "Why are we talking about this?" Sam asks, annoyed. "Because Mer had sex," Kara said. "Holy shit," Vivienne says, rubbing her hands happily. "Werewolves are so funny." "Did she smoke something?" Max asks Luke through a mind link. "No, man, she is just," and looking at her, about how happy she is right now, he said, "She is just my sweet Frenchie mate." Author's POV. After the spirits calmed down, all the gang went to the venue where the participants waited for the designation of the winners. Max is no longer interested in the contest. What he gained by coming to Washington is beyond anything the fashion world could offer him. "I am nervous," Meredith says softly, shaking his hand. "There is no need to be emotional. The pressure of the contest went honestly after I saw all the creations, which apart from yours have nothing to do with the theme. It really doesn't matter anymore. It's like comparing apples to pears. The thing is that I want to make MaxLine's name shine," Meredith said, and this time she smiles at Max, who puts his hand lightly on her cheek. "I am MaxLine, and believe me, you made me proud. You are subjective, Max. You are happy for you know what for, and now the contest is not important anymore," says Meredith disapprovingly. "You will see, Mer," and he kissed her lips. "You will see that at this moment emotions have no place here," and he took her hand and went to their seats where their friends were already waiting for them. Mr. Smith takes the stage, and looking at the crowd, he begins his speech about the history of the contest, about thanks, expectations, and all the boring things that are said at such an event, and then smiling concludes, 65 designers came here yesterday and made a great show for us. The theme was clear, but at the same time, it was shrouded in mystery. We wanted for you to let your imagination run free. We wanted to see how deep you can take the idea further, and I'm proud of everything that you showed us. But in every contest, some are losers and some are winners. And he present the third place, which was a tribal dress, and Sam and Luke look at each other and ask through MindLink, "In which era a werewolf will wear something like that at a mating ceremony?" "Your crazy mate will wear it," Sam said, laughing. "I believe she would," Luke said, laughing and imagining Vivienne in that tiny dress. For the second place, a member of the jury came and announced the occupant, but now is now, and Meredith stays with her eyes closed, making Max smile when he sees her so stressed for something so unimportant. "And the winner will be announced by our most important member of the jury," Mr. Smith said, clapping his hands. "Mr. Francois Cassel!" And in a second, Meredith opens her eyes and Vivienne jumps up from her chair and shouts as long as her lungs hold, "Franco!" making her brother startle and seeing her in the audience, then smiling with all his heart at her. "Ladies and gentlemen," Francois said, showing a beautiful smile and making Max's heart stop. "The man is gorgeous. I have the honor to announce the winner of the most important design contest. This is like an Olympics of sports games, and your presence here already gives you a status. The creations were anonymous when they were presented to us, but when we found out who the winner was, I could only be twice as happy." The designer took the theme and put it in a love story. She, because the winner is a woman, was my student, and today offered me the biggest surprise seeing her name on that creation. And he looks around searching for something or someone, and when he sees Meredith, he stops. Meredith's heart is still now, and looking at Max, she just blink. "I love you. That dress was about us," she whispers while everyone starts clapping around her. "Yes," Max said, "was a piece from me and a piece from you. That dress is our story," and he kissed her. "I love you," they said at the same time. "Mer," Kara said crying, "go and take your prize." Meredith takes Max's hand and together they go to get her prize. Francois takes Mer in his arms to Max's horror and hugs her at his chest. "This is a great surprise, Meredith." And looking at Max, he said, "And you must be her boss, the owner of MaxLine." "And her husband," Max said, marking his territory from the first second. "What?" Francois asks, smiling. "But you didn't waste time, little Mer," he said, laughing. "It's a long story," Meredith said, taking the prize offered by the organizers, while Max picked up the check he would receive. $10 million. And when everything finished, Vivienne ran directly into Francois' arms, kissing him and yelling, Franco, I have a mate!" And everyone from the group stops. "He knows about werewolves," James said, reassuring them. "But maybe we'd better not stay at the party and go to Max's rented house. There we will have time and peace to speak." "Let's go," Vivienne said, dragging Luke after her while he was looking for something. And looking at Vivienne, he kissed her forehead. "Little Smurf, you can't yell when humans are around about werewolves and mates." James tells Vivi, and she is pale in a second, realizing her mistake. "This is something that is just for us. We don't want that attention." And looking at her mate, who is smiling at her, hears him. "Where is Leia?" he asks. "She left 15 minutes ago at home. She wasn't feeling well," Kara said as they went to their rented cars. Luke took Francois in his car, leaving Vivienne to make their introductions and tell Francois how funny her life has been since she accepted Luke in her life, forgetting to say that not even a day has passed since they are acting like lovers. "Luke," Cody said, "how are we going to silence her?" "Shut up, Cody," Luke said. "Let the woman speak," and he continued to drive. But in his car, Max looks at Meredith and asks, "What's the story with this Francois? Was he your lover?" And he makes a plan to beat Francois if Meredith confirms his suspicions. "Yeah," Meredith said carelessly. "He is the father of the 6 children I left in France before I returned here." And Max jumps up immediately and steps on the brakes suddenly, but realizing what Meredith said, he bursts out laughing. "She was a virgin last night. She is fooling with him." "Are you stupid, Max?" Meredith asks him, looking at him as if he had raised 2 more heads. "I am jealous. The man looks like a model and he is French and has status, and he wants to say something more, but Meredith slaps him on the back of his neck. "Unbelievable," she said. "Just drive. Tonight you are sleeping alone." "What?" Max asks. "And I am sleeping with Francois," Meredith said, but seeing how white Max's face is, she tells him, "I must ask him about our beautiful kids," and she burst into laughter. "Max," she said, looking at him. "Yes, darling," Max answers, clenching his fist in the wheel, realizing that she fooled him again. "You are stupid when you are jealous." And that's it. He immediately pulls the car on the side of the road, at the edge of a wooded road, grabs her hand and pulls her in his lap. And looking into her eyes, he slips a hand under her dress to the place he already knows with his eyes closed, unzipped his pants, and whispers in her ear, "Let me show you how stupid I am," and kissed her directly. Author's POV. "Where have you been?" Kara and Vivi ask, jumping directly on Meredith as soon as she enters the rented house. "We stopped for a while to admire the landscape," Meredith tells them quickly, but Vivienne puts her hands on her hips and looks at her, grinning stupidly. "Don't!" Meredith tells her, looking at her threateningly and pointing her finger to her. "I knew it!" Vivienne said, and holding out her hand to Kara, she said, "Give me my $50. And Kara is just disappointed and looking at Meredith said, "You owe me $50, Mer. I had trust in you that you will never do it in a car. You two are horrible." Meredith said, laughing, and immediately fled the floor searching for Lori, but she came face to face with Leia, who is very pale and is trembling. The rest of the gang is on the outside patio laughing and preparing a grill, and celebrating winning the grand prize. As a human, Francois Cassel is a celebrity and he is everyone's attraction tonight. Just Max is reluctant about him, but the rest of his friends adore him. Francois is charismatic, has a cheerful spirit, and is also damned handsome. Right now he tells jokes and makes everyone laugh. Hearing them, Meredith looks at Leia and signals to her to follow her outside. "I'm not feeling well, Meredith," she said, as if avoiding going outside. "They're all out, Leia," Mer said, and started to pull Leia after her. "I don't want to go outside," Leia said sadly. "I never did something like this, but this is our last night here before going back to Vancouver. Everything was perfect until tonight. Don't ruin your mood by staying alone. Come with us," Meredith said using a Luna command without being aware of it. "I will present to you my friend. He is a genius," Meredith said looking at her, but Leia's face is even paler. Meredith takes her hand and somehow forces her to follow her. As soon as Leia puts her foot on the patio, Una starts to yell in her mind, "Please go and talk to our mate. He can't just refuse us." And she just looks at Francois, who laughs and feels good with Meredith and Vivienne's friends. "But he already did it," she said, looking sadly at him. The truth is that she is not feeling well because she is sick. She is feeling this way because she met Francois in the halls of the contest venue, and without wanting to, seeing him, she said, "Mate." Francois knows everything about werewolves. He studied the problem after James and Landon Quinn saved Meredith and Vivi, but this is the biggest step of acceptance he will ever do. He can be friends with some of them, but to accept them deeply in his life is too much. They are animals. Also, he was just abandoned by a woman he loved wholeheartedly, and right now he hates women. Women are monstrous. Women are mean and pathetic beings that act miserable and stab you in the back. "Mate?" He looked at Leia and all he did was to feel disgusted, even for the thought of being with someone that has an animal inside her body. So, knowing exactly what a mate is, without giving her the chance to say something, he told her, "I reject you. Get lost." Leia looks at him and feels that her heart is breaking into pieces. She is 26 years old and she waited all her life for this moment, but she waited for nothing. "Come with me." Vivi yells at her and takes her hand and pushes her until she reaches Francois, who changes his face completely when he sees her and realizes that Leia is with this group of werewolves. Kara and Meredith immediately notice the grimace and look at each other. "What is happening here?" Meredith whispers as she looks at Kara, who shrugs her shoulders. "Franco," Vivi said, "I want to introduce Leia. She is Luke's sister," she yells with happiness. "Now she is my sister-in-law, and she is funny and can beat any man's ass. She is the strongest woman in Max's pack." Leia just looks at Vivi, smiling sadly, and nods her head to Francois while he is just saying, "Nice to meet you," and turns his back and continues to speak with Sam and James. And that's it. Meredith signals Kara and then goes straight to Leia and takes her hand. "Come with us," she tells, and in 2 steps all the 3 women are in front of the house, outside where no one hears them. "Spit it all out," Meredith said threateningly. "What is between you and Francois?" "I don't want to." Leia starts to say, but Kara squeezes her eyes and said, "Your Luna is asking you something, and I, as a beta female, ask you to tell us what happened." "So Sam gave you a status and now you're feeling cunning?" Leia asks, smiling at her. "I do," said Kara, smiling at her, then becoming serious and asking again, "What happened, Leia?" And Leia starts to tell them about the encounter with Francois and about his rude attitude. "Is he insane?" Meredith asks. "I know that he is hurt by his ex-wife that cheated him and that he doesn't trust women anymore, but he also knows what a mate bond is." "I will talk to him." Meredith said she was slightly angry, but she didn't take 2 steps as Leia immediately grabbed her hand. "No, Mer," she cries. "He already rejected me and I accepted his rejection." "What?" Kara and Mer asks in unison. "This is why you are feeling like this?" Kara asks, almost crying because she was rejected and she suffered the same thing. "There is no way to change his mind." Leia said, "I was single, without even a boyfriend all my life, because I was saving myself for my mate, but it seems that was all for nothing." And she immediately wipes away her tears. "As I have been alone for 26 years, I can still stay like that." And she is lifting her head and looking around, because she is hearing something. "Did you hear that?" she asks lightly, alarmed. "No, I didn't hear anything," Meredith said, but Kara starts to feel agitated too, and just when she wants to take a step back, she feels it. "Run, Meredith," she yells in panic. "Veronica is here." Kara catches Meredith's arms and tries to pull her into the house, but it is too late. In less than 2 seconds, Vincenzo Castellano and Federico are in front of them, followed by Veronica and Craig, Vincenzo's beta. Leah and Kara try to mind-link the boys, but in an instant they are knocked down by Castellano's brothers. Meredith looks in shock at them and runs to Kara, who falls to the ground. hitting her pregnant belly, but by the time she touches her, Veronica is already next to her and starts beating her bestially with her feet in her belly, trying to kill the unborn pup, while Vincenzo catch Meredith in his arms. "Max!" Meredith said, and tears began to flow down her cheeks as Kara began to bleed. "Max, help us!" But there is no chance to be heard because the patio is kind of isolated from the rest of the house, and the girls went outside precisely because they wanted to talk quietly. "You smell like him," Vincenzo said, pulling Meredith to his chest and smelling her neck. "He touched you." But Meredith said nothing. She doesn't even blink, and she prays and tries to mind-link Max, even if she knows that is impossible. "That one is awake," Craig said, pointing to Leia, while Veronica finally stops from hitting Kara, who is now in a coma state. "Kill her!" Federico orders them, and Craig takes out his claws and sticks them in Leia's chest, tearing her flesh. "No!" Meredith said and starts to struggle. She hits Vincenzo, using her skill in martial arts, using all the training that she learned from Max, but he is too strong for her. And seeing that she wants to fight, and knowing that he must run from here quickly, he signals to Federico, who came with some injection and drugged Meredith. "Max," she whispers with her last powers. "Max, the girls..." Author's POV. Max laughs with James as they spin the steaks on the grill when suddenly Stark starts to shake. "Max, I need to see our mate," he said, almost howling in pain. "She is with the girls," Max said, trying to calm him down, and looking around, he sees that Leia and Kara are not here. "Where is Kara?" Max asks Sam, seeing him as he laughs with Francois and Luke, while Vivi keeps moving in Luke's lap. Sam stops and looks around, as if trying to concentrate, and suddenly Max sees him frowning. "Shit!" Max said, and throwing the grill utensils, he starts to run and tells James, "Something happened," and lets Stark take control and transform in the middle of the patio into a huge black wolf, making Vivi and Francois frightened. Sam does the same because right now he is more than sure that Kara suffered something. They enter the house and start to search while James and Laurie follow them. Luke puts Vivian down, saying with fear, "Something happened and is about Meredith. Stay here, please." And he runs outside, transforming and leaving Cody to take control, while Vivi and Francois just stay with their mouths wide open, seeing themselves surrounded by wolves. "Outside, Max!" Sam yelled. "Kara is outside!" And they almost break the front door when they exist, but seeing the image in front of them, they are collapsing and they roll over the stairs. Kara is barely breathing, she is full of wounds, and she is bleeding everywhere. "Kara, no!" Sam yells, transforming into human form and staying naked near her almost lifeless body. "Kara!" And he takes her in his arms and starts to cry so hard that even if you were the most insensitive man, you could still have tears in your eyes. "Don't leave me, Kara!" he said, collapsing with her in his arms. And looking at her hurt tummy, his heart almost stops. He puts his face on her neck and cries his heart out, but at the same time the range completely envelops him. "Veronica was here," he said, and right then James with Laurie and Luke appeared. "Did you ever hear an animal growling?" "I met once on the mountain with a female bear that was walking with her 3 pups, and feeling that I was a danger to her pups, she attacked me. It was the most frightening moment of my life. I don't remember much from that moment, because I know that at some moment I fainted, and when I was found by my friend I had a lot of wounds. Her ferocious growl just before she started running after me will haunt me for the rest of my life. But this is nothing compared with the growl that Luke made seeing his only sister dead on the stairs of this rented house. "Leia!" he yells in panic and runs to her. Her chest is full of blood, and her organs can be seen. Blood dripped from her chest, and he put her on her back and put his hand over her wounds, trying to stop the bleeding. This is the view Vivi and Francois see when they come out from the house. A pool of blood. Kara was seriously wounded, and Leia looked dead. "No!" Vivi yelled, running to Leia. "No, I don't know you. You can't die. We must become friends. You are now my sister," she said, crying, pushing Luke and trying to stop her bleeding. "Luke," she yelled, "put your hands here. Her aorta is broken." And looking around, she commands Francois, "Help us. Why are you sitting and looking like this? She is dying." But Francois is in shock. She was alive a few moments ago. Just a few minutes ago, Vivi presented her to her, and he acted as if it was the first time in his life when he saw her, as if he didn't broke her heart earlier in the same day. And now she is dying? How can she die? Humans die. Werewolves are not so vulnerable. Franco, Vivi yelled at him. Help us. And coming to his senses, he ran next to Vivi and Luke, and kneeling in panic at the blood flowing around him, said, "What can I do to help you?" Her blood is red. Even as she is a fucking animal, Leia's blood looks like a human blood, and he is so shocked realizing this. Right now, Leia looks like a human being. Where is the wolf that stays in her? Put your hand inside her chest and catch her heart, Vivi tells him. Now, she yells again, making him wake up. And when he holds her heart in his hand, he felt a little tingle and his face is whitening. The heartbeats are so rare, and it seems that her heart will stop soon, Vivi said. Massage her heart, Vivi tells him again. Don't let her stop. Until the ambulance will be here, we must make her heart beat. When the ambulance came and the doctors saw the massacre, they were so shocked that for minutes they could not ask or say anything. Seeing Luke and Francois full of Leia's blood made them think that they are wounded, and when they finally took Leia, Francois thought at what happened, and looking around he almost collapsed. But no one cares about him, because in another part of the stairs, Max and James and Laurie struggled all the time to keep Kara alive. Sam is in some catatonic state, unable to speak or to act in any way. He keeps repeating, "I will lose her," because her wounds are too severe to withstand. Her tiny body is still weak. Her tiny womb is probably empty right now, because all this blood has to come from somewhere. How could some unborn baby survive an attack like this? But what makes him feel like dying is Veronica's presence here. "I will kill her," Leo said. "I don't care if she is my sister. I will just kill her." And when the second ambulance arrived and took her, Sam went with her, never leaving her alone. "Where the fuck is Meredith?" Max asked, looking around and smelling the air. "She is not here, man," James said, being alone with Max and Laurie after everyone ran to the hospital. James closed his eyes and smelled the air. "He took her again," he said, turning his head to Max, who approved of him. "This is all my fault," Max whispered. "I thought this place was safe. I put the guard down and now he took her." "We will find her, Max," James said and took his phone and called Landon Quinn, saying with pain in his soul, "Dad, it's happening again." And silence starts right where James's words end. "Wait for me," Landon said after some time. "I will bring reinforcements." Author's POV. "Did you find anything?" Landon asks as soon as he arrives in Washington at the house that Max rented, and looking around he said, "This place is a fortress. How the hell did they get in here? Something doesn't make sense. I would have chosen this place too if I were Max, so I don't understand. How did they get in?" Carter, who came with Landon, tells him. "How did you find this place?" Landon asked, looking straight into Max's eyes. "It's one of the contest organizers' venues. They used it 2 years ago, and I knew the location. I rented the house from them because this year was too small to host the event. That was a niche. Somehow Castellano must have stolen a key," Landon said, and immediately took out of his bag the laptop he had brought with him. "What are you doing?" Max asks him, looking at what he is doing. "This time we came prepared, son. After her first kidnapped, Grandpa Cruz, Carter and I made a plan so that this will never happen. But it seems that you can never foresee a complete danger." Landon looks at James and says, "This is your job, son. You are a genius in cybernetics. Trace her." "Trace her?" Max asked, looking at them as if they were hallucinating. "Tell me that she wears the bracelet that Grandpa gave her," Carter tells Max. "Of course she wears it. She takes it down only when she is sleeping or bathing." And Max approaches the laptop that James has already started working on and sees a signal moving on the monitor. "Dad, Landon," he said, "I feel like kissing you right now. You are a genius," and immediately bends over and looks at the map that James is watching. "Why are they in this place?" Laurie asks, putting her finger on the spot where the point finally stopped moving. "Are they nuts?" And horror overwhelms James again. "She is human. That is not a place for humans like her, not even for werewolves with the power to heal themselves." "Satsop nuclear power plant?" Landon asked, looking at Carter. "They must have taken a flight to be there so soon," James said. But this is not good at all. That place is unfinished, but it's a strategic place and is guarded permanently. They have to be hidden in areas where there is no activity, and I know where to start our search. Carter says, I've been there once when I was younger. Carter and Landon are like brothers from another mother and another father, but mentally they are like twins. How can you follow Meredith on that laptop? Max asks, looking at James. That perverted grandpa of yours replaced a diamond in her bracelet with a tracking device. James said, he knew that Castellano would never let it go. He knows his type, and so does Dad and Carter. And looking at his laptop, he said, Don't look at me like that. Grandpa Cruz was too afraid that Meredith would be hurt again. Don't say it, Max said, getting into the car. Carter and Landon came in. You must thank him, Max, Stark said. That grandpa, as perverted as he is, made you a married man at the beginning, kept you married when you signed the divorce papers, and now he traced your mate to the other end of the country without letting you look like a madman. Yes, he did. Grandpa is worse than mafia. Fuck, he is everywhere. He's like an octopus spreading its tentacles everywhere, Max said, still shocked by this old man's abilities. They drive directly to the airport, constantly following Meredith's position, and when they finally arrive, they take Max's private airplane, leaving Lori in Washington to look after their friends and keep them informed about Kara's and Leia's recovery. What should we do? James asks, downloading some plans with the place where Meredith is hidden. I don't know about you, but I will kill every werewolf involved in this shit. Kara and her baby deserve justice. Leia, if she will live, deserves to know that her Alpha cared about her and avenged her. And Meredith must know that I will fight for her with all my strength until the end of my life, and until the end of the world I will fight for her because she is mine. Max said, closing his eyes and trying to visualize the moment when he will find Meredith. In 1 fucking hour, they reached to the Satsop nuclear power plant just to hear James saying, Shit! I don't understand anything. She was here a few moments ago and now she is not anymore. And he looks in panic at Max and his father. What do you mean that she is no longer here? Max asks furiously, clenching his fist and coming near James to look in his laptop. She's not here anymore, James yelled. And I don't understand what is happening. London and Carter looked into each other's eyes and were whitening their faces. It doesn't make any sense what you're saying, Carter said, looking around. They can't be in the Satsop nuclear power plant. The place is more guarded than I remembered, but they were here or very close to this place. The tracking device is very precisely. James, and he turns suddenly and looks at James. Can you show me the map you were looking at earlier? Carter asks, and Landon comes near him. Show me what's here, he said, pointing to the middle of the Satsop Park, and James maximized the image. Shit! How could I forget? And he starts to smile. They went into the ground, he said, laughing like crazy. That's why we can't trace them anymore. And this is good? Max and James ask, looking at Carter as if looking at a madman. It is, Landon said, laughing too. The underground is only one-way road. They can't run from here without facing us. Come with me, said Carter. Nearby is a tunnel that leads under this church. Some atomic shelters were built in case of an accident under this church, and this tunnel was the only access. There is no signal. And Landon and Carter transform into their wolves. They are in their 50s, but both Landon and Carter are handsome and still very strong. Their alpha aura surrounds them wherever they go, and as wolves, their stature is majestic. Finding the tunnel, they enter and run, followed by Max and James, who are also in their wolf forms. And with every step they made, they felt that they were not alone in this place. With every step they made, they felt that this place is the devil's den. It is said that the premonition is the greatest ammunition, but sometimes you must take the risk and continue your way. At the end of the tunnel, some light can be seen, and also some screams and growls. Max stops and can't breathe. He feels her. He feels Meredith and Stark yell in his mind to go at her, to save her, to bring his mate back home, but Max's heart stopped. He hears growls, and those are Meredith's growls, Meredith's POV. Oh my goddess, I say as soon as I open my eyes. I feel like I'm in a cave here. There is no window, just a flickering light bulb. What is here? Am I in a warehouse? Yeah, oh my goddess, Veronica said, laughing in my face. This is not good at all if she is here. I get up slightly and sit on my ass trying to look around. I know that I can beat her, but right now I feel dizzy, so I shut up my mouth. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked me. Something is not right about her. She was never a normal person, and her reactions should have been a question mark for those around her. But still, now is something more. She is very pale. She lost a lot of pounds, and her gaze is somehow lost. Veronica, I say when my mind is clear, are you all right? She just looks at me as if nobody ever asked her how she feels, if she needs anything or anything related to her condition. Of course that I am all right, she said, but in an instant she runs into the corner of the room and taking a bucket in her hands, she starts to vomit. She is not right. And I know exactly what is happening with her because I've seen it with Kara. She is pregnant. Thinking about this, my heart almost stops and a lot of calculations start to run in my mind. A werewolf pregnancy is about 6 months, and last time when I saw Veronica was at least a month ago. It could be Max's pup. Shit! I just feel that my heart no longer has the power to beat. How old is your pregnancy? I ask her directly and she just looks at me. Too old if you ask me, she said, raising her head from the bucket and wiping her mouth without saying anything else. She just goes to another corner and sits in some improvised bed trying to calm down. Is it Max, baby? I ask her and she just looks at me and I see on her face that light in the eyes that appears when you see an opportunity. Of course is his pup, Veronica said, looking defiantly at me. But for me it is enough to know that she is lying. Is not, I tell her, and this time it is my turn to be arrogant. I am in New Moon Pack territory for almost 2 months, and since I came here, he never touched you and your pregnancy is not visible enough. So what? Veronica said. It's my word against yours. When I will tell him that I am expecting his pup, he will leave you and take me back, she said nervously. It will be his choice, I tell her, trying to look confident. And if he will choose you because of this baby, so be it. And she just looks at me. I see hate, but also pain. I see fury, but also her face yells for help. Seeing her like this hurts me, because let me tell you, this woman is beautiful. She could be a lot of things in this life, but now she is just an abandoned rogue, and she suffers even if she tries to look strong. I feel pity for her. Don't look at me like this, she yells at me. I am so sorry for all you are living now, I tell her, but she becomes even more furious. I said, stop looking at me like this. I don't want your pity. I feel responsible for you, Veronica, I tell her. Forgive me. If I would have stayed in Paris, she would have had her happy life with Max, probably. I don't know, but my returning triggered a lot of things in her life. Don't look at me at all, she yells and suddenly rushes towards me with her claws out to hurt me. But the door of the room opens suddenly, and Vincenzo Castellano slams on her and knocks her to the ground, hitting her hard before she has the chance to touch me. Don't touch her, he said, slapping her face and making her tremble in panic. Vincenzo walks over to her, and I see him taking out his claws, growling menacingly at Veronica. Who the fuck do you think you are to touch what is mine? He said, pointing to me. And Veronica's face is just whitening. And I know that right now she sees her whole life running through her eyes. Vincenzo will kill her for sure. I know that she is a horrible being, both human and werewolf, and just when I am thinking of the way she beat Kara just yesterday, no one would judge me if I let him kill her. But you know what? This is the difference between a human and an animal. I have the ability to discern. I have that free will with which the divinity endowed us when we were created. So knowing that, I immediately jump to my feet, and when Vincenzo has a little and sticks his claws in her chest, I put myself in front for her, pushing her and screaming. No, she's pregnant. I pushed her with all my force and she is laying on the ground looking at me with teary eyes. She's safe now, even her look is terrified. But I am not. I just fucked up. Vincenzo just looks at me and he is like a walking dead right now. I feel his claws withdrawing. I feel them because they are stuck in my stomach. Shit, he yells, trembling. Why did you do that? He asks, and in an instant he catches me in his arms before I collapse. Don't kill her, I say, and he is just looking at me, not saying anything. I can't, he said. I will kill her. This is her fault, and he puts his hands over my stomach, trying to stop the bleeding. She's pregnant, I whisper, and I feel how my life comes to its end. Just don't, and he looks at her with hatred. It's not mine. It can't be, he says without looking at Veronica, but right now I see her face, and she is hurt by his words. Saying this, he is rejecting her again. And probably he did it all this time while they ran together and used her to satisfy his needs. You are right, I say, looking at him and smiling sadly. It's only her baby, you have no right to claim it as yours. And Veronica just looks at me and starts to come near, but Vincenzo growls at her. Stay away, he commands her. Stay away or I will kill you, pregnant or not. This is all your fault. Mark her, Veronica said, and for the first time I saw her face clear, without hatred, without frowns. Just a calm Veronica. She will die soon. Mark her and give her a chance, she said. And now I really panic. No, I say, I would rather die. You will die for sure if he won't do it. And she turns her head without looking at me, and I see her running out of this room. Vincenzo just stays and looks at me, and seeing her going out, he turns his head and looks at her back as she gets further and further away. She is your mate, Vincenzo, not me, and she is pregnant with your pup. And I feel like fainting, so I close my eyes. Meredith, he whispers, kneeling next to me. I am sorry. This was not part of the plan. But I just smile at him with my eyes closed because right now I don't have the strength to stay with my eyes open. I think it was. Don't lie to yourself. This was your plan from the beginning. To hurt Max, and the only way to hurt him is hurting me. He is still looking in the direction where Veronica went, and I would like to say something else, but I am too weak right now. I feel the blood gushing from my stomach. Max, I whisper in my mind, I will miss you. And right when I thought that would be my last breath, he did the thing I was hoping not to do. He elongates his fangs and bite my neck, but without marking me as his. I open my eyes, yelling in pain, and I see his eyes. They are red. Red from crying, red from fury, red from fearing. As a wolf you have a chance, he said. He bit me again, very hard, and looking me in the eye, he retracts his fangs and wipes his blood with his own cuff. Tell him, he says. Tell him that this is not over yet. And he runs. What is not over yet? Meredith's POV. Oh my goddess, I yelled, clasping my hands in the makeshift bed I was sitting on. The pain is unreal. I feel like something is crushing me. Even the mere fact that I'm sitting on this bed hurts me. Help me, I yelled in panic. I can't breathe. Please, somebody help me. And just then the door opens and I see Federico Castellano entering. I want to tell him something, but instead of words, a strong growl escapes from my mouth, making him mute. Shit, he just said, looking at my neck. This piece of shit bite you and run? And I see him laughing and trying to come near me, looking at me like I am his prey. Craig! He yells, and when Vincenzo's beta enters and sees me, he stops in the doorframe. What the hell did you do, Vincenzo? Help me put her down, Federico said. I want to mark her as mine. And hearing him, I start to struggle more, and as I move more, every cell in my body seems to shake and force me to transform. It hurts too much. I yelled again when I felt my bones start to crack. The worst sensations are when my spine suddenly cracks and seems to suddenly lengthen, causing my entire muscles to contract. I said, "Help me catch her," Federico said, but Craig turned his back and told him, "You are not my alpha, so fuck off. I must find Vincenzo," and he left me alone with this psychopath. He just stays in front of me and puts his hand on my hips, trying to make me sit still, but I can't. His touch is burning me. The harder I try to resist, the more aggressive Federico becomes, to the point where just touching me is not enough for him. Out of a movement, he tears my clothes, and looking at my torn abdomen, he takes a step back. "So this is the reason for your transformation," he laughs. "Now let me offer you a complete experience." And he elongated his fangs and leaned over me, trying to mark me. I want to scream at him, but instead of screaming, all I can say is a creepy growl, even louder than the one before, and Federico starts to laugh. "You are a fighter," he said, and he unzips his trousers and wants to try to take advantage of my state of incapacity. "No!" I say it in my mind, but right when I thought that I would have no chance in front of him because the pain makes me unable to fight, right then I heard a voice in my mind. "I am here. a strong and clear voice said, and in an instant, something turned me upside down. When I opened my eyes, I was in 4 limbs, or better said, 4 paws. "Holy shit," Federico said, taking a step back and trying to lift his zipper. I walk in his direction while he seems to run away from me. What is he doing? Where is his courage now? "Go away," he yelled at me. "What the fuck is going on?" I asked myself as I continued to walk towards him. "He's a fucking coward," a voice said. "He's afraid." And I just stopped looking around for the voice owner. "Maybe you should search in your head," the voice said, laughing. "Hello, Meredith." "Holy God, I start to say, and now I see Federico running while eating the earth. "Let the goddess alone, Meredith. I am Artemis, your better half," she said, laughing. "Better half?" I asked her, laughing. "You wish." And looking in the direction where Federico ran, I told her, "Help me catch him. That jerk hurt me badly last time I saw him, and now he tried to mark me." "Mark us?" "He tried to mark us, not you," Artemis said, growling, and started to run after him. "Go away," we hear Federico. "Go away, you fucking monster," he yelled at me. "Monster?" I asked and watched him as he took a step back, but Artemis took control and said in a very commanding voice, "Shift!" Federico's face becomes pale. "Shift!" I said. Artemis said again, and this time she hurried towards him, catching him with her fangs by his left leg. "Leave me alone! I wouldn't have done it! I was joking! I would have never marked you for real." And sniffing the air, I ask, "What the fuck is smelling like that?" "The answer is in front of your face," Artemis said, laughing with all her heart. "Shit, I like this sassy wolf. She is not afraid of anything." "Federico Castellano, did you just shit in your pants?" I asked him, but he started to cry. "Shift or I will kill you in an instant," Artemis yelled in his face, and he transformed in the end. He is a normal-size wolf for an alpha. I know James's and Dad Wolf, and also I know that Max's wolf, Stark, is a little bit bigger, and this jerk wolf is in graphics, so to speak. And yet why is he looking like a pup under my paws? "Because we are some goddess, girl," Artemis said, and clenching her fangs in Federico's leg starts to drag him out of the room. "What?" I ask her in shock. "We are Lycaena, Artemis Lycaena, the she-wolf." I can't even articulate. What is Artemis talking about? Artemis, the goddess Artemis? She was the first Luna. She was Selene. She was not real. Thousands of years ago, humans needed a good story. What are you talking about? I ask, trying to focus on what she is doing and tell me at the same time. She catches Federico's leg and spins with him in the air and throws him and hits him against a wall, making him faint directly. "I am the daughter of the moon goddess, and you are also, because we are one body and one soul, Meredith. We define each other." But, I try to say, I am human. It's a long story, and one day the moon goddess, our mother, will tell you, but right now we must run out from here, before I will not kill this jerk for real. "Let's go," I tell her, because all I want is to see the sunlight or the moonlight. And I need fresh air. I feel like I'm in a basement here. But I don't even take 2 steps, and immediately behind me that jerk of Federico, who was supposed to be fainted, sticks his claws and his fangs and tries to mark me from behind. And that's it. I close my eyes and let Artemis do her job. Screams and growls, that all you can hear around us, and just before to break that fucking jerk neck, she said, "He is here. Our mate is here." Author's POV. As soon as Max heard that growl, almost collapsed. If Meredith could growl, that means only one thing. Someone marked her. He lost her. Someone stole his mate. "Go for her, stupid," Stark yelled. "Even if Castellano marked her, we can kill him and claim her as ours. There are rules that protect the mate bond. Not everything is lost." And realizing that Stark is right, he starts to run to the end of the corridor. Every time it must be the last room, the end of the road. In every story, the same drama, but yet, Max ran as if his life was behind that last door. He stops his steps when he just hears a pained, "Don't kill me," that he stopped from his race. But when the crack of bones follows, as well as Max, James, Landon, and Carter are looking at each other in panic. "Who the hell died?" Carter asked. The 4 of them stand in front of the door and do not dare to open it. They smell Meredith beyond the door. They smell a lot of blood, and Castellano's brother, but beyond that, it's a frightening silence. Some bones rearranging can be heard again. Max just looks at the door. is the first time in his life when he is motionless, not even an eyelash moves, and when the doorknob is pressed and the door begins to open, even his breathing stops. "Please, goddess," he said in his mind. "Bring her back to me," and he closed his eyes. "Goddess!" James yells as well as Landon when Meredith appears in the frame of the door, wrapped in a kind of sheet, and runs to her and hugs her, but Max just collapses in his knees, putting his face in his palms, and starts to cry. "Dad," Meredith said, seeing him like this, "please let me a second." And although reluctant and still panicked not to lose her again, he lets her easily free herself from his embrace. Meredith walks slightly towards him, and when she reaches Max, she kneels next to him and hugs him. "I am here," she said, seeing him so vulnerable. "I am here, Max." "I thought I lost you," he said, pulling her in his arms and putting his face in the crock of her neck, but as soon as he did it, he smelled her and felt Vincenzo's bite. "He didn't mark me, just transformed me to save my life after he accidentally almost killed me," Meredith whispers, but hearing this, all four men almost transformed. "I will kill him," James and London said at the same time. "He can't hurt me anymore," Meredith said, smiling at them. "Believe me." And she just looks at them. But looking behind her, James sees Federico Castellano's dead body, with his head detached, and looks in horror at Meredith. "Mer," he says, not knowing how to approach the problem. "I know you're strong and you trained with us. You have a black belt, but he was an alpha. What happened here?" And right then, Landon and Carter realized that the cry for help was Federico's and not Meredith's. "He tried to mark me by force, and he touched me in some inappropriate way, so my wolf took revenge on him. I did not intend to kill him, but he dug his own pit." And Carter and London just look at each other without saying anything. It doesn't matter that she killed him. He was already dead when he made the plan to take her away from me. Max said, and caught Meredith in his arms and pulled her to his chest, staying with his face in her neck. He just can't be calm. He needs to feel her. "Son, we must go," Carter said. "The others aren't here anymore. Let's go home." "Can you go ahead?" Meredith asks, looking into Max's eyes. "I need to speak with Max for a second. We will wait for you outside this fucking place. I just need air," James said, and immediately turned on Leo and started running towards the exit. "Max," Meredith said as soon as she was alone with him. "Don't speak, please," Max said, shivering while he held her in his arms. "Max, we need to talk," she said gently, making him easily detach from her, just enough to look at her. "I hate to see this bite on your neck. The only mark you wear should have been mine," says Max with a little jealousy. "This bite saved my life," she said, smiling at him. "Yet it still annoys me," he said, but this time he is more calm and bends down easily for a kiss. "You see?" Meredith asks him. "I am still yours, and our bond is still here, and you want to know something?" She asks him, looking in his eyes with a lot of love. "Tell me, Meredith, I will listen," he said, kissing her forehead. "I feel it too." And Meredith takes one hand and places it on Max's cheek, making him feel those marvelous tingles that he missed so much. "I feel the mate bond too, Max," she said, and pecks his lips, smiling while kissing him and whispering mine. "Mer," he whispers with his heart full of love. "Will you be my Luna?" And in an instant he takes her in his arms and walks from the room where Federico's Castellano remains, will stay forever as a testimony to what happened here. "I thought that I was already your Luna," Meredith said, laughing. "You know what I am asking you. I want to offer you a Luna ceremony. I fucked up with our wedding, but I want us to be more than official." "I do," Meredith said, smiling at him. "I will be your Luna, but only after Kara and Leia will recover. I can't do this without Kara. She's my beta," Meredith said very seriously. "About that," Max said, "we need to talk. Something happened." Author's POV. "What happened?" Meredith asked, and her face is white like snow. "I can't tell you right now, but the girls are in hospital. They are already transferred to Vancouver, because our pack doctors are the best and they have a better chance to survive there." "To survive?" And Meredith moves away from Max a little, and looking into his eyes, she asks him in panic. "How bad are they?" "You will see it with your own eyes," Max said, and took her hand in his hand. "I can't even talk about this because I came after you as soon as the doctors got to them, but they were dying when we came here." "Oh my goddess!" Meredith whispered, and immediately she starts to run outside the building, pulling Max after her. If Kara dies, or Leah, I swear, Max, nothing will save Veronica and Castellano from my wrath. Not even the fact that Veronica is pregnant will not help her. I will erase any trace of her from the face of the earth. She's what? Max asked, and he almost stumbled and fell. She's pregnant, Meredith repeats, and Max is weaker, and he stops from collapsing, holding onto the walls with his hand, but Meredith turns and looks at him nervously. It's not yours if this is why you are so scared, but it could have been, and believe me, that would have been something unforgivable for me. Max, Stark said, a little bit intimidated. She has had a very strong aura since she transformed. What kind of wolf does she have? She is just stressed for Kara and Leah. Max tells Stark, and as soon as they arrive at the airport, they fly directly home. No one said a word throughout the flight, leaving Meredith to process everything that happened. But when after hours of emotional torment they finally arrive at New Moon's Pack Hospital, her heart breaks as she sees Sam crying next to Kara's bed. "Sam," she whispered, while Max came behind her and put his hands on her waist. "She's not waking up, Meredith," Sam said, crying. "She's not coming back to me." "Everything will be fine," Meredith said, looking at Kara, who was almost all hunted. A lot of IVs come in and out of her body, but the most striking thing is that her pregnant belly is no longer there. And Meredith turns her head and starts to cry, trying not to be seen by Sam. She puts her face in Max's chest and just cries for her lost friend. "I am so sorry, Sam," she said. "This is all my fault. She was hurt because of me." "No, Mer, she was hurt because of Castellanos and Veronica. If Max would have been in your situation, I would have died for him. I am his beta. It's my duty to defend him no matter what." And she can't stop from crying. "It hurts me so much to see her like this," Meredith said, looking at Kara's bed. "It hurts you because she matters to you. She is more than your beta, she is your friend." And Sam takes Kara's hand in his hand and he is kissing it. "At least she has a chance to survive. I still have the hope that she will come back to me." "What are you talking about?" Meredith and Max ask at the same time, and their faces are losing their colors. "Leah," Sam said, but he couldn't say anything else, and he just closed his eyes and put his head on Kara's bed, still holding her hand. "Luke," Max shouted as soon as he reached the VIP ward where Leah lays. She is connected to a lot of devices, and all her body is full of IVs. But Luke is lost in his own thoughts. Vivi holds his hand in her hand while Francois stays on a sofa in Leia's ward and just looks at her with a blank face, still trying to realize what happened. How is it possible for a werewolf to be in this state? "Luke," Max said again, "I am here. I am so sorry." "She is dead," Luke said. "The doctor said she is cerebral death. Only the devices keep her alive, but I can't turn them off," Luke said, bursting into tears. "She is my only relative in life. I can't do it," he said. "Then don't do it," Meredith said, coming near her bed and looking at Leia's pale face, and then looking at Francois, she asks, "What are you doing here, Francois?" "I came to help Vivi and Luke, if they need anything," he said, swallowing in panic. But Meredith and Artemis are furious right now. Leah was weak because of his rejection. He was cruel. He is her friend, but what he did is unforgivable. "Your help is not needed, Francois. You helped her enough when you rejected her." And she said that as if she had announced that the time is 8 o'clock. Luke and Vivi looked at him in shock, and Luke's claws start to appear, and until he realizes what is already happening, he quickly hits Francois, but Max and Meredith put themselves in front of him, keeping him still. "You hurt my sister?" Luke asks, smoking with rage. Vivienne approaches Franco, and catching him unprepared, she slapped him with all her strength. "That's why she was sad? That's why she cried?" Vivienne's asked. "How could you?" she asks, trembling with rage. "This," Vivi said, pointing to Leia, "this is something that will haunt you for the rest of your life." "It won't. She is just an animal," Franco says, and right then Luke has a little bit and transforms, but Max commands him to stay still, and he can no longer oppose his alpha command. "Then let me tell you," Vivienne said with tears in her eyes. "I, Vivienne Castle, accept Luke Navarro as my mate, and I want to be transformed and live a life in happiness with him as a werewolf." "Are you nuts?" Francois asked, starting to panic. No, Francois, she said, saying his full name for the first time in her life. Rather than to be a more insensitive bastard, it is better to live my whole life as an animal. Just go and never come here. You can't be serious, Francois said. Mark my words, Francois. Get the fuck out from this place or I'll take you out, she said, yelling so hard that Luke ran to her and took her in his arms. But her screams changed something in Leia's condition. All the devices started ringing, and immediately the doctors rushed into the room. She's dying for real, one of the doctors said. Do you want to let her go, or do you want to try a new resuscitation? He asks Luke, who is in shock and can't even breathe for himself. What else to answer the question? Save her, Meredith orders them, and walking towards Francois, takes him by the hand and pushes him out of the ward. I believe that from now on you will stay away from me too, because, surprise, I am an animal too. She growls at him with great force and slams the door in front of him, making him perplexed, and turns around looking at the doctors that resurrects Leia again. She's back, Artemis said, and right then her heartbeat starts again. Max, Meredith said, using a mind link for the first time in her life and making Max to shudder. I am furious. I know, Mare, so do I, he said, coming near her and taking her hand in his hand. He will regret not wanting her, she continues. I know, Max said, looking at Leia, who is still in cerebral death. And Meredith turns her head and looks into Max's eyes, and hot tears starts to run down her face. Take me home, please, she whispered and collapsed in his arms. Author's POV. My house or your house? Max asked Meredith as he gently put on her seatbelt, helping her to sit comfortably. Yours, she said almost in a whisper. I need to see familiar faces and to feel that I belong to a family, and she is about to burst into tears. Hey, Max said in a panic and immediately loosened the newly seated belt and pulled her into his lap, holding her tight to his chest. Have faith, beautiful, he said, caressing her face. They are werewolves, and as long as they are still alive, they are able to recover. Not everything is lost. Even Leia? Meredith asks, letting her tears flow down her cheeks. And what about when they will see how much they already lost, Max? Meredith asks, looking into his eyes. Will Kara be the same energetic and sweet girl we knew? Will ever Leia open her eyes and have the same shine she had before all this happened? We can only hope, Max said. But until they will recover, we have the duty to support Sam and Luke. We can still do something for them. And Max caught her head and put it on his shoulder, above his heart, holding it there with his hand. His heart beatings calm her down, and he just stays with her in his lap until she falls asleep. Then Max mind links Carter. Can you come to the hospital? He asks him. I need your help with something. Max just can't let Meredith out of his arms, and when Carter came and found them in that position, he just smiled sadly. Do you want to take her? He asks his son. No, just open the door and help me sit with her in the back seat. You can drive to our packhouse, Max said, unable to take his eyes off Meredith. She feels like this because she's their Luna, Carter said without looking at Max. She has always been. That's why she cared for Kara, even when I didn't know who she was. Take care of her, Max. You are my son, but if you hurt Meredith again, I will break your legs, Carter said very seriously, not caring that he was talking to his own son. I love her, Dad, Max said, kissing her forehead. I love her so much that it scares me. I can only wonder why it took me so long to get here. How could I have doubted at first that she was not right for me? As soon as they arrived at the New Moon packhouse, Carter opened the car's door and let Max carry Meredith to his bedroom. Is the first time when he brings her here as his mate, and Stark howls in his mind, feeling complete with his mate in his packhouse, in his bedroom. Grandpa Cruz and Lisa follow him as he puts her in the middle of his bed. Do you need help with anything? Lisa asks him, smiling when she sees Max so in love. No, Mom, and lightly arranging the hair on her forehead, Max says without looking at them. Just close the door and let us rest. She needs to recover after all the shit that happened. Max takes her clothes off, tearing them, letting her stay naked near him. After he found her, she borrowed some clothes from one of the stewardesses from the airplane, but he hates the smell of other women on Meredith, so he undresses her and lets her stay naked. He undresses himself too, and sits in bed next to Meredith, spooning her body. Is nothing erotic. It's just care and love. Starks persuades him to act like this. His presence will help Meredith's wolf to heal her body and her soul. Her wolf is strong, Stark said. I feel it. She must be. She killed Francisco Castellano. And that man was a fucking alpha blood and a strong one, not an average one. And kissing her neck, he tells Stark, I need to sleep, Stark. And he closed his eyes. The last 2 days were a nightmare. I need to heal myself too. You are not hurt, Stark said, annoyed. My soul and my mind are. Let me calm, please, he said, and in a second he was enveloped in deep sleep. But next morning, when he opens his eyes, he feels a soft kiss on the tip of his nose. You are awake, Meredith whispers, looking into his eyes. Hey, beautiful, he tells her, smiling sweetly at her and pecking her lips. Maximilian Cruz, Meredith said, trying to look upset. Do you want to tell me why I'm naked? And she raised an eyebrow at him questioningly. I needed you, and I didn't do anything. I just held you in my arms. Your husband's heart was tormented, and I needed some sedatives, he said, laughing. Is that so? Meredith asks. But what am I going to wear? You tore the clothes I wore yesterday. You can stay naked all day, here in my bed while I am holding you in my arms, Max said, smiling at her. It seems a good plan, and kissing his lips, Meredith continued. But I need to visit Kara and Leia. I feel responsible for them. I spoke at the company, and we took a week off from work, so after we will have breakfast, I will go with you to the hospital. I need to change, Meredith said, blushing, or better said, to get dressed, because now I have nothing to change. And she starts to laugh. Max raises in his knees, and lifting the sheet over her body, he looks at her and caresses her body with his fingers. You are healed, he said, looking at her abdomen. Artemis healed me, Meredith said. Artemis? Max asks, looking at her. It's a strange name for a wolf. You think so? Meredith asked him, smiling, and get out of bed. But Max reached out his hands and pulled her towards him, and took her in his arms in bridal style, and headed for her to the bathroom. Is she beautiful? He asks Meredith, because Stark doesn't give him peace and bombards him with questions about his mate's appearance. If you ask me, she is. Meredith smiled at him and pecked his lips, putting her hands around his neck as he opened the bathroom door. But I will leave Stark to decide if I am right or I am wrong. Even if you had 4 heads, you would be beautiful in his eyes. He loves you. What about you? Meredith asks Max. I thought I had already clarified this, he said, entering the shower with her and placing her on her feet as the water started. I love you. I love as human, as werewolf, as kitten or colibri. It doesn't matter what material you are made of. I just love you. Even as Piglet? Meredith asked, laughing with all her heart. You are my soulmate, Meredith Cruz. It doesn't matter how you got to me. It matters that I found you. Meredith looks into his eyes and puts her arms around his waist, pulling him closer to her, using her force and making him smile at her. She just puts her nose in the crock of his neck and inhales his smell, while she puts light kisses in the area where her mark will be, and Max feels how every body's cell starts to react at her touch. You smell wonderful, she tells him and makes him become hard in an instant. Of course he smells wonderful. Being a werewolf now, she is able to feel the same way he felt in the last 2 months when he was around her and felt her wonderful smell. You smell like cinnamon and pine cones. It's like I'm waiting for Christmas. She starts to laugh, but Max is a perv, and lifting her in his arms, arranging her legs around his waist, and putting himself at her entrance, whispers, Then let me be your Santa Claus, and bring you some beautiful presents, because you were a very obedient and good girl. And he slips inside her, making her laugh and forget about everything around her. Author's POV. There's my favorite granddaughter, Grandpa Cruz said as soon as he saw Meredith coming down for breakfast with Max. How many granddaughters do you have, Grandpa? Meredith asks, squeezing her eyes at the old man. Tell me honestly, who else did Max bring home besides me? And Max's face becomes pale while Grandpa's mouth remains open. But seeing their faces, Meredith starts to laugh. I was joking. You can start breathing again, she said, going to the old man and hugging him, but the poor old man's heart beat like after some marathon. You look better, Carter said, coming into the room with Lisa, but he see Max's and Grandpa's faces, can't help but ask, Did something happen? No, Dad, Meredith said, making him smile because she didn't call him like that since she just married Max 5 years ago, and Max was ignoring her. I made a joke and they shit in their pants, and Lisa burst into laughter. That's what they need, and takes Meredith's hand and pulls her in a hug. I am so glad to have you here. It's like a dream come true. I am happy too, Meredith said, looking in Max's eyes while he starts to recover after Meredith's joke. Luna, Auntie Jen said, coming into the room with the food. I made all your favorites today, and the old woman is so happy that she seems 10 years younger. You always pamper me, Auntie, Meredith said, smiling at her. Come and stay with us, she said, and Auntie Jen blocks in her traces. Is not proper, Luna, the old woman said. Please, Meredith insists, just as we did when you took care of me 5 years ago. An Omega to eat at the same table with her alphas? There is something impermissible, but seeing her panicked face, Max goes and brings another chair to the table, and then goes and takes the old woman's hand, making her tremble in fear. Your Luna asked you something, Auntie, he said, smiling and reassuring Auntie Jen that he is okay with what Meredith said. You are like family. You took care of me when I was a naughty little boy. You still are, Meredith said, making everyone laugh, and Max squeezing his eyes at her. And then you took care of my wife too, when I should have been the one to do it, so please stay with us. And he placed her near Grandpa Cruz and started their breakfast. But when Max took Meredith after breakfast and went to the hospital, the atmosphere changed. A few weeks ago, when Kara was taken here and found out that she is pregnant, Max's and Sam Pack members were looking at Meredith with hatred. She was just the human that aspires to the position of Luna, and she felt all his former lover's eyes over her, and now, coming back to the hospital, holding hands with Max, nothing changed. But the funny part is that they don't know that Meredith is far from a human right now. Alpha, one of the nurses said, coming near him and making sweet eyes to Max. Do you need anything? Max doesn't even look at her, and looking around he sees Francois sitting in a chair at the door of Leia's ward. What is he doing here? I thought you told him to leave. Meredith doesn't even get to say anything as the baggy nurse puts her hands on Max's arm and asks him, Do you want me to kick him out? And she blinks her lashes at him. Kill her, Artemis said. She touched our mate. But Meredith is calm, just as she was her whole life, and said to Artemis, Let's see what Max will do. Right now, his past is following him. Max felt like being burned, seeing the nurse's hand on his arm, and immediately pulled his hand and clenched his teeth, asking, Are you stupid, or are you just not ashamed at all? And he takes Meredith's hand in his hand, trying to calm down. Neither, the nurse said. But you are holding hands with a weak human, and have no embarrassment to let the world know her as your wife. Because she is my wife, and more than this, because she is my mate. Max yelled in her face, and he tried to control Stark, who wanted to transform and break the neck of the reckless nurse. She is not fit to be either one or the other. She will never give you the pleasure you need to feel as an alpha. And she laughs in Meredith's face. You need a strong woman. Like you? Meredith asks her. Why not? The nurse asked, giving her an ugly look, and in the meanwhile, a lot of werewolves started to gather around. What the nurse said is what they also think. They hate the idea of having such a weak Luna. Even Francois is looking in Max's and Meredith's direction, wondering what is happening. Max looks around at his member packs and wants to ban all of them, but Meredith shakes her hand from his hand and asks the nurse, I have to admit you have courage. And she smiles. Let me tell you something. I am able to beat you as a human, and I am able to beat you like werewolf too. But the nurse starts laughing. You talk about things you don't know and don't even respect the laws of your race, so let me ask you. And this time Meredith is very serious when she asks her, what is the punishment for defying your Luna, or questioning the decisions made by your own alpha? And right then, the nurse's face turns white, and those around her begin to disappear one by one. Looking at you, I understand you know the answer. And Meredith looks at Max, who is smiling at her, and pulls her in his embraces, kissing the top of her head. My alpha, Meredith said, making Max's heart skip a beat. Should we punish her? I think we do, Max said, and the nurse starts to take a few steps back, trying to run. But in just a second, Meredith lets Artemis to partially transform and elongates her claws and catches the nurse, who is yelling. "I'm sorry," the nurse yelled. "I didn't know you were a werewolf. I'm sorry." She keeps yelling, attracting everyone's attention. It's not about knowing what I am or not. It's about respect, no matter who's standing in front of you. "I'm sorry, I promise that I will never," the nurse said. But Sam and Luke, alarmed by the noise, come out of the wards where their loved ones are fighting between life and death, and seeing this scene, they are infuriated. Sam snatches the nurse from Meredith's hands and asks, "What did she do?" "She disrespected me," Meredith said calmly. "But I believe that we are fine now and that this will not happen again, isn't it?" The nurse cries out loud and just nods approvingly. "Disappear," Max says, and comes near Meredith and takes her in his arms. "You are ferocious," he whispered in her ear. "And you were a man-whore," she said, annoyed by everything that happened, and Max whitened his face. "I'm sorry," he said, looking into her eyes. "Next time someone disrespects me like this, I won't be so calm." "Calm?" Sam and Luke ask in unison, looking at her. "She pooped in her pants for your fear." "Yes, this is my calm face when I meet Max's mistresses," Meredith said, and detached her hand from Max's hand and went to Kara's ward while the boys looked after her with their mouths wide open. "She's a badass Luna," Luke said, smiling sadly. "And sassy," Sam said, completing Luke. "She's amazing, and she's mine," Max said, smiling while he looked at her back. "Are all the werewolves female like her?" Francois asks, approaching them and thinking of something. "Why are you still here?" Luke asks him. "I don't trust you with my sister," Francois said. "Where she stays, I stay," he said, trying to hide the fact that he is fascinated by what he saw. "Is Leia just as strong as Meredith?" he asks himself. Meredith's POV. "Sam, Luke, I will stay here. Just go home and take a shower, eat something, take a nap, anything. But you can't continue like this." "I can't leave her alone," Sam said, kissing Kara's forehead. "You are here for a week already, and believe me that Kara will appreciate your effort, but when she will open her eyes, she will die in the next second. You stink, Sam. Go and take a bath. I will stay with her." And I signal Max to take him out. "And you, Luke?" "No," he said. "Don't make me use my Luna command on you," I tell him, smiling at him. "I am doing it for Vivi. She is pale and tired and does not want to leave you alone. Take her and sleep at least 1 hour." "Let's go, Sam, and you, Luke," Max said. "She is right. At this rate, you will be placed in a hospital ward too. This is not what Kara or Leia would want." And he does what I was not able to do. He commands them to submit. Not being marked, I don't feel right using my Luna command, even if I can. "Thank you," I mind-linked Max, who is smiling at me. "I will put those 2 stinky men in a shower and come back to you," he says and winks at me. "All right, I am alone with my girls now. I can't stay with both of them at the same time, but Francois is still at Leia's door, so I asked him. "We are alone, so start and speak until I don't beat your ass." And I smile at him. This stupid never left the hospital. He eats at her ward's door, sleeps at her door, and baths in the public toilet from the hospital, because Luke is not letting him put his feet on Leia's ward. "It's nothing," Francois said, looking at the floor. "I know you, Francois," I told him. "So tell me everything, or I will put you in the first airplane back to Paris." And I see his panicked face. "I don't know why I'm staying here like a fool, but I can't leave. I think she put some spell on me, and that's why." "She didn't," I told him. "How can you be so sure? Look at you. You were normal, and now you are a fucking anima." But he stops from what he was saying. "Animal?" I asked him. "I saw the photos from the place where you and Vivi were held when you were kidnapped. I've seen what your father and brother did. Werewolves are predators." "We are not," I told him. "We love too much, and when what we love is in danger, then evil comes out from us. But having the animal you're talking about doesn't make us any less human, Francois. Look what that Max Cruz did to you." Francois pointed to me. "He did nothing. Another wolf transformed me," I tell him, and he looks at me with his big blue eyes. "So, why are you guarding this door?" I asked him again. "Because I've heard you say that she was weak because I rejected her and she couldn't defend herself. I feel responsible for this." "You shouldn't," I tell him, even if I know that somehow he is. "Tell that to her brother," Francois snorted at me. She's his only relative, Francois, just as Vivi is yours. You two are a lot alike. And I smile at him. So she didn't put a spell on me? He suddenly asked. No, you stupid man, she accepted your rejection. Can I take back the rejection? Is it reversible? He asks me, and now I know what is happening with him. I am afraid you can't, and his face falls to the ground. But until she will find another mate, if she will survive, you still have a chance to show her that you are sorry. You can make her accept you even as stupid as you are. And he is looking at me with his puppy eyes. Watch her door, I call him, commanding. Don't let anyone get over Leia. And immediately I returned to Kara's room, where I left her for a few minutes with a nurse. But as soon as I touched the doorknob, I felt the blood smell. Artemis takes control and puts the door on the ground without caring that I'm in a hospital. The nurse I let her stay with, Kara, lays dead on the ward floor with her neck torn, and a woman that stays with her back on me suffocates Kara with her pillow. Leave her alone, I yelled at her and removed my claws by inserting them directly into the woman's arms. Max, help, I yelled through my mind link. Someone tries to kill Kara. I put the woman on the ground, and Francois and the doctors, alarmed by my yells, came into the ward. Help Kara, I say. She tried to kill her, I told the doctors. Watch Leia, Francois, I yelled at Francois. What are you doing here? And he runs to her ward. Who the fuck are you? I asked the woman, who started to laugh in my face while I punched her. But she elongates her claws and tries to stick them in me. I punch her again, and the woman manages to scratch me, tearing my shirt. I feel the blood flowing slowly from my shoulder, but I keep her on the ground with my hands around her neck, trying to strangle her neck. She is strong, Artemis said, and her face is extremely well known. Who are you? I asked her again. But right then Max and Sam, followed by Luke, Dad and Mom, entered the ward. Mother, Sam suddenly yelled, and my heart just stopped. Mother? I ask her, and then everything takes shape. She looks like Veronica. Max takes me in his arms and starts to look at my superficial wound, while his dad and his mom take the woman from the ground. Mother, Sam asked, trembling, what have you done? What I asked Veronica to do, and she was just as incompetent as she always were. At least she managed to kill that bastard in her womb, the woman said without looking at Sam, but looking with a lot of hatred at Kara, who is receiving medical care. Marion, Dad said, she is your daughter-in-law. How could you? And Sam is so lost right now that my heart breaks for him. He lost his pup. His mate fought to survive. He lost his sister somewhere in this world. And now his mother, that useless Omega, will never be a part of this family. My daughter should be your Luna, she yelled in Max's face. You fucked her for years, and when you found this shitty human, you left her. And Max leaves my hand, and in one move he transforms and puts her on the ground. Stark catches her neck and sticks his fangs in her throat, but he hasn't killed her yet. Marion, suddenly a man who looked a lot with Sam yelled from the door. What have you done? I did the right thing, she said, and pulls out her claws trying to hit Max, but he ends her life in a second without caring who she is. Everyone is mute, and none can even articulate a single word. Sam's father collapses to the ground, seeing his mate dead, but Sam's face is just blanked. He goes to Kara and takes her hand in his hand. Take her body away from here, Sam said after some time. Refraining from crying, and the doctors and the nurses started to take the dead body from Kara's ward. I'm sorry, man, Max said, returning to his human form. I know she was your mother, but she was too much. I couldn't allow her to talk about Meredith like that. Don't, Max. I would have killed her too, but you were faster. Sam said without looking at his mother's body. Alpha Carter, Sam says, looking at his father. If I don't ask you too much, can you help him? I just can't look at him now. Both Carter and Lisa immediately take David Jackson and support him, pulling him out of Kara's ward. Is she okay? Sam asks the doctors when he was left alone with me and Max. Is my mate fine? I believe she is. Look, one of the doctors said, and right then we see Kara opening her eyes. She looks around the ward, and seeing us, she tries to say something, but she can't. She moves her hands a little just to touch her womb, and she feels nothing. No tummy, no baby. She is too weak to speak, so she just cries in silence. Don't cry, Sam said, climbing into bed next to her and taking her in his arms. I am here, please don't cry, he he said, and he started to cry as well. Let's go, I say, and signal everyone to leave her and Sam alone. Will they be okay? Max asks, looking at the door that closes behind us. They both lost a lot, I tell them. But they still have each other. Let's hope it's enough. Author's POV. Meanwhile, in Kara's ward, Sam holds Kara to his chest and gently strokes her, trying to calm her down. I am so sorry, Sam, Kara said when in the end she found some strength to recover her voice. I lost our baby. I was not able to defend him. What? Sam asked in shock. This is not your fault. What happened was a crime against our family, orchestrated even by my own family. You told me, my love, you told me what my mom did to you, and yet I didn't believe she was able to touch you, knowing that you are mine. Sam said with a trembling heart. What are you talking about? Kara asked. Is not the moment to explain now, because I am not able to process what happened either, my love, but when you will be fine, I will tell you everything. I want my baby back, Sam, Kara said, bursting into tears. I want him back too, but he is not here anymore. And he put his nose on her neck and kissed his mark, making her calm. I promise, Kara. I promise that none will ever touch you again. I will kill anyone who will rise against our family. And he lifts her lightly and places her on his lap, holding her to his chest like a small child until she manages to calm down and fall asleep in his arms. How will he tell the love of his life, his fated mate, that everything that happened is his own family fault? And he is so panicked that he is almost going crazy. But when Kara is finally asleep, he hears a knock at the door, and there is no need to ask the person about his identity, because he knows who it is. This man stayed at his door on the other side for the last 5 hours since Max killed his mom. Dad said without being able to look into his eyes. If his father is a part of this shit, he will never forgive him. Son, David Jackson said, almost collapsing. I didn't know, he said, and he looked like a walking dead. He is pale, and his face is in deep pain for losing his fated mate, for finding out that his own mate tried something so criminal against her own family. And looking back, he realized that even Veronica's actions are Marion's wishes. She encouraged Veronica to approach Max, to sleep with him, to try to kill Kara, and who knows what other things she did. I am so sorry, David said, staying on his feet with his head bowed. But now you know, Dad, Sam said without looking at him. I would have never raised my hand against your mate. If you wanted to break up with her, it was different, but knowing that you love her, I accepted her, and I thought that your mother did it too. I didn't know. She is still in danger, Dad. As time Veronica is free, she is still in danger. So is our Luna, Sam said without knowing how strong Meredith is now. I am so sorry, David said again, but this time exploded. Will you shut up? You are sorry, he said, raising his voice and awakening Kara, who looks at him panicked. If she will lose Sam too, and he will leave her after losing the baby, she will not be able to survive. Shh, Sam said, kissing her forehead. I am here, and he puts his cheek on the top of her head. Don't be scared. I am here, and I am not leaving, he said, as if he knew what was in her heart. Kara, David said, I am sorry for everything, and he left the room in a rush. What's everything? Kara asked, looking in Sam's eyes. Shit, Leo, his wolf said. How the fuck will we explain her what happened? And Sam just stays there and tears start to flow, wetting Kara's hair. It's my fault for everything, he said at last. Is not, and you know it, Kara said, lifting her head and looking into his teary eyes. But it is. You told me how my mother acted against you. I've seen it with my own eyes how she acted when we had dinner together, and yet I thought she was harmless. Sam, what are you talking about? Kara said, feeling that she is going crazy. It was Veronica who. All this is my mother's creation. Sam said, looking straight in Kara's eyes, and she is seeing all the pain he suffers right now. I will kill her, Kara said. Too late, Sam said, smiling sadly. She is already dead. What? And this time Kara easily detaches herself from Sam and looks at him in shock. Max killed her for disrespecting Meredith and for trying to kill you a few hours ago, and he did me a favor because I was intending to kill her with my own hands. Sam, Kara said with a soft voice, I'm so sorry. Are you sorry? He asks, laughing bitterly. You? Are you sorry? And she just looks at him because she doesn't understand if what he says is a reproach, but immediately Sam continues. My family almost destroyed your life. You should feel everything else but not feel sorry for them. How will I look into your eyes knowing that my own blood and flesh is responsible for everything? You are not your family, Kara said, and getting up on her knees, she took Sam's face in her palms and kissed his lips lightly. We lost our baby because he was ours, not just mine, and now I know that was not my fault and is not yours either. Shit happened, Kara said. And when the shit happens because of someone we love, the pain is even worse, but this is what makes us stronger. And looking in his eyes, she said, "At least I still have you by my side." And she kissed his lips in a tender way, making his tormented heart calm down. "You're not mad at me?" Sam asked, looking straight in her gorgeous blue eyes and arranging her hair behind her ears so that she could look at her whole face. "No, Sam, this is not your fault, and even if it were, I know you would never have done anything that intentionally hurt me." "I love you so much," Sam said, looking into her eyes. "I thought that I lost you, that you will never come back to me, that you will hate me finding out the truth. I am sad, Sam, and Sissy is the emotional ground for losing our pup, but I can't change anything. I am weak, but after everything that happened, I know that this can't happen again. And it won't, because from now on I will keep you by my side all the time. Will you help me become stronger?" Kara asks him with pleading eyes. "What do you mean?" Sam asks. "Will you train me?" "There is no need to force yourself. I will protect you," Sam said, but immediately Kara looks into his eyes and he feels like his life is threatened. "Is that what you want?" he asks her and puts his hand on her womb, as he did when their pup was still inside, but he immediately feels a great emptiness in his heart. "This is what I want," Kara said, and Sam's heart was proud seeing her so determined. "I will train you," he whispers, kissing her neck. "You will?" Kara said, putting her head on his chest and caressing his chest with her little hands. "I will, but I want you to know I'm a tough teacher," he said, smiling. "I hope so," she said in a sweet voice that made both Leo and Sam realize that she is still Kara, the sweet girl that stole his heart. Author's POV. "How is Leia?" Meredith asks Vivi and helps her to sit, because in the last weeks she was daily at the hospital supporting Luke, and she is exhausted. "The same. At least she's not dead for real," Vivi said, deeply sad. "And Francois is still there?" Meredith asks, smiling. "Like a lost puppy. He just stays at her door because Luke won't let him set foot in her ward." "He is just sorry," Meredith said, smiling at Vivi. "So what if he is sorry? He was a jerk, and the way he talked about us, calling us animals," Vivi said, smoking nervously. "Us?" And Meredith starts to laugh out loud. "You are so sweet, Vivi," and she just looks at her. "Today Kara will come home. Will you help me to prepare a place for her?" "Home? Do you mean in the packhouse or at her place?" Vivi asks in shock. "To the packhouse. She can't stay at her place. There are all the things she prepared for their pup, and Sam is afraid that she will collapse, remembering everything." "What do you need?" Vivi asked, smiling. She needs this distraction from the hospital because after almost 2 weeks there, she is going crazy. "This place is enormous, and I've spoken with Mom and Dad, and it seems that the Beta and Gamma families have their own condos here. But she doesn't even manage to finish that. Vivi immediately jumps up for joy. "I have a condo here," she asks enthusiastically. "If you will accept Luke, yes," Meredith said, looking amused at her. "Are you nuts?" Vivi asks. "Of course I accepted him. All he needs to do is to fuck me and to mark me and we will be fully mates." "What?" Max asked, coming into the room and looking at Vivi. "This crazy woman will live here?" And he starts to laugh. "I will," she said, "and I will give you something. Did you change your mind?" "About what?" Max asks, looking at her as if she aberrates again. "About that threesome. I am still available until Luke will mate with me." And she starts to laugh, seeing him whitening his face, while Meredith goes to him and kisses his lips. "I don't want her here," Max whispers into her ear. "She is crazy." "She's not. She's just sweet," Meredith said, looking at him. "Help us to choose the condo for Sam and Kara," she said, taking his hand in her hand. At the last floor lived the Alpha family. There are 2 enormous condos with 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a personal kitchen, and 6 bathrooms. One is for Max and one for Lisa and Carter. But 1 floor down the space was specially created for the Beta and Gamma families. After Luke's parents died, he chose to live in the packhouse, but in a normal bedroom with the warriors, not in the condo, and the beta had his own house, so none lived on this floor for a long time. Holy fucking shit! Vivi exclaimed, looking at the enormous space that is divided in two by a long and spacious hall. Frenchie! Max said, looking at Vivi. You make me crazy, so you won't stay under my bedroom to hear you moan all night. That part will be yours. And he starts to laugh, seeing her face. But I want you to hear me, Max, she said, and Max has a little and starts to beat her. Leave her alone, Meredith said, entering the condo where Kara will live. This looks better than I thought, she said. 4 bedrooms, 1 spacious living room, 1 splendid kitchen, 4 bathroom, and a big balcony from where you can see the whole garden behind the packhouse. Who brought the furniture? Meredith asks, looking at the modern condo. She didn't expect this. Mom, 2 years ago, she decorated the place hoping that Luke and Sam would start to live here. She did a really good job, she said, smiling. Hey, I want to see my condo too, Vivi said, pouting. Luke's condo, said Max, annoying her and making Meredith smile. These two will be like Tom and Jerry all day, and she will be glad to see their show, because she loves both of them madly. But as soon as Vivi enters the condo, she remains with her mouth open, looking around. Shit! And she starts to run around looking in every corner. The thing is that Lisa took into account Sam and Luke's own style. While Sam's place was very modern and airy, because he is a guy that likes to feel free and likes to feel the same in the place where he lives. So his apartment is simplistic and has a home air. But Luke's side is different. The place is arranged in Scandinavian home interior design. And Vivi is more than excited. So you won't hear me from here? She asked, squeezing her eyes at Max. I hope not, he said, laughing, because he knows that she is joking, but he can't help but react every time Vivi says something stupid. This is perfect, and she is already imagining how she will abuse Luke when they will be alone here. Let's go and help Sam to bring his girl home, Max said. There is nothing to do here. Everything is already set, and he takes Meredith in his arms in bridal style, leaving Vivi alone to enjoy her new home. Now that Kara is healed, you owe me something, Max said, kissing her lips. Is that so? Meredith asks, looking into his eyes. You promised me that you will be my Luna. I didn't, she said, smiling at him as if it was nothing, but Max lifted her in his arms and forced her to put her legs around his body and fixed her on a wall. He bent down and whispered to her. Are you objecting? He asks, laughing. It's my nature to object, Meredith said, smiling at him and pursing her lips so that Max could kiss them. From now in 1 week, be prepared to be my Luna, officially, he said, and kissed her. Isn't it too soon? Meredith asked, thinking about everything that happened. It's too late if you ask me, and he moves his hips a little, rubbing her. And by the way, he said, and this time he looked into her eyes, Stark wants to meet Artemis. When will you let them meet? Meredith just looks into his eyes. She didn't show Artemis to anyone. You are a monster, Federico Castellano said. What if Max will think the same? Please, Max said, looking into her eyes. I want to meet her too. You two are mine, both of you. I don't care if she's tiny and weak, or if she is a fatty wolf. There are no fat wolves, you stupid, Artemis said, letting Stark hear her for the first time, and he starts to laugh. All right, Meredith said. Tonight we run together. Author's POV. As soon as Sam brought Kara to the packhouse, her heart was little as a flea. She had her home in the town, where she lived happily with Sam for almost 2 months, but now she is here again, in this horrible place where everyone abused her. The second she put her foot down from Sam's car, Meredith and Vivi appeared in the doorway smiling at her, and also Carter, Lisa, and Grandpa Cruz. Max appears out of nowhere and takes Sam's luggage from his hand, telling him gently, "Let me help you. Take care of Kara." And she just looks at them, being unable to say anything. Sam takes her in his arms in bridal style, and she hides her face in his chest. "Put me down, Sam. Everyone is looking at me," she said, blushing. "Let them look. Let them know that you are mine." Sam said with pride, and more than that, he lifted her chin and kissed her in front of all the pack members that were in the area. Everyone knows what happened, and after so many years, except for a few ex-lovers of Sam, everyone feels bad for the way they treated Kara. "Welcome home, sweetie," Meredith tells her as soon as Sam arrives with her at the entrance to the house. "Home?" she asks, looking at the huge house in front of her and then at Sam, who nods. "This is our real home," he said. "Meredith lives here now, so will Vivi and Luke. And guess what? You will stay here as a beta female of this pack from today on." Kara's eyes are full of tears. "I will?" she asks Sam timidly. "You will," and he signals to Max to help him open the door and enter the pack house. "Young beta," Auntie Jen seeing him, "I am so happy for you to finally bring this beautiful girl home. She helped me a lot when she was here and I really missed her." And seeing her, Kara goes straight and hugs the old woman. "I missed you too, Auntie Jen," she said. All afternoon the house was full of joy. Only Luke was absent because he was with Leia, but he let Vivi come in his place. And after they all retired to their rooms, Sam took Kara's hand and drove her to their new house. "Holy goddess!" Kara said as soon as Sam opened the door. She put her hands on her mouth, looking around. "I didn't even know that this place existed in the pack house," she said. "My parents should have lived here, but they chose an individual house for our family. The floor was closed until now. On the other side is Luke's condo. Only we live on this floor," he said and took her in an embrace. "Everything is so beautiful," she said, unable to take her eyes off all the beautiful things around her. "And it's yours, ours," he said and kissed her neck. "I want to see our bedroom," Kara suddenly said, looking into his eyes in a playful way. "For what?" Sam asked, picking up an eyebrow and looking at her amused. "It's my favorite room in the house," Kara said, "and the most important too." "Why do you say that?" Sam asks, and this time he laughs, and he is doing it with all his heart for the first time after 2 weeks. "All the important things are happening in the bedroom," Kara tells him, and immediately turns her back on him and begins to walk around the house until she finds what she was looking for. "I like it," she said, and turning her blushed face to Sam, she said, "I know this is too soon, and I know that maybe you will not agree, but I want to forget about everything that happened." "I want that too," Sam said and put his arms around her waist, looking into her eyes. "I want to do a lot of things, Sam. I want to train and become a real beta female," she said, making Sam smile at her. "You are my little warrior, you know that?" he asked her and kissed her lips. "And," she said, kissing him in return. "And?" Sam asks, melting for her sake. "And I want a baby," Kara said, and Sam looks at her and his heart stops. "The doctor said that I am healed. I asked him yesterday. I can have a baby and I want a baby, Sam. I want a little Sammy in my home." "And I want that too," Sam said. "But I am scared," he acknowledged. "Veronica is still free and her mind is lost. She represents a danger in our life. I want a baby," Kara said again, looking into his eyes like a capricious child. "And he is already hard, and he wants not one baby but a dozen of babies with her, but he is just afraid." "Give me a baby or I'll die, Samuel Jackson," Kara said, pouting her lips. And that's it. Every time she pouts her lips at him is like a trigger, and he can't resist her charm. He lifts her in his arms and puts her in the middle of their newly bed, and he whispers in her ear, "Then let me give you that baby," and he starts to take her clothes down. He just looks at her tiny and delicate body, at those marks that still stand as a testimony of what happened. "Cece will make them disappear," she said, knowing what is in his mind, and she takes him in her hand. "Now let's start again. We were having a baby 2 weeks ago, and someone ruined our joy. Let's start it again." And he gave her everything she asked for. But on the other side of their floor, Vivi was sleeping alone in the middle of their bedroom, because since she found out that this condo will be hers, and Luke, she came here every time she could. Being sent home by Max and Meredith, while they watch Leia in his return, Luke finds her sleeping like an angel. She accepted him in her life, but since she did, all he could offer her were just hugs and kisses on the run. They didn't have time for them. Meredith and Max are right. This is not what Leia would have wished for him. So today he came home only to find his naughty angel sleeping alone in the middle of their bed. He takes his shoes off and then his t-shirt and climbs into bed next to Vivi, who is wearing a thin dress with fine straps. From where he stays, he can see her tiny breast, and he can't take his eyes off them. He stretches out his hands and takes her in his arms, pulling her to his chest and kisses her lightly on the temple. "Hey," Suddenly, Vivi said, feeling someone touch her. "What are you doing here?" "I missed you," Luke said, looking into her eyes. "What about Leia? Did you leave her alone?" Vivi asks in panic. "No, sweet angel," he said. "Max and Meredith are with her, and they are talking to the doctors to bring her here, in the packhouse, so we don't have to stay in the hospital." "Can he do that?" Vivi happily asks. "Max is some god almighty. He can do anything," he tells her, laughing, but looking at her, he said. "I know that is too soon, and I know that maybe you didn't process everything and all the consequences, but," Luke said, swallowing his words. "Say what you have to say," Vivi tells him seriously, running in her mind through a lot of things. If he breaks up with her, she will beat him with her tiny hands. "I want to mark you," Luke said. And in an instant, Vivi rides Luke and rushes to his neck and bites him hard. "What are you doing?" he asks her, putting his hand on his neck where Vivi just bit him hard, leaving him with a huge bruise. "I want to mark you too," she said seriously, and made Luke laugh hysterically. But he immediately takes her in his arms and turns with her in bed. "To be able to do it, I must mark you first. You will become a werewolf, and then you will be able to mark me." And he is looking in her eyes, hoping for a yes. Vivi puts her head to one side and, without thinking, asks him, "After that you will mate with me?" And kissing her neck, he finds the perfect place for his mark and tells her, "For countless times." And he sticks his fangs in her neck, making her shiver in pain and pleasure. But when the transformation starts, she looks in his yes and said, "Shit, this hurts." Author's POV. "I am a werewolf. I am a werewolf." Vivi is making a funny dance in the dining room because they came to have dinner with the rest of the gang. Kara is smiling, looking at her, while Sam is totally disinterested. He tells Luke through mind links and asks him, "Are you sure, man? I know that she is your mate, but she is like a tiny pup. You have to keep an eye on her. She's worse than a restless child." And he immediately starts laughing. "She makes me feel alive. Sam, she makes me go from agony to ecstasy in a second, and vice versa even faster." Luke tells Sam, laughing and looking at Vivi as she shows Meredith her mark. "At least now I can sleep peacefully," Max said with a sigh of relief. "She was trying to convince me to accept that threesome." And Sam looks at him in shock. "Did you refuse something like that?" he asks, startling Luke. "That's for trying to take Kara away from me a few months ago," he said, laughing. "I just love her. She is my naughty angel," Luke said, and put a hand on the place where she put her mark on his neck. But they don't even finish what they were talking about when the front door opens and Francois appears in the middle of the door, panicking. "Why?" he asks Luke, approaching him angrily. "Why? What?" Luke asks him as if he is just someone who is disturbing the party. "You took Leia from the hospital while I was in the bathroom. Did you know how hard it was to find this place?" He yells at Luke, but right then he sees Vivienne and his mind goes blank. "Did you bite my sister?" he asks, and he starts to tremble in fury. "Mark, not bite." "Franco!" Vivi yells and comes to take him in her arms, but Francois takes a step back. "Franco," Vivi asks with tears in her eyes. "You are like them too. You abandoned me," Francois said and left without looking back at her. "What the fuck was that?" Max asks. And if he could, he would run after Francois to beat him while Luke takes Vivi in his arms. "Let him be," Meredith said. "I know him too well. After some time he will come back. But now he feels that his sister betrayed him, choosing us." And looking at Max, she whispers in his ear, "Do you still need that run?" And she is smiling at him. "I want to run too," Sam said, hearing her, and her face falls to the ground. She wanted to run alone, with Max, not with the entire gang. "I want to run too," Vivi said. "I am not good at running with my short legs. Maybe as a wolf I will do it better," she said, laughing and making everyone smile. And so the plan made at home did not match the one in the fair, and immediately after dinner all of them, except Meredith, transformed into their wolves. Stark is very royal and beautiful, while Luke's and Sam's wolves are dark gray and very big, almost as big as Stark. Kara's wolf is tiny and sweet, in a light yellow color, just like her hair, but Vivi's wolf is just like her, and her name is Storm. "Why Storm?" Vivi said, pouting her lips. "Everyone will think I'm restless," but immediately Max glanced at her, amused. "No, Vivi, no one will believe that. Everyone knows that you are quiet and pissed, and makes everyone laugh while Vivi looks at him ugly. Meredith came to Stark and asked him, "Can I stay on your back?" she said, caressing his fur easily. "You won't transform?" Max asked, a little bit disappointed seeing her in her human form. "I will, but I need to do this when we are just the two of us. There's something I didn't tell you, and I need a few moments with you. Just is all. Nothing more," she said, and Max sees her slightly panicked. "Get up on my back," he tells her, making the other look at her slightly confused, but they trust Max and Meredith, so just start to run, while Max takes another route. "We will meet at the lake." He mind-links Sam and goes in the forest, with Meredith holding by his neck. "This is my favorite place from my pack," Max said after a 30-minute run. The place is isolated and offers a panoramic view over the Glacier National Park. "This is paradise," Meredith said, looking around. "I came here once when I was little, with my dad and James," she said, looking around and feeling overwhelmed by the splendor of nature. The sky-high height of the alpine trees, the grass as thick as a carpet, the dark sky full of stars reflected in the lakes in front of them, all inspire happiness. She takes a few steps away from Max, and without looking at him, she says, "I wanted you to meet Artemis before the others could see her. If you will not want us after you see us, I will understand, but I need to be sincere with you first." "I don't understand what you're talking about," Max said, coming near her and taking her hand in his hand. "Artemis is not an ordinary wolf, and she is just trying to find the right words." "Continue," Max said, looking into her eyes. "Federico Castellano said that I am a monster." She had tears in her eyes. "Is that why you didn't transform in the last 2 weeks?" he asks her, taking her and putting her in his lap because he's already in human form too and stays naked in front of her. "I was afraid that you would hate my appearance too," she said in a low voice. "I don't care if you're too tiny, Max said, grabbing her by the chin and making her look into his eyes. "What if I am too big?" she asks him, and her heart is as small as a flea. "You are an alpha female. It is normal to be big," he said, smiling at her. "Promise me that you will not be scared by me, that you will not run away from me," Meredith said. "Artemis is mine, and I am proud of her as my wolf, but at the same time I love you, Max." Meredith said, "And if you will refuse Artemis," but Max makes her watch him as he tells her. "Do you trust me so little?" he asks her. "Shift, Meredith." She just takes a few steps away from him and stays with her back to him, starts undressing, putting her clothes on her feet. Max just looks at her, as her hands tremble with emotion, but this is her moment and he will not help her. Meredith undoes her tight hair in a light bun and lets it fall on her bare back, and this view, with her naked in the middle of this beautiful place, with her hair that looks like a flame in the wind, is the most perfect thing on which Max saw in his life. Meredith leans slightly and pulls out a powerful growl, and in an instant she is in 4 paws, still with her back at Max, who is looking at her with his mouth open. Artemis turns her head and looks at Max. She is bigger than Stark, and her white fur shines in the moonlight, making her look like silver. Her beautiful blue eyes are shining, and Max never saw a wolf like hers. "You are so beautiful," he whispers, approaching her and stroking her fur. "So I'm not a monster?" Artemis asks. "No, you are the most perfect being I ever saw," and he lets Stark take control and transform. "Mate!" Stark said, rubbing his nose in front of Artemis and signaling her to follow him. "Mate!" Artemis said, twisting like a happy cat, knowing that her mate wants her and is not afraid of her appearance. They run around the isolated mountain lake and spend their time there, and after some time, they return to their friends that almost collapsed seeing Artemis. "Holy guacamole," Sam and Luke said, looking at her. "She is not a wolf, she's a lycan," Kara said. "None of you are right," Meredith said. "Artemis is the she-wolf, the primordial wolf, the daughter of the moon goddess." "Fuck me," Sam said. "I can't," Meredith replied, laughing. "I had my own mate, and you have yours." And Kara slaps him over the back of his head, making him stay like a pup near her. "You rock, Vivienne said. "I am jealous. Why Storm is so tiny?" "I want a big wolf too," Vivi said, pouting again. "I love Storm the way she is," Luke said, kissing his mark. "You do?" she asked, smiling at him. "I do," he reassured her. "When is your Luna ceremony?" Kara asked suddenly. "Next Sunday," she said, and looked at Max, taking his hand in her hand. I can't wait to see you as Luna. Kara said, and then looking at Sam, she said, Samuel Jackson, you make me elope. I want a ceremony too, my mating ceremony. We are trying to have a baby. I think we skipped that step, my love, he said. You are what? Vivi asked, jumping out of her seat and turning into a human. She is naked in front of everyone, but she doesn't seem to care. Luke, she said, pointing to him. I want a baby Wolfie too. She said and put her hands on her hips as Luke sat down in front of her, trying to cover her. It's a pup, not a baby Wolfie, Sam said, laughing. We just mate today, and you already want a pup? Luke asks her, and Max and Sam can't stop laughing. I've told you she's in trouble, Sam said, but immediately Vivi jumps over Luke and lands on Sam's back, who is still in wolf form, standing naked on him and beating him with her small hands. Watch your mouth, you scoundrel, she said, pulling his fur. Take her from me. She is crazy, Sam yelled while Luke transforms and takes Kara in his arms. Angel, Luke said, you are naked in front of our friends. And right then Vivi realized what she just did and blushed all over her face and hid behind Luke. I will take her home, Luke said, and Max motioned for her to leave. Go, make that baby, or she will make a new striptease show again. Sam burst into laughter while Vivi squeezed her eyes at him. Go, go, Meredith said, laughing, and she sees them transforming and running in the packhouse direction. We will go too, Sam said. I am afraid that this is too much for Kara, is her first day back. And his wolf, Leo, takes Cece and starts to run, because it's a matter of pride. Luke can't have a baby before him. He wants to make Kara pregnant again, ASAP. But now being alone again, both Max and Meredith transform and stay naked in the middle of the beautiful meadow. Max said, caressing her back with his fingers and looking at her as she lengthens her back slightly and puts her hands at the back of her head to watch the sky. I believe that if we fight today, you will beat me, he said, smiling at her. Is that so? Meredith asks, laughing, and she turns her head and watches him as he lays on his back too, staying in the same position as her. What are you implying? She said, smiling at him. That I should mark you. Even that Frenchie is marked. But we didn't fight yet. What if you are stronger? She said, and his eyes darken in a second. I am like a jelly every time I am around you, Max whispers, turning to one side and walking with his index finger on Meredith's body. Tingles over tingles rise wherever he touches her so that Meredith gets up easily and sits over him, riding him. Let's fight, she said, while Max started to move a little and made her moan and close her eyes. I'm losing here, Max, she said, laughing. Make me a winner. She laughs, amused by his torment. And right when he was in the middle of the action, trying to find a way to make her win the battle, Meredith elongated her fangs and marked him directly. He just exploded without being able to control himself. He is shivering and trembling, and he never felt this way. Meredith keeps her head tight, and when she feels that he has finished and he emptied himself completely, she withdraws her teeth and looks at her beautiful mark on him. You win, he whispered, trying to recover from the most sensational emotion he experienced in his life. Your turn, Meredith said, smiling at him, and setting aside her hair, placing it on one shoulder, she showed her neck to Max. He gets on his knees, and looking into her eyes, he approaches her and starts to gently stroke her neck until he finds that perfect place. He kissed the place one more time, sucking a little from it, and then marked Meredith. She bows slightly, and he catches her and holds her to his chest, and when he feels that their bond is complete, he lets her breathe. Mine, Max and Stark said at the same time. Mine, Meredith and Artemis moan while they caress Max's muscular body. This is better than anything else, Max said and placed her in his lap while his friend finds his own way to what interests him. You destroyed me, he said, laughing. You made this Alpha like a puffy rabbit. It's not good to be a rabbit, Meredith said, smiling at him. Why is that? Max asked. Rabbits have a sex addiction, she said, laughing. Then I'm definitely a rabbit, Max said, and he continued his activity until late at night. There were just the two of them, and the sky above them. Or that was what they thought, because they didn't know that from somewhere in the distance, someone saw everything. With tears in eyes, looking around, and thinking at all the things that were lost, their spectator swore revenge. Author's POV. Brat! Grandpa Cruz yelled, coming as fast as he could and taking Max by the ear to pull him closer to him. "Grandpa," Max said, laughing, "I am an alpha, and you make me look like a 2-year-old kid." "Shut up, and let me see your neck. Holy goddess, thank you. Now I can die and my white hair can descend quietly into the mortuary pit. This brat is finally an honorable man." And Meredith giggles, looking at them. "Sweetie," Lisa said, taking her in her arms, "thank you for letting him back in your life. I know that he did a lot of stupid things, but finding you was the best thing that happened in his life." "I must call Landon and James," Carter said with a huge smile on his face. "Meredith," Grandpa yelled suddenly, "when will you give birth?" And Meredith looks at Max, and Max looks at Grandpa and puts his hand on the old man's forehead. "He doesn't have a fever," Max said, laughing. "Of course I haven't, but I just changed my mind. I still can't die until I won't see my grand-pups." "Then we must postpone the moment as long as possible, Grandpa," Meredith said, coming near the old man. "We don't want to lose our naughty grandpa." "You," Grandpa said. "Even you started to mock me?" "Only when you are naughty, Grandpa," she said, laughing. "So what's the plan?" Lisa asked, coming near Max and Meredith and starting to eat her breakfast. "Will you have your Luna ceremony this weekend? Do you have any special requests?" "No, Mom," Meredith said, looking into Max's eyes. "I just need to finish this last step and live in peace with all of you. There is nothing that I want." "But what about your dress for the ceremony?" Lisa asked. "I will ask Olivia to come and help you." "No, Mom," Max said. "I want to offer her a dress." "What idea is that?" Lisa said, a little bit of shock. "I am a fashion tycoon. Did you forget?" And he winks at Lisa. He takes Meredith's hand in his hand and pulls her to his chest. He said through their mind link, "I love you. I love you so much that I'm scared." "About what?" Meredith asks him in return, putting a hand on his cheek. "What if one day you will open your eyes and see how stupid I am and that I don't deserve you? What if someday you will not be able to forgive all my nonsenses, or to love me no matter what?" "This will never happen," Meredith tells him. "You are indebted to me for life, and I am a person who collects money from her debtors without mercy. So you will pay for life for being a scoundrel when we first met." "I cannot wait," Max said, laughing, and sitting at the table makes her sit on his lap. "Max, your parents are looking at us," Meredith said, blushing. "Let them watch. I want to hold you," he said, but right then Sam and Kara, followed by Luke and Vivi, went down to the table. Now that they live here, they will eat with his alpha, as it should have happened before. "Oh ho ho," Sam said, pointing to Max. "But what do we have here?" And immediately he goes to him and looks at Max's neck. "She beat you, didn't she?" And begins to laugh out loud. "Who beat who?" Carter asked as he entered the dining room with Landon and Olivia and was immediately followed by James and Lori. "Your sister beat our alpha," and Sam starts to laugh. "Impossible," James said, knowing all too well that even if Meredith has a black belt in martial arts and trained as a human with him for many years, she is a newborn wolf. It would be impossible to bring down an alpha as powerful as Max. "She did it," Luke said. "He made a deal with her, and she told him that she will mark him when she will beat him." "Are you stupid, Max?" James asked. "Did you let your alpha pride down just to let my sister mark you?" And he laughs with all his heart. "He didn't." Meredith said, "And I can beat you too, brother," she said, smiling at him. "You wish, little Mer," he said, calling her the way he was doing when they were little. Max puts his hands around her waist and kisses her mark, making her feel the need to be with him again. But Artemis has another plan. "You know what?" she said, taking control over Meredith, while her eyes are shining, making her presence felt. "Let's fight now." And James just looks at her with his mouth wide open. "Mer, there is no need to force yourself." "But that's it." Artemis looks at him and says, "Is little Stallion afraid of his little sister?" And she starts to laugh. "Come on, James, like when we were kids and you were struggling to teach me to hit the boys at their sensitive point." "What a traitor," Sam said, laughing. "Did you teach her to hit us in our jewels?" "Not hard enough if you can still reproduce yourself," Artemis said, laughing. "All right," James said. "Let's go." Artemis signaled to him and immediately rose from Max's arms. "Don't hurt her," Landon said, pointing his finger at James, while Max started to laugh. "Human or wolf form?" Meredith asks. Wolf, James said, wanting to see his sister's wolf, and he transformed while Meredith is still in human form. What are you doing? He asks her. Just attack me, she said, laughing. My wolf needs a little stimulation to transform. And she doesn't finish what she has to say as soon as James rushes towards her. But Meredith jumps in the air and stretches her leg and hits James in the ribs, slamming him to the ground. He loves her, but he is an alpha, and his wolf will never accept such humiliation, so he gets up from the ground and attacks Meredith directly, to everyone's horror. Only Max is quiet. James, stop, London said, and he has a little more and he transforms. But just when James has a little more and catches Meredith by the leg, Artemis transforms, making James take 2 steps back and falls on his back in shock. Holy fucking shit! Landon and Olivia said at the same time, while Laurie and James are looking at Artemis with open mouths. You are a white wolf? Laurie asks in the height of happiness. No, Meredith said. I am more than his. I am the primordial wolf. James transforms and takes human form again, while Laurie runs to him and gives him his trousers. Meredith Quinn, you rock, he said, laughing. Cruz, Max corrects him, annoyed. Meredith Cruz. Yeah, she was Quinn first, he said, and ran to her and put his hand on her silver-white fur. So I win, she asks, laughing. Without a doubt. Author's POV. I don't want to leave you alone, Max said, taking Meredith in his arms and staying glued to her. Max, stop it, she said, pushing him lightly. In 2 hours we will have our ceremony and you will have me just for yourself, but right now I need to change. No, Max said again. You are annoying Maximilian Cruz, Meredith said, looking him in the eye and frowning. But you love me, he whispers in her ear and starts to kiss her neck. I wonder why? She said, and immediately Max walks away from her and looks at her scared just to see her laughing. You can't change your mind, Max said very firmly. We have already been married for 6 years. You are my mate. I marked you and you marked me. You can't wonder why. If you say so, Meredith tells him, and he has a little and shit in his pants. She isn't serious, you moron, Stark said. Let her take her dress, or she will have her Luna ceremony in her leggings and that tiny sports bra. I promised you that I will take care of your dress for today, Max said, and this time he is not clingy anymore, and goes to his closet and brings a huge white box with a silver bow and puts it in front of Meredith on their bed. Open it, he said, looking all the time at her reaction. Is it my dress? She asks him with emotion, and he just nods. Meredith caresses the beautiful box, and she lifts the top part of it, and her heart just stops. You didn't, she said, putting her hands on her mouth. I did it, he said, laughing, knowing that she was happy with his choice. Maximilian Cruz, you are out of your mind? Tell me that you didn't spend $1.5 million on my Luna ceremony dress. We also won $10 million because of this dress, and it's about us. The dress is a piece of you, a piece of me, a piece of us, he said, taking her hands in his hands, and Meredith starts to cry. I was lucky enough to buy it only with this money. Good thing you thought about letting that Vivienne dwarf wear it, he said jokingly again. I just couldn't let anyone have it. Even if it would have cost $100 million, I would have to buy it. And I would have beat your ass, she said, laughing. But then looking in his eyes, she said, I love you, Max. And for this, she said, pointing to her dress, I love you even more. Then it was worth it, he said, and lifted her in his arms, kissing her madly. Hey! Suddenly Kara, Vivi, and Laurie yelled. Let her breathe, but he is still kissing her. You have in the box all you need for this dress, he said, looking at her. Just wait for me at the end of the alley, Meredith said, sending him a blowing kiss, and Max caught it and put it on his lips. Just don't be late, he said, and left the room. Did he buy your own dress? Vivi asked, looking in the box. Shit, Luke is not romantic at all, she said, pouting. Then I should let you stay with Sam if Luke is not romantic, Kara said, laughing. James is the sweetest mate, Laurie said. And he is mine. Stay away from him, she said, laughing, and she put a hand on her tummy, feeling a little bit nauseous. What's wrong? Meredith asked, seeing her reaction. I'm pregnant, Laurie said, and looked into her eyes. And James doesn't know yet. I just found out last week. Oh my goddess, Meredith yelled and pulled her in her arms. Am I going to be an aunt? She asks enthusiastically. Twice, Kara said, smiling. What? Meredith and Vivi asked at the same time. I will kill Luke, Vivi said, almost crying. I want a baby Wolfie too. Pup, all the girls said at the same time, laughing, but Vivi is upset that she is not pregnant. Let's dress you, Lori said, and took the dress out of the box, and immediately they saw that Max left a note for Meredith under the dress. Can I read it? Vivi said, taking the note in her hands and opening it, and Meredith just nods. My sweet Luna, everyone must be envying me for being with you right now. I'm the luckiest man in the world, and you know what? It is said that luck does not knock on your door twice, but it knocked on my door. I've lost you once, but I found you again, and the whole universe worked for that. The universe and our perv grandpa, but I will ignore that part. And Meredith starts to laugh. I love you, and I am waiting for you. I just want to wrap my arms around you and let the world drift away, to make you my home, because let me tell you, every time I wrap my arms around you, it's like coming home to where I belong. Let me come home. I love you. You're crazy Alpha. Oh my goddess, Kara yelled. Was that a note written by Maximilian Cruz that I know? And she starts to laugh. It seems so, Lori said, and looked at Meredith, who had tears in her eyes. She takes the dress in her arms and looks at it. Now, knowing that she will wear it, it seems even more beautiful. The girls helped her to put the dress on, and she realized that this is not the original and is a dress made special for her after her drafts. The train is even longer, and more crystals and diamonds are caught in the broderie. Max put a pair of Jimmy Choo ivory satin pumps with crystals and mesh fascinator bows that are really beautiful and made Meredith smile. Also, he put for her a matching set of hairpins, a moon flare, hair clip, and some starts from white diamonds. The girls arranged Meredith's hair, waving it lightly by catching it in a half-up braided pony. Her makeup was simple but at the same time perfect, making her look like an angel. She wore Grandma's bracelet and the jewelry that Max gave her when he took her to Washington to meet Mr. Smith for the first time. Oh my goddess, Lisa and Olivia said as soon as Meredith put her foot out of her room. This, Lisa said, taking Meredith's hand and putting a diamond ring on her middle finger, is something borrowed, but after this day will be yours. Is your Luna ring, she said and kissed Meredith's cheeks. And this, Olivia said, giving her a box of jewelry, is a gift from me and your father for your wedding day. We wanted to give it to you 6 years ago, but that wedding was a fiasco, she said, laughing. But today we can finally put it in your hands. She opens the box and Meredith's eyes are full of tears. Is her mother engagement ring. She sew that ring all her childhood and always told her mother that when she will marry she wants to be her that something blue. Olivia takes the blue diamond ring and puts it on her daughter's finger. Now you are ready, she said, kissing her forehead, and taking her hands, Lisa and Olivia led her to where her home is. Max's POV. Sam, Luke, I say, immediately looking around. I need you to be my eyes tonight. I can't focus. All my mind is at Meredith. I will not be able to see any danger even if it will be in front of my eyes. Man, Sam said, nothing will happen. If Castellano or Veronica will try something today, they must be really stupid. I don't care, Sam. Just be there and be vigilant, because I can't be. Not today. And taking a deep breath, I close my eyes. 2 months ago, I was so far from this moment. And if you had told me that today I will be here with my ex-wife, who in fact is still my wife, I would have said that you are crazy. But here I am, and believe me that I am living a dream. I know, Max, Sam said. I was in the same position as you, and I know how it is to be madly in love with your mate. I know all too well what regret looks like, and I know even better how you feel when you know you were forgiven, even though you didn't deserve it. Just be happy for everything you received today. And count on me. I will watch the area for you too, Luke said. I have no idea what it's like to be in your position, and I don't want to be either. And he starts to laugh. But in an instant, he sees Francois entering the garden and looking around, and his face immediately frowns. Don't beat him, I told him. You will ruin my day. But my stupid Gamma has his own schedule. You, Luke said, pointing to Francois. What are you doing here? Francois just looks at him, and now he seems more calm than the last time I've seen him. Meredith invited me, he says, and I look at him strangely. She didn't tell me about that, I told him. Is it not my problem? Francois said naughtily, and looking at Luke, he asked, Where is my sister? "Did you eat her already?" And Luke has a little and beat him for real, but I stay between them and tell. "Francois Cassel, if I have to wrinkle my suit to get you out of Luke's hands, believe me that I will beat you for myself. Just go and stay somewhere," I said, pointing to the garden, where my pack members are already sitting on the chairs specially prepared for them. "But my sister," he continues. "She is with Meredith, helping her to dress. For the last time, find a place and sit there. And this time I used my Alpha command, even though I know that it is not working on humans." "What a nerve on him," Luke said. "I feel like breaking those skinny legs and stuffing them in his ass." "Leave him alone," and looking at him I ask, "How is Leia?" "The same, even if the nurse said that yesterday she moved her hand, but I know that this is impossible." "Nothing is impossible, man. Just look at me right now. Just look at Meredith. Think about and never lose your hope." "I will never stop hopping," he said, smiling sad, but he can't say anything else that my father in London came and said, "It's time, son," and he signals to James to invite people to sit down. Everything is perfect. Meredith had only one wish, to have this ceremony in our back garden. Everything is simple, but at the same time is chic and glamorous. Our back garden is not an ordinary one. It is a huge alley of old oaks that frames a beautiful lawn. From place to place, my mother and my late grandmother planted wildflowers, leaving this place natural. Perennial, fragrant and colorful flowers give such a pleasant air to the place. Only the perfectly trimmed and well-groomed lawn makes you realize that this place is made by human hands and that it is not a spontaneous vegetation. On regular summer evenings, our pack members can come here and run quietly in any form they want. When the music starts, my father starts to walk, together with Landon, and they stop under the archway with wildflowers that my mom, Olivia, and Lori have prepared according to Meredith's instructions. I never knew that some simple wildflowers put together can look so beautiful. "Less is more," Meredith said. "I don't want roses and lilies. I like the simple things because love is something simple and pure, and when our minds intervene, it becomes more complicated," she said, and she was right. In front of me, James, Luke, and Sam start to walk and sit on the right side of my dad's. Yes, fathers, because from now on Landon will be my father too. And that's it. I look ahead and smile. I smooth my black tuxedo from Versace and I start to walk. My father smiles, Landon and James smile too. The minute I reach them and turn around, I see all my pack members. They smile at me. I also see some sad faces of some female members who probably just realized that they lose all the chances to become my Luna. I hope they won't make Meredith feel uncomfortable because I will show no mercy for them. "She will laugh in their faces," Stark said. "Since she became a werewolf, she doesn't give a shit about our past." "I hope so," I said, and looking to the place where I know Meredith will appear, my heart is as small as a flea. Mom and Olivia start to walk, and coming in front of the crowd, they sit in the front places. Lori starts too, in her light orange silk dress, and I can swear that I see a little bump on her abdomen. And looking at James, I am sure that he's seen it too, because he just looks at her with a wide smile. Vivi, my new Frenchie super crazy pack member, follows Lori, and she is happy and winks at Luke as soon as she arrives in the place where the bridesmaids will stay, and she sits near Lori. The sweet little Kara is like a summer dream, and she also walks slowly in her dress. She is like a little fairy, and I know why Sam was never able to give her up, not even after he rejected her. She is just a perfect little being, inside and outside, but I can't take my eyes off the end of the alley, and when at the end of it my sweet mate appears, my breath stops, and Stark has a little and shift. She is like a queen. With her beautiful dress and her soft makeup, with her hair in which you can see the stars and the moon, and with her little hands that hold a white tulips bouquet, she is the embodiment of perfection. She just smiles, and with every step she makes, I know that she is one step closer to be mine forever. She already is, but I need this ceremony to wash all my sins for the way I acted at our wedding. I look at her, and I don't even realize when my eyes get wet and tears start running down my cheeks. James comes near me and gives me a napkin to wipe my eyes. "Don't cry, pussycat," he said, laughing. "Shut up, James," I tell him, laughing, without taking my eyes off Meredith. Everyone looks at her with their mouths open. Believe me, I'm not subjective. She really is the most beautiful woman in the universe. I see even Francois looking at her with teary eyes, as if he was expecting something else. Something like any public, carnal, and wild mating. Surprise sucker. This is like a wedding. This is my opportunity to say I do, willingly and loving the woman that stays in front of me. I love you, I said as soon as she was in front of me, smiling at me and making my heart melt, and I didn't care about anything else. I pulled her into my arms and kissed her. It's not the time, Dad said, looking at us, because he is the one who will give us the blessing. Max, she whispered after I detached easily from her. You ate my lipstick and now you look silly, she said, smiling at me, wiping my lips with her fingers. Shit! I love you so much, I said again and kiss her again, and her father starts to laugh and says, It seems that he doesn't want the moon goddess blessing. Let's go. And starts to laugh. Let's start, I said in a commanding voice, kissing Meredith again, and we both look into each other's eyes and hold our hands. Let's do it, she said. Author's POV. Max stands face to face with Meredith, holding hands and just smiles, while his father delivers the speech for the Luna ceremony. He can't hear even a single word. He is in his own world. He always wonders what it would have been like if 6 years ago, only for a single time we would have come home. Only for a single time he would have cared. There's no need to ask how would have been, because now he feels like beating himself up for losing so much time with his mate. All the evil in his life is for what he has done back then. The whoring, the hater, absolutely everything is his fault. Max Meredith whispers through the mind link as if she knows what's in his heart. I am here now! And she smiles at him in the most innocent way, melting his alpha heart. New moon pack, he hears Carter saying when he returns with his feet on the ground. We gathered here today to finish what we started 6 years ago. It's been a long road, but looking at Max and Meredith today, I can only say that it was worth it. It was my dearest wish and her father's wish that those two to be together, and the gods made the things even better, making them real fated mates. Today you will find your Luna, but today I gained a daughter in the real meaning of the word. And looking at Max, he said, Impress the girl, Maximilian, and he starts to laugh. Max looks her in the eye and pulls her hands to his mouth, kissing it lightly. Mer, we have already been married for 6 years, and I would like to say that we have been happy so far, and that we have lived a wonderful life together, but I know that was not the case. My deeds have grieved and hurt you, but I have changed now. Even if I am not worthy, you let me back into your life. I didn't, Meredith said, laughing. You came in like a thief, and everyone started to laugh. I had to, he said, pointing to Meredith and looking at his pack members. She didn't want me back. And looking back to her, he continues, I'm so happy I'm the one who gets to sit beside you, that you didn't give up on me in the end, and that I will be the one who will spend his entire life with you. Meredith just looks at him and has tears in her eyes. This moment would have been a joke if someone would have told her that she will be here, making a love oath with Maximilian Cruz. I love you, Meredith Cruz, body and soul, I love you. Every day of my life would be perfect if I would spend it all with you. Want to know something funny? I am not a romantic guy. Don't say it, Meredith says, raising an eyebrow and making everyone laugh. I am not, but for you, I wake up daily thinking how to make your day brighter, how to make you happy. I love you, and please forgive me for every tear you shed because of me. I love you, my sweet Luna. He said, holding her hands in his hands and feeling a soft trembling in his own hands, and he pulled her to him and kissed her, in a tender and sweet kiss. Meredith, Carter said, looking at her. Is your turn, sweetie? And he starts to laugh, and then signals to her to start. Max, Meredith said, letting Artemis to appear, and now her eyes are glowing and make her look unreal. Even the pack members look at her with their mouths open. Some of them heard from the doctors that she is a werewolf now, but none of them saw her wolf, and this is the first time when they have confirmation that what they heard is real. Artemis's aura makes them feel safe, and at the same time she is so strong that it imposes respect on her, and they submit to her involuntarily. My dear husband, my crazy Max, she said again, you fooled me, and started to laugh while Max just smiled at her. I came back to work and I thought that I am safe from Maximilian Cruz and that our ways will never intersect, but it did from the first hour here. Finding out that I am your mate made me even more upset, because even as a human I knew too well the meaning of this, and I was so furious with myself for not rejecting you. You are an alpha, and I thought that I would hurt you too much and make you vulnerable. Also, you pack. And everyone looks at her smiling. But you stole my heart step by step, and after some time I discovered that I like you, then I love you, and in the end that I want you forever. I felt the mate bond even as a human, but what I feel now is beyond any beautiful dream. And looking him in the eyes, she said, just thinking of you makes my heart skip a beat, and I love it. We fit together perfectly. We are two sides of a coin, but we complete each other so well. We are so different and yet so similar. I love you, and I swear to do it until the end of the days of my life. I swear to be a good help to you, not to kill you when you drive me crazy, and always remember what I said today. I love you, my darling husband. She said and looked at him, waiting for him to kiss her, and he did it without thinking. Carter takes them both by the hand. As soon as he manages to make them stop kissing and holding their hands, he said, New Moon Pack, this is your Luna. Protect her and love her, because she is the best thing that ever happened to you, and soon you will understand what I am talking about. She is beautiful and kind, but she is also very strong and correct. Protect her with all your strength. Everyone starts to howl at the moon, which has already appeared in the sky and pours its rays over Meredith and Max as if directly blessing this union. My Luna, Max said through MindLink, smiling like a fool at her. Yes, my Alpha? Meredith asks, giggling at him. Do you have something more to say? I have a lot of things to say, but better I will show you, tonight, when we will be alone. And the pervert in him starts to laugh. Promises, Alpha, Meredith said, turning her gaze from him. Promises like always. She starts to laugh, seeing his face. What do you mean? He says, coming near her and taking her in his arms, but seeing her face he asks, You are fooling around, aren't you? Maybe, Meredith tells him, or maybe I am not. I just found out that Lori is pregnant and Kara too, and I am not, so you are not doing something proper. And Max's face is white. Kara is pregnant again? He asks, looking at Sam. Sam doesn't know, she said, and this time she kissed him in front of everyone. Your beta doesn't waste time. Like you, and she can't stand it seeing his pale face. Meredith Cruz, Max said, putting his hand around her waist and caressing her tummy as if she would be pregnant. Prepare yourself. For what, hubby? She asked, smiling sweetly at him. Will you woo me? No, we will make a baby tonight, and he kissed his mark on her neck and lifted her in his arms in bridal style, he said. New Moon Pack, welcome your Luna. Author's POV. You're so beautiful, Vivi said, holding Meredith in her arms as Luke looked at her closely. You are too sweetie, Meredith said, smiling at her, and when she sees Kara coming, she stretches out her hand and signals to her to come to her. You two are my beta and my gamma. I couldn't have been happier than I am now. You were and still are my closest outside family, Meredith tells them. You saved my life back then, Kara said. I didn't. You were already strong enough to survive alone. It was the scoundrel of Sam who made things difficult. And looking at her, she asks, How are you feeling? Better than last time, she said, smiling, but it's just the first week. Vivi, suddenly Francois can be heard, and Vivi turns her head and looks at him in shock. What are you doing here? She asks Francois. He hurt her feelings. He was her brother, and yet he acted like a jerk. It was her choice to be with Luke, and she is more than happy, but he... She would want to beat his ass. I invited him, Meredith said. We still have friends, don't we, Francois? We are, he said, easily ashamed, and looking at Vivi, he asks her, Can we talk, Vivi? About what? She asks, putting her hands on her breast. Luke sees everything from a distance, but although he is always ready to intervene and take her from there if Francois makes her sad again, he just lets her talk to her brother. About me being a jerk, about missing you, and about me being sorry, he said, looking like a puppy in her eyes. I don't want to talk to you, she said, and turned her face from him, even if in reality she wanted to take him in his arms. He came near her and pulled her by his chest. I am sorry, Vivi. I was a fool. I thought that all this mating is something else, like a rut, but this ceremony was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen," he said, this time looking at Meredith, who is smiling at him. "Are you happy here, Vivi?" Francois asks. "I never felt so good in my life, Franco," Vivi said. "Luke is perfect and loves me without caring what happened in the past. He healed my wounded soul. He is wonderful." "How is Leia?" Francois asks suddenly. The truth is that he thought about her a lot last in the week. Not even he knows why, but not being able to see her after more than 2 weeks in which has been at the door of her hospital ward daily makes him crazy. "She's home now," Vivi said. "Luke brought her home. She is in one of our bedrooms because we didn't want to leave her alone at the hospital. She is stable. At least her heart didn't stop again." And just when Francois wants to say something, Luke appears on his back, scaring him. "Why do you ask about my sister?" he asks Francois, pretending to be upset. "Aren't you afraid she'll eat you?" "No," Francois said, looking into his eyes. "If she wanted to hurt me, she'd have done it since I rejected her. I don't want to see your face here," Luke said, and makes Vivi look at him, but he tells her something through MindLink and then calls one of his warriors. "Pete," Luke said, "take this human and lock him on the penultimate floor of the packhouse. The dungeons are on the right side of the floor, door 3, and he winks at him." "What?" Francois asks in panic. "Will you let him put me in jail?" he asks Vivi, trembling in shock. "I believe I will," Vivi said, and kissed Luke, whispering in his ear, "Thank you." The warrior signals to Francois, who is white at his face, but trying not to disturb Meredith's ceremony, he submits and follows the warrior. He will find a way to run from here later, but when the warrior opens the door and asks him to enter in his dungeon, Francois just smiles at him. "Don't do anything stupid," the warrior Pete said. "She was, and if she will ever recover, she will still be our strongest female warrior. Seeing her like this broke our hearts, so be careful what you do. Maybe Luke didn't break your neck, but I'll do it if she gets hurt again." Francois just nods and looks at the bed where Leia sleeps. "How is she today?" he asks the nurse. "The same. She moves her hands even if Gamma doesn't believe me, but I know what I've seen, and is not trembling. Her wolf came back and fight to help her." "Is it possible?" Francois asks. "I've seen it once, so yes, it's like a miracle, but it's possible," the nurse said, giving Francois hope. "Can I stay alone with her? I will take care of her, and if there is something wrong, I will call you," he says, and after the nurse mind-links Luke, she leaves to the kitchen. Francois just looks at Leia. He must confess that she is really beautiful. He is always in contact with models, and even if he was not a womanizer in his life, he never lacks women and sleeps around when he needs to. But Leia's appearance sums up everything he likes at a woman. She is tall, has an athletic body, the right amount of breast and ass. Her face is really beautiful, and the 2 dimples she makes in her cheeks when she smiles make her delicious for him. He just comes near her bed and takes her hand in his hand. "I am sorry, Leia," he whispers. "They told me that you couldn't fight well because of what I said to you," and he just held her hand in his hand and said, almost laughing, "I am sorry. I acted like an animal. It seems that I am the animal here," and he feels her finger trembling a little in his hand. "I wish to take the time back," he said, "but I can't. Will you wake up, please?" He asks her and looks at her hand, which stays still in his hand. "I would like to have a try at least. Vivi is happy. Why should not be too if this mate thing is true?" He asks her, "Will you, please? Will you wake up?" And he takes his shoes off, without letting her hand from his hand, just using his feet, and climbs in bed next to her. Francois put his head on her pillow, resting his forehead on her temple so that his lips would kiss her neck. He saw it at Vivi and Luke, and also at Meredith and Max. The werewolves have a thing with kissing their mates' necks, so he does the same even if he doesn't understand why he is doing it. He just puts his lips on her neck and stays there until he falls asleep. "How is she?" Luke asks the nurse in a whisper when he comes to her room after 3 hours. "They have been sleeping like this for a while, but she is doing well. I think this is a good idea. Look at her hand," and points to him her fingers. Leia's hand holds Francois' hand when it would normally be the other way around. "Tell me every move this guy makes. Keep your eyes on him for me," Luke said, and exited the room with the nurse, leaving them alone. Maybe not everything is lost. Author's POV. Back at the Luna ceremony after party, everyone present has fun. The pack members seem to accept Meredith because Artemis's presence does not give them any other possibility. Even Max's ex-lovers leave their plans alone, feeling threatened, so everything is smooth and goes perfect. Max sits in the garden on a huge garden armchair and holds Meredith in his lap, kissing her neck while James almost kidnapped Lori and went with her in a private area to find out what had tormented him the whole ceremony. "Max," London said, looking around, "I must confess that you impressed me." And he takes Olivia in his arms, resting his head on the top of her head. "That was the idea, Dad," Max said, and London almost drowns with his own saliva hearing him. But calming down, he looks at Olivia and then back at Max and Meredith and smiles. "I never thought I'd hear anything like that from your mouth," Landon says, visibly excited. "We have 4 kids, my love. 4, and you struggled to give birth to only 1, and both of them laughed." "This is a good deal. Pay for 1 and buy 4, Carter said, coming from behind, holding hands with Lisa. "Where is Grandpa?" Meredith asks, looking around. "That old perv helps Auntie Jen in the kitchen," Carter said, laughing. "What?" Max yells, almost to his feet. "Since you asked her to stay with us to eat with us, he became very lively, and all day long he watches her." "Impossible. He must be sick," Max said. "He's not. It seems that Auntie Jen is his second chance mate, and she didn't want to accept him. They've both been hiding this for 10 years since your grandma died. Auntie Jen did it for being an Omega and feeling that it is not proper to accept someone like your grandpa and our family perv because he felt that he will betray your grandma. I can't believe it. He is 68, and Auntie Jen... Shit, she never had a mate. What age is she?" 59. Meredith said, looking at Max and holding his hand to calm him. "This grandpa is shocking me again and again," Max said. "And now, he accepted her?" "He did, staying with her at the same table daily. It triggered something in his heart," Carter said, laughing. "But Auntie Jen is not accepting him. She still says that an Omega like her can't be with a strong Alpha like he was. Let them be. Don't worry about them. At least your grandpa is not focusing on you anymore. He has someone else to focus on." "Love has no age limit," Meredith said, smiling at Max and pecking his lips. "We've got news." Suddenly James said and signaled for Sam and Luke to come near. "Will you be a father?" Luke asked, mocking James. "How can you know something like that?" James asked, looking at him with his big eyes. "Oh, don't you know?" Sam asks James. "He's the gynecologist of all women." And everyone starts to laugh, but James just looks at him with his mouth wide open. "No, stupid," Luke said. "Those dresses that Meredith chose for them were very relevant. Her little tummy took all the attention. It wasn't there a few weeks ago. I almost shit on myself thinking that I found out the last." James laughs. "That happens when you don't keep an eye on your mate. She will hide things from you. I advise you to," Sam said, but Luke interrupted him immediately. "Kara is pregnant too." "What?" Sam said, and in an instant he looks at Kara and then at her tummy. Kara just looks him in the eye. "It seems that I am her gynecologist too." Luke laughs in his face, mocking him with his own words. But Sam ignores Luke, and looking in Kara's beautiful large blue eyes, he asked in a whisper, "Are you? Are we going to have a baby?" And he puts his hands around her and sits down with his right hand over her tummy, and he felt it. That little flutter that he missed so much. His little pup. He takes her in an emotional hug, and putting his face in the crock of her neck, he starts to cry. "What happened to Sam?" David Jackson asks, being alarmed by Sam's reaction, but Carter beckons him to shut up. "I love you. I love you so much," Sam said and looked into her eyes, but in an instant he realized something. "I must take care of you. I must protect you so nothing can happen again." "Sam," Kara said, looking at him, "I am fine." "You are now, but what if something happened again?" Meredith looks at him, then at Max and signals him to say something. "Man, you are now in the pack house. You have the most protected house in the area. Nothing will happen." "You don't know," Sam said, panicking. "What if?" "Samuel Jackson," Kara yelled at him. "Will you stop?" "No, I can't stop," he said, and this time Vivi looks at Luke and asks, "Are you going to react the same way?" Luke just smiles at her and kisses her tenderly, and then concludes, "Of course I will. Then I changed my mind. I will have my baby Wolfie alone," making everyone laugh. "What do you mean?" And is a pup not some baby wolfie? Luke said, panicking. You will get me pregnant, and then we will divorce. I can stand you if you will be like this. And pointing at Sam said, Clingy man. I'm not clingy, Sam said, pointing his index finger at her. No, your second name is Superglue, that's all. Oh my goddess, Meredith said and started to laugh with all her heart. I am clingy too, Max said through their mind link, and Meredith just turns her head and looks in his eyes. I don't mind, she said like a whisper. That's what you say now, but I'm overprotected with the one I love, he says in full. I don't mind that either, Meredith tells him, smiling. I will hold your hand every step and I will be with you all the time, Max said. Even when we are working, Meredith asks, laughing. You won't work being pregnant, Max said seriously. I want a divorce, said Meredith, looking straight into his eyes. I will move your office to my office, said Max, slightly panicked. We will discuss that, and this time Meredith put her arms around his neck. I want a baby too, hubby, she told him, but I don't want to rush things. When the time will be right, I know that the goddess will give us a pup, but I want you to know that I am fine with this. I want that too, Max said and lifted her in his arms. Where are you going? James, Sam, and Luke asked at the same time. To change her dress, Max said, laughing. Is too much material here, and I can't verify if she is pregnant too. Author's POV. You want to verify if I am pregnant? And Meredith starts to laugh out loud as soon as Max enters with her in his condo. In the last 2 weeks, this place has become a home for Meredith and as well for Max, who has never felt so good in her own home. Meredith left her mark on the space, making it look like a house and not the refuge of a bachelor. Why not? Who knows what surprise we will have, he says, putting her on her own feet as soon as he crosses the threshold of the house with her in his arms. Let me help you, he whispers and unzips her dress, letting it fall off her shoulders. Shit, he said, seeing her in her lingerie. Did you wear this all night? He asked, looking at her white, wicked, unlined balconette teddy from Victoria's Secret. Is there a problem with it? Meredith asked him, smiling at him sweetly. Of course it is, Max said and lifted her from the ground, letting her dress fall completely while she left her shoes on the ground with the dress. We could have been here and had fun, and you let me stay at that boring party. My party is not boring, Meredith said, squeezing her eyes at him. And we are here only to change my dress. But there is no another dress. Should I wear this teddy? She asks, pointing to her lingerie. And thinking for a second, she concludes. Yes, this outfit is gorgeous. Let's go. Max jumped up and laughed. So you were working against my back. And he lay her on her back in the middle of their bedroom and looked at her carefully, licking his lips. Max, we don't have time for that, she said, feeling how her heart started to beat faster and faster, wishing she had all the time she needed. I will always make time for what interests me, Max said seriously and sits on his knees, catching her lingerie with his fingers, giving it a side. Max, Meredith moans. What are you doing? But he ignored her. I have my own party here, he said, laughing and blowing some air over her skin. We don't have time, Max, Meredith said, but he is not hearing her, being charmed by her fragrance. Maximilian Cruz, Meredith yelled at him, trembling like a jelly under his touch and riding her orgasm. You ruined my lingerie. I didn't, Max said, smiling. See, it's still intact. It's still good to wear. You are horrible, Meredith said, laughing. I will punish you for those words, he said, but later, and he went to his dressing room, opened a closet, and came back with another box. This is for the second part of the evening, Max said and opened the box, making Meredith smile. Even if I love that dress, I know that it is difficult to wear it a whole night, so I came with a second one. Max, Meredith said in a whisper, looking at the dress he put in front of her. This is gorgeous. And smiling at him, she said, but we have a problem. There is no place for my bra if I will wear this dress. Shit, I didn't realize that. And Max doesn't have time to say anything, like Meredith let her lingerie fall, remaining naked in front of him. I will love this dress, she said, laughing. I love it more than my own dress. And she walks naked in front of Max and takes the new dress. He brought her a sleeveless embroidered tulle gown from Elie Saab. The dress is ivoire and has some fixed spaghetti straps and a back zip closure. What about your panties? Max asks, looking at her. I don't need it, Meredith said, smiling innocently at Max, who looked at her in shock. You are killing me, Max said, growling a little, and went back into the dressing room searching for something. He comes and shows her a pair of panties. Please, or we will stay here all night and the party's over, and he puts the panties in her hand. You're not funny, Max, Meredith said, laughing at him, but he came in front of her, took her delicate hand in his hand and unzipped his pants and put her hand in. Yes, I'm not funny, he said, smiling at her. I have blue balls and the blood doesn't flow from the middle down. Oh, poor hubby, Meredith said, blinking her lash eyes at him. Max just closed his eyes and twisted like a cat, leaving Meredith to touch him. Put that panties on you, Mer, he whispers in her ear when he feels that is the moment to stop or he will take her right there. I want you, hubby, Meredith says, laughing in his face, seeing him so tormented, but at the same time she takes the panties and puts them on. When Max sees her in that new dress, he takes her hand and says, Let go and end tonight, and after that we must live happily ever after. Let's go, darling, Meredith said, and tucked her fingers between Max's fingers. But as soon as they arrived back in the garden, all their friends looked at them. So, Luke asks. So what? Max asked, looking at him. Is she pregnant? And Sam claps his hand with Luke and starts to laugh. You're dying to find out, aren't you? Meredith asks him and puts her arms around Max's waist. I can't sleep at night, Luke said, laughing at him. Darling, Meredith said, kissing Max's cheek. Shall we tell them? And Sam's and Luke's faces are so happy. We are going to have a little Alpha, they yelled, and Carter and Lisa and Landon and Olivia turned their happy heads. No! Max tells them. 2 baby announcements for tonight are already enough, and looking at Meredith, he said, but we are working to accomplish this goal. Their night is so smooth. Even Francois was happy tonight, and he never left Leia's room. But tonight, not everyone was happy. Being a werewolf is a tough thing when you are alone and suddenly left behind by everyone. So, somewhere in the Canadian wild, things were not bright and beautiful.